The resume clearly records the major deeds made by the Black Star Legion 20 years ago when the version was updated. The Quangdao sets a search range and filters out the Legion achievements of the Xinghai Li to 709 to 729 and is arranged in the regular order. He saw a bold record at first glance. In the 710th year of Xinghai calendar, Black Star became a mechanical god. This noun instantly caused an impact on Quangdao's young mind, and there was only one thought left in his mind, that is, Black Star became a god. This title is easy to be fooled. Madao calmed down and looked up the information for a while before he realized that the mechanical god was not the meaning of god, he understood, but the synonym for the divine mechanic, which means that the Black Star has reached its peak and has surpassed the A level. I was scared. I thought Lao He was going to ascend. He breathed a little relief, and the crazy knife couldn't wait to continue watching and found that several major events had happened in the same year. First, the first phase of exploration ended. The Legion obtained the first batch of 7 galaxies and became the largest armed organization in the Shining World territory. The budding consortium was established as an affiliated financial organization of the Legion and engaged in multiple fields of commercial battles with the Infinite Consortium. The Super Energy Academy plan was implemented. So far, the Black Star Legion has established tens of thousands of super energy academies in the Broken Star Ring and trained countless super energy people. A considerable number of them chose to become members of the Legion to serve them. At the same time, after Black Star became a mechanical god, he fought with the Overlord again, defeating it with just one clone, establishing the position of the strongest person in the Broken Star Ring. Not long after, the armored country invaded, and the two sides clashed, and finally ended with the Empire to force the retreating armored country. Just looking at the written records, the Mad Knife seems to be able to experience the storm of that period. This time point seemed to be the watershed of the Army's activities. After that, the Army entered a stable period of low-key development. Black Star withdrew from the ranks of strong competitors in the headlines and silently farmed in the Shining World. Until 716, the Kundi War broke out, which was the first destroyed indigenous civilization of the fleeting star cluster. However, there are few records of this history and are vague. There's only one rough summary. The specific situation cannot be found online. The only clue that Quangdao has gained is that the Black Star Army is now responsible for the transformation of the Kundi tribe, and this task has been going on for 13 years. After the Kundi War, the Legion continued to maintain a dormant development style in the second and third phases of exploration, and it was calm. It was not until recently that it showed its edge again. The Legion ushered in the second Super A-level position and was a very acquaintance. Hyla has reached Super A-level. Quangdao saw the name and widened his eyes and looked shocked. No player born from Hylon Star is unfamiliar with Hela. Whether it is the villain Red Snake in the budding period of 1.0 or the alienation disaster of 2.0, these images are deeply imprinted in the minds of every old Hylon Star player. It is mainly because Hela's amazing appearance is impressive. Old players all know that the grudges between Black Star and Hela have been entangled from Hylon Star to the universe, and are also an old friend who has appeared very early. Quangdao put 4 versions of energy into the Legion. The Legion has long been the camp in his mind. At this time, he saw that his camp had a new backer. Quangdao was so surprised. With a suppressed excitement, the sword turned to the end of his resume. The most recent major deed was the Gods Conference held by Black Star, summoning 70 or 80 Super A-level people to gather together. Forgot to breathe 20 years have passed. Has Black Star's status in the universe reached this level? Scott. Before Quangdao could recover from his shock, a barbell-like laugh suddenly exploded around him, which scared him to the point of being shocked. Wawahaha, it's comfortable. The meat bag put his hands on his hips and laughed to the sky, his mouth wide open as if it was about to crack, and his smile was like a vicious dog. What are you laughing at? The crazy knife stuffed his ears, looking confused. Look, the version has been updated for 20 years. How much history has Black Star accumulated, all of which are video materials? This is a treasure. The meat bag was excited and looked ecstatic. With so many materials, there is no need to worry about nothing to do. He is preparing to do all the deeds of the Legion during the update period to help Legion players understand the history of the Legion. Just thinking about it, he knows that there must be a selling point, and he is afraid it will become popular again. Thinking of this, the meat bag glanced around and found that many people were holding communicators to check the Legion's resume. He couldn't help but open the forum, use his number 1 paparazzi's talent, and posted the Legion's resume that he had simply sorted out and took an eye-catching title. Shock. The Legion has been in a turmoil for 20 years. As the new version opened, countless players were excited to exchange information on the forum. Once the post was released, it attracted onlookers in the Broken Star Ring section. He has been strong since the first version until now, and is simply a legend that starts from scratch. Is there any more arrogant figure in the universe than him? Silly cat. The idea of the brothers upstairs is really imaginative. A magnetic unexpectedly, Hela has also become a super A-level. By the way, do you still remember the origin of Black Star? He was the first to be a budding trader, and Hela is also a budding member. I think about it very much. Stu Haunan, Causeway Bay. The organization of a small planet has 2 super A-level popped up. What's the probability? Black Star is indeed a cosmic protagonist. Mysterious man. It's not dead when it sprouts, it's just dormant. A silly netizen who was addicted to the forum was suddenly pulled to the dock by Phone You. Stop looking. Hurry up and go to the Shining World. The faster the better. Someone took the lead, and the players at the entire Black Star Army headquarters moved one after another, rushing to the dock like a tide, rushing to the first place. The long silent forum became extremely lively. After the Legion players scattered around the world figured out the version situation, they immediately set off to the nearest Legion base and flew into the Shining World in a fleet. No one was willing to miss the world server. As a member of the Black Star Army, since you have such a great advantage, you cannot waste it, just take it first. In the eyes of professional clubs, the Chinese players with the Broken Star Ring have this unique camp advantage, which is simply a waste of their lives. Guilds from various countries hurried to hold private meetings to discuss. The situation is not good. The main line of this version is very beneficial to Chinese players. The world server is next to the Broken Star Ring. They have been to it in advance. Our guild enters the world server, and it is difficult to compete with the top Chinese guilds, such as the Dynasty and Chongkong. We will definitely suffer losses in fighting guild battles, which may affect the growth of professional players. The top 4 seats in the last session were won by China. This session cannot allow them to continue to dominate. Please, the Black Star Army is a local snake in a world server and a backer of Chinese players. Do we have to turn to join the Black Star Army? Professional players and the main guild forces can only go to the superior camp, and it is difficult to switch to other camps. Otherwise, the energy of the previous versions will be in vain. Yes, even if we switch to the camp, it is not as good as the accumulation of several versions of the Chinese players in the Black Star Army. Let's observe the situation first and see what the Chinese guilds respond. If it is not ideal, it may be necessary to unite clubs in other countries. Although it is only the first day of the opening of the new version, the opening of the world server has made clubs of various countries rooted in different star fields unable to sit still. There is no way. The Chinese players have too many advantages in the camp. The strong teams, such as the United States, Lao FA, Lao Han, Lao Japanese have all had the idea of forming an alliance while their mentality exploded. All players have set off. After listening to Philip's report, Han Xiao smiled secretly. The Shining World is open, and the exploration of the universe has expanded a new map. The traffic of people in this star field has skyrocketed, and there are vacant businesses everywhere, and opportunities are everywhere, just like the Gold Rush era. The Black Star Legion has accumulated so long that it can finally play a role. For him, now is not the stage of exploration, but the stage of harvest. Having a territory is equivalent to sitting firmly on the Daitai. Foreigners will continue to bring benefits to themselves. They have transformed from chess pieces into chess players, and the huge profits of the ruling class are unparalleled. Countless forces are competing here. Players will have massive mission resources, countless channels to acquire experience, and combat opportunities are indispensable. But the new version has just opened, and the harvesting experience is not that easy. Han Xiao thought to himself, the first intention of players at present is to continue to upgrade. Most of the experience they earn will be invested in the level, and they're all seedlings that still need to be fertilized and grown. It is not time to harvest them on a large scale. If you want to upgrade quickly, you have to wait for the players to accumulate for a while. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry. The Legion store has added a lot of new things. No matter how hard the players sting, he can make players willing to pay for it. The efficiency of hoarding experience is far greater than that of doing it alone. The level that has been stagnant for a long time can finally rise quickly. Players from various countries flock to the world servers. Is the time to expand the leak land. Now that the Black Star Army attracts foreign players, Han Xiao no longer needs to do too much operation. The advantages and reputation accumulated by several versions are the core attraction. The greater the advantage of the Legion players in the Shining World, the higher the attractiveness of the Black Star Legion. But because of the advantage, Han Xiao guessed that some foreign clubs might unite to fight against Chinese players. So it is imperative to help the Legion players. In the 4.0 version of the previous life, clubs from various countries continued to form alliances and betrayals, such as far-reaching and close attacks, alliances, Siege Way to save Zhao, and Fake Road to attack Gua. They played the feeling of the Warring States period and were so sexy. According to his plan, in version 4.0, it is based on the Legion territory. While providing resources to help Legion players develop, it also uses the power of players to cause trouble, attack opponents, protect their own forces, and absorb more players to meet their upgrade needs. Modo, Civilization, Chaos, Secret, Energy. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. As the player has just been launched, it will take some time for players from various star fields to all come to the Shining World. Outside the players, these two things are the issues he needs to deal with the most at the moment. The Kundi mission required him to retaliate against the Modo civilization. The Empire asked him to wait until the Shining World opens before fully implementing the plan. Now, the Modo civilization's troops have also entered the Shining World. At his home court, Han Xiao has 100 ways to make the Modo civilization unable to survive. A leader of a camp like himself with a huge power, Han Xiao has been waiting for more than 10 years, and now he can finally take action. In addition, the time for the Chaos Secret Energy to be born is approaching, and it is estimated that the forces are indispensable to compete for it. Han Xiao has sent troops to the coordinate location marked by the heritage of the gods. He made 2 preparations and specifically checked the host in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, he should be an ordinary man named Evans. He now has mastered Evans' position and is also shining in the world under his surveillance. If no one under his command can control the Chaos Secret Energy, he will pull out the host of his previous life and will definitely be able to adapt. While thinking, Han Xiao asked Philip, "Check, where is the fleet of Modo civilization? I will give them a big gift first." Press a young seedling, the Demon Hunting and Cooking Manual by Decaying Dragon. The old author. The level is guaranteed. Introduction. When night falls, murmurs sound in his ears, and when the monsters in the shadow begin to restless, Jason's hungry stomach began to roar, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Hunger is the best encouragement. Shining the world, the morning light clusters. This is the area completely controlled by the Legion and the first stop to enter the Shining World. The fleet of countless forces has poured in, making this star cluster countless times bustling, and began to slowly transform this new territory into the interstellar community. Nowadays, the world is full of interests, and the business of each star cluster has a huge gap, which mainly depends on where foreign forces choose to develop. The transit station at the entrance of a star domain has huge profits. As soon as many forces and interstellar citizens enter the star domain, they scatter to the transit stations in the entry area to look for opportunities in business. while more forces rushed to the star clusters behind to develop in advance. Among them, the Moto civilization fleet was also a member of the star cluster to the back, with the goal of developing the third and fourth phases of the territory. The reason is very simple. The further you go, the shorter the development time will be. Not only will the business gaps in various fields be more, the Empire's control is not as good as the early developed star clusters. This is especially important for supercluster-level civilizations. The superstar cluster civilization is very clear that the Empire will never let them develop comfortably, so almost all superstar cluster civilizations have given up doing things in the first and second phases to a certain extent and focused on the ongoing fourth phase plan. Nowadays, normal people can see that the several star clusters to be explored in the fourth period will be an important competitive stage for foreign forces. In the main ship command room, a tall figure stood in front of the podium and looked up at the star map. His face was deep, exuding a cold and hard temperament, with a serious expression, and his lips were pursed. Rodic, a senior general of the Moto civilization, is currently the supreme commander of the Expeditionary Regiment. The Expeditionary Regiment is the name of this fleet. It is a new unit specially formed by the Moto civilization for the Shining World. It mobilized a large number of elites. Among them, Rodic was able to stand out and command this important force with a mission. It was obviously highly expected by the top leaders of the Moto civilization. His Excellency Commander, how long will it take for us to cross the first and second phases? A Moto man in an official uniform spoke next to him. This person is a senior civilian official of the Moto civilization. His name is transliterated into the common word for the universe, called Lagos. He serves as the inspector of the Expeditionary Regiment and supervises Rodic. Lagos has no real power and cannot interfere with Rodic under normal circumstances. Its main responsibility is to report the situation to the top leaders and contact the temporary rear stronghold established by the Moto civilization in the Broken Star Ring, which is in charge of resources and military supplies, and its role is similar to that of the military supervisor, and it is just as civil and military as Rodic. Hearing the question from the inspector, Rodic stared at the star cluster without turning his head and said in a deep voice, "The construction time of the first and second phases is the longest. The Red Empire and their allies have already built a complete star cluster long-distance passage. The transportation is very convenient. It only takes about 17 days to reach the third phase territory, and most of the time is spent on the transit zone between the stargates." As he said, Rodic narrowed his eyes and added, "In fact, the fastest route is to go to the High Lu star cluster. The territory of the Black Star Legion is connected to a line through the Stargate, which makes transportation more convenient and can save a lot of transit time. But you also understand that the risk of transit from the Black Star Legion is too great. We cannot take risks. We can only take a detour. This is a fruit of our own." Lagos' tone was helpless. Maudwa's civilization knew that he had offended the Empire on the issue of the Kundi people and knew very well that the Empire would target itself in the Shining World. The preferred route to the rear star cluster is to follow the territory of the Black Star Army, but Rodic dared not approach the Galu star cluster at all, so he could only take another relatively remote Stargate route. Shaking his head, Lagos said again, "The Empire may send people to attack us on the initiative, so we must be vigilant. I know that it is precisely because the military is clear about this that equips the Expeditionary Regiment with such a strong guard force. There are many armed fleets and senior superpowers. It is enough to use it to fight interstellar wars on such a large scale." "Well, that's right," Lagos pondered. "But in the Shining World, the Empire cannot send regular troops to attack us foreign forces. If someone really comes, they must be allies of the Empire." Rodic frowned. "Ordinary enemies are not afraid. They are afraid of coming to the A level, which is difficult to deal with. Don't worry about this. The senior management has reached a private agreement with some super levels and will provide us with help." Lagos smiled slightly, with a confident expression. "Who are they?" Rodic is not surprised that it is not new to conduct short-term transactions between superstar cluster civilization and super A level, and it is also some important businesses that are super A level. The Shining World is so critical, It is impossible for Superstar Group civilization to be unprepared. They have put in many resources to hire top combat power, allowing some super A-level companies to make a fortune. Many people have accepted employment from several companies at the same time. The people in the interstellar black market represented by the Beast Ancestor and Secret Lord, and some neutral super A-level. Oh, several super A-levels from Guanghui and Zuling also made private transactions with us. Hey, I guess there's a senior instructor behind it, wanting to use us as guns, which involves the Empire's attention and consumes their energy. At the last sentence, Lagos couldn't help but sneer. The glory and the heart of the void are well known to everyone. Superstar clusters do not mind being used because they're temporarily beneficial to them. Even if they are allies, we have to wait for us to cross the territory of the first and second phases of exploration. I am worried that the Empire will launch an attack before this. Roddick said in a deep voice, "You know, most of the forces are taking the route of the Black Star Legion, and there are not many allies who detour like us. A hired Super A level is coming from the rear to protect us, and the senior management convinced him to take a detour with their interests." Who is it? The neutral Super A level of Black Hole Realm, Garros, nicknamed the head of the Golem. That summoner? I have heard of him. Roddick operated the star map a few times, and the position of the Garros fleet was marked out, not far behind the Expeditionary Regiment, following him far away. This scene relieved him a lot. In this case, you're not afraid of someone coming to attack us. Roddick's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "With our armed forces, as long as the Empire dares to send people over, it is not certain whoever attacks." At this moment, a communication application was applied for access, but it was a call from the three kings of Moto civilization. The two of them looked solemn, straightened their bodies, and connected to communication, and three figures appeared in the virtual screen. "Your Excellency of the Three Kings." The two saluted immediately. "How is the situation now?" asked the leader of the Moto tribe, one of the three kings. "The expeditionary ship has not long been in the Shining World. As the leader of the civilization, it is obviously too impatient to come over to ask, but the Shining World has a great significance to the Superstar Cluster civilization. This is a strategic opportunity to turn things around, and it cannot be overestimated. Moreover, he had long offended the Empire, and now he has reached the other party's territory, and the three kings of Moto can't sit still. We're still on the way." Roddick replied seriously. "Didn't you encounter any trouble? Everything is normal." "Well, no matter what happens, you must focus on protecting the logistics team," the leader of the Moto tribe instructed. "The armed fleet exists to protect logistics. The logistics team carries baggage, which are all necessary resources and equipment for the development of the starfield. Armed spacecraft can consume it, but if there's a problem with these important resources, it will be troublesome. Although it can be supplemented from the temporary rear stronghold of the Broken Star Ring, it will significantly slow down the speed of development and construction after a while. The forces in the Shining World are all competitors, and a step slower will lead to a loss, which will affect the strategy of Moto civilization." Roddick nodded to show his understanding, with a serious face, and said seriously, "San Wang, please don't worry, I will not let the enemy succeed." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire main ship suddenly shook, and the crew members in the command room fell to the ground one after another. Roddick also staggered, grabbed the table and stabilized his body, and was frightened and angry. "What's wrong?" "Report to the commander. Many unknown fleets are approaching quickly and launching attacks on us." The radar showed that fleets appeared in all directions at the same time, with a large number forming an encirclement and firing at them. The alarm also prompted the opponent to have arranged a large number of space stability anchors in this area. They crashed into this trap head-on, and the jump state was directly interrupted. The vibration came from this. Even the internal neutral stabilization device of the spacecraft could not completely resolve the impact of this high-speed sudden stop, and countless crew members fell and fell. It's still some distance away from the next Stargate. Is it an ambush? Lagos was shocked. They just discussed that someone might attack, but they didn't expect that the enemy would be so bright, that their mouths were so bright, that they said that they would be exposed. What is the enemy? Roddick asked. No, I don't know. The other party spacecraft is a general model, and there's no sign on the outer armor. I don't know which force it belongs to. The observer looked nervous. The communication between the three kings had not been cut off yet, and when they saw this scene, they all frowned. The leader of the Modo tribe looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Roddick, I've left it to you to deal with. Be sure to repel the enemy. I understand. Roddick looked decisive and immediately began to command the fleet and issued orders one by one. The expeditionary regiment responded immediately, shrinking the formation and protecting the logistics team, firing and fighting each other. The scale of the fleets between the two sides was not much different, and even the Modo civilization was still the dominant. Roddick showed his superb command and dispatchability, and soon, the Modo civilization stabilized its position. Although he was ambushed, Roddick did not choose to break through, but instead adopted a positional battle. On the one hand, his confidence is that his armed fleet is stronger, and on the other hand, it comes from the super A-level Garozan that follows not far away. As long as Garozan arrives quickly at the battlefield, he can rely on his super A-level advantages to fight back. Roddick's combat style is strong, and he will take revenge. He is talking to the three kings, but he is suddenly attacked by the enemy. His anger is rising. He prefers to fight back his enemies than to escape. I'll let Garoz join the war right away. Lagos also reacted, hurriedly took out the communicator, walked aside, and shook the person. Okay, hurry up. Roddick sneered. No matter who they are, don't think about leaving easily when they come. At the same time, the Garoz fleet, not far away, also discovered the attack of the Modo civilized troops. Is there really someone attacking them? I thought it was paranoid. In the command room, Garoz couldn't help but mutter. This is not the first time he has accepted the employment of superstar cluster civilization. As a neutral super A-level without a backer, this is an important source of interest for him. Not only Modo civilization, he also accepted employment from 6 or 7 families to protect the troops responsible for protecting these forces. Foreign forces are competing in the shining world, but there will be no lack of force. Everyone knows that this place will soon become a paradise for mercenaries, and even many super A-level players have gone into the market. His Excellency Garoz, what should I do now? Do you have to rush over and help? Said the deputy beside him. Garoz nodded and used people's money to eliminate disasters, but he had no objection. But just as he was about to give the order, the sound of a communicator calling suddenly sounded in the room. Ding bai. Garoz looked down and suddenly looked surprised. What sounded was his private communicator. Who will call it this time? Taking out the communicator and taking a look, Garoz's pupils suddenly shrank. The caller displayed on the screen is a black star. The two had no intersection before, and had only handed over at the meeting of the gods, and exchanged private numbers with each other. I don't know what he is looking for me. Suppressing his doubts, Garoz walked aside, answered the communication, and asked cautiously, Hello, Haixing. Is there anything he wants to ask me? There is indeed something that needs your help. Han Xiao's laughter came from the communicator. Please say, I need you stand by and watch. Watch? What does it mean? Garoz didn't react for a moment, and suddenly his expression changed, and he suddenly understood. Is it the fleet that attacked the Modo civilization? Han Xiao interrupted him and asked calmly, Can it be done? Garoz felt a little sad. When the Black Star Army intervened, things would not be so simple. Modo civilization was about to suffer. He did not want to get involved in this matter from the bottom of his heart. However, if I don't take action on the edge of the battlefield, it will definitely destroy my reputation. Garoz looked a little embarrassed. His Excellency Black Star, I have accepted the employment of Modo civilization. If I do nothing, it seems unreasonable. Han Xiao spoke with a blank expression on his face. You can't afford to interfere in this matter. If you don't want to cause trouble, just step back. After saying that, he hung up the communication without waiting for Garoz to answer. In my territory, I have to listen to me. Han Xiao doesn't argue with Modwist civilization. You'll be beaten up. Why, don't accept it. Okay, don't shine in the world if you have the ability. The Legion has been operating in Shining World for so long, and is currently the largest force. If we're not domineering, who else is qualified to domineering? Garrou's face was suffocated, and he was secretly surprised. In his impression, Haixing was a very friendly guy, but unexpectedly, his tone was rarely tough this time. It seems that things are even more serious than I imagined. If I intervene rashly, I am afraid I can't stand it. There's also the threat from Black Star. If you don't take it seriously, wouldn't you follow the footsteps of the seven-eyed boy? Garrou's couldn't help but shivered. At this time, the deputy walked over and asked, "Your Excellency, Lagos is already urging him. Is he should?" Garrou's hesitated for a few seconds and suddenly waved his hand. "Don't help, just watch here." The deputy was surprised. Seeing Garrou's firm attitude, he had to let the fleet stand by on the edge of the battlefield with full of doubts and become a melon-eating crowd. "Oh, I lost this time." Garrou's smiled bitterly. He is just an ordinary super A-level guy who can't afford to offend a giant of the Black Star level, and he can't compare with his strength or power. It is very embarrassing to be forced back by someone in a few words. Garrou's also has the dignity of a strong man, and he doesn't want to be afraid. However, facing the violent Black Star, his waist could not be hard at all. After entering the A-level for many years, there has not been much progress. Garrou's has long been self-aware and is unwilling to provoke the peak A-level. He is just a neutral person and has no background. If he wants to kill himself, he will have no scruples at all. Moreover, at the meeting of the gods not long ago, Black Star took on the task of maintaining all super A-level communication platforms. With this identity alone, he had to give Han Xiao a face so that he could embrace his thighs in the future. Time passed minute by minute, and the expeditionary regiment and the ambushers were indistinguishable, and the battle was in a stalemate. The main ship command room was busy, and Rodic issued several orders. After finally having some time, he immediately turned around and shouted angrily at Lagos. "What's going on with Garrou's? I'm going to miss the fighter plane. Why haven't you arrived yet?" Lagos was sweating profusely. They stopped directly. "I've urged me many times, but I don't join the war. I don't know why." The reinforcements that were close to him retreated in the face, and he was stunned and puzzled. Outsiders are not reliable at all. Rodic was furious and slapped the table. No more waiting for him. Everyone obeyed orders, changed tactics, and attacked the enemy's formation. However, before the order was issued, a sudden change occurred. The logistics forces, which were heavily protected by the armed fleet, suddenly broke out in riots. Logistics spacecraft crashed away the surrounding armed spacecraft like crazy and moved in all directions, instantly causing chaos. "What's going on?" Roddick's face changed drastically. There's something wrong with the important logistics team, and he was immediately anxious. Report. The operational intelligence of those logistics spacecraft has been broken and has been out of control. We have lost contact with those crew members." Roddick woke up from a dream, furious, gritted his teeth, and his voice squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. "Damn it! Super A-level virtual mechanic. The logistics fleet is mainly transport ships, cargo ships, and industrial ships. It is relatively large in size. Although it is equipped with weapons and shields, its flexibility and firepower strength are difficult to compare with combat spacecraft of the same level of technology, so it is narrowed to the center of the camp and protected by the peripheral armed fleet. At this time, some logistics spacecraft were virtually invaded and hit the frigate from the inside out, immediately tore open the formation of the expeditionary regiment. The ship-based weapons were not idle, and they were frantically exported from behind, attacking the frigate's chrysanthemums. Because the armed fleet on the periphery did not inject too much energy into the tail shield, the boat was instantly blown out of the fragrant fragrance, and multiple formations fell into chaos. "Control those out-of-control spacecraft to me. Keep it steady." Other spacecraft immediately strengthened the intelligent defense wall and increased the frequency of system self-test. Roddick had no time to think about other things and hurriedly commanded the fleet to deal with emergencies. Super A-level virtual mechanics have always been a big killer in the interstellar war. Once they encounter such an enemy, any fleet will have a headache. The solution once and for all is to turn off all spacecraft intelligence so that the command system will be paralyzed, which is no different from committing suicide with a fleet. At present, spacecraft control and communication systems based on quantum networks are the best used in the universe. Although other artificial intelligence and communication systems, such as magic and biological systems, exist, they have more disadvantages. For example, using magic to transform a spacecraft into a conscious alchemy organism. The consequence is that it is many times more expensive, and the control efficiency of the spacecraft is much lower than that of quantum network technology, and the communication distance and efficiency are incomparable. At the same time, there are more weaknesses. In parallel comparison, the encryption is not as good as the firewall of the quantum network. It is also useless to meet a magician and a mind master. Civilizations in the entire universe have ways to prevent virtual invasions, but whether the method takes effect depends mainly on the strength of the opponent. Faced with Han Xiao, who is now at the peak of Super A level, the intelligent defense methods of Modo civilization are obviously unable to withstand it. They can only delay the invasion of other spacecraft and cannot truly keep Han Xiao out. No matter how hard he struggles, the defense line will still be broken through one after another and injected data by Han Xiao. And the spaceship that has been taken away by Han Xiao's control is almost impossible to complete. On the battlefield, the expeditionary regiment blossomed in front and behind, and had to separate a part of the fleet to turn back to curb the riots caused by the out-of-control spacecraft. The scene became very chaotic, and both ends were exported. The Modo-civilized fleet gradually couldn't stand it. Some of the out-of-control spacecraft penetrated the formation and ran out, and were captured by the attacker, while the other part of the out-of-control spacecraft rushed forward and launched a suicide attack, not only attacking the frigate that surrounded it, but also attacking other logistic spacecraft that did not lose control. In order to stop the loss, Roddick had to make someone blow up some logistic spacecraft. Seeing the logistics ship carrying a large number of key resources become fireworks in the universe, his face was extremely ugly and his expression was almost distorted. Now the shining world is full of people. Although this route is remote, there are still people passing by. The energy fluctuations that broke out from the battlefield here quickly attracted the attention of many passing fleets. Most people saw interstellar war scenes of this scale, fearing that they would get involved in the incident, so they did not dare to stay, so they hurriedly took a detour and left. But some forces were careful to approach and watch from afar. Seeing the logo of the Modo-civilized fleet, they couldn't help but talk about it in the wide-area communication channel. The fleet of Modo-civilization was actually attacked. Who did this? He dared to provoke the superstar cluster civilization, and it seemed to have the upper hand. We have just entered the shining world, but they can mobilize so many troops. It is basically confirmed that the attacker is from the Empire. The attacker hides the sign of power, and I don't know who it is. TSK. People hide their identities to avoid leaving evidence. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful to cause trouble. These passing forces are eating melons. No one will interfere, and no one wants to cause trouble. The battle was fierce, and Roddick asked the fleet to move while fighting, and the battlefield kept approaching the next Stargate Station. Stargate Station is stationed at the Imperial fleet. Although Roddick knows that the attacker is inseparable from the Empire cannot openly fight against Modo civilization. Otherwise, the negative impact will be too great, which will not only damage the Empire's promise to shine the freedom and openness of the world, but will also leave a political handle. Influenced by the superstar cluster civilization, he knew the nature of the three cosmic civilizations very well. In his eyes, the three major civilizations are not only hooligans, but also bitches who must establish archways, and they must make their dominance legitimate. With so many onlookers now, Roddick knew that the Imperial fleet at Starman Station had to come to support, so as long as he approached Starman Station, he could force the attacker to retreat. The fierce battle lasted for a while, and the attackers finally stopped attacking, took the initiative to withdraw from the battlefield, entered the transition mode one after another, turned into flowing light, and escaped, leaving the radar field of vision and disappeared without a trace. The enemy ran away. Seeing this scene, Lego's tense body relaxed and hesitated. Are we going to pursue? Can't chase. This is not our territory. Roddick's face looked ugly. Although he was angry and his reason had not yet lost, he gritted his teeth and said, "Carry off the battlefield and count the damage to the battle." The losses were counted quickly, and the adjutant walked to the side, not daring to see Roddick's expression, and reported it carefully. Reported that our side lost 8% of the armed frigates. 29% of the armed frigates suffered varying degrees of damage, and nano-repair is underway. The logistics forces lost 37% of the spacecraft, of which 15% were seized by the enemy, mainly transport ships. Roddick's eyes went dark. The logistics troops suddenly lost more than one-third and lost a lot of resources. This ambush caused them to suffer too much damage. Blood loss. It's so inconsistent. The three kings of Moto looked as dark as the bottom of the pot. Their communication was not interrupted throughout the whole process, and they witnessed the heavy damage of the expeditionary fleet. The three of them had high hopes for the expeditionary regiment in Rodick, but now they have just entered the shining world and have suffered such a great loss. The three kings' disappointment and anger towards Rodick are beyond words. Sorry, this is my dereliction of duty. Roddick hurriedly turned around and gritted his teeth to take over the pot. As the commander, Roddick can't get rid of this blame no matter what. If he falls into the trap, he can't blame the enemy for setting up the trap here. Even if there's a reason, blood loss is blood loss. It is a fact that he did not protect the logistics forces well. If he still had to defend himself, it would be easy to leave the three kings with the impression of shirking responsibility. So no matter how frustrated he was, he could only endure it. We asked you to command the expeditionary fleet to trust your abilities, but your current performance makes us wonder if this appointment is correct. The three kings of Moto severely scolded. Rodick didn't dare to retaliate against the leader at all. He stood up and was scolded like a grandson, and could only keep ensuring that he would pay attention in the future. After scolding him, the three kings of Moto finally told him to deal with the follow-up issues quickly, and then he turned off the communication with a dark face. Rodick then stood up, his face turned pale, and he was so frustrated that he was about to explode. He knew that this wave had left a bad impression on his immediate superior. If he could not atone for his merits, his future would be absolutely dark. The room was filled with a cold atmosphere, and everyone present looked at Rodick tremblingly. Originally, Rodick needed to continue to order the command of the fleet to carry out the next action, but no one dared to be in trouble. Legos coughed and said with a thorny tongue, "There are only a few super A-level mechanics in the Empire. Although the other party used to invade virtually, they did not show up. Based on the other party's virtual invasion efficiency, I estimate that Black Star is the most likely." No need to estimate, it's him. Roddick's tone was cold and full of anger. "It's a pity that we don't have evidence, he." "So what if there is evidence?" Roddick interrupted him and gritted his teeth. "Even if you know that 80% of the attackers are Black Star Legion, it is useless. The Shining World is someone else's territory. Just relying on your own people to cause trouble for the Black Star Legion, it is equivalent to giving away someone's head." Roddick just now tried to enter the boarding battle, trying to capture the other party's crew as evidence, but the attacker kept a distance and did not let him do it. But in his opinion, even if there is evidence, it will not have much impact on the Black Star Legion. In the Shining World, the local snake of the Black Star Legion almost does whatever it wants. Although the Moto civilization is a superstar cluster civilization, its base camp is located in the old galaxy, far away from the Broken Star Rings and Shining World, and it is beyond reach. No matter how powerful the power is, it cannot do anything to the Black Star Legion. Moreover, they are not cosmic civilizations with a lot of super A-level allies, so there's no way to deal with Black Star himself. The result is that even though he knew his opponent's identity, he could not fight back and could only watch the enemy target him. Roddick was so depressed that his mentality was about to explode. Thinking of this, Roddick felt worse. He took a few deep breaths, turned his head and stared at Legos, and said angrily, "Contact Garros. I want to ask him why he didn't come to join the war. Now he can only find someone to take his anger. But Garros is indeed responsible. He is close, but does not join the war. I don't know what disease this little brother has committed, and Roddick has reason to be angry." Lagos had to contact Garros again, and the communication was quickly connected, and Garros appeared on the screen. Roddick took the initiative and shouted angrily, "Give me a reason." Garros frowned, expressionlessly said, "Pay attention to your attitude." Facing the Black Star who can't afford to offend, his attitude was full of awe and no confidence. But when facing Roddick, he suddenly regained his super A-level style, and he almost wrote the word cold on his face. Just 2 words, true. "Why are you watching? I will ask your boss to dismiss the job at that time." Garros did not explain and hung up the communication directly. When he accepted the employment, he thought the task was just to deal with competition from other foreign forces, but he did not expect to provoke Black Star. This employment became a loss, so he didn't want to do it. Even if he breached the contract and suffered a loss, it would be better than being involved in the dispute between Moto Civilization and the Black Star Legion. He will be dismissed from the employment, so he will naturally not tell Han Xiao out. He will offend both sides. That's a big fool. Since he chooses to stand on one side, he will implement it to the end. Besides, he didn't want to admit that he was afraid of Han Xiao, so he didn't want to tell outsiders the reason. But this attitude, as if he was arrogant, Roddick's blood pressure, which he had finally dropped, soared again. "Oh, do you think I am not in a position enough, and you're too lazy to explain the reason to me? A bunch of bastards." Roddick was so angry that he trembled all over, and his fist repeated the steps of clenching and loosening, his expression as ugly as if he was just shit. Lagos looked worried. "We have lost a lot of equipment and resources and can only mobilize the inventory of the rear stronghold, which will inevitably slow down our speed and have too great impact on strategy. All forces are competing and lagging behind others from the beginning. How much potential benefits will this lose?" Lagos didn't dare to think about it at all, and his heart was bleeding. It can be said that the development plan of the Moto Civilization in the Shining World was completely disrupted by this wave of attacks. At this moment, the Imperial Patrol Fleet, which was responsible for maintaining public security, finally arrived late and sent a communication application, and the avatar of the Emperor *** official appeared on the screen. "We detected the energy reaction of the battle. What happened here just now?" Roddick took a deep breath, his face gloomy, and repeated what had just happened. The Emperor nodded. "We already know the situation and will send someone to track it immediately. I will notify you as soon as possible if there is any news." After that, the Imperial Patrol Fleet turned around, scattered, and chased towards the attacker. They seem to be very responsible, but Roddick and Lagos know that the tracking of the Empire will never have any results. At the same time, some of the attackers stopped in a certain area and entered the hiding mode, gathered the seized logistics spacecraft together, and began to transport the resources above. The captured Moto civilized crew members were all driven into a spaceship with communication signals blocked, and all the equipment was confiscated. Everyone stared at the armored warriors holding weapons around them in panic. At this time, an armored warrior came out, took off his helmet, revealing a baby face, which was Nilo. Seeing him, the crowd suddenly became turbulent. Someone had read Nero's information and immediately understood that the attacker was the Black Star Army. Nilo looked around everyone and tried to make a majestic expression, but this would only make the baby face more cute. "Now there are 2 roads in front of you. First, death. Second, give up freedom in exchange for life, and work for us forever." The crowd was silent, and at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Aren't you afraid that we will betray you?" Nilo narrowed his eyes. Who is talking? As he finished speaking, a short Moto man walked out and whispered, "I am the deputy logistics supervisor who accompanied this time, and the leader of the engineering and technical team. I am a senior engineer." Nilo's eyes lit up. It seems that he has caught a senior technical cadre from the other party. "You don't have to care about this issue. You will not have the opportunity to contact the outside world. You will always be the shadow of the Legion." Nero said slowly, "If you don't want to, we won't force anyone." The hatch door is right next to you. Jump into the universe. Let's choose now. It seems that we have no other choice. The deputy logistics manager looked helpless. Everyone looked at each other without hesitation, and everyone chose the second path. Soon, Milo picked out the technical talents among them, and these people were useful and would secretly serve the Legion in the future to squeeze out the remaining value. Other non-technical crew members, according to Han Xiao's wishes, would be sent to the Kundi planet. As for becoming slaves or being torn apart by the Kundi people, it doesn't matter to him. Anyway, they're all for venting their anger for the Kundi people. These people are basically soldiers who can participate in the expedition of the Moto civilization. Perhaps they are not aware of the Kundi incident, but they cannot be considered innocent people. It is natural for them to repay the debts of civilization. If you take revenge, you must have a revenge Yazi, and it does not exist. Han Xiao, who was rushing to the Black Star Palace, received the good news from Philip and nodded, feeling quite satisfied. It's even more difficult for the Moto civilization to develop in the Shining World. Han Xiao asked the fleet to hide his identity to attack the Moto civilization's expeditionary forces. As long as there is no evidence left behind, even if the other party knows in his heart that it is his doing, it will not affect him. He did not intend to wipe out Rodik's fleet completely, and he could not completely erase the hope of Moto civilization. Only by allowing them to continue to invest resources in the Shining World can they develop long-term revenge. Otherwise, if they really don't come to the Shining World, they will have to go to other people's territory to deal with the Moto civilization, which will be a lot of trouble. Now, Moto civilization will replenish new resources just in time for a long time. Cutting flesh with a blunt knife is the most tormenting. Don't ask. Asking is the king of torture. In the past life version 4.0, the competition among foreign forces will become increasingly fierce, and more incidents of concealing their identities and attacking other forces will be more and more. Today, I fired the first shot to shine in the world. A glimmer flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Little girl, wait. This is just the beginning. I will have your good juice in the future. Beep. Han Xiao was thinking of a slut, and the communicator suddenly rang twice. It was Tarakov's call. Pressed to answer, Brother Totsi's old wash basin appeared on the screen, his face full of smiles, and without following the program, he came up and started to whisper, "Hey Xing, you did a pretty job. I like your decisive look." The organization that foreign forces were not sure to attack the Moto civilization. And of course the Empire knew that it was done by the Black Star Legion. You don't like me like other things. Han Xiao looked calm on the surface, but he smiled in his heart and said casually, "Don't forget to fulfill the transaction and give me the resources to compensate me." Revenge on the Moto civilization is also the need of the Empire, and the Empire is ready to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Because it is not suitable to take action personally, the Empire borrowed Han Xiao's power and of course would not let the Black Star Army work in vain. It had already signed an agreement in private. Black Star was responsible for using force to educate Modwa civilization, and the Red Empire would pay resources as a reward. In the eyes of the Empire, this move is to hire allies to attack opponents. And in the eyes of Han Xiao, it is to use the Empire's money to do his own tasks. And you can also make an extra wave of benefits. This wave of oil and water is very comfortable to eat. Don't worry, we haven't relied on your account yet. Tarakov smiled and then asked, "How do you plan to deal with the captives of the Moto civilization?" Some of them stayed in the Legion as secret labor force, and some were thrown into the Kundi territory to fend for themselves. Lao Ta nodded and reminded, "No matter what, cut off all channels of their contact with the outside world so that they can evaporate forever. Don't leak the news. If you want to break my information blockade, the success rate is infinitely close to 0. Don't worry about this problem." "Yes, you are a virtual mechanic after all, and I'm worried too much." Lao Ta smiled and said, "Actually, there's nothing big about finding you, just telling you. In short, please increase your efforts on the Moto civilization. I'll do it first." After the words, the communication was hung up, and Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. Just because of this little thing, I am afraid there is still a hint indicating that the Empire knows the movements of the Black Star Legion, which is nothing more than asking him not to do anything to others outside the Maudwa civilization. Perhaps there's also the influence of the Gods Conference. Fisk, you're scheming again. Han Xiao put away the communicator and threw this matter behind his mind. He stepped to the refrigerator in the room, opened the door, and took out a sweet and concentrated nutrition stick from it, and gnawed it as a snack while thinking about another problem. Now all players are rushing to the Shining World. The Broken Star Ring is closest. It doesn't take long before the Legion players will arrive at the Shining World first. Now that the version has just opened, players need to adapt for a while before they can gradually get on the right track and compete with each other. In previous lives, players fought for their respective camps. In addition to some famous national war events, the reason for the fight under normal circumstances was first of all, the conflict between each other's camp missions, and the other was to seize resources from other guilds. In this environment, it is becoming increasingly difficult for locomotive players to get along, so joining together has become a major trend, which has led to more and more players starting to establish guilds. According to statistics, in version 4.0, the number of player guilds is an upward curve, and the more time goes by, the more guilds it will be. The turning point in the explosive growth of the number of guilds was a famous event. Several wealthy guilds led by the Demon Club in the United States jointly formed a formal organization recognized by the outside world and obtained a super opportunity for other players to grab the head through bidding and obtained official authorization. After that, players paid more and more attention to the role of the guild, began to join forces on a large scale, and the guilds united each other to form formal organizations recognized by the outside world, and then cooperated with the forces in the universe as a force, using business, diplomacy, and other means. In this way, the role of the guild is very significant, and the resources that can be obtained are higher than that of ordinary players by unknown orders of magnitude. This gameplay was also available in the previous versions, but it was not until 4.0 that it brought the player's career to a turning point. The reason is that the strength of the 4.0 version players has improved their influence on the universe environment qualitatively, so that they can have the capital to organize independently and be valued. Now, because I give Legion players the advantage of being too thick and too big, players in other star fields are likely to join forces to curb Legion players' advantages. When everyone adapts to the new version, the Legion will definitely suffer some losses. After all, there are too many opponents. Han Xiao pondered and thought. Since Legion players now have the advantage, he doesn't mind giving another boost and letting Legion players lead to the end. Originally, all players had to adapt for a period of time before they could gradually enter the stage of large-scale guild formation and organization. Han Xiao planned to let the Legion players enter the era of comprehensive guilds in advance. This requires some incentive system adjustments. Han Xiao thought for a while, summoned Philip, and proposed a new system idea, which was only targeted at the player group, that is, the Immortal Force, by making meritorious service, making contribution degree to the advanced rank, and meeting the superpower level of level B or above. He's qualified to form a new type of combat team, with no less than 2 members, and the number of team numbers can be named by themselves. After the formation is completed, you can report in the Legion, and each month you can obtain special team merit points based on the completion status of the task in that month, and the sum of the contribution of the team members. Team merit points can be exchanged for large-scale resource replenishment, or for other things, including equipment, knowledge, and skills, and it has an important purpose. That is, merit points can be exchanged for agent qualifications at all levels of the Legion's various businesses, or used to bid for certain special projects, or for the mining rights of some resource planets, which have many functions that tend to be inclined to this aspect. Not only that, as long as you accumulate enough merit points, you can choose to become an affiliated organization under the Black Star Legion, which has a certain degree of independence. After that, the merit points can require the Legion to provide support or exchange it for Legion authorization, borrow the Legion's name to perform certain non-illegal strategic actions, or provide an application for a strategic plan for joint combat between the two sides, which is equivalent to having a part of the voice and cooperating with the Black Star Legion as a semi-independent force. This should be almost the same. Han Xiao looked at the outline of the new system several times and nodded secretly. The role of this system is to legalize the player guild. Originally, the guild only exists within the players and is not recognized by the interstellar community. For example, the Temple Guild. NPCs do not know the existence of the Temple Guild, and they do not know who is the member. This system allows the player guild to be recognized directly in the Legion system and become a formal organization with archives. In this way, the player guild will transform from virtual to real and become a real force in the universe. The purpose of the team's merit point is to arouse the interest of Legion players in establishing guilds. If you don't need to adapt to the version, many people will try this gameplay, especially the official guilds of wealthy clubs, and will definitely submit applications. In the previous life, in version 4.0, there will always be players who will leave the NPC camp and organize independently. With this new system, at least the tendency of Legion players to do this can be greatly weakened. The price is to give the player guild a certain degree of independence, and the Legion will cause certain turmoil. But at this time, giving the player higher freedom is the only way to go. As his strength improves, his salary will naturally increase accordingly. Han Xiao believes that he is not a bad boss, and even if he squeezes, he will give him enough money. 4.0 is the turning point of the player's career. From here, players become slutty, with broken legs and spreading the flames of chaoticism everywhere. It is impossible for them to have a high control over players like the previous versions. He had long planned to change this, give the player guild the opportunity to develop, and give more resources to support the player guild. Only in this way can players who are increasingly unwilling to be bound to continue to play for themselves because of their increased strength. At the same time, this system can also attract foreign players and dig out the leaks from Lao Wangto's next door. One kill, two birds with both. Master, are you sure you want to release this new system? Philip, like an elf, sat on Han Xiao's collarbone. His big eyes flashed. He looked up at Han Xiao's side face, and his calves swayed in the air. Let's release the trailer first. Han Xiao prepared that the Legion players will officially promulgate this system after they all arrived in the Shining World. Before this, let the players prepare in advance and call their friends. Okay, Buzz. Han Xiao paused, suddenly remembered something, and said, I studied the logical structure of Resta some time ago and had some new ideas. I will update it for you in a few days to improve computing power. Upon hearing this, Philip's eyes lit up and flew into Han Xiao's face. Hearing this, he hugged Han Xiao's nose, put his chin on the bridge of his nose, blinked his eyes, and opposed Han Xiao's eyes. Philip likes his master the most. Stop acting cute to me. Han Xiao raised his brow, raised his hand, and bounced his fingers, and flicked Philip on his nose. The news of the attack on the Moto civilization also spread wildly in the world. Many forces were discussing this matter in private, and this news also reached the ears of other superstar cluster civilized troops. Many superstar civilizations held meetings immediately. Moto was attacked by 80% done by the Empire. The two of them got together so quickly. Is this the first step for the Empire to target our superstar cluster civilization? Unlike, it seems that it is just a personal grudge between the Empire and Moto. Well, when you cross the first and second phases, you can help Moto with the opportunity. You can't let the Empire beat them too badly, because you know that the three civilizations will not let them develop in the Shining World. Most of the superstar cluster civilizations have formed a private alliance to form a secret superstar cluster alliance to jointly resist the malice of the three civilizations. Moto was attacked, and according to the alliance, other superstar civilizations decided to provide help at the right time. Although this matter seems to have nothing to do with them, the Superstar Alliance does not want to give the Empire a chance to defeat each other. Although Moto civilization is a competitor, resisting the pressure of the three major civilizations is the primary task in the eyes of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Everyone understands that it cannot be internalized. For this reason, they do not mind helping their competitors, giving up the small and taking the big, and advancing and retreating together on the same front. Only in this way can they have the opportunity to break the blockade of the three major civilizations on the new star domain. With the cover of the Legion and the Empire, no witnesses found the attacking troops. After a while, the Black Star fleet that attacked the Moto civilization finally gathered, took the secret passage back to the Gaolu star cluster, and sent the selected prisoners to the Kundi planet of the Odoran Galaxy. With the help of the Black Star Legion, each colonial star has built a large number of cities and is not short of living resources. The Kundi people have been recuperating safely for more than 10 years. Although they have not yet escaped the mental trauma of war, many people choose to enjoy peace and work hard to live a new life. In recent years, all colonial stars have been blocked from communication with the outside world, and residents of each planet can only log into the network of the planet servers, so they know nothing about what is happening outside, just like the isolated islands in the universe. The Legion and the Empire control all media channels and do not allow the existence of folk media. The Kundi people can only accept the Empire's comprehensive cultural transformation in literature, music, film, and television, and use various entertainment channels to subtly transform their thoughts. Living this quiet and numb life without any chance to resist, anger is useless, and many people are helpless and accepting their fate. But just today, the official channel of cultural transformation programs is broadcasting every day, and suddenly a news was released which cheered countless Kundi people up. His Excellency Black Star fulfilled his original promise and avenged the Kundi tribe, and captured a group of prisoners of the behind-the-scenes planners, and was about to be sent to the Kundi colonial star. The news immediately caused a sensation. Although this generation of Kundi tribes is unable to resist, they have not forgotten their hatred. Compared with the Empire, they hate the behind-the-scenes planners who used Kundi tribes. On the date, countless Kundi people arrived at the designated landing pier early, looked up at the sky, waiting for the arrival of these prisoners. Spaceships penetrated the atmosphere and became more and more in sight, and quickly landed on the dock. As the hatch doors opened one after another, batches of Black Star Army soldiers walked out with unarmed prisoners. The prisoners sent were all screened. The superpowers who were too strong were eliminated. All those left were scattered. They were wearing prison uniforms, and all their items were confiscated without any threat. The Kundi people around were crowded with endless sight. Many prisoners couldn't help but feel nervous, and their bodies were a little stiff when they saw so many ferocious creatures surrounding them. What planet is here? Why are we sent here? What creatures are these? Are wild beasts? Wearing clothes? They are intelligent creatures. Why are they all staring at us? A bit cunning. Using the Kundi tribe is a secret of the top leaders. These ordinary soldiers naturally don't know, and many people don't even know this species. At this time, they can't help but feel confused and don't understand why these intelligent creatures are staring at them. At this moment, a stone suddenly flew out of the crowd and hit the head of a motor captor. Bang! The prisoner groaned and hurriedly covered his head. Before the other companions could react, countless debris flew out of the crowd and smashed them at all the prisoners. Screams and wails immediately sounded, and the prisoners were smashed to death. The Black Star Army soldiers beside them watched coldly. After everyone was smashed for a while, they took action to stop them, spread their shields to block all the flying objects, and the ground was quickly filled with debris. Although no one was killed, the captives were still in shock. Why did they smash us? What was the Black Star Army going to send us over? Everyone was disturbed and looked around in panic. Only then did they understand the eyes of the Kundi tribe around them, full of hatred and anger. At this moment, a Legion soldier next to him snorted and said coldly, "They are the Kundi people, the indigenous civilization shining in the world." During the second phase of the exploration, the Moto civilization secretly used the Kundi people to provoke their conflict with the Empire, thus leading to the demise of the Kundi civilization. All of you are their enemies. Stay here to atone for your sins. After hearing these words, all the prisoners quieted down, widened their eyes, and looked shocked. Send us to the territory of our enemies. This is to give us to them to vent their anger. We promised to leave a way out for us, but we should live a life worse than death. It's over, it's over. Each prisoner had a dark mood on his face, and he did not dare to look up and was pushed forward, sent to the land vehicle, and sent to the prison. The land vehicle slowly moved away from the dock, and from beginning to end, the surrounding Kundi tribes stared at the captives. The crowd did not disperse for a long time. After a while, someone whispered, "When Haixing said he would help us get justice, it was really. I didn't expect Haixing to keep fulfilling his promise. I misunderstood him. It turns out that he is such a noble person." Many Kundis were a little moved. Over the past decade, the Black Star Legion has managed the planet and provided countless living resources. In addition to the publicity of cultural and entertainment, the Kundi people are already very familiar with the Legion. In terms of relationships, the Kundi tribe has no hatred for the Black Star Legion, but not many people believe Han Xiao's verbal promises, thinking that they are just perfunctory. After all, the Kundi tribe is just a group of prisoners who cannot resist. Why does Black Star waste his energy to seek justice for them? More than 10 years have passed, and I guess they have forgotten this. And just when everyone had no hope for him, Han Xiao proved with his actions that he was not joking. In the eyes of the Kundi tribe, the Black Star immediately became the only hope for the tribe to seek justice. In addition to being surprised, the Kundi people all felt grateful to Han Xiao, and there were more expectations. The impression Han Xiao left on them gradually changed from an irrelevant big shot to a benefactor. Black Star, bring good people, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. The Stargate Passage built by the Black Star Legion is the first choice for countless foreign forces. At this time, it has become the most popular and convenient route in the shining world at present, and countless spacecraft pass through every moment. The reason is that the Black Star Legion has a large territory, including 2 border galaxies in different directions, and has built a direct Stargate without having to turn to other people's territory, saving a lot of time along the way. Second, Han Xiao was familiar with the advantages of the star map and was effective. In the territory he chose, there were a lot of transportation hubs and strategic locations. The previous life was the most prosperous area, and now he quickly regained the style of his previous life. Those consortiums that invested in the Black Star Legion have also begun to get rewards. Han Xiao promised to hand over some of the business in the territory to these investors to operate. Now there are countless consortium troops staying in the territory to do things, so that the business in the territory can be enriched quickly. About half of the foreign forces chose to pass the Black Star Army route. Of course, Han Xiao would not provide free services. A large number of spacecraft entered the Gallu star cluster every day, and his tolls were sluggish. The entrance stargate spits out dense streams of light, forming a hazy silver iridescent that will last for a long time. At this time, spacecraft with the Black Star logo flew out from the stargate and slowly moved forward with the crowded fleet. This is the entrance to the territory of the Black Star Legion. Each warship was carrying a large number of Legion players, all squeezing in front of the porthole, looking curious. The Hymen Star jumped into his eyes. Compared to the deserted appearance that players remember, the Hymen Star is now extremely lively. Countless spacecraft are ups and downs, with dense flow of people and endless buildings on the surface. The countless lights are like jewelry curtains covering the planet. Next to it, a silver rainbow hangs obliquely in the universe, extending to the end of the line of sight. This is the leaping and ray of flames left by countless transit spacecraft. The spacecraft passes by like a meteor again and again. Because it is too frequent, it has not dissipated. It is like using a silver-colored pen to leave an indelible line on the black canvas, which runs through the entire Stargate line, as if it has become a guide for guidance. Hymen Star, the portal of the Black Star Legion territory, the large-scale entry-transfer station of the Gallu star cluster. Feng Yu gently read out the information displayed on the communicator. It's so lively, it's completely different from the previous version. Kuang Dao couldn't help but sigh. It was not until he arrived at the Legion's territory that he felt that the Legion's changes were like a dream. Kuang Dao is the first player to follow Black Star. After experiencing every step of the rise of Black Star, it is hard to imagine that his camp has really developed to this point and has such a vast territory. Just looking at the territory area is equivalent to 10 galaxy-level civilizations, and it can even be compared with some star cluster-level civilizations, which is so terrifying. In his eyes, Black Star's thigh became thicker again. Just as he was thinking, Feng Yu asked in a low voice, "The Shining World is the world server. We arrived earlier than other Star Domain players. This period is very important. Do you have any plans?" "Don't worry. The guild must first register as an affiliated organization in the Legion. We will follow the guild to do things, and should go to the 4th phase to explore the area to seize the opportunity." Quang Dao said, "I didn't expect the Legion to release this transformative system, which almost made the guild independent from the Legion. The camp belonging became more flexible, and the gameplay was completely innovative. Of course, it was a good thing for us. But from the perspective of Black Star, I don't know what he was thinking and why he was willing to delegate power." Feng Yu couldn't help but mutter, and she was still surprised even after many days. "It means I guessed right before. As our players' overall level increases, their influence on the universe will become greater and greater. It seems that this version will be a turning point." Quang Dao looked like I was very smart and praised me. Originally, many players were confused about how to play their leading edge in the Shining World at this time, and a new system released by Han Xiao not long ago immediately pointed out a clear path for all Legion players. Team merit points are simply tailor-made functions for the guild development. Almost every famous and surnamed Huaxia guild decided to register as a formal organization in the Legion. Similarly, this also set off a trend of building guilds. During the time of travel, countless Legion players called friends to recruit people to build guilds, and Han Xiao's approach was effective. The fleet moved forward, flew for a while, and arrived at the Black Star Palace. This was the first time that players had seen this new main base established during the version update. Its magnificent scale surprised many players. This group of players who arrived first came to the base in the outermost ring and gathered in a hall. Philip called them here to be reviewed. Not long after, 2 figures walked in, and the players present looked at each other and were all excited. The 2 are the commander of the Legion, Han Xiao, and the 2nd Legion, the Super A-level Hela. Wow, long time no see. Hela is getting more and more beautiful. This face, this figure, this aura. Please let me rush to death here. Save all, it's all a chicken-free talk, funny. I miss the feeling of being beaten to death by Hela. Maybe this is love. No, this is pervert. Woman? It's boring. Only a strong man like Black Star can make you feel so happy that you can't breathe. A large wave of players turned into 2 steps and rushed up to get close. The 5 big words, "I want to show my good feelings," were written on their faces. Hela was surrounded by countless people and was even more popular than Han Xiao. Han Xiao secretly cursed about sexism. Before Hela, who had an impatient look on his face, he took the initiative to bounce the people around him, clapped his hands, and said in a deep voice, "Silent, there is something to say." Hearing this, the player gradually calmed down, and his curious eyes stared at Han Xiao. Han Xiaoqing cleared his throat and said slowly, "Now the Shining World is open to the outside world. The influx of foreign forces has brought the exploration of the new star domain to a new stage. The peace that once disappeared. In the future, countless disputes will break out around the new star domain resources, and our Black Star Legion also needs to adapt to this change. I believe everyone already knows that the Legion has recently issued a new system, which is the first step in the change. Everyone is my fellow villagers and comrades in arms, and they grow up with the Legion. The Immortal Force is of great significance to the Legion and is all heroes. I decided to give you more independence. I hope you can play your talents and make a career." As soon as he finished speaking, many players looked at each other and were surprised. This seems to be the first time Black Star talks to them about the Immortal Force. Before this, although they played for the Black Star Legion, they did not feel that they were very important. The outside world called them immortal, but the commander of the Legion did not seem to have said this in public and always treated them equally with ordinary members. In version 1.0, Mengya has studied players, and there are still similar situations. All players have always known that their immortal mechanism may arouse NPCs' curiosity, but in the eyes of most people, this is just a means to enhance the sense of reality, and they have not paid much attention to it. But now when I suddenly heard Blackstar say this, the players present had an inexplicable feeling, as if something that had been overlooking had once again come to my mind. That is, we are really unique. In everyone's eyes, Han Xiao's image became more vivid. Apart from this inexplicable emotion, the players present were still very happy. They could hear the faction leader He Xing personally admit that they were very important to the Legion. Many people were quite excited, and they couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of accomplishment and belonging in their hearts. Han Xiao looked around and took everyone's face. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. Although Hela and I are now Super A level, we are all the family members of the Mother Star. In this cold universe, we are our own people who are grouping together to keep warm, so we don't have to be too reserved to me. I have high hopes for you. Remember, the Black Star Legion will always be your backing." Hearing this, everyone was excited. The family of the Mother Star? Yes. Why did you forget this? Black Star has this bond with us. Seeing Han Xiao's attitude at this time, everyone felt that Han Xiao became more friendly. In the crowd, Feng Yu was thoughtful and quietly poked Quang Dao's waist, whispering, "Why do I feel that Black Star seems to have changed a little?" Change? Haha, you were wrong. He didn't change at all. Quang Dao looked excited. This is the Han Xiao in my impression, not the cold big man Black Star. His voice was too loud, and many professional players around couldn't help but look at him. What he said is right. How long has Black Star not been in close contact with us? Tai Ertzi muttered. As Black Star's stature grows higher and higher, it is difficult for others to get in touch with. Unexpectedly, he is still as down-to-earth as version 1.0. Mingyue Chong finally laughed. It seems that he really treats us as his confidants. Many people were discussing in a low voice, and the meat bag turned a deaf ear and focused on recording this scene, with joy on their faces. Han Xiaoyinwei glanced at him and nodded secretly. In the previous versions, as their status increases, players' opportunities to contact themselves gradually decrease. After the two versions, their image has become a bit cold. In version 4.0, players' role is becoming more and more powerful. Han Xiao decided to become more down-to-earth, narrow the distance with the player again, and deepen the emotional bond between the player over him. This is an important factor affecting the player in addition to interests. After all, he was a player in his previous life, so how could he not know what G points the player has? Seeing the player's face full of joy, Han Xiao coughed and spoke again, and finally found out. The competition in the Shining World has become very fierce. I will mobilize a fleet to go to the fourth phase to explore to compete with foreign forces. You can volunteer to participate. As long as each registered affiliated organization has members involved, it can obtain more team merit points based on the number of participants. The organization allows the establishment of strongholds on the planets in the Legion territory, which is protected by the Legion. At the same time, the merchandise of the military supplies department is temporarily 30% off. As soon as the words fell, the panel popped up the camp mission, and the eyes of many players suddenly lit up. Not only do you have the main mission of a large faction, you can also get a 30% discount on the faction store, and you can even establish a formal guild stronghold in the Legion territory. Black Star is indeed the Black Star, which is a benefit for walking. Seeing that everyone was impatient, Han Xiao announced the end of the meeting. Many players scattered and immediately ran to the military supplies to shop. The money accumulated in the previous version is still in hand, and many players have a large wallet and sufficient consumption capacity. A 30% discount is a promotional method to stimulate players' consumption. Although players' current mentality is mainly upgraded, it will definitely be shaken when encountering such a big advantage. This move is to harvest players' experience. Han Xiao has not been idle for 20 years and has accumulated a wave of task settlement cards in his hand. It is currently at level 307. He has been upgraded a little during the update period. As long as he reaches level 320, he can advance. The star clusters explored in the fourth phase are the most competitive places and are also the main stage for players to fight in the world servers. This move is also to urge players to go to the fourth phase of exploration area to gain advantages in advance, helping Legion players stay ahead of schedule and avoid being bullied by foreign players. In addition, letting those guilds registered as formal organizations establish guild strongholds within the Legion territory is a kind of interest binding. Our family is in our territory, and the cost of sunk from the camp is even higher. It's all routines. I'm such a bad guy. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. He took Hela out of the hall, and the two were walking in the Legion, chatting one by one. At this time, Hela suddenly said, "Hey Xing, I am also preparing to go to the fourth phase of the area to participate in the Legion's exploration on the front line. Are you itchy?" Han Xiao glanced at her. "Well, I'm not you. I can remotely control my clones at home. I want to compete with more super A-level players. Now is a good opportunity." Hyla nodded. After becoming a super A-level, her enterprising spirit was not slackened at all. She knew that there was still a big gap between her and Han Xiao, and she still wanted to improve herself. It is not suitable for competition in the Broken Star Ring. Now that we are in the Shining World, the gathering of heroes is a good opportunity to temper ourselves. Okay, then you can serve as the fleet commander. I would like to remind you that dozens of super A-level battles will be the most dangerous area in the universe for a long time in the future. If you encounter a guy you can't deal with, please inform me that my clone will follow the fleet at any time. Han Xiao said, "So many super A-level people are not here to visit. They are all for the sake of the interests of the new star field. They are not restricted by Han Xiao in the Shining World. This group of people will fight hard. Not only Hela, but Han Xiao is also preparing to let his clone stay there." Separated from Hela, Han Xiao walked towards his room and opened the long-lost player forum on the way to browse the movements of players in various star fields and appreciate the elegant and easygoingness of the sand sculpture netizens. After a while, I relaxed when I suddenly felt a new post was topped. Han Xiao took a look, and his eyes lit up. It was the first issue of Star Sea Times since the opening of a new version. GDX, after waiting for more than half a month, I finally want to update it? Han Xiao entered the post, and as soon as he opened the video, two new hosts appeared on the screen, one man and one woman. Male host, "Hello, friends of the player, I am away." Female host, "I am Tsuehua." This is Shanghai Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. After the routine started, the two hosts started the retention program that must be held in each episode, working hard to chat. It has been more than half a month since the new version was launched. Players from all over the country are working hard to adapt. There have been many changes compared to the 3.0 and 4.0 Shining World version. Let's preview in advance. Our content today is very fulfilling and will lead you to analyze the gameplay of the new version. When talking about the new version, I remembered one thing. I have a friend. Before he finished speaking, Suwa interrupted him. "I know that friend is you. Please continue your performance." "My friend, he has recently hit a ghost." "What did you use it?" Away was speechless for a while before continuing. "One day, my friend came home from the evening shift, and it was already late at night. His family had already slept. He washed up and went to bed and hugged his wife. When he was sleeping until midnight, he heard footsteps outside the door, and Suehua suddenly interrupted, looking strange. "Wait, what does this have to do with the new version?" "Ahem, I'm just finding an excuse to raise the topic and don't care about these details. You keep going." Suehua rolled her eyes. "My friend and wife live in the family." He thought that the house had entered, so he quickly got up and turned on the lights, but he didn't find anyone else. The door was closed well, so he continued to sleep. But when he woke up early the next morning to go to work, he found that the door had been opened, leaving a crack in the door, but there was nothing missing at home. He thought he had dreamed last night, so he quickly woke up his wife and asked her if she had heard the noise last night, but his wife didn't hear it. "Do you think it was scary?" "It must be a ghost." Suehua, eat more green vegetables in the future, which is good for your body and mind. By the way, what would you do if you really encounter a ghost? My mother called it to death with a national flag. Do you think my materialistic halo is fake? After this interaction, the two hosts successfully brought the players' excitement back to normal levels, and they all changed from being excited to seamless face. Han Xiao listened to the awkward chat scene without expression, and the two hosts finally got to the topic. Away. Get back to the point. The 4.0 Shining World version has been open for half a month, and the characteristics of this version have been shown. That's right. That's the world's server. Suehua. Yes. After 3 versions of baptism, players from all countries can finally gather together to play in the same star domain. This is a major gameplay innovation. It can be predicted that this version will be very lively, and it is very likely that the national war will occur, and it will become a battle between players from all countries. When it comes to foreseeing, I remember the prediction made by Star C Times in the last episode of 3.0. At that time, we speculated that the 4.0 version will fully enable the cross-star domain function. Now the guess is more than half true. The only thing we didn't guess is the opening of the world server. Due to the emergence of the world server, the players of Broken Star Ring have 2 natural version advantages. The first is their geographical location. Because the 2 star domains are adjacent, the Broken Star Ring players can come to the world server earlier than other star domain players. Second, the Broken Star Ring players have unique camp advantages. Yes, among the camps that players are qualified to join, the only camp that touched the Shining World in the previous version is the Black Star Legion that includes most of the Broken Star Ring players. They followed the Legion to participate in the first phase of the Shining World exploration and laid the foundation. Not only that, the Black Star Legion has become the strongest force in the Shining World except for the Empire in the new version. I still remember that the Black Star Legion was the guiding camp of the Broken Star Ring in version 2.0, and now it has developed into such a huge force, which can provide huge help to the Broken Star Ring players in the Shining World and give them innate advantages. But I think everything has 2 sides. The ancient said that wood is outstanding and forest wind will destroy it. Players with the advantage of the Broken Star Ring may become thorns in the eyes of other star domain players. The 2 hosts sang and analyzed the version situation. About the gameplay of the world server, there are many posts in each section to analyze. According to our summary, the competition in version 4.0 may be dominated by guilds. Ordinary players are more free and have more room for operation, but the efficiency of obtaining resources cannot be compared with guilds. And our basis is the system recently promulgated by the Black Star Army. Away suddenly paused and hesitated. Speaking of all, how many times have we predicted the version of the article used the Black Star Army as a weather vane? As soon as this statement was made, players who watched the show carefully instantly entered the rampage mode, and dense barrage swept by. It's a solid evidence. The Black Star Legion of origin. Without the Legion, the Star C Times don't know how to do the show. Away. It's very simple to make predictions. Just summarize the trends of the Black Star Legion. The garbage program depends on the Legion. Funny. The official dog licking can't be washed. It can't be washed. Black Star. That's right. The most beautiful boy with a Broken Star Ring below. The window of the soul is sick. The sea blue rises up and shares the battle robe. The left meat bag. The right times the Black Star shines. The star waves, are you? Are you carrying a literary master? If you can speak, publish a book. The sand sculpture netizens showed off again, and Han Xiao looked happy. This wave of licking is very comfortable. It is worth it. I've been providing benefits and guidance version. Suehua coughed. When it comes to serious business, the movements of the Black Star Legion are important references. The new system they promulgated some time ago. The core mechanism is to transform the guild into a formal organization in the universe, providing players with opportunities similar to independence. The gameplay of self-reliance has been relatively remote in the previous versions, mainly because the conditions are immature. When it comes to version 4.0, the level upper limit is increased and the influence of self-reliance increases, and this gameplay may become important. The Black Star Legion guided this gameplay. According to their previous tough deeds, this may become the mainstream gameplay of version 4.0, and encourage more people to establish guilds. But please note all players. Normal self-reliance needs to be separated from the original camp. So far, only the Black Star Legion has a semi-independent and independent system. That is, only the Legion players can retain the ownership of the Black Star Legion while being independent. This is another unique advantage. It's not clear whether this is one of the characteristics of the Black Star Army. If other Star Domain players do not have this system, I think many foreign players will switch to the Black Star Army. So now the problem is, if they become players in the same camp, can they still fight in the national war? The analysis is quite accurate. Han Xiao muttered secretly. This is a good thing for him, and it helps promote the superiority of his system, allowing players to understand the convenience of the Legion and increase the attractiveness of the camp. The program then carefully analyzed the possibility of players in the world server and the movements of players in various star fields. After Han Xiao finished watching the whole process, he mainly looked at the movements of players in other star fields. Other star fields are not like broken star rings. Players basically have no unified camp, and their belongings are relatively scattered. At this time, follow the camp to cross the star field. There are also many people who are lonely wolf players who have withdrawn from the camp. Most of them are in the United States and Europe. After all, one place is nourishing the other, and breathing the sweet air. The free gene is subtly engraved in the bones. The foreign camps to which the players belong are worth noting, most of which are small and medium-sized organizations. Small organizations are not worth worrying about. There are too many powerful forces in the Shining World. The channels for joining version 4.0 will be opened on a large scale. As the saying goes, people will go to a higher level, and players are like being surrounded by countless vixen spirits in disarray. How can they bear this temptation? They will immediately get tired of the new and get rid of the old and abandon it. Moreover, many people don't like to break up peacefully and have to cheat directly. They are just scumbags, and they become heir-woozy, who sells their old boss in exchange for the contribution of their next family. Han Xiao remembers many cases, and even players deliberately used the name of a small organization to provoke big players. They jumped back on the wave, attracting irresistible strong enemies for the small organization, causing the old boss to be directly destroyed, and joining the hostile new camp to get promoted and raise salary. This is unconventional chaos. For many players, integrity is nothing. Small organizations are not attractive and weak, so players do not miss it. Normal players will cherish large camps like themselves that are beneficial and forceful, and they will not cause trouble like this. In addition to small and medium-sized organizations, there are also foreign players who play powerful forces, such as Infinite Consortium, Interstellar Black Market, Extinguished Legion, and some star cluster level or even superstar cluster level civilizations. Depending on a region, they have more or less immortals from different countries. Especially Sorigen, a gossip, has recruited many players and has tested the Legion players before. He is afraid that he is not going to dig my foot in the Shining World. Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. The Infinite Consortium mainly recruits people in the Sea of Stars, mainly Japanese and Korean players, and the Extinguishing Legion is an important camp for the United States. The players under these two forces should be the most in addition to the Black Star Legion. When it comes to the Extinguishing Legion, Han Xiao couldn't help but think of Bioni, who is the leader of the Flame Demon clan, and the Extinguishing Legion is mainly the Frost Demon clan. Both sides are rivals. Bioni controls the Fire Core land, while the Extinguishing Legion is the Frost Demon land, and even the treasures of each tribe are very similar. While thinking was spreading, Han Xiao suddenly felt aroused in his heart. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. He saw the experience slot rising rapidly. Our promotion has worked. The wealthy families, temples, and other first-line professional clubs have all been registered as regular organizations in the Black Star Army. The organization's name has not been changed, and it directly follows the name of the guild. Philip was instructed by Han Xiao and opened the street lights and quickly approved the procedures for the conversion of guilds one by one. The organizational structure of the Legion players changed drastically, and officially became a recognized, affiliated guild team, and files were established within the Legion. After completing the registration, these wealthy guilds immediately allow some members to participate in the main exploration mission, so as to get various discounts promised by Han Xiao. For these big guilds, these discounts can also attract many players who do not have guilds at this time to join them, which is mutually beneficial. After 20 years of continuous explosions in the logistics department, the Legion's equipment is now new models, and the equipment on players is eliminated from 20 years ago, which just needs to be updated. Coupled with the thrill of 30% off, the desire to consume is unprecedentedly high, and soon a shopping spree was set off in the military. A large amount of idle was recorded, but for the Korean technician, the current money and income brought by players are small profits. What is important is experience. He has now added experience fees to more camp products and has introduced a new system. That is, players can choose two payment methods, only money or experience. If they have no money in their pockets, they can buy it directly with experience. In the eyes of other Legion members, this would seem a bit strange, just like giving out equipment for free. However, Han Xiao is now full of wings. He doesn't need to be as cautious as in the past when dealing with players. As long as he says that the Immortal Force has special authority, he can explain the past. The result is that the efficiency of harvesting experience has increased dramatically. Experience is a special currency that belongs to players. Currently, only the Black Star Legion has the service of donating scriptures in exchange for money, and other camps cannot learn it even if they want to. Millions of Legion players arrived at the Black Star Palace within a few days, while foreign players from other star fields were still rushing to the road. According to the itinerary of players from various countries, the second one to come to the world server should be the Southeast Asian player with the Black Hole Realm, mainly from Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Singapore. However, that will take many days later, and Chinese players have plenty of time to expand their advantages. Under the mobilization of the Black Star Army, many players were roughly divided into two groups, and some followed the fleet led by Hela to head to the fourth phase of exploration area to prepare to intervene in the competition of foreign forces. Most of the remaining players are members of the guild, carrying forward the discounts promised by Han Xiao, selecting locations to build guild strongholds on the Legion territory, and using team merit points to purchase resource points and various business operation rights, beginning to lay a deeper foundation for their respective guilds. Under Han Xiao's behind-the-scenes regulation, all the Legion players were mobilized and developed step by step according to the route he pointed out, using the mainstream gameplay proven in the previous life to gradually expand their leading advantages in the world server. At the same time, the fleet led by Hela arrived at the fourth phase of exploration area with other foreign forces. And the current situation here can be summarized in one word: the Demon's Dance. PY recommends a young seedling. Reborn, I want to be the richest man. Introduction. The richest man has 3 good things and live a good life with more money and fewer worries. Reborn in 2008, Shun Yin decided, be the richest man. The fourth phase of exploration target is 4-star clusters, which are geographically located in the heart of the Shining World. The opening of the new star domain is a means for the Empire to dilute the construction costs. The first 3 phases of the territory are basically divided and have high control. They belong to the Gowan district. These 4-star clusters are free competition areas for all forces. The Empire does not restrict foreign forces from competing for territory with each other and is a low-altitude area. Foreign forces choose 1 or several star clusters for exploration, opening a map while competing for territory. In the early stage of exploration, each force mainly occupied the land and had basically the same goal, that is, occupy a bridgehead and then slowly explore the subsequent unknown areas. Now, not long after countless foreign forces arrived in the fourth phase, the exploration area was still limited to the edge of 4-star clusters, but the situation was already complicated. If we want to carefully divide the current territories of various forces on the star map, it must be the most complex territory in the entire universe. Most forces have long foresaw the intensity of competition and have carried out groupings to varying degrees. Generally speaking, the main camps active in the free competition zone at this time can be divided into several categories. The first is the local tyrant, which refers to the empire and its allies. They occupy an early territory on the edge of the 4-star fields, and their status is a bit transcendent. After all, most foreign forces do not want to fight against the local tyrants, and the forces belonging to the empire did not work hard to explore and did not join the fierce competition. The second is the alliance of different civilizations. The Superstar Cluster Alliance is the best among them. The rest are star cluster-level civilization alliances divided by star domains. They explore and expand greatly, occupying the bridgehead. The territories between allies are adjacent to each other and appear in the power territory, with a relatively conspicuous area. This type of force is the mainstream of the free competition zone. The third is the consortium troops, which are mainly composed of various mercenaries, mainly seeking wealth and occupying relatively scattered territory. Fourth, foreign Super A-level forces are also very competitive, but they are rare. Fifth, various non-governmental organizations. This type of organization has the most complex components. The territories are the most scattered, and they often change hands in their previous lives, which is the main area where conflicts break out. As for Guanghui and Zuling, both are very low-key and are in a corner. They do not intend to expand greatly, but only allow their allies to participate in the competition freely. The three major civilizations have tacit understanding and clearly give up the stage and give other forces a competition and fight, just like raising a goo. However, at present, there are occasional frictions in the free competition zone of the 4-star clusters, but large-scale conflicts of force have not yet broken out. At the beginning of the exploration, there are still many unknown territories. Everyone is pursuing the internal circumference of the star cluster, and the power structure is far from saturated. At present, these forces are mainly afraid of the Empire's attitude, but it is only a matter of time before they fight. With the Black Star Legion firing the first Shining World shot, the process will be greatly accelerated. One of the fourth free competition zones, Emerald Star Cluster. The huge Black Star Army Explorers fleet sailed out of the Empire's military star gate and arrived at the Star Cluster's border. In the command room, Hai Lamian stood in front of the operating table with expressionless expression, carefully looking at the holographic virtual star map in front of her. Now she has changed her clothes. She is a nanomaterial war suit specially made for her by Han Xiao. She is wearing a double-breasted black uniform. The style is a luxurious version of the Army Cadre uniform. She is close to her skin and outlines a charming figure with a curved figure. The collar is filled with a Legion logo. She is also wearing a wide high-neck cloak behind her. The surface is black and gold, with gorgeous patterns, and the Uchimura on the back is red. This outfit is matched with her unique temperament, which sets off the full aura of Hela. The model of the battle suit is Red Snake First Generation, which is Super A-class equipment, which contains a lot of cutting-edge technology. The daily mode is like ordinary clothes. When it enters a combat state, it will show the powerful performance of Super A-class mecha equipment. This suit was not made temporarily. Before Hyla's return, Han Xiao made this equipment early. Hela received this gift. Although she didn't say anything on the surface, she kept wearing it and obviously liked it in her heart. Deputy Commander, where are we going now? Asked the female adjutant beside him. Hai stretched out his finger, clicked on the holographic star map, and enlarged an area. This is a planet on the edge of the Emerald Star Cluster, called Phaley Star, and its orientation is a bit off and has not been occupied by anyone at this time. Go here and build a bridgehead. Hyla said. She is now the commander of the exploration fleet. Han Xiao gave her extremely high independent decision-making power, and only limited the Legion's exploration goal is the Emerald Star Cluster, and the specific actions are commanded by Hela. The reason why I chose the Emerald Star Cluster is that it is also the home ground for exploration of Moto civilization in a prosperous area in his previous life. He remembers that there are some hidden elements here. There is a wreckage of an old civilization unearthed in this star cluster. The civilization level is very high and a large amount of technical data is preserved. It has caused countless forces to compete for in the previous life, but the specific location is unknown. Most importantly, the Emerald Star Cluster is one of the coordinates of the birth of Chaos Secret Energy. In the legacy of the alien gods, there are several coordinates that predict the birth of the Chaos Secret Energy. Han Xiao couldn't tell which one was true, because the strange gods in the previous life were not cold and the information was not leaked, so the alien god secretly solved the Chaos Secret Energy, which did not attract much attention from the outside world, and the players did not know this. However, Han Xiao has been secretly monitoring Evan's whereabouts. After the host of this Chaos Secret Energy was released from prison, he found a job and became an ordinary ground crew member of a consortium's exploration fleet, responsible for cleaning and repairing the spacecraft. The fleet he was in came to the Emerald Star Cluster. Therefore, Han Xiao was quite sure that the Emerald Star Cluster was the place where the Chaos Secret can be born. After all, after the Chaos Secret can be pulled off by the alien god, he must have found a host nearby, so the area where Evans is located is the most likely. Of course, Hela didn't know about these things yet, so she casually ordered the fleet to go to Felixing. Some players' guilds did not follow, but left a large army and acted separately. In order to build a base of its own registration, Han Xiao agreed to the fact that he prepared many tasks specifically for players in the Legion interface, and he was rewarded with generous rewards, which was to encourage the guild to act independently and expand the lead. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, the fleet of the beast Garuten is stationed on a planet, building this bridgehead in full swing. Although he is the protector of the interstellar black market, Garuten also has his own power. If there is anything special, it is that most of the members are his descendants. Garuten stood on a towering, lonely peak, overlooking the earth gradually covered by the metal surface. Above him was the dark and deep starry sky, and the aurora brought by atmospheric ionization flowed in the sky. He was naked, his majestic and mighty body was naked between heaven and earth, and his lion's mane-like animal hair fluttered in the corrosive wind. The light of the body was lingering, and each one was a highly concentrated martial arts aura. The martial artist who is at the peak of super A-level training has sublimated from simply tempering his body to a higher level. He has to use every inch of his body to feel the movement of the universe. It is very mysterious. Garuten has long stopped practicing like Heber's way of taking a bath in a star. At this moment, meteors flew from the sky and landed behind Garuten. They were all natural disaster-level cadres, with more than 40 people. Father, everyone lowered their heads, spoke in unison, with a respectful tone. These cadres are all descendants of the beast ancestor, and their appearances are different, as if they belong to different species. Garuten deserves the word Zoo in his nickname. He also has a folk nickname called Starry Sky Planter. After he evolved into a super-level species, he gained strong reproductive power, and his genes were extraordinary adaptability. In front of him, there was almost no problem of reproductive isolation and could give birth to offspring with most species. His method of expanding the ethnic group was very rough and simple, which was to capture females of different races, use them to mating, and give birth to various mixed-race species. If there are excellent variants among the descendants, they will turn their descendants into their own reproductive machines and create more powerful descendants. This practice has impacted the ethics of some races, so Garuten has always been rejected by many civilizations, believing that he is a barbarian like a beast, but there are quite a few races who don't care about this. After all, the ethics of each species are different. Garuten turned around, bare in front of his descendants, and said in a muffled voice, "What's the matter?" One descendant came out, looking like a spider-like insect, but his face was a human-like outline. 6 arthropod-like arms held a communicator together to show respect. "Father, Sorokin is looking for you." Garuten nodded, picked up the communicator, and Sorokin's virtual figure appeared in front of him. "What are you doing for me?" Sorokin smiled faintly. "Do you remember my plan for the Black Star Legion? Now it's time. When the Infinite Consortium gains a foothold, it will start to target the Black Star Legion territory. Before that, You concur the Legion's exploration first. I need my help? Yes, the Black Star Legion exploration team is heading to Phaley Star, not far from you. I hope you could take over Phaley Star first. The opponent leads Hela. It's best to force the Black Star fleet back, delay their exploration progress, and attack their prestige. Why don't you do it yourself? My body is not in the Emerald Star cluster, and I can't beat Hela. Sorgen smiled. We're dealing with you, but we just don't want to deal with the Black Star army in person. If you ask me, the employer, to help me, what's the point? Garutin snorted coldly. He was both at the peak of Super A level, but he was not afraid of provoking Black Star, but he just didn't want to work in vain. Sorokin said slowly, my abilities are limited, and I only have some skills in business. If you don't help me, I can't limit the exploration of the Black Star Legion, and the effect will be reduced. Don't blame me for not putting enough pressure on the Black Star, and I can reveal some information to you. Guanghui and Zuling have the intention to kill Hela. Oh, they are not afraid of angering the Empire, and have another peak's sorrow. You don't know this. Hela belongs to the Black Star Legion, but has not agreed to join the Empire. Killing her will only anger Black Star. Hela becomes a Super A-level accident, but it also allows us to find a new direction to attack the Black Star Legion. Garutin narrowed his eyes. You forgot what Black Star said at the Gods Conference. There are too few Super A levels, and it is not conducive to us. Haha, is this really the case? Sorokin smiled faintly. The army country has great ambitions. He hopes to gather all the Super A-level forces to gain more things. But think about, on the other hand, is this being used by him? My idea is just the opposite. If the Super A-level decreases, the remaining people will be safer and more relied on by advanced civilizations. Garutin frowned. Are you going to betray the same front of the Super A-level? There has never been so-called betrayal. What does other people have to do with us? Is the current situation of Super A-level not good enough? Sorokin didn't care. Planning something that should not belong to us. This ambition will only lead us to perish. Don't say this to me anymore. I just pretend that I didn't hear it. Garutin waved his hand irritably. For the sake of old friendship, I will help you once. I will go there Felixing. I will double the dividends for the next issue. Otherwise, I will not be able to talk. Okay. Sorgen smiled. After hanging up the communication, Garutin looked back at the many descendants and said in a deep voice, prepare the spaceship and follow me. At this time, one descendant couldn't help saying, Father, isn't it cost-effective to provoke the Black Star Legion in the Shining World? Do you think Sorokin is the first person to ask me to do this? Garutin snorted, Ha! In today's Shining World, there are more organizations to deal with the Black Star Legion. The Black Star Tree is so popular. The Black Star Legion's exploration fleet was halfway through and suddenly received the news. Deputy Commander, there is something wrong. The female adjutant hurriedly broke into the room. Hela, who was meditating, opened her eyes and frowned and said, What's the matter? Felixing was occupied first. The other party was the fleet of the beast Zugarutin. Do we want to change another planet to serve as a stronghold? Garutin, a cold feeling flashed in Hyla's eyes. We have not hidden whereabouts. The outside world knows our goal, but he deliberately seized Felixing. This is a provocation to the Legion. If we take a detour, it will weaken the prestige that the Legion commander finally established. Garutin is at the peak of Super A level. The adjutant wanted to speak, but stopped and dared not continue. Your Legion commander is also at the peak of Super A. There is no reason to give in. Hela stood up and said in a deep voice, The route remains unchanged. Let me go forward at full speed. So what about the peak of Super? I have been beaten. She is not a guy like a Rose who has exhausted potential. She is not afraid of tigers and never afraid of challenging the strong. Only by fighting with the strong can one stimulate one's own potential, which is Hela's creed. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was happily calculating experiences in the Black Star Palace every day, also received a message from Philip and was slightly stunned. Garutin? When did I provoke him? Han Xiao scratched his head, feeling helpless. Although I don't know the reason, I am not a little person now, and there is no reason to give in and make people gain more and more greedy. This is what you ran to break your life by yourself. I have no melons for rain. Recommended a book. I can extract proficiency. Martial arts online game article. Author Yun Donglu introduction. Will you form a team to kill the boss? The equipment is equal. The body belongs to me. Yi Weiming, wearing a flying fish suit, has a sword in his right hand and a coffin board in his left hand, and his eyes look at the boss with an extremely kind look. Felixing, the flowing lights flew across the universe and stopped not far from the planet, showing the figure of the Black Star Legion's exploration fleet. Deputy Legion Commander, we are here. On the bridge, Hella's eyes looked at the Philly Star through the porthole and saw Garutin's fleet hovering in the outer space of the planet, facing each other from afar. Open wide area communication and contact them. Hella decided to be polite first and then fight. The correspondent sent a message, and after a while, a communication application popped up on the screen. After it is connected, a humanoid creature like a beast appears in the picture, which is a natural disaster level cadre. I am Goragon, the son of the beast ancestor. I have met His Excellency Hella. What do you mean? Hella frowned. My father hopes to invite you to have a meeting at Felixing, and he is waiting for you on the surface. What are you talking about? I don't know what my father thinks. The question is, do you dare to come? Goragon said rudely and aggressively. Okay, get out of the way, let my fleet land, and then let's talk again. Sorry, my father said. You are allowed to go by alone, and the fleet cannot follow. Then let him get out. Hella turned around and said decisively, the whole ship obeys the order, advance for me, and annihilate any warship that dares to stop us. At this moment, the communication screen turned and Garutin appeared. Facing people of the same level, running naked is too impolite. Today he wore a simple, sleeveless battle suit, stood with his arms folded, expressionless. Yes, it seems that the Black Star Legion has a tough deputy commander. Seeing this, Hella raised his fist, expressed the freezing order, and was on standby for the time being, squinted and said, Garutin, I'm very curious. The Black Star Legion has no conflict with you. Why should we provoke us? Garutin said in a muffled voice. Want to know the reason? When I meet, I will tell you. It depends on whether you have the courage. I'll wait for you on the surface of the planet. You, and I will let the fleet stay away from the Philly Star. After that, Garutin's fleet took the lead and was far away from the Black Star fleet, which just put the planet at the center point where the troops from both sides were separated. Garutin was the only one left on the Philly Star. Hella pondered for a while, turned to the adjutant, and said, Full detect the environment in Philly Star and the nearby ones to see if there are any hidden life signals or energy sources to prevent the other party from setting traps. The adjutant nodded and issued an order. After a while, he received the following report and reported, The surroundings are very clean, and there is indeed only one life signal of Garutin. How about it? Do you want to open fire? Before the boss could speak, the adjutant wanted to take the opportunity to attack Garutin. Since he is sincere, I'll hear what he wants to say. You are here to stay on, keep the weapon system on, and beware of the surroundings. Once the other fleet makes abnormal actions, open fire immediately. Even if the fleet takes the opportunity to attack, it will not have much threat to Garutin. Naturally, they're fearless in their own fear of doing this. Hella cannot determine Garutin's purpose, so he simply agrees to meet. Maybe Garutin planned to create a one-on-one environment to attack her, but she was not panicked. This is exactly what she wanted. Even if she couldn't beat the peak Super A level, she could still withstand it for a while. Hella took a small ship and quickly entered the atmosphere of Felixing and stopped at a high altitude. Brush. The hatch door opened. Hyla stepped out of the air, looking down at the surface. In a wild plain with rugged rocks, Garutin sat on a huge rock, with his elbows supporting his knees and his palms overlapped in front of him. He looked up at Hella and slowly spoke. As a psychic, he dared to have close contact with a peak Super A-level martial artist. You are very brave. The sound waves spit out from his mouth seemed to cause the air between heaven and earth to fluctuate, spreading from far away, like thunder. Hella didn't land, suspended in the air, saying, "If you have something to say, what are you doing for me?" Garuten stared at Hela and said lightly, "I don't know what others think, but in my eyes, you are the one with the most potential among this freshman in the A-level class." "So what?" Hela raised his eyebrows. "A talent like you can reach a higher level sooner or later. There is no need to be a subordinate for others. Only when you work alone is suitable for you." Garuten said lightly. Hyla's eyes flashed, and she said coldly, "What force do you represent to provoke my relationship with Black Star?" "The three major civilizations. I only represent myself and the Interstellar Black Market Management Committee. You can take my words as a sincere suggestion." "Don't you think you have been too much?" Hyla snorted coldly. "I can see that you are a very tough person and don't like to obey other people's orders. Sooner or later, you will definitely be independent." Garuten's eyes were full of interest. "On that day, I would like to give you an invitation to become one of the refugees of the interstellar black market." He not only sowed the discord, but also poached. Hela looked indifferent. "I turned on the communicator, and Black Star could hear you talking throughout the whole process." "So what if he let him hear it?" Garuten didn't care. "You have the right to choose, and you are not his slave." "I'm not interested in your invitation." Hela was indifferent. "Are you finished speaking? Take your troops away. Let's just pretend that the provocation did not happen." "I don't think this is a provocation. Phaley Star does not belong to the Black Star Legion. This is a free competition zone, not your territory. No one stipulates that the planet you like can't occupy." Garuten shook his head. "You have had the chance to occupy this planet, but you only came to take it for yourself after we made a choice. This is not a provocation, or something." Hyla said, "Don't be too domineering, little brat." Garuten grinned. "Come first, and then come. It's you who should get out of here. Go and find another planet. This is my stronghold now." As he finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense, and the two fought against each other. He was entrusted by others. No matter what Hela reacted, he would not give in anyway. His purpose was to force Hela to do something with himself and conduct a test. In his opinion, this task is very simple. Just fight with Hela and let the Black Star Army suffer some secret losses, and then evacuate yourself, depending on the situation. This will be done. Although this level of conflict and provocation will arouse dissatisfaction from Black Star, it will not reach the point of fighting to the death. He was quite sure that he was unwilling to make enemies with He Xing, and He Xing was also unwilling to make enemies with him, and both sides were not easy to mess with. Hela's expression completely turned cold. Garuten was right. The Black Star Legion was unreasonable. However, in this case, others will not praise you for your reasoning, but will only think you are weak. If all problems can be solved by reasoning, there will be no disputes in the world. If you don't retreat, I won't retreat. Since you are deliberately looking for trouble, the only solution is force. Looking at Garuten's malicious expression, Hela was silent for a few seconds and suddenly took action. Rumble. The surging energy of death swept out, turning into a heavy rain-like offensive, shooting down overwhelmingly. It looks quite scary. Garuten twisted his neck and stepped on his feet. Bang! The earth burst into pieces, and he stepped on a huge circular rift, and a shock wave swept the dust all over. His whole body turned into a meteor and crashed into the heavy rain of death energy. The dark brown martial arts aura wrapped around his body, exuding a wild and mad temperament. Bang! The meteor passed by instantly, and before Hela could react, her fist wrapped in aura hit her in the abdomen. The shield of the battle suit cracked, and slight cracks appeared in the outer armor. The whole person shot out with a bang, rumbling through the sound barrier. What a strong force, so fast speed. Hela's face changed slightly. The anti-seismic system of the battle suit could not resist such powerful shock power. Hela felt that his internal organs seemed to be flattened by a blow, and it was extremely painful. He finally stabilized his body in midair and was secretly shocked. They're all peak-level, super A-level, and the feeling of fighting with Garuten is completely different from Han Xiao. Han Xiao suppressed himself in an all-round way, and was extremely controllable, as if he could rub himself round and flatten himself at will. Garutin's fighting style is extremely violent, like a wild beast rushing around, invincible. Hela's impression of super A-level martial artists mainly comes from Heber, but this is completely different from the peak super A-level martial artists, and it is not an existence of the same magnitude. The qualities such as speed, strength, and strength have all changed qualitatively. To be specific, Garutin can kill 3 or 4 Herberts by himself. Only the SS level can be considered as a peak Super A level, and the combat power at this level is no joke. With one blow, Garutin did not pursue it, but instead floated in place, lowering his head to observe the death energy climbing on his body. His body protection power is extremely strong, and most of the attacks are blocked by the body protection power. It only hurts a small part of the body, and only a few layers of death erosion are superimposed. The corrosive energy seems to be related to vitality. It seems that the rumors are correct. You hit Tolian hard in this way. The more you accumulate, the stronger the explosive power. Garutin glanced at Hela, and his whole body squirted, shattering his body's death ability and dispelled all the death erosion states. Martialists who rely on their bodies generally have many skills to dispel negative states for their bodies. It's a bit tricky. Hyla gritted her teeth, but her eyes lit up. She found that Garutin's combat power was a bit unexpected, but this not only did not make her retreat, but instead made her fighting spirit even higher. The next moment, Hela took the initiative to provoke the offensive again, and the energy of death surged like a tide as she attacked. She was moving quickly. A red wave like a tsunami hit the sky and hit the sky. Garutin stomped his shoulders and suddenly crashed into the air in front of him. In an instant, an invisible spherical shock wave exploded in the air, quickly covering the attacking death energy. Rumble. The vibration echoed between the world. Garutin's collision was a skill. The particles in the entire space ahead seemed to be vibrating at high frequency. The approaching death energy collapsed one after another and collapsed rapidly, unable to get close to his body. Your strength seems not worthy of your attitude. Garutin's expression was calm, and his figure suddenly disappeared and started at full speed. Saw! The speed gap was too big, and Hela still didn't react, so Garutin came to her side and whipped her back with a huge force. Dong! Her body bowed her back, shot in the sky like a cannonball, and flew directly out of the outer space. Ahem! You can't fight him in close combat. Hela felt that she had broken dozens of bones by a kick, so she immediately made a judgment. When facing Tolian, she can still fight head-on by relying on blood-sucking because the gap in strength is not big. However, compared with the peak Super A-level martial artist, her strength, speed, and melee skills are far behind. The gap in hard power is too large. At both Super A level, she can't even see the other party's figure clearly. In the field of melee combat, the peak Super A-level martial artist is almost invincible, and he is trying to die head-on. I have no strength to fight back, and I must make the battlefield environment complicated. Hela was thinking about the tactics quickly, and the communicator in the suit sounded, and Han Xiao's smile was heard, and he was online throughout the whole process. How is it? You feel the gap in strength. Do you need help? No. Hyla shook her head and always asked Blackstar to help her. How can she grow up? But you're not an opponent, so let me do it if you don't. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, knowing that Hela would not be able to beat him. During the meeting of the gods, he collected Garutin's attribute information, a lot of question marks, and even he himself might not beat Garutin head-on, and Hela is even worse now. If the peak Super A level is so easy to deal with, there would not be such a huge deterrent effect. But he knew that even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose, so he didn't interfere with Hela's experience. Please help me when I'm almost beaten to death. Hela stabilized her body, turned around, and tried hard to distance herself, while attacking with death energy to restrain Garutin. It's not considered a tangled battle, and the situation is almost a one-sided blow. If Garutin hadn't deliberately slowed down the offensive and wanted to force Hyla out of various abilities, then she would have almost only got beaten. The height of speed and force crushing is enough to break all methods with one force. But Garuten didn't feel relaxed and was attacked by death energy. A hint of fear flashed through his heart. Strange ability. If it weren't for my hard power crushing, her superpower might have posed a significant threat to me. Another punch hit Hela on the shoulder, and Hela shot out quickly. Garuten was about to pursue him, but suddenly found that Hela gritted her teeth and adjusted the direction of the flying backwards, and the target was his fleet. I actually took the initiative to fly to my troops. Isn't she afraid of being besieged? Garuten was slightly stunned. At this time, Hela's gesture suddenly changed, and a mental fluctuation suddenly burst out. He paused, and the world in front of him changed drastically, as if he had been suddenly pulled into a dark space. Looking down, there were countless faces of resentful souls below. Abyss of the Dead. Although martial artists train their minds, their mental resistance will not be too high. Garuten was hit by this mental control skill and immediately stood there. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hela rolled up the energy of death, crashed into the shield set up by the Garuten fleet, and rushed into the fleet. What is she going to do? Goragon, who had previously talked with Hela, stood in the command room of one of the spacecraft, confused. Before he could take action, Hela raised his hands, and the death energy burst out, attacking all the surrounding warships. What? Goragon was shocked, and hurriedly asked the fleet to hide. However, before he could send an order, dark red energy came overwhelmingly, covering the porthole, approaching rapidly, quickly occupying all his sight. Gorgorn's eyes widened suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, spaceships were chewed and swallowed by death energy like biscuits, and countless descendants of Garuten were harvested from their lives. Through the vitality feedback from Virus, Hela's blood volume has been restored rapidly. After the fight, just now, Hela already knew very well that a single fight was far from Garuten's opponent. With his own health, he couldn't last long. The only way to enhance his endurance was to turn the battle into a group fight and allow himself to absorb more vitality. Her combat effectiveness in large-scale combat is far higher than singles, and group fights are her home court. Hela rushed around the fleet, killing and killing each other, and his condition quickly recovered, and countless screams drowned in the explosion. At this time, Garuten finally got rid of the mental control of Abyss of the Dead. As soon as he came to his senses, he saw Hela throwing away himself and slaughtering his descendants. His face changed drastically, and he was furious. In his opinion, Hela was massacring his descendants to vent his anger. Many of them are elites he has carefully cultivated. Dare you dare? Death energy ravaged the fleet, eroded and penetrated the shield, tore the outer armor, and burst into flames in the universe, and Hela's figure shuttled through it. Countless Garuten subordinates were killed by the mixed damage of physics and spirit. The death energy took away their vitality, replenished Hela's health, and absorbed the soul fragments of the dead, enhancing Hela's superpower strength. After being attacked, the fleet panicked for a moment and hurriedly launched a counterattack. The naval guns were concentrated and fired, some of which were dodged or blocked by the death energy shield, and only a small part of them caused damage to Hela. But in the face of Hela's efficient blood-sucking efficiency, this injury recovered in almost a blink of an eye. Garuten's eyes seemed to be about to burst into flames, and he was extremely angry. With his sudden speed, he almost instantly penetrated the death energy surging around Hela and approached her body. This time, without hesitation, his fists and feet containing murderous intent brought endless afterimages and fell on Hela like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The circular aura fluctuated and exploded, and the fist force continued to shatter Hyla's internal organs and bones. The power of the peak super A-level martial artist who made an angry move almost beat her into a ball of flesh. However, Hela, which received a lot of feedback for blood-sucking, has increased its endurance by several levels, and its health volume plummeted and then soared, and it has been back and forth repeatedly, barely holding on. Hela kept dodging defense and did not forget to counterattack again and again, even exchanged injuries for injuries, which was extremely fierce. You are really looking for death. Garuten was furious. While beating Hela, he turned back to the Black Star Army fleet not far away with his murderous gaze. Hela dared to massacre his subordinates to vent his anger. He could also return to the Black Star Army and hurt each other. But at this moment, Garutin's eyes shrank, and he saw a mechanical legion flying out of the Black Star Legion fleet, blocking the ship. The headed person exuded an astonishing energy fluctuation. It was the Black Star Lord clone who was acting with the ship. Han Xiao's mechanical troops were on standby and had no intention of coming to rescue Hela. Garuten knew that if he took action against the Legion fleet, he would fall into a situation of 1-on-2. I have only one person and I don't know how to clone it. If I attack the Black Star Army fleet, I will face Black Star. If he is restrained, Hela can freely massacre my subordinates. This thought flashed through my mind, and Garuten could only dispel the idea of turning his head to attack the fleet, and he felt even more angry. I am a peak-level super A-level player, and it seems that the other party is treating me as a sparring player. Black Star, do I really won't kill your cadres? Good. If you don't interfere, I will kill your deputy commander in front of you. Since Hela massacred his subordinates, the degree of conflict has escalated. Garuten no longer holds the idea of temptation that he is about to stop, but is determined to kill. Isn't Black Star easy to mess with? So what? Everyone is at the peak and super A level. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I have a temper too. Garuten strengthened his offensive, turning anger into lethal force and hitting all the opponents in front of him. The crazy attack means that there is a tendency to flaw. Hela's blood is soaring, but she ignores the pain and keeps calm, staring at the increasingly rich death energy of Garuten's body, and her eyes flash suddenly. Suddenly, Garuten's fist rolled up with violent aura and slammed out. Using his skills, and his power increased sharply, and the space seemed to be distorted with the fist as the center point. Brush! The fist passed through Hela's chest, as if it had pierced her through it. The fist force burst out, separating the red ocean composed of death energy. However, Garuten's eyes froze, without the feeling of hitting the real object. The next moment, Hela's body suddenly turned into a mass of death energy, entangling Garuten's arm, and a human-shaped energy rose in the ocean of death energy in the distance, which quickly deformed and condensed, becoming Hela's body. Stall of the Dead Sea. Hela can semi-energize the body and teleport in the area covered by death energy. It has a cooldown time of not short, which is one of her few displacement skills. Garuten frowned and beat the other party for so long. He thought Hela did not have the ability to dodge. Just as he was about to continue chasing, Garuten found that his fist sank. The energy left by Hela when he teleported was wrapped around his palm, releasing a huge absorption force, and sank his arm continuously, as if he was about to suck him into the ocean of death energy under his feet. At the same time, the number of death erosion layers on Garuten's body suddenly soared from 10 to 15 levels. Extradition of the dead. The method of superimposing the number of death erosion layers of Hela is, of course, not just a general attack. She has the skill of instantly superimposing multiple layers of marks. This move is one of them. It is a semi-control technique. As long as it takes effect successfully, it can give the target 5 levels of death erosion levels. She had always had a skill that was to attack suddenly, and she stacked the marks on Garuten's body in one fell swoop. And before he dispelled the negative state, she detonated the 15th floor of Death Harvest. The attack on Garuten's fleet was to suck blood, choose a battlefield that was beneficial to itself, and improve its endurance, and to attract hatred. In her opinion, only by turning herself into bait and arousing Garuten's anger can the opponent have a chance to reveal his flaws. As long as the opponent strengthens the offensive, he will reduce his defensive energy. Hyla's eyes were calm. At the moment when the skill was effective, she did not give Garuten time to react, seamlessly connected Death Harvest, and detonated 15 layers of marks. Boom! A dazzling red light exploded on Garuten. Hela took the opportunity to retreat and set aside. However, the next moment, a dark brown martial arts wave was shot out from the red light ball, evaporating the death energy blocking the way, hitting Hyla directly, pushing her straight towards Felixing. The brown rays penetrated straight through the felly star, like a toothpick passing through an orange. However, in the next second, the hole that penetrated appeared at both ends of the planet and began to expand rapidly, bursting out the red light of the star core. Buzz! In an instant, there was only a vast white space left in front of everyone. They subconsciously closed their eyes. If the warship porthole had not been for adjusting the spectrum and brightness, this level of light would be enough to burn the eyes of many people present. Warning! Warning! Energy explosion reaction was detected. Breaking level, planet annihilation. A harsh alarm sounded on each ship. When everyone opened their eyes again, the big planet had disappeared without a trace. Only a slight floating dust was left on the spot. The entire planet collapsed and annihilated. Countless matter was evaporated, and Hela was gone. At this time, the death energy light ball detonated by the god of death harvest quickly dissipated, revealing Garutin's figure. There were many corrosive wounds on his body, which were slowly scabbed and healing. His level is too high, and he cannot succeed in his death judgment, but he also evaporated 20% of his health in one blow. Since he reached the peak of Super A level, Garutin has rarely suffered such serious injuries. In his expectation, he was just a good move to deal with Hela, a freshman, and he didn't expect to suffer such a loss. In a rage, Garutin boldly used one of his killer moves, the unique skill of the martial arts school, the beast ancestor Lu and the light of piercing destruction. This is not only a simple martial arts fluctuation, but also contains the laws of the universe that can be understood by the body. It looks like a ray of martial arts flames, but it actually swept the energy in the universe along the way, bringing terrible radiation energy, and its power increases exponentially. Hitting the star core will cause chain collapse, complete the Star Destroyer, and its lethality to life bodies is also terrible. Hela's health was not satisfied, and with one blow, it seemed to be directly killed by gas. Garutin's murderous gaze turned to the black star in the distance, and his arrogance gradually rose. He didn't think Black Star would be indifferent and was ready to deal with a strong enemy. However, to his surprise, Han Xiao's mechanical troops did not rush up to take revenge as he imagined, but turned to the area of the wreckage of the planet. Just as he was confused, a gray light lit up in the wreckage of Phaley's star, and wisps of faint gray energy gathered, forming a whirlwind, and Hela's spiritual body appeared and attracted Garutin's gaze. The next moment, Hela's body was reorganized in the whirlwind, and the energy of death was draped on her body, like a robe, covering her body, only revealing a face with a slightly pale expression. A mechanical warrior threw out a legion emblem, and Hela took it casually and activated it. Countless nanoparticles flowed out of it, turning into a new Red Snake first-generation battle suit, which was automatically worn on his body. Immediately afterwards, the Aurora potion built into the suit was injected into the body, and Hela's sluggish state of returning from dying quickly soared. His face became rosy, and his blood volume was blue to more than half. Not dead. Garutin's eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly became dark. If you don't want to kill Hela, it would be fine, but if you take the initiative, Hela is still alive. This gives Garutin a completely different feeling, and he is immediately unhappy. But Black Star had intervened, and the pursuit was useless at this time. Garutin frowned and asked the fleet to reorganize the formation. He was on standby and restored his state. In his opinion, since Hela was not dead, Black Star must give him an explanation. On the other side, Hyla flew back to the dominant clone. Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at him, smiling. How about it? Do you still have to be beaten? I can't beat it, but I've also caused some damage to him. Hyla shook her head, feeling quite rewarding, and accumulated more experiences and lessons from fighting with Super A level. And at the same time, she harvested a lot of opponents' troops, and the strength of superpowers has been slightly improved. In particular, several natural disaster-level cadres died at her hands, and the bonus provided to her was quite considerable, much better than slaughtering wild animals when she was practicing. As he said that, Hela paused and hesitated rarely. This time, has caused you trouble? In order to reverse his own decline, attacking the opponent's fleet is too easy to make enemies, and it should have formed a deeper hatred with Garuten. Of course, Hela did not apologize to Garuten. As long as she entered a state of combat, the enemy's life was just a walking blood bag in her eyes. She only apologized to Han Xiao. My personality seems to make enemies easily. Perhaps staying in the Black Star Legion would be a wrong decision and would cause him trouble. Hela couldn't help but flash this idea and pursed her lips. She is still the goddess of death who regards human life as a mustard of grass in her previous life. Her indifference to life is a character engraved in her bones. It may also be a characteristic brought by her supernatural powers. The only thing better than her previous life is that she will not kill ordinary people indiscriminately now, and her cruelty is only directed at the enemy. Han Xiao knew that Hyla was not good at PY, so she was straightforward and was reckless, so it would not exist to expect her to hold back. Let's talk about those when you go back. Han Xiao shook his head. His tone seemed unquestionable. You get on the boat first, I'll solve the rest. Hearing this, Hyla opened her mouth, wanted to speak but stopped, and finally nodded silently and boarded the spaceship. Han Xiao controlled the dominant clone and slowly approached Garuten's troops. When they arrived in the middle, the mechanical forces threw out compression balls one by one to form a small floating universe base with an area of only about 1,000 square meters. The entrance of the base was wide open. Han Xiao waved to Garuten and made an invitation gesture. Garuten narrowed his eyes and flew into the base. The inside of the base was filled with air, and a long table was placed in the center, with a seat at each end. Han Xiao sat at one end and nodded to Garuten. Please sit down. Garuten sat down and snorted coldly. Haixing, your deputy commander is so bold. I have never seen such a new student who is looking for death in the Super A level. Does she think that with you as a backer, she can do whatever she wants? Haha, no. She has always been very brave and has nothing to do with me. Han Xiao shook her head. I don't talk nonsense to you. Garuten waved his hand. For your sake, I don't want her life, but she slaughtered my descendants. The account must be settled. Tell me how to solve it. I think it's very simple. Han Xiao controlled the master's clone and touched the metal chin. You retreat with the troops. I won't pursue it anymore. How about it? What did you say? I'll say it again. Garuten's eyes widened, and his martial arts were full of aura. Don't be excited. Don't be excited. Han Xiao raised his hand and said calmly, I thought that Hela didn't agree to fight you one-on-one. Who can't blame me? And I guess you also discovered that she attacked your fleet, not to vent her anger, but to exert her own abilities and create a favorable environment for herself. After all, she is not your opponent, so she naturally has to use the battlefield conditions. And in my opinion, it is obviously you and the fleet who beat her alone together. Isn't this even more excessive? I didn't have much contact with you before, but it's true that it's better to meet you than to be famous. You are as shameless as the rumors. Garuten sneered. Is that so? Han Xiao said. Is it glorious to bully a freshman and a senior, eh? I have no grudges with you in the past, but you took the initiative to provoke my people and bully my deputy commander. Of course, she is not your opponent in one fight, but you do not allow her to choose a battlefield that is beneficial to you. It is obvious that you have to bully me. Do you still have any reason? Garuten was speechless for 2 seconds and said in a deep voice, No matter what, many of my subordinates are my descendants. There are many carefully trained natural disaster-level cadres who died in her hands. She attacked my fleet first. She took the initiative to provoke this matter, and it is impossible to let it go. Han Xiao smiled. Isn't the person who provokes you? Why do we provoke trouble? Also, you took the initiative to cause trouble for me, and now you think my people are heavy. I think you are more shameless than me. Bang! Garuten slammed the table suddenly, stood up suddenly, full of anger. Haixing, pay attention to your attitude. Okay, okay, if you have a right to reason, then what do you want me to do? Han Xiao spread his hands. Garutin said coldly, of course it's compensation. I don't force your subordinates to pay for their lives. I want you to make up for my losses. Also, let Hela apologize and apologize to me. Well, a very reasonable request. Han Xiao smiled, but I refuse. Black Star. Garutin burned in anger, smashed the table with a slam, and shouted in a deep voice, do you really want to make enemies with me? At this time, Han Xiao's tone became cold. Do you think you are the only one who is angry? Bullying my old friend and wanting to dig my corner. I haven't settled this account with you yet. And what gives you the illusion that I can't afford to offend you? The master's clone slowly took off and floated in front of Garutin. The two's eyes were flushed, and their eyes collided, as if they could get out of Mars. The two of them were rising, facing each other, and their momentum was facing each other, and lightning mixed with strong wind echoed in the narrow space. Looking straight into Garutin's eyes, Han Xiao slowly spoke. It's not your turn to take care of my people. As he said that, he raised his hand and pointed Garutin's chest with his finger without giving in, and his tone was sonorous. One or two, I want to come and test me every day. I really think I have no temper. I'm the one I'm killing. If you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Can you afford to play? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense and was about to break out. The anger in Garutin's eyes almost condensed into substance. The energy fluctuations continued to rise. The violent martial arts aura was burning, emitting huge pressure. The surrounding metal walls were buzzing, and cracks gradually appeared. Want to do it? Han Xiao's eyes flashed with electric light, and a blue-gold electric snake wrapped around his body, crackling. After a stalemate for more than 10 seconds, Garutin's arrogance suddenly retracted, and the rune's sense of oppression disappeared. The anger on his face quickly faded away, and he spoke lightly. Hey Xing, you really gave me a little surprise. It's hard enough. Han Xiao hugged his arms with both hands and said calmly, is it hard or not? Let's talk about it in the future. What do you mean now? Garutin had an expressionless face and pointed the head of the dominant clone with his fingers and slowly said, I remember what happened today. We are not finished. After that, he turned around and strode away, left the small floating base, and flew towards his own fleet. It's okay to say harsh words. I thought you really know how to be the leader. Come here and just come. Han Xiao shook his head, came to the door, watching Garutin lead the fleet into flowing light and disappear from his sight. A small war disappeared with Garutin's retreat. Han Xiao took back the mechanical forces and controlled the master's clone to return to the main ship. Hela had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he returned to the command room, Hela came to meet him. What conditions did you agree to him? Or did you force him back? Han Xiao shook his head. It doesn't count. He took the initiative to withdraw. Garutin suffered a loss. Can he bear this breath? Hela was confused. At least on the surface, he is not at a disadvantage. He blows up the Phaley star we chose, slowing down our exploration speed, forcing us to change a planet as a stronghold. If you kill some of his subordinates, he doesn't make much money, so it's a fair share. Isn't it just for this matter, right? Hyla frowned. Of course not. We have already formed a scoundrel with him, and Garutin will not give up. Hyla slowly breathed and said softly, it was me who intensified the conflict and brought a new enemy to the Legion. Don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. What you do is exactly what I need. Han Xiao interrupted her and waved his hand. Garutin's provocation is a kind of temptation. Now the Legion tree is full of wind, and there are too many people who want to test us. There may be more forces behind Garutin. A group of enemies are surrounded by, not tougher, not crueler, and not let other forces feel afraid. Then any cat and dog dare to test us in the future. Besides, your hard power is far inferior. It is obvious that he is trying to fight you alone. You can't be wronged and beaten up by him. If you are beaten by him, the prestige of the Legion will still decline. Hela stared at Han Xiao, her eyes flashing with strange light, and she tilted her head. Don't you care that I'll make enemies for you? Han Xiao didn't care. What I like most is your ruthlessness. So what if Garuten just plans to test it? Don't want to act with him and pat my butt and leave when he is done? Remember, he took the initiative to choose to be an enemy with me. It's not that you make enemies. If you don't ruthlessly, I'll let you lead the team to the free competition zone, but not to be a soft boy. If anyone dares to block the road, don't be polite, don't let yourself be wronged. The status of the Black Star Legion is now different. It has the largest territory in the Shining World. It is responsible for bringing benefits to the Empire here, and its status brings responsibility, and it must be stronger. The truth. Of course it is. Han Xiao smiled and reached out to pat Hel on the shoulder. You are my important thug, and what you want is deterrence. If I don't protect you, will you speak for the enemy? That's not a fool. Originally, Han Xiao just wanted to use Hel's ability to make the other party suffer some secret losses. It was not planned to provoke Garuten, but now that things have come to this, he is fearless. Since people take the initiative to provoke, they deserve it to be beaten and hurt. Hearing Han Xiao say this, Hela's tense face relaxed a little, paused, and asked, "What did you say to him just now?" "I'm just saying to him." Han Xiao briefly retold his conversation with Garuten. After hearing this, Hyla couldn't help but curl up a curve, and she was amazed. "You are so tough he didn't fight with you?" "I'm at the peak of Super A, and there are still some options." Han Xiao smiled. "Also, he didn't take action, and there are reasons for you." "Me? We have 2 Super A-level players here, and the game is not very favorable to him. Besides, Garuten is not in full swing, and there is not much advantage in starting a move." Han Xiao said, "If it were a normal Super A-level, Garuten might not care, but Hela only used Reaper to harvest to deal a heavy blow to him not long ago, and the deterrent power was very strong, which led to Garuten's health being dissatisfied, and the upper limit of the health was reduced by about 10%. In this case, one of them was Black Star, which had a bit high risk. Han Xiao estimated that this was the reason why Garuten withdrew. Although martial artists were so stubborn, they would also judge the situation. Faced with an obviously unfavorable environment, temporarily withdrawing is the best strategy. He didn't want to force Garuten to stay. He was a Super A-level martial artist at the peak and had a strong breakthrough power. He was just a dominant clone and could not keep the other party. At the same time, he is a famous big meat bun, so Garuten's first choice target must be Hela, and Hela's immunity is death is still cooling down, which is even more dangerous to fight. They both have concerns about each other, but they can't do anything to each other. After a pause, Han Xiao said, "Garuten will always make a comeback. You still have to pay attention. The possibility of him targeting you is very high. Maybe we can take the initiative. Hela's idea is always very tough." "Take the initiative?" "It depends on the situation." Han Xiao shook his head. It was not that it was not possible, but it just needed a greater grasp. 4.0 players are finally online, and they can finally get back to the track of rapid upgrades, and their level that has been stagnant for a long time can be increased. With his current strength, it is not so easy to deal with Garuten. He hopes to complete 1 or even 2 advances before solving this problem, so that he can be more confident. Being an enemy of Garuten is outside the plan. Han Xiao had been low-key for decades, which made the outside world think that he was also in a bottleneck. Once he fought with the peak Super A-level team, his current strength would inevitably be exposed. The old man, Manison, is probably going to jump out and have fun again. We still have to complete the level 320 advance first, which is the top priority at present. Han Xiao said intimately. If he expected it was right, the worst-case scenario of this matter might have a very serious chain reaction. You must improve your strength to cope. After the conversation, the master's clone fell into a deep sleep again, and Hyla returned to her post. Phaley's star had turned gray, and she directed the fleet to another nearby planet to establish a stronghold. On the other side, Garuten's fleet is returning to the stronghold planet. Garuten leaned against the tall throne, holding a huge cup that suited his body, and pouring the specialty spirits of a certain ethnic group into his mouth. More than a dozen female offspring, tall and short, surrounded him. Some were holding medical tools to treat his wounds, Some were holding scissors to trim the body hair next to the wound, and the rest massaged him with muscles in various parts. My father, are you comfortable? Hand hard. Garutin wiped his lips, threw the empty cup aside, looked down at the disaster-level cadres under the stairs, and asked coldly, Is the casualty report coming out? It's already out. Please check it out. A disaster-level descendant came up and handed over a communication terminal. Garutin opened the virtual screen and looked at it, and couldn't help but snorted angrily. I actually killed 5 natural disaster levels. I will slaughter Hylas sooner or later. And that bastard Black Star dares to be so tough. If I hadn't been a little injured and was not in the peak, I would have dismantled his master clone. Seeing Garutin get angry, everyone dare not speak, walking on thin ice. Don't think I'm afraid of his Black Star. He doesn't have the right to force me to make concessions. I blew up Phaley Star and slowed down their progress. It was considered as completing what Sorokin told me. Garutin snorted coldly. He chose to avoid Han Xiao's edge for the time being. 1 was because he was in a bad state, 2 was because he had allies, so there was no need to fight with Black Star alone, and 3 was that after calming down, he remembered his original goal, which was to help others test. So if you want to find the place back, he remembered Sorokin said that Guanghui and Zuling had the idea of killing Hela, so they could use a knife to kill people without having to do it themselves. As he said that, Garutin moved away from the topic and said in a deep voice, A group of people died. Let the family train another group of mixed-race descendants out. Do you want to go back and sow the seed yourself? Just use the stock. Garutin waved his hand. His base camp is creating pregnant women every moment. After all, the efficiency of mating and reproduction is too low. The base camp freezer stores a large amount of super-class deoxyribose belonging to Garutin, which has extremely strong vitality and adaptability. It generally uses artificial means to produce offspring on a large scale, supplemented by compounds, such as genotropic hormones, to speed up fetal maturity. After so many years of hybridization experiments, he has accumulated various hybrid combinations that can produce excellent offspring, and knows which species to match them to reproduce offspring with special talents. Therefore, in his base camp, he stocks up many females of excellent races as offspring culture medium. As for where these people come from, as a super A-level person, they naturally don't waste time dating so many people. Some people are voluntarily, while others may not be. Those who control the interstellar black market are not clean guys. Just then, Garutin coughed twice. My father, your injury, a cadre said worriedly. That Hela superpower has strong lethality and high explosive power. He can actually hurt me. Garutin frowned. I didn't feel it when I was fighting just now, but my body is a little weird now. As he said, Garutin closed his eyes and directly checked his physical condition from the cellular level. Among the 5 superpower systems, martial artists have the highest control over the body. Everyone waited silently for a while, and suddenly, Garutin opened his eyes suddenly, was shocked, and suddenly stood up, and all the female descendants lying on him flew out. Damn it! Her superpowers can weaken the cell's life activity. Garutin's expression was distorted, and he was furious. He was never so angry when a large number of elite descendants died at the hands of Hyla. Cell life activity is related to the number of cell divisions, and this attribute is very secretive, and even Super A-level is not easy to detect. Until now, he found that he had lost his life. Not only lifespan, but also fertility is closely related to cell life activity. One's own fertility is likely to be affected. The vitality of deoxyribose decreases, resulting in a decline in the quality of reproductive offspring. Boom! In a rage, the aura burst out, and the pressure made all descendants lie on the ground, trembling. This kind of sinister superpower. Garutin's forehead pounded, and his murderous intent to Hela was flooded like a flood. He had never expected that this action would reduce his lifespan. Blood loss. Garutin's chest was fluctuating violently, and his breathing was extremely quiet, and he almost had the urge to turn around and kill him. Father, my father. At this time, Several descendants with poor strength were slapped on the wall by the surging martial arts aura and hurriedly asked for help. Seeing this, Garutan barely suppressed his anger and calmed down the violent martial arts aura. "Get out!" Hearing this, many cadres present rushed to leave the room. Everyone knew that they could not sway in front of his father when he was furious. Garutan was the only one left in the room. He sat on the throne for a while, picked up the communicator, and called Sorokin. After 3 sounds, the communication was connected. Sorokin appeared and spoke with a smile. His beast ancestor, "How is the situation?" Garutan stared at him coldly, looked for a while before he spoke slowly. "The matter has been resolved. I exploded Felixing and completed the test of Hela. For this reason, I died many descendants and was very angry by Haishing." "That's great. Your ancestor is indeed very reliable. I will compensate you for any losses." "So what is the result of the test?" "His ability is very dangerous and has terrifying explosive power." Garutan said the discovery during the battle, and finally paused, saying in a deep voice, "His ability also has a terrifying characteristic. As long as it hits the living body, it can reduce the life of the cell and reduce the lifespan of the target. This discovery has cost me a huge price." Sorokin was stunned and suddenly restrained his smile, and his expression became solemn. "Are you telling the truth? I shouldn't tell you that when the Guanghui or Zuling people take action, they will find that they have been reduced in life, and then blame the account on your mistakes in the information." Garutan said coldly. "I understand." Sorokin narrowed his eyes. "I hope you tell Guanghui and Zuling people truthfully, don't play tricks. Otherwise, even if I am a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium, I will still beat you up." Garutan's eyes were cold. "Don't worry, I have integrity in this regard." Sorokin nodded seriously and hung up the communication. Garutan threw away the communicator casually. His expression was cold, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. "Let Guanghui and Zuling know that Hela's superpowers have the characteristics of reducing life, and there may be 2 situations. First, because of fear, I gave up the plan against her. Second, because of fear, she must not be allowed to survive." According to his understanding of glory and vile spirit, the latter would be the 99% possibility. If Hela had such ability, Guanghui and Zuling would not allow her to grow up. In his previous life, Hela belonged to a chaotic and evil camp, and was no different from a strange god. He had no obvious tendency to power, so most people were unwilling to provoke such a crazy woman and thug, and no one wanted to live for nothing. But now the situation is completely different. Hela is a member of the Black Star Army, a stinger with a master, no longer a chaotic and evil spirit, and this stinger will only pierce the enemy. This leads to the strong forces and strong people facing the Black Star Legion feel a strong threat. In terms of targeting top combat power, Hela is equivalent to a daunting chronic poison. The cloud of longevity is shrouded on every enemy's head, and no one is willing to Krypton life. No one wants to have such a dangerous person in the opposing camp, and he doesn't want to see her continue to grow. Some super high-risk superpowers, and the existence of them is the original sin and must be strangled as soon as possible. Garutan is sure that as long as the news spreads, most super A-levels do not want to see such superpowers continue to exist in the universe. It can also help Guanghui and Zuling strengthen the will of killing. Everyone has their own way of survival. In the eyes of major high-level forces, Sorokin is a magical existence. It is clearly the object of being jointly hired by Guanghui, Zuling, and Interstellar Black Market, but it is slowly leading the thread. Instead, it has become a middleman for the information transfer of several forces and has extensive communication. Under his operation, Garutan tempted Hela's results and soon passed to Guanghui and Zuling's hands, immediately attracted the attention of the senior management and convened their respective allies to meet. The main stronghold of the Zuling sect in the free competition zone is located in another star cluster. At this time, most of the projections of super A-level allies gathered together, and several important officials representing the official attitude were present. After circulating Hella's intelligence, everyone's faces changed. Hella's superpowers can make a super A-level life short. Tolian suddenly stood up, his face turned green. He is not a martial artist and has never had an insight into the microscopic changes in the life activity of cells. Until now, he knows what he has encountered. I fought with Hella, and not only was I defeated, but I also lost my lifespan for countless years. I lost all my underwear. Tolian regretted it so much that his intestines were blushed. How could he be unlucky to meet such an opponent? Fighting is a short life. Who can withstand this? No matter how warlike a madman is, he will be furious. If I had known that I would not agree to fight with Hyla. No, if I had known, I would not have gone to find Dragon Priest to establish my authority. I'm autistic. Everyone looked at him sympathetically and observed 3 seconds of silence, and then they ignored him and started discussing each other. I didn't expect that this new Super A-level has such a weird superpower, which is a bit like the power of death on the list of super-risk superpowers. The small guy from Sun Hunter was sitting casually on the table, sitting out of the momentum of a big golden sword. I remember this is the ability of a certain original person, and he actually appears again. Yes, I also remember this information. What's the name? Saori interrupted and said slowly. And I, Jess, who controls the death, she also has a sister nicknamed the Mother of All Things, who can spread vitality. Yes. These two are quite famous among the original ones. They were born in different civilizations and had no blood relationship with each other. In the end, they met like fate in the vast universe. The extremely compatible superpowers make them sisters transcend blood relationship. What an artistic beauty legend, revealing the atmosphere of the times of exploration. Perfect. A super A-level face full of emotion. This person is named Lawrence, and his deputy profession is an art-oriented person. He is dressed in colorful colors and has a double impact on his vision and stomach. Hey, aren't they sisters? Someone scratched his head. No, after so many years, rumors from the outside world have long been distorted. What our database preserves is the truth. A senior official spoke and couldn't help but remind him. Everyone, can we return to the issue of Hella? Photon, Sageman nodded and said in a deep voice, the power of death is a super high-risk superpower that can harvest life. If Hella grows up, once her superpowers are out of control like waning one day, it will be a disaster for the entire universe. This is second. The biggest problem is she's a member of the Black Star Legion and is our enemy. Hailing, Delun gritted her teeth. This ability is very dangerous. If it is not dealt with, when Hella grows up in the future, we will have to worry about this special threat when we deal with the Black Star Legion. Jiangmen, Taylordy said. These Super A-level who have participated in the Lighthouse Star battle and suffered losses at Han Xiao have the greatest hostility towards the Black Star Legion and want to ride on the Black Star head at all times. Cisco hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, for us Super A-level, Skio is too terrible. The Sun Hunter glanced at him. I don't think you have to worry about this problem. Cisco was stunned. What does it mean? From the combat power of Hella against Garutan, if you face her, you will probably be killed directly, so Skioyo is useless to you. Cisco felt the deep malice of the world, turned to join Tolian, and became autistic together. Stop messing around. Saori spoke lightly and looked at several officials. What do you think of the senior officials in Zuling? Several officials looked at each other and spoke seriously. The senior officials mean that they hope to win over Hyla and make her an ally. If not, I hope everyone will take action to eradicate Hyla. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they understood the idea of the Zuling sect. Ordinary people will be killed instantly by Hela. So life-saving is useless to life at the natural disaster level and below. Her big killer weapon is completely aimed at the top combat power of the Super A-level level. Not only is it the current threat, but it can also affect the situation of winning over allies in the future. Assuming that Hela is in a hostile camp, even if he does nothing, The freshman has concerns when he is in the A-level team and is unwilling to face Hela, so it is not conducive to recruiting new allies. Although Hela is a member of the Black Star Army, he has not yet joined the advanced civilization. The Zuling sect hopes to use it for its own use and master this great killing weapon. This level was something Garuten did not expect. And if you cannot take it for yourself, Su Ling will destroy Hela. Not only that, the Super A-level audience basically thinks that they are deeper. Hela's deterrence is only aimed at Super A-level. Does the Zuling sect also want to use her to intimidate the entire Super A-level class? If it were normal, everyone would not have this idea, but everyone here happened to have participated in Han Xiao's meeting of the gods. Old Maitu instilled with the same front saying, and couldn't help thinking about it there. The audience suddenly fell silent, and many people were a little confused. Saori's face remained unchanged. He glanced at everyone and said, I think it can be done immediately. As for eliminating her, we need to consider it slowly. Although we are all shining the world, and it is convenient to mobilize it, the trend will also receive more attention, and killing Hera will also provoke Black Star. It is best to wait and see the actions of the Guangxi Federation first. Don't forget that they also have this information and will definitely take action. I understand. The senior official nodded. Niga's account has not been settled yet. We do not want to cooperate with Guangxi this time, and we do have to wait and see. However, when we decide to act, I hope you all respond positively. No problem. In addition to Cisco, the unlucky men of the Lighthouse Star Battle expressed their opinions. They wanted to take revenge on the Black Star Legion for a long time, and finally waited for the opportunity. Saori didn't speak, his eyes flashed. On the other hand, the Guanghui Federation is also holding the same meeting, but the topic is very different from Su Ling. Hela's superpowers are very dangerous. It's true, but it's not worth it to deal with him that he will inevitably anger the Black Star Army. Heidi said. A member of the congressman frowned. In the long run, it is obviously Hela's threatening, so it is worth irritating the Black Star Army for this. Are you sure? Heidi asked back. Did you forget the Scepter of Gods? As soon as this statement came out, the member of the congressman of the Glorious Federation was stunned and fell into deep thought. The Scepter of Gods is also threatening to Super A-level, and even has a higher priority than Hela. I think this may be an opportunity. If we can take the opportunity to reach a deal with Black Star and let him untie the seal of space-time amber, it will be a sure profit for us. Heidi talked freely. At this time, Manison agreed faintly. Yes, I think we need to consider the attitude of Black Star. The Scepter of God is very important. Everyone couldn't help looking at him. Some were surprised, and some were tacitly understood. Many Super A-level people know that Manison made a statement at this time, on the surface considering it from the perspective of the Scepter of Gods, but in fact, it was largely affected by the Council of Gods. Manison is the leader in promoting the same front of the Super A-level team. He attaches more importance to Han Xiao's power in the Shining World. He hopes that Han Xiao will build an information interaction platform for the same front, so he is unwilling to anger him, which leads him to quit. Speaking of which, if Han Xiao had not held a meeting of the gods and talked about the situation of Super A-level, it was estimated that the glorious Super A-level allies would not have hesitated at this time, and they were considered as unintentionally planting willows and becoming shade. It would not have been in the calculation of Black Star, right? After thinking for a while, the chief elder paused his crutch. Indeed, if the seal of the Scepter of the Gods can be untied, he can temporarily put down the problem of Hela. However, it is almost impossible to succeed. After a pause, he slowly added, the Zuling sect will definitely take action to win over first and then eliminate it. We can remind Black Star, but this chip is not enough. Black Star has an empire behind it, and we do not need our help in terms of force. Moreover, he is a man of the empire, and we must be worried that after releasing the Scepter of the Gods, we will use the scepter to deal with him. After comprehensive consideration, he will not agree to trade with us. Hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed. If they stood from the perspective of Black Star, they would not agree to the enemy. The most important thing is that the chips that Guanghui had not taken out were enough. In fact, Guanghui has always wanted to establish a good relationship with Han Xiao, untie the seal of the scepter of the gods, and let it get rid of the state of being able to see but not touch as soon as possible. However, the evolutionary totem is a strategy related to the future of civilization and is countless times more important than the scepter of the gods, so Guanghui can only temporarily put the issue of the scepter and first target the Red Empire and the Black Star Legion to become enemies. And now, Hyla's problem has given Guanghui an opportunity to trade with Black Star. So, we need more heavyweight chips. Heidi's eyes flashed. For example, Hela himself. Everyone's hearts moved. You mean, we will capture Hela alive, and then use her and Black Star to trade in exchange for the unblocking of the scepter of the gods? The chief elder pondered for a while, feeling that he was in trouble. This way, if you don't kill people, you won't offend Black Star to death, and you can exchange the scepter of the gods to unseal it. It's much higher than the success rate of regular relationships. The approach is very flexible, and it seems to be a good idea. If it succeeds, Guanghui is the most profitable. Finally, he can untickle the scepter of the gods and turn it into his own shape, while Su Ling is so miserable that it is green. Well, it seems that whether Su Ling loses or not is not our business. A fellow Taoist who dies will not die. Thinking about this relationship, everyone couldn't help but look at Heidi, who made the suggestion. You're such a slutty guy. The chief elder coughed. Hela is good at dealing with life forms, so the best person to deal with her is a mechanic, master machinery. I'm not interested in bullying a freshman super A-level. Manison interrupted him. As a mechanic with countless vests, of course he is not afraid of being short of life by Hela. However, he is unwilling to bully the freshman and super A-level. Old Maitu now wants more and more newcomers, so he will not suppress them. Okay, then someone else will go. The chief elder shook his head helplessly. They could not command Manison. At this time, a super A-level can't help but shake his head. So many super A-level targets a person. The last time he enjoyed this treatment, it seems to be a strange god. A newcomer is being targeted like this. It's a bad luck. The free competition zone is in the stage of a group of demons dancing. The movements of giant local snakes like the Black Star Legion have attracted high attention from external forces. Soon, an incident of an armed conflict between the Black Star Legion and Garutan spread. The Black Star army, selected by the Philly Star, was blasted and could only choose a new stronghold. Garutan did not get it well, and many subordinates died. Both sides finally withdrew, which was a draw. Hela fought against Garutan, but the result was normal. She was not a match for the Pika level super, but I heard that Garutan was also injured a little, which is not something that ordinary freshmen can do after a level. Many forces secretly raised Hela's combat power value in their files, believing that among all freshmen in this class, Hela may be the strongest person. Hela's ability intelligence is only circulated among the 3 major civilizations and a very small number of high-level forces. The outside world is not aware of it, and most people do not know that the high-level circles are already undercurrents. Because the Black Star Army and Garutan were leading the way, the external forces that were frictional against each other no longer restrained them, and they fought one after another, fighting for resources and no longer worried about the Empire's attitude. The chain reaction caused by this battle is that the number of armed conflicts in the free competition zones is the rapid increase in the number of military conflicts, and the public security situation declines in the form of an avalanche. However, overall, there are countless blank areas in the 4th phase, and there's still a lot of room for exploration, so the degree of conflict is not too intense, far from reaching the peak of the previous life. The Legion Players Guild, which has been separated from the large army, has also begun to exert its subjective initiative and participate in the competition in the free competition zone as a formal organization. In a border galaxy in the Emerald Cluster, a small fleet is slowly moving forward, with different forces engraved with symbols of power, which are the marks of some guilds. After the Legion has completed registration, you can customize the organization name and markings, and these guilds will openly take out their own emblems. This fleet includes the official guilds of well-known frontline clubs such as Chongkong, Jiangsheng, and Heavy Rain and will act together. In today's version, players have become much more efficient in making money. It is no problem to buy ordinary spacecraft by gritting their teeth and saving money. The guild funds for first-tier clubs have increased. In addition, Han Xiao gave a 30% sale price. Many guild organizations have purchased small fleets. At this time, the backbone members of various guilds gathered on the battleships in the sky for a meeting, and there were many professional players in the room following the team. "We are not far from Hacks. We can arrive in about half an hour. Let's make a plan," said Bikong Yu, president of the Sky Field of the Chongkong Club's official guild. Flash Fried Rice brought up a memo in red. Harks have sufficient resources and are currently occupied by 7 small forces, 3 consortiums, 2 private armed forces, and 2 Galaxy-level civilization collection teams cannot drive away each other and can only compete for rich resource locations. Our goal is to settle in Hacks, make friends with consortiums, build resource strongholds on this planet, and lay a foundation for construction. The most important thing is how to negotiate with these consortiums. Mingyu Changzhong said, "Leave this to me." Feng Yu volunteered. "I know what to say." Everyone nodded and encouraged them. Under the guidance of Han, Xiao Mingli, and secretly, the Legion players were the first to understand the key points of this version, that is, to interact with NPC forces in the name of the organization. After so many versions, players already know that the actions of NPCs are no different from those of real people. Every word and action will cause reactions. Any situation may occur, with high freedom so high that it is so high that negotiation requires speech, and the higher the charm value, the easier it is to negotiate. There are always people in the guild who are good at negotiating. As a plot stream player, Feng Yu is keen on finding NPCs to interact. The new system of the Legion allowed these guilds to be treated semi-independently. With such great freedom, these guilds began to exert subjective initiative, actively analyze intelligence, find opportunities, and have their own unique features. It is safe to follow the large army, but its movements are restricted. Many players have the idea of rather being a chicken head than a phoenix tail. This is exactly what Han Xiao wants to see. He released many motivational tasks for acting alone, trying to spread the Legion players, penetrate more territory, expand their advantages, and explore new interests, rather than simply drinking soup with himself. These guilds acted in a group to increase their own weight. Instead of following the large army, they chose to participate in the competition of small forces at Hacks, which was precisely for the sake of maximizing their own advantages. Currently, the ranks of guild players are mainly B-level, and B-level is considered the backbone of the universe and is more influential in the face of small forces. The guild is an affiliated organization of the Black Star Army. The name of Black Star has a high influence bonus on small forces, which just borrows the prestige of backers to increase the bargaining chips for its own negotiations with NPC forces. After a while, the fleet slowly slowed down and Hacks got closer and closer. A scattered defending fleet was suspended in outer space, belonging to different forces. Seeing the players' fleet, Hacks defense forces activated their combat posture, came up vigilantly, and initiated a communication application. The crazy knife patted Feng Yu on the shoulder and whispered, "I'll leave it to you." Feng Yu exhaled, letting her lips pout, and trembled out the afterimage as a warm-up, eager to try. "Feng Sun, watch me fool them. P.S. Weibo has finally been certified successfully. Interested brothers and sisters follow Yiha Weibo." Feng Yu answered the communication and saw a guy who looked like a mercenary on the screen, with alertness and curiosity in his eyes. "This is the armed frigate of the Crescent Consortium. I am the Commander Fackelman. Who are you?" Feng Yu was happy when she heard this. Guild players such as Chongkong, Jiangcheng, and Heavy Rain have investigated the current situation of Hacks in advance. The 7 forces dominate the planet and compete with each other. They protect the outer space of the planet separately in different directions of outer space, forcing other external forces to retreat and do not want more people to share resources. If you encounter armed forces or galaxy-level civilization collection teams, the difficulty of negotiation will increase. If you directly encounter the consortium forces, things will go very smoothly. Of course, with the current ability of the players, they cannot investigate these situations alone. The source of intelligence is naturally the Black Star Army, which allows players to query real-time intelligence of the Shining World. This is a superior treatment for players as Legion players. Feng Yu calmed down and said, "This is the joint armed force of the Sky Domain, the Rain Guild, Jiangcheng Guild, and other organizations." Factman looked puzzled. He has never heard of any of these organizations' names, let alone recognize the marks of these players' guilds. The small organization that popped up from somewhere. Factman shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Harkson does not welcome any foreign forces at present. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures." "You misunderstood. We are not trying to enter Haxon. You can treat us as mercenaries." Feng Yu took out the prepared rhetoric. "Didn't you issue a recruitment notice on the Shining World regional channel? We plan to cooperate with your consortium to accept armed employment." Fackelman was stunned, a little surprised. What Shining World is most lacking in the most is jobs. Almost all forces are recruiting soldiers, and senior forces are the most attractive. The probability of small consortiums like them recruiting people in the free competition zone is too low. He didn't expect that this group of people were actually mercenaries who came to apply for the job. "But why don't you contact us in advance? What does it mean to come here directly? It should be a small organization that is not a good person and doesn't understand the rules of this industry." Fackelman felt that he had guessed correctly and shook his head secretly. He probably won't be much more powerful than such an organization, and he doesn't have any hope, but the other party is at least fighting power, which is somewhat useful. After a pause, he asked casually, "Okay, let's talk about the situation of your organization first. We need to consider whether it is worth our employment." Feng Yu pinched her finger excitedly, pretending to be calm. "Okay, our joint armed forces has a total of 7,000 superpowered warriors, including 5,800 B-level members." "Wait, what's the matter?" Fackelman thought there was something wrong with his ear. The scale of 7,000 superpowers is nothing, but the problem is 5,800 are B-level superpowers. There are not so many B-levels in hacks. From Han Xiao's perspective today, the B-level is similar to cannon fodder, but in the eyes of ordinary interstellar forces, the B-level superpower is undoubtedly the backbone of a large mercenary legion and the main combat member. When Han Xiao was in the mercenary world in his early years, he was already a master of B-level and even more a big shot in the eyes of ordinary people. The famous mercenary legions in areas such as Tianhuan and Zijin, before being led by Han Xiao, seem to have only a few dozen or hundreds of people in the B-level. If it weren't for two natural disaster-level towns, their combat power would be only a fraction of them. Could it be that I lied to me? Farkamon looked suspicious. Only this idea. The official guilds such as Chongkong and Jiangcheng have a large number of peripheral members, and it is still very simple to gather thousands of people. Most players have been upgraded to level B at the opening of 4.0. The main ones who have not been able to get into the trap are newcomers who have just entered the trap or practiced small trumpets. Feng Yu deliberately ignored him and continued to talk to herself. At the same time, we are an affiliated organization of the Black Star Army, and the former was the immortal force under the Black Star Army. Wait a minute. Do you think you are an affiliated force of the Black Star Army, and they are also the immortal force? Factman was shocked and stunned. Isn't it a group of unknown small organizations that are so big they are people from Black Star? His first reaction was that he didn't believe it. In his eyes, Black Star is a cosmic giant that cannot be reached. The Crescent Consortium he serves in is nothing in front of the Black Star Legion. Moreover, the Immortal Force is a well-known ace of the Black Star Legion. How could he come to accept their employment? Fackelman hurriedly logged into the Black Star Legion's public website to query the information of these forces, but the results scared him. The Sky Domain, Heavy Rain, and Jiangcheng are really semi-independent affiliates of the Legion. The members are all immortal, and they were registered not long ago. Next to Feng Yu, professional players such as Quang Dao and several core backbones of the guild looked at Fackelman's shocked look, and he felt very happy and felt relieved. Just because of the name of Black Star, this guy was shocked. It's comfortable to have a backer. Because of its unparalleled authenticity, players have a rich source of fun. Watching NPCs react to their actions, players feel accomplished. The reason why everyone came to apply directly was to pull the tiger bark tree on the spot, borrow the prestige of the Black Star Army, and enhance their influence. In general employment relationships, they cannot share the resources of the planet. But with the name of Black Star, there are some conditions to discuss. The benefits of the Legion are really amazing, and many guild presidents almost want to offer Han Xiao at home. It is not exclusive to the planet, but to seek cooperation with other forces, mainly due to funds. Mining equipment costs money, and mining requires manpower. If you find an NPC organization to cooperate, you don't have to bear this part of the cost. Although the player's personal strength is strong, he is far inferior to the NPC power in terms of fleets, so they do have the sincerity of cooperation. Seeing that the other party had not responded for a long time, Feng Yu couldn't help but cough and reminded, "How is it? Do you like us? If you don't need to hire, we will leave." Fackelman woke up as if he was in a dream and was anxious when he heard this. No. It's our honor to hire you all. Please follow me, and I will notify the senior management of the consortium immediately. After the words came, all the players present rang. When they opened it, they were cheered up and cheered in a low voice. Here, the task is triggered. Gandhi is beautiful. Haha, I said the plan can be completed. It's true, that's how it is played. What appears in the panel is not the employment task, but a camp task called Heartstar Power Seizing, which prompts you to select one of the camps to help them expel forces on other planets. It is a triggered plot mission. Soon, the player's fleet followed Fackelman to land in a base on the surface of Hackstar. When everyone got off the spaceship, they saw a group of cadres wearing Crescent Consortium uniforms waiting at the dock, looking eager and excited. As many players stepped onto the dock, the people from the Crescent Moon Consortium took the initiative to greet them. The leader walked towards Feng Yue and stretched out his hand with a very enthusiastic attitude. "Hello, I am head of the Crescent Consortium in charge of Hax exploration. You can call me Smodic. I welcome you on behalf of Hax. Your name is quite unique." Feng Yu's mouth twitched. She suppressed her smile, tense face, and shook hands with him. Smodic didn't understand, but he didn't care. He said warmly, "You are here at the right time. We really need the help of mercenaries. I just have a question. Are you here to apply for the job? Is it the Black Star Army or your own?" Everyone. Feng Yu's answer was ambiguous. This question was not in her preparation, but it seemed to be more beneficial to her. "Then let's talk about employment remuneration. Do you have any conditions?" Smodic asked. Feng Yu, Kwang Dao, and others looked at each other, nodded, and said, "We hope it is not just a hiring. In addition to rewards, we also want to cooperate in the development of hacks." Cooperative development? Smodic's heart trembled, and he thought of a lot in an instant. If the Black Star Legion wants to occupy the Hackstar, and this group of people is an advanced force, then their Crescent Consortium will not be able to compete. Now Hacks can accommodate 7 forces, because they are all young brothers and are evenly matched. If a giant comes, they will be fighting for nothing. Pack up and get out of here, wash the planet clean, and give up and let them go. But Smodic thought again and said that this might not be a bad thing, as if he could hold He Xing's thighs. Leg hair. At present, the biggest card of Hackstar is 2 galaxy-level civilizations, but the planet is only the other party's collection team, so it can still be stalemate. If the large civilized forces come, their consortium can only leave. But if they get the protection of these immortals, it is equivalent to borrowing the amulet of the Black Star Legion. Moreover, as the competition becomes more and more intense, other forces may come to Hackstar in the future and have an extra backer, which seems very beneficial. Thinking of this, Smodic made a decision and focused on it. There is no problem. We will formulate the specific terms here. I will show you it after it is done. Okay. Feng Yu nodded. She was only responsible for negotiations. She couldn't understand such terms. But it doesn't matter. The official guild of professional clubs has talents in this area. The guild presidents are all middle-level managers of the club. They still have some knowledge level. You can look at the terms and conditions. If you don't have any problems, you can search for templates in the quantum network for comparison, or just spend some money to ask Philip to help check it. This is the best thing in the Legion. As long as you spend money, you can get almost any service. Krypton Gold is indeed the strongest superpower. The Crescent Consortium has freed up an area to serve as a stronghold for guilds, such as Changkong and Jiangcheng, so that everyone can rest. The next day, the two sides reached a consensus and signed a formal cooperation agreement. After signing the contract, many players immediately triggered corresponding employment tasks. Currently, there are a lot of Hackstar-related tasks in their task list. Some are triggered by themselves, some are released by the Crescent Consortium, and others are encouraged tasks specially issued by Han Xiao, such as find a planet to build resource collection points, etc., in order to encourage players to spread like dandelions. There are so many tasks for the same thing. If you complete them all, you can get extremely generous rewards and get twice the result with half the effort. After completing the contract, Feng Yu and others came to Smodic and offered suggestions. We are partners now. You have not yet promoted our origin, so other forces do not know our strength and identity. This is the advantage, so I hope to take action immediately, carry out an armed raid to seize the resource base. Smodic thought for a while, nodded and said, "It's right. Where do you want to attack?" Feng Yu opened the holographic three-dimensional map of Hackstar and pointed to several directions, which were all large resource bases of several other forces in Hackstar. You want to seize so many resource collection bases at the same time? Smodic stuttered a little. Don't worry, we are sure. Hao Ian inserted his mouth. In the interstellar battlefield, the fleet is very important, and the acquisition of resource bases is the ground battlefield, and the superpower troops are the key. Now, the entire Haxby level superpowers are not as many as them, and there is no problem with multi-line combat. Then do what you want. My troops will do their best to cooperate. Smodic secretly decided to hold the leg hair tightly. The Ursa civilization is a galaxy-level civilization in the black hole world. It participates in the free competition in the Shining World. One of the collection teams is one of the 7 forces of Hackstar. It is the most powerful and has established several resource collection bases on the planet. On the edge of a canyon, there is a base, and the floating collection equipment rises and falls in the canyon. Mining the minerals here, and transport vehicles continuously transport resources to the warehouse. There are a large number of Ursa soldiers in the base, and there are combat vehicles patrolling around them. Various turret positions and traps are arranged on the periphery. Small warships are hovering in the sky with strict defense. Somewhere in the base, 2 guys in officers' uniforms walked slowly and inspected the base. I heard that a small fleet arrived at Hax yesterday, and the Crescent Consortium put them in. One of the stout figures asked in a deep voice. He was the head of the base, a middle-level Ursa officer named Han Xiao. The other person is the captain of the superpower unit stationed at the base, a B-level superpower. It is said that he was a special recruit for the Shining World. He curled his lips and said casually, "It should be reinforcements recruited by the Crescent Consortium." The defense fleet took pictures of their fleet marks. I checked it. There are no files of those organizations in the Mercenary Alliance, and it is probably just some irregular little shrimps. The Player Guild is an affiliated force of the Legion. Han Xiao did not help them register in the Mercenary Alliance. The obscure intention is to turn the Legion into a platform of the same nature as the Mercenary Alliance. So at present, only files can be found on the Legion website. The Player Guild is not famous at present, and the Ursa collection team does not know their origin, so naturally they do not understand the correct query method. Han Xiao said coldly, "With reinforcements in the Crescent Consortium, it is probably going to be a move. Do you think their target will be us?" "Impossible," Han Xiao said decisively. "The Crescent Consortium does not have the courage." "Are you so sure?" Han Xiao looked confident. "Of course. This is the most severe base for defense. Not only does it have a large number of defense measures, but it also has more than 70 B-level superpowers stationed. If the Crescent Consortium has a brain, it will not dare to attack my base." Boom! Before he finished speaking, The explosion sounded loudly outside the base, and the ground was shocked, and the two of them staggered one step at the same time. "What's going on?" Han Xiao was shocked and hurriedly boarded the floating vehicle to take off, observing the direction of the explosion from afar. I saw that there was the mine trap area outside. At this time, a large number of anti-gravity ground vehicles marked by the Crescent Consortium were coming quickly. The vehicle was equipped with shields and electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons. It charged towards the base gate and exchanged fire with the turret positions outside the base over and over again. The artillery fire was crisscrossing and making noises. Enemy attack. All personnel returned to their posts. The base's alarm sounded immediately. Han Xiao was shocked and angry. His face turned pale. How dare the Crescent Consortium attack me? He made a judgment last second, and the enemy came the next second. His face was very bad. Seeing this, the captain of the Superman next to him knew not to stimulate the commander, and said, "I'll lead the Superman troops to fight." Okay. Han Xiao focused heavily. Captain Superman went to organize manpower, and only Han Xiao was left on the vehicle. He stared coldly at the enemy troops getting closer and closer to the base, regaining his confident expression. "I dare to take me as my target. It seems that I must give you a painful lesson." Soon, the ground troops of the Crescent Consortium rushed through the periphery of the base, and the ground troops on the base also took the initiative to attack, and the superpower troops followed and intercepted the enemy. While exchanging fire, the two sides quickly pulled the distance closer, and they were about to collide. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A group of ground vehicles in the front of the Crescent Consortium suddenly opened the car door, and a figure jumped out one after another. About 100 people fell to the ground and rolled forward with inertia. However, during the rolling process, the bodies of the 100 people suddenly expanded and turned into a biochemical distortion of several times. The speed increased sharply, and they rushed into the ground troops of the base. Rumble. These biochemical monsters charge against artillery fire, with thick skin and infinite power. The huge palms kept sweeping across, lifting all the vehicles blocking the road, as if they were entering a no-man's realm. The Black Star Legion badge, Evolution, improved from the Oviathan badge, also received a 30% discount, and the guild purchased a large amount of money and distributed it to players. 100 players who entered the Extreme Evolution and Distortion state are powerful tools for attacking, instantly tearing the ground troops on the base into pieces. Han Xiao's face darkened, and he immediately ordered, "Let the superpower troops attack and deal with these monsters." The order was issued. In the front battlefield, the superpower captain led thousands of superpowers into the battlefield, most of which were C or D. At the front of the troops were dozens of B-level superpowers, as the arrows for charge. On the other hand, thousands of players appeared on the Crescent Consortium and also launched a charge. A medium-sized superpower war is about to break out, and seeing that the players are at a disadvantage in number, Han Xiao smiled. The number of superpowers is only about a quarter of ours, only 1,000. They are finished. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, the superpowers troops on both sides fought fiercely, but the result was completely contrary to what he expected, and his eyes almost popped out, full of disbelief. I saw thousands of players burst out with B-level combat power, and they gained an absolute advantage in an instant, killing enemies that were several times more than themselves. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao's face changed drastically, and he was shocked. How could there be so many B-level superpowers? In a small-scale ground war, without the participation of the disaster level, thousands of B-level players are enough to dominate the direction of a battle. Although the Ursa civilization's resource base has 4 or 5 times the superpowers and a large number of defensive measures, in front of the self-destructing players who have transformed into the Chiaji era, these are just sacrifices dedicated to art, and they move towards the end of matter and spirit in the dazzling light and heat, and finally merge into one, together into ashes. Extreme distortion and self-destruction tactics are the two rogue-level killer weapons for players. In the eyes of these players, life is just for the instant bright bloom, as if transforming into a match, burning itself, and warming the public, referring to explosion, which is so great that people cry, referring to enemies. The number of B-level combat powers has an overwhelming advantage. With the help of the Crescent Consortium, there is no suspense in the battle. This resource base was quickly conquered by players, and Handegabu and some of the officers left in the base were all captured alive. At this time, the base was full of traces of explosions, and the ground and buildings had charred traces. Some peripheral players of the Crescent Consortium and Guild were cleaning the battlefield and counting the spoils. In the square of the base, Handegabu and other groups of prisoners squatted here, holding their heads in their hands, their faces turned gray, and were surrounded by a group of players. How about it? Do you want to kill all these people? Xia Xiaojian, deputy captain of Jiangchang team, turned his head, looked at the crazy sword beside him, eager to try. Kwang Dao pondered, let me think about it. The joint forces of these guild attacked different resource bases separately, and this was led by Kwang Dao's Jiangxin Guild. When fighting, we don't care about being intimidated, but now that the enemy has been solved, it's the professional players' turn to take advantage of their experience. Providing resources to professional players is one of the missions of the guild. Feng Yu glanced at Hangabu and others, blinked. Why would you ask their names first, and let me see if the mission can be triggered? Hearing this, professional players such as Kwang Dao had no objection. Seeing this, Feng Yu came straight to the group of prisoners and asked, "Who is the chief here?" The crowd was in agitation, and many people were hesitant to betray their boss. However, Handegabu took the initiative to speak with a look of unwillingness and gritted his teeth. "I am the person in charge of this base. Handegabu, are you mercenaries of the Crescent Consortium? Who is the origin?" Until now, his inner shock has not subsided. These are thousands of B-level superpowers. Where did it pop up? After a few seconds, he collapsed his defensive line. And how could he be an unknown person in the mercenary world? Feng Yu smiled in her heart, pretending to be expressionless, and said, "We're the Jiangchang Guild, formerly the immortal force of the Black Star Legion, and currently an affiliated armed organization affiliated to the Legion." Crack! The news was like a bolt from the blue. Handegabu was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He never expected that he would hear the name of Black Star from this group of people. The Crescent Consortium actually took the line to the Black Star Legion. Handegabu looked shocked and was in a mess. He was still angry, but now he disappeared, leaving only panic. His first reaction was also unbelievable, but when he thought of the abnormal situation on the battlefield he noticed just now, he suddenly realized it. No wonder some enemies appeared again, even though they were obviously dead. He didn't figure out at first, but now he figured it out that it turned out to be the famous Black Star Legion Immortal Force. So the origin of this group of people is real. Yu, faced with the power of Black Star, Handegabu could no longer be hard, and all the confidence brought to him by the galaxy civilization was leaked. Even he looked so nauseous, and the other prisoners were trembling all over, shocked. Feng Yu thought about it, and felt that she had to take the initiative to trigger the task. She asked, "Do you have anything to ask us to do?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and immediately despaired. "It's over. This is asking if we have any last wishes." Aware of the atmosphere full of fear, Handegabu gritted his teeth and turned around and shouted angrily, "No mercy is allowed. As a soldier, it is our glory to die in battle." When he was defeated, he was mentally prepared to sacrifice and recovered at this time. Feng Yu scratched her head and said sincerely, "You beg me. Maybe we will let you go. Dream. Even if I die, I won't let you play. I really won't fight for it. Maybe I can succeed. Devil. Demon. You are delusional." A scene that made the members of the Crescent Consortium confused appeared in the field. The captive enemy was determined to die, extremely tough, but the arresting person was trying hard to persuade him. However, at this moment, the people of the Crescent Consortium saw a strong wave and entanglement on their faces. They were shocked all over, thinking that they had guessed the intention of these immortals, and they were shivering in an instant. I understand. This is a differentiation of the enemy. Shrimps and pig hearts are so scary. Not everyone was as strong as Han Xiao. Soon someone gritted his teeth and stood up and took the initiative to beg for mercy under Han Xiao's glare. Feng Yu looked at the panel and did a task pop up. The format was XX's begging for mercy. The condition was that they could get a small piece of experience by letting them go. So she turned to look at Quang Dao. Do you do this kind of task? Although there is less experience, no matter how small the mosquito is, it's still meat. Quang Dao nodded. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu asked the begging for mercy to squat aside. Many wavering prisoners rushed to beg for mercy when they saw someone taking the lead. Some people can trigger tasks, while others cannot. Many players are picky and choose like buying vegetables in the vegetable market, screening the prisoners and dividing them into two groups. The rest are all without tasks. Let's do it. Without hesitation, many professional players turned into executioners and killed all the deadly hardcore players such as Han Xiao. Although most of them were weak, they had the status bonus, which gave them a lot of experience in killing enemies, and they could also improve the evaluation of the Hackstar mission. It's too cruel. The members of the Crescent Consortium watching next to him couldn't help but dodge the player's eyes and swallowed nervously. If they hadn't dared to anger Ursa's civilization, they might have let people go, but this group of Black Star Legion is so cruel, killing people without blinking and changing their expressions. The people from the Black Star Army are indeed dangerous people. The prisoner begging for mercy looked at this scene and was trembling. The crazy knife asked them to leave at will, and the group of talents were, as if they were amnesty and rushed to the outside of the base. At this moment, the professional players, such as Quang Dao, suddenly paused and glanced at the panel. The moment the group of prisoners stepped out of the base, those small tasks of begging for mercy were completed in one go. Is it so relaxed to complete the judgment? Yes, after all, it's just a small task of 10,000 experiences. Quang Dao scratched his head in confusion, turned to look at other players, and nodded with a look. 3 minutes later, the released prisoners squatted neatly in the square again, with a confused face. We were released, and we caught us back. What does this mean? Try again. Feng Yu coughed. Are anyone else who wants to beg for mercy? We will let you go. His tone was very sincere, but it became a sarcasm in the ears of many prisoners, and many people were furious. It turns out that we are really playing tricks on us. Can you give me some fun? A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. If he had known, he would have died on the spot with dignity. With Han Xiao, most people remain silent, but a small number of people break through the bottom line for the second time, begging for mercy again with hope. However, this time, the players' panel did not pop up. It seems that this kind of task can only be triggered once, and it cannot be repeated. Xie Xiaojian shook his head, feeling a little regretful. I've thought of it for a long time. If you can repeat it, there will be a ghost. Feng Yu rolled her eyes. The Quang Dao sighed helplessly and drew out the blood-stained alloy sword. Since that's the case, there's nothing I can do. 30 seconds later, a batch of fresh corpses appeared on the ground. As an executioner, a professional player patted his butt and joined the ranks of cleaning the battlefield next to him. Only a group of members of the Crescent Consortium were left. After watching the whole process of playing with the abuse of prisoners, his eyes were filled with fear, his heart was chilling, and his body was frozen, giving people hope to break it again and letting the enemy feel deeper despair. These people are too cruel. Everyone shivered, looked at each other, and reached a consensus. You must never provoke these people. This is a group of devils. Several guilds attacked several resource bases separately, and all won. Such a record immediately made the other 6 Hackstar forces extremely furious, and they hurriedly inquired about the origin of the powerful aids invited by the Crescent Consortium. The attack was successful, and there was no need to keep it confidential. The players' backgrounds soon spread. After verification, all other forces were scared. Black Star Legion? WDNMD? I can't afford to offend you. Moreover, not only is the background scary, but the strength of these immortals is even more terrifying. More than 5,000 B-level superpowers can walk sideways on hacks. As soon as the news came out, and with a strong record, three forces immediately retreated and felt that there was no hope and retreated without saying a word. Without saying a word, recycling the resource base, giving up hacks, and being scared away by the title of the Legion. The remaining three are two galaxy-level civilizations and another consortium. They are unwilling to give up hacks directly and respond quickly, reducing their bases, shrinking their troops, and waiting for a strong battle, as if facing a great enemy. However, the player did not take the offensive immediately, but with the help of the Crescent Consortium, he occupied several captured resource bases and resumed the collection work. Among the largest bases, the backbone of the guilds such as Changkong, Jiangsheng, and Heavy Rain stood in front of the warehouse door, watching batches of resources being sent in by transport vehicles, and everyone's eyes turned into Einel's symbol. This is a continuous gold mine. Bikong Yuyu looked happy. Our guild has another stable channel of huge profits, and its financial situation is more abundant. It seems that this way of playing is indeed correct. Hao Ian nodded calmly, silently calculating in his mind how many combat equipment and props the resources produced in this place could be exchanged for in one day. Everyone was very happy, and most Legion players were very keen on making money. There is no way, although the Legion's things are good and cheap, they are also expensive in the future. Weapons must be strengthened, mechas must be repaired, ammunition must be replenished, evolution badges must be recharged, spaceships must be bought, not to mention equipment renewal. All the people who have gone through the past two are white Einel. The wallets were sucked away by this charming slut in the Black Star Military Force Department. The Legion players lacked nothing, just fucking money. Now the guild has selected a site to establish a base camp in the Legion territory, and these core backbones come to the free competition zone to build bridgeheads and do tasks to grow and make money, and gradually get on the right track. In the eyes of many guild players, a bright future seems to be waving to them. Chongkong and other guilds have established strongholds on Hackstar, and other Legion players' guilds have also found different opportunities, scattering branches and leaves in the Emerald Star cluster and blooming in many places. After the destruction of Phaley Star, Hela found another planet as a stronghold and was also participating in the tide of free exploration. Now most people are enthusiastic about the map to occupy mines, and Garutin has no time to care about Shanghai Law. The forces of the Legion's affiliated player guild are slowly spreading in the Emerald Star cluster. Now the Black Star Legion's actions have attracted a lot of attention, and this movement has also been discovered by many forces. Many forces were quite curious about the situation that the Immortal Forces became semi-independent, affiliated organizations. They didn't know what Black Star thought and were watching silently. As various guilds in China gradually established bridgeheads in the free competition zone, the first batch of foreign players finally arrived at the Shining World after a long journey, which was the Black Hole World player dominated by Southeast Asia. I was delayed to watch the football match today, and it was a little shorter. It was too difficult for Alien to cry, and tears fell. In the Morning Star cluster, spacecraft sailed out of the Stargate one after another and stepped into the territory of the Shining World. The major forces have long been exploring freely in the Shining World. Now, the only ones who have arrived in the Shining World are tourists who come here, small and unknown organizations, and follow-up troops from various forces to support the front line. This group of fleets are the people transferred from the headquarters to support many Black Hole World forces. They have complex components, including star clusters, regular troops of galaxy-level civilizations, armed employment organizations, consortiums, etc., and these forces have more or less players. The only player camp composition in the universe is an exception. They're all from the Black Star Legion, while the player camps in other star fields are very scattered. In Black Hole Realm, the most powerful force players join is just a member-based neutral organization called the 19 Towers Psychic Energy Association. It can be understood as a regional association of magicians and mind masters. It obtains contribution by providing various magic services and then exchanges resources and knowledge, which is equivalent to a platform for professional communication. In a spaceship, a group of professional players from the Black Hole realm gathered together, which are professional clubs in several countries. In international competitions, Southeast Asian clubs have never had much presence, and the results of each session are ranked behind. The only deep impression on the audience is that they're not very good at tactical operations, tend to be reckless, and their playing style is extremely fierce, and it basically cannot fight a tug-of-war. Relatively speaking, the more well-known professional teams in Southeast Asia are Lao Yu's Red Bay Club, Lao Thai's Titan Club, and Indonesia's Archipelago Club. These three are regular visitors to participate in international competitions and are in distress for one round of tours every year. At this time, the topics that everyone is talking about are also related to this league. The league official has not yet released any news, but the opening of the world server may cause changes in the competition system and may cancel the qualifying mode of the division. The captain of the Red Bay team, Vile Snake, said in a deep voice, "If there is no division system, it will be difficult for us to qualify." The captain of the island's team, Gravel Castle, shook his head, looking pessimistic. The reason why they qualify every year is because of the divisional system, and they're in the Black Hole world. If this system is gone, it will be unlucky to enter international competitions. So people from the same star field must unite, seize the opportunity of opening the world server, and work together to develop well, said Viper. It's hard. Huaxia's advantage in the world server camp is too great. We can't compete with it alone. We can only see if clubs from other countries will join. Unfortunately, we have invested too much resources in our current camp, and it's impossible to change jobs. And even if we go to the Black Star Legion, we can't compete with China's local snakes. We have to find ways to create an advantage. At this time, the poisonous snake narrowed its eyes and said confidently, "Although we can't change jobs, we can still use the benefits of the Black Star Legion. It's best to let some guild members join Black Star and get their qualifications. Then we pay them to purchase a lot of resources with discounted benefits. At the same time, we can also inquire about the trends of the Legion players, which is beneficial to us. Let the spy." Everyone looked at each other. This is indeed a good way, but will it be targeted by the Black Star Legion? What does our players have to do with him? The poisonous snake didn't care. It should be noted that the Chinese players should be careful that they rob the materials we purchased. Okay, then do that. Everyone decided on the strategy and focused on discussing the plan. The Risei Corps is a large private mercenary organization in the Black Hole realm, but it has an official background in secret and is a secret mercenary group of Ursa civilization. The organization name is named after the leader, and the regiment commander is Risek, who personally led reinforcements and had just arrived in the Shining World. All speed up, increase the warp speed level, and arrive at the free competition zone as soon as possible. In the command room, Risek shouted loudly, his tone with a faint excitement. There are many secret mercenary groups under the Ursa civilization, and there are many other existences like him. Civilization rarely gives him tasks and can only disguise himself as a normal mercenary. So he attaches great importance to the opportunity to make meritorious contributions. Originally, he just sent advanced troops, and he was in charge of the base camp to maintain the normal operation of the mercenary group. However, when the Shining World was officially opened, players who had disappeared for 20 years were relisted. In each star field, players' deeds are different, and the impression they leave on the local forces is different. Because of the dispersion of the faction, the players in the Black Hole realm are a piece of loose sand, and their exposure rate in the universe is far less than that of the Legion players, and they are less threatening. However, a large number of local forces have also noticed the special existence of players, believing that they may be the same species as the immortal force of the Black Star Army, and have the ability to resurrect from the dead. But the problem is that due to the dispersion of players, the local forces do not know how many immortals exist. Before players show this trait, they can act like ordinary NPCs, which is difficult to distinguish, and disappear for 20 years, making it even harder to discover. But Risek noticed that the players reappeared and was deeply impressed by this group of thugs who were not afraid of death. So he took his own initiative and recruited people again. Just so happened that many Black Hole Realm players' targets are also shining the world, so they hit it off. He was able to recruit tens of thousands of Black Hole Realm players and transport them to the Shining World as support troops, and personally took action to seek credit. Not long ago, he received good news on the road that Ursa's civilization was in trouble on the front line. A collection team was overturned by the immortals of the Black Star Army. Just when reinforcements were needed, Risek found that he had suddenly become a timely helper and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The group of strong aides I recruited can just help civilization fight against the Black Star Legion. And not only that, fighting with other forces can also take advantage of these immortals. I made great contributions this time. Risek was secretly excited. At the same time, in his fleet, a group of Black Hole World players stood in front of the porthole, enjoying the scenery of the Shining World while whispering to discuss in a low voice. Finally arrived. Hurry up and go to the free competition zone. I'm so suffocating. Look at what tasks this mercenary group can do in Shining World. Stupid. What do you do with this mercenary group? There are so many senior forces in Shining World, and you're stupid to hold this small camp? It's reasonable. When you reach the free competition zone, you can kick off this mercenary group. Everyone murmured in a low voice, and many people were holding the same idea. Now that the high-level forces in the Shining World are gathering together, how could they still like regional mercenaries like the Risek Corps? Only by switching to the advanced camp can they meet their increasing needs, especially their professional knowledge. The longing Risek didn't know at this time, and he was regarded as a tool man by these players from the beginning. The consequences of high-level forces betray the camp are serious, but for such small camps, players are not panicked at all, and they betray them, and they're eager to change jobs quickly. The first choice of job-hopping targets for ordinary players in Black Hole Realm is the three major civilizations and the local superstar clusters or super A-level forces of the Black Hole Realm, followed by the Black Star Legion. Players in other star fields naturally have no sense of belonging to the Black Star Legion. All they can impress are benefits and development prospects. In this regard, the Black Star Legion is as outstanding as the Fireflies in the Dark Knight. With so many versions, the various benefits of Legion players have long made players from all over the world jealous. Now they can finally cross the star domain. The reputation and attraction accumulated by several versions of the Legion have immediately become effective, making a large number of ordinary players tend toward Han Xiao in choosing job changing. Among them, the one who is most determined to join the Black Star Legion is the mechanical player of the Black Hole Realm. Due to the different novice planets in version 1.0, the types of superpowers in each star field are also very different. The Black Hole World has the most fate, followed by the Mind Master. The overall magic side is the main one, and the mechanical system only accounts for about 12% of the total number of players in the Black Hole World, with the smallest number, and the soil for development is relatively poor. In contrast, the Black Star Army is simply a treasure land of the mechanical department, and Han Xiao is even the top tutor of the mechanical department, so he doesn't have to worry about professional knowledge at all. In the eyes of these people, a sentence can summarize the significance of Black Star to their mechanical players. The sky will not give birth to my big Black Star. The mechanical Tau will be like the long night forever. As for the mechanism, although I heard that it is very powerful, players are not familiar with it, and they prefer Han Xiao. After all, there are Chinese players who are pioneering the way, and at least they know that Han Xiao is a reliable person. Everyone was chatting, and on the edge of the crowd, a player with an ID of MTT.T warning was alone, looking out the window alone with his eyes flashing. That hidden mission tells me that the Risek Corps is actually an affiliated force of the Ursa civilization. My friend said that Chong Kong happened to have a conflict with the Ursa civilization recently, so this group of people may be reinforcements of the civilization. The friend he mentioned was an outside member of the Chong Kong Guild. He had criticized each other on the forum and felt that the other was a hero in the quarrel, and finally he appreciated each other and added a friend. Thinking of this, a bold idea took shape quickly in Muay Thai warnings, and the soul of the 2-5 child is burning. If you change jobs, you have to offer a gift. At the same time, the Emerald Star cluster somewhere. The exploration fleet of a small consortium was docked at a temporary transit station built by high-level civilization for rest and recuperation. Normal crew members went to relax. Only logistics personnel were left on the ship. They were busy cleaning and repairing equipment and conducting manual re-inspections. Sazizi, in a maintenance passage inside the spacecraft, 2 ground crew members wearing protective clothing were holding maintenance tools and working in front of a complex mechanical component with electric sparks splashing. After working on it for a while, Evans opened his hood and wiped his sweat. He opened the logistical task list of his wrist, took a look, then opened the communication channel and reported to his boss. The ground crew number 005 completed the task, and the engine unit's component no. T-1018 has been eliminated, and he will go to the C0080 area for cleaning. Received. Continue working. You still have 3 tasks to be completed. I understand. After reporting, closing the communication channel, Evans patted his companion's shoulder. Let's go to the next place. The companion waved his hand impatiently. I just finished one. Why are you anxious? Let's take a break first. Evans advised. The task is very tight. Try to get it done before getting off work today. It is best not to rest during working hours. It does not meet the regulations, and maybe I can't finish today's task. Then I will postpone it until tomorrow. It's not just stopping here for one day. The companion sat down directly and said dissatisfiedly, if you want to go, go first. Anyway, I want to rest for a while. Evans frowned, shook his head, and stopped persuading him. He couldn't control others, but he had to do his part well anyway. He followed the maintenance passage and went to the cleaning site. The figure of his companion who remained in place soon disappeared from sight, leaving him alone. The light of the repair channel was dim, and there was a light source every long distance. Evans walked for a while and suddenly found a flash of red light flashing in front of him, which made him pause. The light disappeared? Did you read it wrong? Evans was a little surprised. He looked at the eye environment detector, but there was no change. He thought it was dazzled and took a few more steps forward. Buzz! At this moment, a red light suddenly lit up in the afterglow of his sight, and the light source was beside him, less than 1 meter away. Evans was startled and reacted quickly, pounced on the side, rolled around the ground, held the welding gun in his hand, stood up to face the light source, looking alert. Soon he saw a strange scene. A red light ball that came from nowhere was suspended in the air, moving back and forth in a small way, like a lively and agile elf. A wisp of ribbon-like light yarn was wrapped around the light ball, with a hazy beauty. What is this? Evans looked alert and quietly pressed the communication button, wanting to report the abnormal situation here. However, the next moment, Evans' eyes blurred, and he saw a red light ball suddenly shot out at a speed far beyond his reaction, directly passing through his body. Evans was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head to check, but was shocked to find that he was unscathed, but instead became full of energy. His work fatigue was wiped out, and his physical strength was restored. At this time, the red light ball paused and suddenly circled around Evans frantically. Evans was stunned, as if he felt a happy feeling from this light ball. Before he could come back to his senses, the red light ball suddenly stopped, as if it was pulled by some invisible existence, and suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only Evans standing there in a confused look on his face. After staying for a while, Evans suddenly patted his cheek hard. It hurts so much not dreaming, that it seems that I'm finally crazy. As the fleet passed through the territory of the Black Star Legion, the ambitious Reset quickly suffered a heavy blow. When he arrived at the Black Gate Star, the immortal one who he had finally recruited in the Black Hole realm suddenly broke out in a large-scale rebellion. These players not only left the camp, but also snatched the spaceship carrying them. Players in any area are accustomed to maximizing their interests. Since they decide to leave, they have to take some benefits. Moreover, it is not convenient to run away without robbing the spaceship. Many players seized control of the spacecraft carrying them, left the fleet route, and turned to the territory of the Black Star Legion. A few players on the ship who had no intention of changing jobs immediately were forced to join, all on the same boat. If they fight and blow up the spaceship, no one will get better. There are so many players in each ship that it is impossible to determine the ownership of the spacecraft. Most people can only follow the spacecraft to the transfer station and then act independently and become more dispersed. This is the disadvantage of not coordinating the big camp. As a large number of players robbed the ship and ran away, the player size of the Lysake Corps immediately shrank by about half. In addition, the spacecraft and the supplies on it were huge, which made Lysake feel heartbroken and shocked and angry. Crazy. They're all crazy. These people have no moral integrity at all. In the command room, Lysake was furious. These emergencies were completely beyond his plan. He was immersed in his expectation of making contributions. He never expected that this group of players would suddenly stab him in the back and give him this shot. Obviously, when they were in the black hole world, these immortals were still abiding by the rules. How come they collectively became so manic when they arrived at the shining world? He just found it difficult to understand. He subconsciously felt that there was a conspiracy in this, and believed that it must be a secret bewitching by some forces. He did not think about his personal wishes at all. After all, Rezeko has no idea about players at all. In his opinion, someone must have made trouble, otherwise there would be no reason for so many people to ride together. The stolen spacecraft scattered and disappeared on the radar. Resek chased after a symbolic moment and gave up. The strength of so many immortals made him very afraid, and the speed of the spacecraft was almost the same. It was suddenly difficult to catch up when the incident happened. This was still the territory of the Black Star Army, and he had concerns. A bunch of bastards. Resek was furious and angrily left this record on the files of these rebel players, reducing the credit rating of the resumes of these players. After doing this, he still remained angry. Seeing that half of the immortals remained, he calmed down a little and felt a little lucky. Half of the people are left. Even if they have less credit, they are considered to be a meritorious service. At least they have not come in vain. Lysake dared not relax his care of the players anymore, and ordered, splitting and managing the remaining immortals and strengthening the defense of each transport ship. With this experience, his vigilance towards the players increased. However, despite his vigilance, when he arrived at the free competition zone, large-scale job-hopping broke out again. The biggest armed force of the Resek Corps, transported this time, is players. No matter how hard the remaining people are guarding, it is still useless in front of these players. These players have been left until now, just to ride the ride to the free competition zone. 1 out of 10 players brought by Black Hole Realm, and Resek was so popular. Now, I came to the world from afar and thought about making a contribution, but now it has become a waste of money. New bad news followed one after another, and Resek quickly received information from the rear and found that even if he recorded negative resumes for the first batch of rebellious players, there were still advanced camps who accepted all the immortals, and a representative of them was the Black Star Army. Resek only felt uncomfortable and felt that he was bullied and felt full of grievances. Damn, why? It's too difficult for me. What he didn't know was that among the remaining small group of players, there were spies such as Muay Thai warnings that they had secretly communicated with members of the Legion and betrayed the Resek Corps and were completely trapped in the heart of the earth. In terms of camp attractiveness, the reputation accumulated by him and the Black Star Legion is too far apart. Even if he temporarily gets the player's body, he can't keep the player's heart at all. Of course, more than one force has suffered a large-scale job change. After entering the Shining World, these black hole forces have more or less left players, and the Black Star Legion is the main place for this group of players. The attractiveness of the camp, accumulated by several versions, has caused a surge in the number of Legion players. Han Xiao does not need to do anything. He has evolved from human harvesting to fully automated cutting of leaks. In the Black Star Palace, Han Xiao looked at the experience slot in the attribute panel, his eyes shining. This wave of experience has increased sharply. The plan to expand the leak field finally began to work, and the first batch of foreign leaks were pulled up and transplanted into his vegetable garden. Foreign players have their own choices. Only a part of them will join the Legion, but the number is also considerable. According to his estimate, The number of players who join the Legion of the Black Hole Realm will be 17% to 24% of the total, and the number of people at the millions is most of them. This is just the first batch. When players from other starfields come here, the scale of Legion players may be 2 or 3 times that of today. Han Xiao was secretly happy. There are many new players in the new Southeast Asian players, and there's a gap in professional knowledge. It is the new force of consumption that has made Han Xiao's harvesting experience soar significantly in the short term. Every wave of newcomers represents a huge wave of experience gains. It is estimated that clubs in Southeast Asia will also send guild players into the Legion. Han Xiao smiled secretly, and he did not intend to stop this. Who is selling equipment to? You can make more money. The guild's consumption capacity is still good. The national war in each competition is a business opportunity. Selling weapons to them to fight each other just acts as war dealers. Moreover, if you want to enjoy the discount, you must have the corresponding Legion rank and contribute to the Legion. Even if the spy comes in, you have to serve for a while if you want the discount. According to this progress, a few more batches of players can quickly accumulate experience of directly upgrading to level 320. Han Xiao was excited, which was much faster than he expected. As for the large-scale, job-hopping storm caused by players from the Black Hole Realm, it had already happened in his previous life, as he expected. The continuous decline in player credibility is an important process in establishing the title of Cancer of the Universe. This has never been a good reputation, but it contains the fear and vigilance of the outside world. One of the important signs of players entering the cosmic stage is that players scattered around the world gathered in the world server. Their presence increased greatly, received the attention of many forces, and were regarded as the same group. In the past life, as players spread chaoticism, the overall credibility of the player group declined. Some small organizations did not dare to recruit players. The consequence was that players gathered towards high-level forces and completed the transition and upgrading of camp. These are things Han Xiao has witnessed. He knows very well that he cannot force players at this stage to become obedient through camp benefits. He has become stronger and more thoughtful, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to control. Players will only have feelings for familiar characters. In order to develop personal and national war advantages, they must gain benefits and create killings. As strength grows, chaos will surely sprout. Han Xiao has always been committed to developing his power, and one of the major goals is to deal with this situation. He also knew that since the Legion is an important job-hopping target for players, this situation will be discovered by various forces that are always paying attention to him, which is enough to generate various speculations. It has little impact on me for the time being. First, it has a high status and strong strength. Second, many players have joined other forces. The situation is not exaggerated. At most, various forces are at most suspicious. But as more foreign players join, the special features of the Legion will become more and more eye-catching, and they will encounter some troubles at that time. Han Xiao shook his head, and another thing came to his mind. I didn't expect Evans to have come into contact with the Chaos secret energy. Not long ago, Philip, who had been monitoring Evans, sent back the report. Han Xiao was able to see the process and confirm that the red light ball was related to the Chaos secret energy, but it appeared much earlier than the information of the God's legacy. According to his estimate, this is just one of the sub-body separated by the Chaos secret energy, and it returns to the main universe early, perhaps the positioning dimension coordinates. Finally, it disappeared out of thin air. It was dragged back to the secondary dimension by the Chaos secret energy. The original deity of the original supernatural body had not yet officially arrived. However, this also solved some of Han Xiao's doubts. No wonder Chaos Secret finally chose Evans as the host. It turned out that he had been in contact with him a long time ago. When the red light ball passes through Evans' body, the mismatched person will explode and die. Evans is not only unscathed, but also refreshed, allowing the Chaos Secret to confirm that he has the qualification to become a high-quality host and becomes a spare tire. The date of the birth of the Chaos Secret energy is getting closer. Judging from the current experience and efficiency, I should be able to achieve a level 320 advance before it is born. Han Xiao secretly calculated. Pressing my friend Xiaomu is not a LOL book by Xiaomu. I don't want to open 5, has a good grade, but it is quite interesting. A certain incense anchor reborn to save regrets. It has been 800,000 words. If you're interested, you can read it. A few days later, at the outer base of the Black Star Palace, a group of black hole players looked around and looked curious. The equipment and uniforms on them looked varied, and they looked like a group of incompetent soldiers, forming a sharp contrast with the members of the surrounding legion who looked like regular troops. A large number of Southeast Asian players have switched jobs to join the legion, and some of them have completed registration at strongholds such as Hyman Star. They can't wait to enjoy the welfare of the legion, make a lot of purchases, and accept the main mission of the Legion camp, Shining World, and begin to develop. Another part of the more casual players, after joining the Legion, came to the Black Star Palace together, with an idea similar to recognizing the main city of the future camp. Most of them are mechanical players, and with a pilgrimage-like mentality, they came to visit the Black Star Palace. Chinese players have basically gone out to do tasks. At this time, the Black Star Palace welcomed these new players, which became much more lively. This is the base camp of the Black Star Army in the Shining World. It's a bit spectacular. The show is so big, the facilities are complete, and it looks regular. I wonder if I can meet Black Star? A group of players from the Black Hole realm chattered, excitedly visiting the scenery of the Black Star Palace, dazzled. These 3 versions of them are mixed in the universe, and the camp they once served cannot be compared with the Black Star Legion. Just looking at the scale of the main city, it is not the same level. Even the parent stars of many star cluster-level civilizations are not as large as the Black Star Palace. Many people came to such a magnificent location for the first time, which felt like Lu Lao Lao enter the Grandview Garden. There are many high-level NPCs here, a lot of extremely deadly characters. If you make trouble here, you will definitely be killed. Most players are restrained and dare not cause trouble in Black Star's territory. They are not afraid of low-level camps like the Resake Corps and are fearless. However, in the face of the top-level camps like the Black Star Corps, a considerable number of people dare not act rashly because high-level forces have the ability to sanction them. A few players in the crowd were spies sent by the Southeast Asian Club Guild. Because the Black Star Army basically refused players, they successfully got in. Without caring about the ordinary players next to him, this group of spies with special missions opened the dazzling array of faction stores and mission lists and glanced at them, and was immediately overjoyed. If you successfully join, as long as you work hard to make contributions and upgrade the ranks of the Legion, you can enjoy more benefits and be a purchasing agent for the guild. Plan pass. At this moment, Hardaway, Fording, and other guards hurriedly passed by from a distance, attracting the attention of these players. Hey, look over there, the famous Black Star Guard officer. A senior figure in the Black Star Legion camp. I have their full set of decks, and finally I saw the real person. Footing, I love you. Footing heard the shout, paused, turned around and saw a group of colorful immortals, smiled helplessly, waved his hand as a greeting. Fording is famous among the player group, and his reputation is not limited to the Broken Star Ring. Since these players from the Black Hole realm have joined the Legion, they have naturally done research beforehand. Moreover, due to the promotion of the Veen card, Fording is a popular idol in the Black Star Legion. Why are you so popular? Even the newcomers like you so much. Hardaway was sour. You can tell if you look in the mirror. A guard officer muttered in a low voice. Hardaway. Looking at Hardaway's heartbroken expression, Fording couldn't bear it, so he smiled helplessly, patted his shoulder, and comforted softly. Don't go to heart. You are not that ugly. I can't be happy at all. The guard officers did not stop and used the new players who wanted to win the favor, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, many spy players in the crowd flashed their eyes. Some of them not only have the mission of purchasing agents for the guild and enjoying the benefits of the army, but also have another special task, which is to break into the army and monitor the movements of the army. Although Southeast Asian clubs did not change jobs without authorization to change their camps, Shining World is full of opportunities to contact advanced camps. They also secretly contacted some forces, the most active of which is the Infinite Consortium. Sorgen has always had a strong interest in the player group. The players who once wanted to test the Black Star Army suffered a small loss in Han Xiao's hands. Now that other Star Domain players gather in the Shining World, it is also an opportunity for him. He secretly sent people to contact some players from the Black Hole world. Although there is no panel, after long-term research, Sorokin has also found some rules for players, and specially found players who did not immediately jump to join the Legion to post repetitive employment tasks. The content is to provide players with the movements of the Black Star Army, especially the movements of the Black Star himself. The rewards are very generous. Although I don't know the principle, it turns out that as long as the money is given enough, players can become excellent intelligence spies. This is his experience. Using money to open the way, many Southeast Asian guilds secretly accepted Sorokin's mission, which was equivalent to having a look inside the Legion. Sorokin stared at Han Xiao's movements with intention. Not long ago, Garutin and Hela had a conflict. Guanghui and Zuling had different ideas about Hela and had murderous intentions. As a collaborator, Sorokin had to pay attention to Han Xiao's position to provide additional information for Guanghui and Zuling, and find suitable opportunities to act. Many spy players looked at each other quietly and muttered in a low voice. The guards are all in the Black Star Palace, which means the Black Star should be here too. Is this considered completing the task without seeing him with my own eyes? It should be counted as the duty of the guards. Wherever they are, the Black Star will be there. On the other hand, Hardaway and other guards came to the inner ring base and walked into a high-level practical training room together. A master clone stood at the door to protect the Dharma, while Aurora sat in the center of the room, swallowing and spitting life energy all over her body, like a platinum of misty light. As her breathing, the brightness fluctuated, light and dark. Legislative Commander. Everyone greeted the master's clone, then turned their heads and looked at Aurora. Hardaway took a deep breath, was refreshed, and said in surprise, "What a rich life energy. It seems that the quality has been sublimated again." Fording nodded. "Black Star, Aurora is advancing, right?" Han Xiao controlled the master clone and nodded. The life energy she accumulated finally broke through the critical point, bringing her qualitative change in the life level. Before the opening of version 4.0, Aurora said that she was close to the threshold of natural disaster level. Now, after more than half a year of accumulation, the life energy she accumulated has finally reached the standard and took this step. Under everyone's gaze, Aurora closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the light of life energy emitted from her skin became brighter and brighter, gradually turning the room into a vast white area. After a long time, the light gradually retracted into Aurora's body. Some changes occurred in her body. Platinum hair became more smooth and smooth without wind. Each strand of hair exudes a round texture and contains full vitality. The skin became smoother and tighter, without any blemishes, and the milky white skin exuded a holy atmosphere, crystal clear, like a delicate work of art. Aurora opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath, containing life energy, which made the air in the room fresh, as if she had eaten hundreds of green arrows. It was clearly a full metal room with a strong steel, but it exuded the feeling of nature. Her advancement is different from most natural disaster levels. There is no destructive movement and sufficient life energy to make her advancement come naturally without bottlenecks. Aurora stood up. Her eyes exuded a lively joy and stepped forward to Han Xiao's master clone and said excitedly, "Uncle, I'm having a natural disaster. Do you think I have any changes?" Han Xiao looked at Aurora up and down. She was originally petite and cute, but now she grew taller, had a better figure, and her facial features were more delicate. In addition, she was filled with a holy aura that made people want to get close to and this pure and flawless fair skin like a piece of white paper, making people involuntarily want to leave other colors on this whiteness. Compared with the sharp and coolness of Hyla's blade, it is a completely different style. It's getting better, Han Xiao joked. Other A-levels are natural disasters, but no matter how you look at them, they're all auspicious, and they have nothing to do with the word natural disaster. They are very good. I'm very proud of you. Aurora blinked and was praised so much that she was so proud of her. But when she thought of something, she couldn't help but curl her lips and muttered, "Humph, it sounds nice. You're still looking for my sister, and you won't come to see me in person." Han Xiao was helpless. His local area just left the Black Star Palace a few days ago and quietly went to the Emerald Star Cluster. He knew very well that a large wave of new players flocked to the Legion, with many people and eyes, and it was inevitable that spies would monitor his movements. So he kept the Guardian as a simple misleading. There are two main types of Emerald Star clusters in the body. One is to compete for the chaotic secret energy that will be born in the future, and the other is to reduce the possible risks of Hela, personally protect him secretly, and the combat power that the dominant clone can exert is naturally not as good as his body. But this is a missed Aurora's advancement. Han Xiaogan coughed and winked at Fording. Fording was familiar with emotional intelligence. Even though the mechanical body had no eyes, he still understood Han Xiao's meaning, took the initiative to change the topic, and asked, "How much changes have your abilities changed after the natural disaster?" Upon hearing this, gave Han Xiao a blank look, then turned to look at Fording, carefully sensed the changes in his body, and raised his hand to pop out a ball of life energy, which was more solid than when he was at B level. My daily accumulation efficiency of my life energy is many times that of level B, and the therapeutic effect is stronger. Now a mass of life energy with the same amount should be comparable to 3 to 4 parts before the advancement. Hearing this, Han Xiao felt a pity that his body was not here. Otherwise he could try on the spot how much Aurora's breast strength has increased. Hardaway couldn't wait. "Let me try your superpowers." Aurora glanced at him, released a life energy, and integrated into his body. The next moment, Hardaway glared at his eyes, and he raised his head in a comfortable manner and moaned. Han Xiao shook and almost couldn't help but want to switch to silent mode. "Grandmas, it's so rude. When I first met you, you were still a somewhat arrogant combat madman. How could you become like this now? Have I broken my mind over the years? It hurts so much. What's your name?" Everyone felt chills. Hardaway hurriedly covered his mouth and took a few seconds to return to normal. He said in surprise, "It's comfortable. I feel much more relaxed, as if I have taken off my burden." Everyone was a little skeptical when they saw his performance so exaggerated, but after accepting Aurora's energy, they all believed it, with a look of amazement, staring at Hela with a look of national treasures. Aurora was embarrassed to see and whispered, "After advancing, my superpowers seem to have a few new effects. When accelerating the recovery of injuries, they can stimulate the potential of the targets, improve their state, and provide gain." "It's true," Fording nodded. "I feel that my spirit is more sharp and my strength is more active. Not only that, her life energy seems to have an added soothing power, and my emotions have become much calmer." Han Xiao was quite surprised. Because his original body was not there, he could only take a picture of the guard officers and see their combat attributes, and he came up with the changes in Aurora's ability. In addition to treatment, various gains can be provided for the target of life objects selectively, with the effects of 20% increase in health limit, strength limit, and physical strength limit. After the treatment is over, the basic recovery rate will be increased, the comprehensive resistance will be increased by 12%, the full attributes will be increased by 7%, 11%, the ability strength will be increased by 10%, 15%, and so on. Each treatment can be accompanied by one of the bonuses, and the bonus will gradually increase as she continues to develop her superpowers. Not only is he a nurse, but he also becomes a super game-type auxiliary. At the same time, her life energy can soothe the target, calm the manic target, and drive away the violent mental state. Whether it is gain or debuff, It can even eliminate the target's hostility towards her and create a desire to protect her. Although her superpowers are extremely lacking in attack power, they also have special self-protection ability. In addition, the shelf life of life energy after leaving the body has been extended by dozens of times. The blood connection between Aurora and Hela has been sublimated again. It seems like quantum communication, and he can feel Hela's vital signs ignoring the distance. Aurora also has a vague feeling. She will develop the superpower gene chain, and it seems that she can share life energy with Hela regardless of distance. At present, she still needs to be more familiar with the changes in the disaster level ability to do so. It is worthy of being a superpower with the same S-level potential. The higher the advancement, the more unlocked features. Han Xiao was happy. Aurora turned too early in her previous life, and no one knew what Aurora could look like. At this time, he gave him big surprises. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, remembering something, and hurriedly pulled Fording and Aurora to the biochemical laboratory inside the Legion, asking the two to cooperate in the experiment. Asked Aurora to pump life energy for Fordine again and again. Han Xiao took Fordine cells every time, collected a large number of samples with different additions, and tested the basic activity of the cells. Not long after, the experimental results came out. Han Xiao looked at Philip's calculations and couldn't help but cover his forehead and sighed helplessly. Really, I should have thought that the two sisters' superpowers are completely opposite. Hela can make people live longer, and Aurora, of course, she can renew people. The experimental report showed that the samples in the future had an extremely weak improvement in the basic activity of the cells. In other words, as long as you get too much milk from Aurora, your life can be extended. At the B level, this characteristic has not yet awakened, and she is only at the natural disaster level now, and the effect of prolonging life is still very weak, far less than that of Shanghai. But if she grows up, wouldn't she be the enhanced version of Tang Monk's meat? I always feel that there's another PY treasure. PY recommends books. I never become the emperor. Even if I, Yu Jiqian, starve to death or die of poverty, I will never be the emperor. Philip, destroy the traces of calculations and experimental reports. I understand. The experimental report in the picture disappeared. Han Xiao waved his hand, put away the virtual screen, turned around and looked at Aurora and four behind him, and said in a deep voice, "You only know about this matter at present. Don't tell outsiders for the time being, otherwise there will be trouble. Are you clear? Are you saying that there will be people like the budding leader?" Aurora pursed her lips, and the painful memories of the past flashed through her mind, and a hint of fear appeared on her face, but the next second was replaced by perseverance. Now is different. She believes that with Han Xiao and her sister by her side, she will not repeat the same mistakes. Well, if this matter spreads, it will arouse the interest of many cosmic giants at that time, and you will fall into risk. Han Xiao nodded. Hela's life-saving life makes Super A-level fearful, while Aurora's ability can make Super A-level crazy and possess the power that is the best in the universe. Most Super A-levels are trying to extend their lifespan, even for the immortal seed. For example, if the former alien god still exists now, he will definitely spare no effort to seize Aurora's superpowers, and the priority is even far higher than the evolutionary totem. Not only Super A-level, some advanced civilizations will also be moved. Aurora has entered the natural disaster level and has a high efficiency in producing life energy every day. She can already feel assured that she will not treat her like a bud, but at least she will put her under house arrest and let her continue to create life potions. In this way, I will also stand at the forefront. Faced with the coveted many Super A-level covetous desires, I must have stronger strength than I am now to suppress the evil intentions of others. Aurora's ability is a double-edged sword, so before Han Xiao reaches a higher level, he does not intend to disclose Aurora's information and is not prepared to use her abilities to PY others. Fording nodded and echoed, "Don't worry, I have always regarded Aurora as my sister and will not let the news leak." Han Xiao instructed the two of them again, and then asked them to leave the room, leaving only himself in the room, and pondered alone. After Aurora advanced to natural disasters, her connection with Hela became closer, and, in his opinion, it seemed that a symbiotic relationship was forming. Now that Aurora has just advanced, she still needs familiarity. When she awakens her new ability to heal Hela remotely, the increase in Hela will be extremely terrifying. In his previous life, Hela lost Aurora early, and had no other end to symbiosis. He could only go crazy in the cold universe alone. Now Hela has not embarked on the endless path of killing, and his growth rate is much slower than his previous life. He will definitely not be his opponent in his previous life. However, with Aurora, a super large bottle that ignores distance, Hela's combat power will be far beyond his previous life. I'm afraid that Hela will catch up with me in terms of meat level in the future. Han Xiao had no choice but to have a Aurora character card with unlimited use. The super high-risk superpower is very powerful, and these two sisters can also form perfect cooperation and soul resonance, which is really terrifying. Only the ability of the spirit and space can slightly restrain the shared connection between the two. Han Xiao thought about it, opened the communication channel, sent Emmers a message, briefly telling her about Aurora's entry into the disaster level. Above the sea blue star, long-tanned floating island. Emmys did not participate in the competition in the Shining World and remained in the Broken Star Ring, but only allowed Longtan to develop in a low-key manner, not to pursue the trends and opportunities, showing his true nature. Although she did not participate in the lively tide of the times, Emmys was very familiar with the situation of the Shining World. Han Xiao knew that Emmys liked fun things, so she shared first-hand information with her every day, telling her what fun things happened in the Shining World every day to satisfy her curiosity. Emmys watched it with relish at home, as a necessary daily pastime. It became a habit to check Han Xiao's news regularly. In the bedroom of the palace, Emmys leaned against the head of the bed, gathering into a small ball with force, teasing a white giant bear lying on the ground, as if teasing a kitten with a teasing stick. It was obviously a fierce giant bear, but in front of her, she was extremely obedient and rolling around on the ground lively. After Emmys moved to Aquarius, Aurora sent the pets left on the planet to Longtan and asked the teacher to help raise them as a pastime. There was another person in the room. Jenny stood at the door, reporting on Longtan's business conditions. Even though Emmys didn't concentrate on listening, she was reading the report seriously. Recent polls show that 39% of Longtan soldiers are dissatisfied with the status quo. Compared with the previous survey, the proportion has increased by 7%. Many soldiers are coming to the name of Super A-level, hoping to make a name for themselves and make achievements. However, for a long time, we lack the opportunity to fight, which has led to people's heart's fluctuations, especially because we do not participate in the competition in the Shining World, which has made many subordinates even more dissatisfied and lost a group of soldiers. Emmers turned a deaf ear and fucked the bears on his own. Jenny coughed and continued. Ignoring the trend of the times, this is not a wise behavior. We should change our decisions and step into the Shining World. Emmers looked up at him and smiled softly. Don't you dislike work? This is the 22nd time you advised me to enter the Shining World. Why are you so active now? Isn't this you want to develop your power? Jenny gently stroked her hairline and faced this handoff manager, and she felt helpless. She hates heavy work, but over the years, Longtan has gradually developed, and she is reluctant to let go. She can't deliberately interfere with Longtan's normal operation in order to be lazy. As my subordinates, they should adapt to me, not me. Emmys didn't care, and then sighed. It would be great if Black Star was still under my command, and you don't have to worry about anything. Jenny, my heart hurts. Emmers ignored Jenny's twisted expression, waved his hand, and said, Anyway, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I won't go to Shining the World. I'm not interested in it. Jenny wanted to say something, and at this moment, Emmers' communicator rang, took it out, and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Black Star has sent me another message. Jenny, you can wait outside for a while. Seeing this, Jenny could only hold back her words. turn around and walk out of the room, feeling sad. I haven't finished my business yet. Just because Black Star has received daily news, you don't even want to listen to my important report. I obviously came first. I didn't care about Jenny. Emmers carefully read the message from Han Xiao. In addition to the updates and concern for her today, there is also a message that refreshed her. Aurora finally had a natural disaster. My student is awesome. Emmers was quite happy. At the end of the letter, Han Xiao also sent an invitation to visit the Black Star Palace and meet Aurora. Go to the Shining World. Emmers hesitated for a moment. If Black Star invites you, it wouldn't be impossible to go to the Shining World. It's so delicious. Thinking of this, Emmeth called Jenny in. Prepare the spaceship. I'm going to shine the world. You finally figured it out? I'll organize the troops immediately. Jenny was surprised. What army do I need? I'll just go alone. Emmers raised the communicator and smiled faintly. Black Star invited me to play. Jenny had an expressionless face for a moment. Oh, I've said it for a long time. Isn't it useless? Haixing will go as soon as he calls you. It turns out that this is the feeling of changing one's mind. At this moment, only one song can perfectly summarize Jenny's mood at this moment. In a world who is alive is not like a purgatory. Shining the World, free competition zone. More than a dozen general-purpose spacecraft flew slowly in the universe, carrying guild players from several well-known Southeast Asian clubs, such as Red Bay, Titans, and the Archipelago. Everyone, our next actions are crucial, and it is related to whether we can quickly gain a foothold in the Shining World. In a conference room, Captain Red Bay was knocking on the table with a serious tone. Ash is right. The veteran player of Hongwan, Song Python, agreed. He was once the captain of Hongwan. Because he was old, he took the initiative to give up his position to train new players. Viper was the new captain who replaced him last season. The Chinese players have a great advantage now. Let's join forces here. Before the arrival of players in other countries, we should not provoke them. We must develop in a low-key manner. Captain Titans, Bangkok Buddha, analyzed, but the Chinese players' approach is very forward-looking. Perhaps we can follow their gameplay and communicate with NPC forces. The Chinese club has an unparalleled leading advantage in the free competition zone and has received help from a large number of NPC forces. This group of newcomers in Southeast Asia naturally dare not touch them and just want to gain a foothold and develop first. Due to the Legion system, the Huaxia Guild learned the efficient gameplay of version 4.0 in advance, and clubs from various countries will naturally conduct research. So these Southeast Asian clubs also want to copy this gameplay. But it's not that easy. Someone hesitated. Chinese players can become formal affiliated organizations because of the Black Star Legion system, but our camp does not have such a system, does not have independent qualifications, and cannot become regular organizations. The guilds of these big clubs have not yet changed jobs and are affiliated with the camp that once served in the Black Hole realm. Other camps do not have a Legion system. If they want to become a formal organization, they can only break away from the camp and become independent. Obviously, they dare not do this now. Moreover, these people are not free and have been recruited by the faction. Before going to the camp's base to report, these guilds have only a very limited time to move freely, which is incomparable to the freedom of the Legion players. The main task of the camp has been released. We don't have much time to go around in the free competition zone. We should look for opportunities as soon as possible, said Viper. Everyone discussed countermeasures and decided to cast a wide net. Soon, they encountered countless nails. They were not formal organizations. They could only use the name of the camp behind them to pretend that they were a special team. Most of the organizations they contacted directly rejected them. You are also foreign forces, not local snakes like the Black Star Army. Everyone is a competitor, so there is no need to risk attracting wolves into the house. The remaining forces are willing to listen to their requests because of their outstanding strength. Although these Southeast Asian guilds are not as large as those of China and the United States, they can still be united and gather thousands of people together. Because the clubs and guilds such as Red Bay and Archipelago are not independent organizations, they do not accept employment, copy the agreement of the Chinese guild, and put forward cooperation requirements. Only in this way can they establish a base. After hearing their request, the forces who were still a little interested were directly hung up, and the birds didn't even birds. Viper and others were very surprised and felt that they were different from what they thought. The Chinese players were obviously very smooth, so why was it their turn? It was so difficult for NPC forces to communicate. After studying for a long time, I figured out what was going on. These forces disliked them for not being qualified to be partners. The camps of players in the Red Bay, Archipelago, and other guilds belong to at most are star cluster-level civilizations. In today's shining world, there are more star cluster-level civilizations, and the weight is not enough. The reason why Chinese players communicate smoothly with small forces is precisely because their identities share the influence of the Black Star Legion. Many forces are willing to share the cooperation between the planet, and the Chinese guild is to hold the thighs of the local Snake Black Star Legion, stabilize their strongholds, and make some foreign forces dare not fight. Other star cluster-level civilizations that are both foreign forces naturally do not have such prestige. This group of people is helpless. The faction is not strong, and it is difficult to copy the actions of the Legion players. No wonder they are hitting walls everywhere. The more they understand the energy of the Black Star Legion, the more they envy the Chinese players. After spending a lot of effort, these Southeast Asian clubs have barely had a few small strongholds, which are completely incomparable to the Legion players. Then, this group of Southeast Asian professional guild players hurriedly responded to the camp's recruitment and worked hard first, and could not move freely for the time being. Even the first-tier guilds in Southeast Asia, such as Red Bay and Archipelago, have such a difficult start, not to mention other players in the Black Hole realm who have not joined the Black Star Legion, have no capital to imitate the gameplay of Legion players. They can only start as hard as the early stage of version 4.0 in the previous life, and are not a little behind. The first group of players from the Black Hole realm arrived. After them, more players from the Star Domain followed one after another. The situation quickly became more complicated, and the world's server gradually took shape. At the same time, Han Xiao had already come to the Emerald Star cluster to hide. Han Xiao made so many layouts for the Legion, and the leak land was successfully expanded, which was a ruthless, fully automatic harvester. As more and more tender new leaks jumped to the Black Star Army, his efficiency in gaining experience in the short term has increased many times. When the Black Star Legion player scale expanded to nearly 8 million warriors, I finally saved enough experience to level 320. Emerald Star Cluster, the area has not been explored, and a high-warp spacecraft is transitioning at an extremely fast speed. There was only Han Xiao in the spacecraft and some of the Apostle weapons. He sat in the command room and watched the star map. The target marked red flashed on the screen, and the coordinates were located somewhere in the central area of the Emerald Star Cluster. This is the place where the Chaos secret energy was born revealed in the legacy of the alien gods. Before the major forces had discovered this, he drove the advanced spacecraft he made and rushed to the scene without having to stop while walking and stop like other forces. So he went deeper into the unexplored area earlier. The time for the Chaos secret energy to be born is not far away. So he went over to squat in the grass early. Because of Evans, only Han Xiao knew exactly that this coordinate was correct, and other forces that obtained Chaos Secret Intelligence also needed to try their luck in several coordinates displayed by the data, which could reduce some of the competitors and be very beneficial to him. Han Xiao's original move is for insurance. If the competitor is not strong, the Master's clone will be able to be handled so that the position of the original body will not be exposed. However, at this time, Han Xiao was about to find a place to stay, and his experience was finally enough to level 320, and advancement was the top priority. He has been rushing for a while. The development of the Black Star Legion has laid the foundation. He doesn't have to worry about it. As long as he waits for foreign players to come to the Shining World, the Legion will automatically attract a group of new players. Now the team player scale has reached about 800W, which is far from the limit. When the remaining Star Domain players come to the world server, it is easy for the team player scale to break through the 1000W mark. continue to replenish fresh blood, and there is still a lot of experience to buy. When all players gather in the world server, the scale of Legion players should reach about 1150W, temporarily being the largest player camp, second only to the three major civilizations in the late previous life versions. Han Xiao said intimately, "Not all players have come to the Shining World at present, but the player group has attracted more attention from major forces, and the situation is moving towards the early stage of his familiar past life, 4.0. Because of his own existence, tens of millions of players who should have been scattered are in the Black Star Army, which will cause some changes, but Han Xiao was mentally prepared for this. The stage of making money with the help of players is about to pass, and soon all the major advanced forces will attach equal importance to the players' abilities as much as they do. Don't think about these things for now. Anyway, my situation is very good now." Flying Dragon rides his face and sits firmly on the Daitai. Han Xiao shook his head, slowed down the spacecraft, and docked into space. Han Xiao left the cabin, flew away from the spacecraft, and let the apostle weapons protect him around, opening the instruments that blocked the fluctuations of energy and hiding the changes he had when he advanced. Opening the panel and looking at the astronomical experience value, Han Xiao couldn't wait. "I finally saved enough experience and can advance. I haven't experienced this kind of flying feeling for a long time." Thinking in my mind, he did not hesitate and invested all his experience in upgrading. The total level that had been stagnant for a long time has once again soared like a rocket. Divine Mechanic is upgraded to LV8 with Strength plus 450, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 15, Intelligence plus 20. You get 15 attribute points and 1 potential point. Divine Mechanic is upgraded to LV20 with Strength plus 450, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 15, Intelligence plus 20. You get 15 attribute points and 1 potential point. You have reached level 320. You trigger the 320 level advanced task. Han Xiao has hoarded some task settlement cards over the years. He took a look at the advanced requirements and confirmed that it was a troublesome task. He directly threw out a task settlement card. The level 320 advanced task has been completed. Advanced success. Basic endurance bonus plus 90. 1 endurance equals 570 health equals 580 physical strength. Telk's mechanical inheritance. Unlock the special drawings of LV 320. Your strength level reaches LV 21, and the energy level has exceeded. You gain the expertise Divine Transformation Mechanic 0/. You gain the expertise Divine Transformation Void 0/. You gain 2 Divine Transformation points. You gain the First Sanctuary Skill Fragment X1. All your virtual technology skills. The effect is increased by 50%. Han Xiao was in a flash, and each cell seemed to have turned into a black hole, swallowing and siphoning the rich cosmic dark energy around, improving his own cells. Divine Mechanic. The maximum occupation is level 60, and you can only change your job at level 360, and the next species sublimation will be level 340. In Han Xiao's impression, level 320 should have been just an ordinary advancement, but the prompts popped up on the panel made him feel energetic. Divine Transformation? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He is not completely unfamiliar with this noun. In the later versions of his previous life, this concept was circulated in the Super A-level circle and was known to players. Although there is very little intelligence, according to the forum speculation, this should be an important factor in improving the level of life through Super A level. At least, he has the word God. If you want to talk about divine nature, key of mechanical divine cult, seems to have some meaning in this regard. But he hasn't experienced what divinity is. The more the level of life rises, why is it becoming more and more idealistic? This makes it difficult for me, a materialist mechanic. So Ona's energy level and level 21 power realm. Are these thresholds for triggering the transformation of divine nature? Han Xiao was suffering from the pain of advancement while thinking secretly. The calculation method of energy level is a very complex function, not simply adding or subtracting. The larger the value, the higher the actual gap between every point. For example, the numerical gap between 200 and 100 energy levels is the same as the 9900 energy level, but the actual energy levels represented by the two are extremely different, and the more difficult the energy level is to improve. I broke through level 300 and achieved a mechanical god, and my energy level was much. Later, for more than 10 years, he continued to practice new energy training methods, and his upper limit of energy increased a lot, and he spent a lot of experience and potential points to improve his skills and knowledge. At the same time, he also extracted powerful expertise and skills from Heber, Manison, Silver Shadow, and others, and obtained perfect mechanism from Nilo. With various bonuses, his energy level has steadily exceeded. The two divine transformations are machinery and void. Well, these are the corresponding main profession and race. So are these two different evolutionary routes? Or do the two need to be together? Han Xiao looked at the list of specialties. There was a small plus sign behind these two divine transformation specialties, and the effect of the specialties was a question mark. It seems that only by adding points can you know the effect. The advancement gave me 2 divine transformation points. Try both points at 1 level. Its skill suffix should represent the upper limit of this special feat. Only by adding points can you officially complete this feat, but it is also a question mark. I don't know how many points you need to add. Thinking of this, Han Xiao added a little to divine transformation mechanics, and the feat effect suddenly appeared. Divine Transformation Mechanical 1/ Stage 1. Mechanical Affinity plus 1000%, Ability Strength plus 20%. The basic effects of all mechanical skills are slightly enhanced. Han Xiao took a look at the skill list. The basic effects of skills are improved, which means that the amplitude of each level of improvement is slightly increased, and the effect of all mechanical skills is strengthened. The amplitude is not high, but the advantage is comprehensive. The bonus is okay, but it doesn't feel that powerful. Maybe it's just the reason for being in the first stage? The more points you add, the more powerful effects can be unlocked. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, which is reasonable. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment, gave up the idea of adding the remaining 1 point to this, and first activated Divine Transformation Void. Divine Transformation Void 1/ Phase 1. Exclusive racial talent is improved. The species talent in Void Evolution route is slightly enhanced, and you get 1750 free attribute points to make up. Mechanical Genius. The total mechanical affinity has been increased from 1.25x to 1.28x, and the mechanical creation performance bonus has been increased from 40% to 44%. The racial talent of other Void routes has more or less bonuses, which has reduced a lot of cooling. This is okay. Han Xiao nodded. The divine transformation points have been spent, and I don't know how to supplement them. Should I only get advanced, or are there other ways to obtain them? If only advanced is given, it means that the earlier the energy level is reached, the sooner the divine transformation points can be obtained. When a level is low, it is naturally more convenient to advance, and the points you can get are more than after the advanced level. Perhaps this represents potential? Han Xiao shook his head and looked at another prompt. What is this first sanctuary skill fragment? He had never heard of it in his previous life. The introduction is also a question mark. Han Xiao couldn't understand what this is. Judging from the name of the first sanctuary, it seems that it has nothing to do with the mechanic. At this time, there's only one skill fragment, and it can't be used, so he can only watch it. I always think it's a key factor. I'll find an opportunity to ask if the Empire has any information on this aspect. I guess I'll have to contribute to it, just like the information of the mechanical divine cult at the beginning. Putting things that I can't figure out first, Han Xiao looked at Telk's machinery inheritance and unlocked some new drawings at levels 320 and 360, and at this time he unlocked the drawings at level 320. He glanced quickly, his eyes suddenly condensed, and a look of surprise suddenly burst into tears. Damn, I withdrawn. I recently got married and asked me to enter Sichuan to help. I have to drink a lot of wine every day, so the update time may not be stable in the past few days. I am afraid that the fifth chance to take leave this year will be explained here, Carrot. Among the unlocked Telx Machinery Inheritance drawings at level 320, there are golden drawings. And it's not one, it's two. The golden quality represents the treasure-level equipment in the universe. Han Xiao showed surprise on his face. This time was finally not a rare golden color, but a serious legend. I originally thought that only level 360 would have the chance to unlock the cosmic treasure level drawings, but I didn't expect that level 320 would be released. The value of this racial talent is probably higher than I imagined. He hurriedly opened the item introduction, and the information of the two drawings caught his eye. Drawings Emperor. This drawing records the highest wisdom crystallization of the superpowered individual mecha of the St. Telx clan, Emperor, which is specially tailored for super-level mechanics. It is extremely expensive. The cost of a set of armor is comparable to a large fleet. It is also extremely difficult to make. Since its birth, the St. Telx clan has no more than 10 finished products. Only a sufficiently powerful mechanic can control this set of mechas. Drawings role of the Emperor. After the St. Telx clan saw the majesty of the mechanical gods, he enthusiastically studied this super-mechanical creature, which is a set of special equipment that can only be used by mechanical gods. Han Xiao looked carefully at the drawings and browsed the effects of the two equipment. The St. Telx tribe has very high attainments in super mechanics. The Emperor Mecha has reached the level of cosmic treasures and incorporated many of the advanced technologies of the St. Telx tribe. This pair of mechas is a special armor for super A-level mechanics. The reference parameters of the drawings show that the basic performance of the Emperor is at least 30% higher than the mechas he currently uses. You should know that your current mecha is also a high-level orange outfit, and it belongs to the best in the same level. In addition to conventional combat weapons, the Emperor also has unique functions that are extremely suitable for mechanics. As a special equipment for mechanics, the Emperor has an additional bonus to mechanics, which can provide users with an additional 1.075x of total mechanical affinity, which is only a little lower than the mechanical god seat. At the same time, it increases the radiation range of 35% mechanical force bonus, and reduces the power consumption during mechanical force bonus, thereby enhancing the endurance that normal mechanics provide to the mechanical legion. Moreover, the Emperor has a special energy converter that can absorb mechanical force and enter a special strengthening state. It has multiple stages to greatly improve the performance of the mecha and strengthen the capabilities of melee, instant acceleration, and defense, so as to get rid of the most feared face-stunning kids by normal mechanics. Although this artificial combat equipment is a cosmic treasure, it does not belong to the category of cosmic wonders. Therefore, its quality is more reflected in its strong performance. It rarely has the unsolvable ability of space-time amber. For example, the Cosmic Treasure level magic set created by Godcraft, Thorn, also belongs to this type. But the Emperor is the alternative. What makes Han Xiao feel excited is the core function of the Emperor. When the Glorious Federation made the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter, it borrowed some important technologies from the St. Telx tribe, and the core functions of the Emperor were related to this aspect. The reason why the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter is a strategic weapon of the Glorious Federation is that it relies on its unlimited transmission ability. It not only has a very long transmission distance, but the most important thing is to be immune to interference from all space devices. Various interference methods that are effective for normal transmission are useless for high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporters, and the Emperor has some similar effects. The Emperor has a unique attachment called the Throne, which resonates with both sides. No matter where the Emperor is, he can take the user to the location of the Throne instantly. The teleportation ignores external interference and can still take effect even if it is targeted by a wormhole counterattack device or a space stability anchor. The introduction to this function is the Emperor is not bound. Not only that, when the Emperor returns to the Throne, the subsequent effect of the function can be activated within 3 minutes, teleported back to the position where the Emperor was originally located, and shuttled back and forth between 2 points. To put it simply, this is a left and right jump. There is the shadow of the high-dimensional apocalypse teleportation. As long as I have this set of emperors, I will not be afraid of falling into a trap like a strange god. I can return to the throne and escape from danger at any time. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, given his easily besieged physique. This thing is a magical tool. Although it is a teleportation at a fixed location, it is not as effective as a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter. It also has an irreplaceable effect. For the fragile mechanic of the body, this is the magical skill of escaping life. The saying that if you stay in the Green Mountains and don't worry about burning firewood is very suitable for mechanics. Han Xiao glanced at the manufacturing requirements and pondered. The cost is very high, but I can still bear it. Some core raw materials are rare, but that is a matter of exploration. Now, is Xinghai Li. As long as you have money, you can always buy these raw materials, and I can afford the cost. Han Xiao is not worried about the materials. As the Super A-level leader of the Broken Star Ring, the strongest local snake in the world, and the father of thousands of consortiums, his money ability is perfect. What he was mainly worried about was the difficulty of manufacturing. It was difficult to build gold-quality universe treasure-level equipment. Not that it would definitely be possible to create gold suits according to the drawings. The most likely situation is that if the finished product is made according to the drawings, but the quality does not reach the level of the universe treasure, there will always be various reasons, which will cause the finished product to not reach the ideal state of the drawings. I am now at level 320, and I'm already a peak Super A mechanic. My basic manufacturing ability is definitely past. In addition, the expertise provided by the divine mechanic when she transferred her post, the success rate should not be very low. Han Xiao said intimately. When he changed his position, Han Xiao obtained a specialty called God Artifact, which was the effect of increasing the success rate of the golden drawings. Now he finally has a place to use it. Another unlocked drawing, the Emperor's Robe, is a special piece of equipment used by the mechanical god. Simply put, the Emperor is the mecha used by the mechanic, so the Emperor's Robe is the mecha used after the mechanical god descends. In terms of appearance, it is an oversized cloak battle robe, which can reduce the consumption of the divine mechanic to maintain the mechanical gods and indirectly extend the combat time of the mechanical gods. Not everyone is a pervert like Han Xiao. A normal mechanic does not have much ability to return blue, and the role of the Emperor's Robe is equivalent to the delay spray of the mechanic, allowing the mechanical gods to last for a long time. In addition to reducing consumption, it can also provide additional protection and stabilize the interior of the mechanical god. Because the mechanical god is a combination of countless mechanical bodies, the tightness of the connection affects the ontological defense of the mechanical god. When he once fought with Heber, Xiao Baba rushed into the hands of the mechanical god, trying to destroy the mechanical god from the inside. Although he failed, he also briefly shattered the right arm of the mechanical god. If Han Xiao had not been beaten back to Lan, the cost of repair alone would have caused normal mechanics to be deficient in kidney. If the robe of the Emperor is in hand, the mechanical gods will become extremely tough, and even if they are invaded by the peak Super A-level martial artists, they can last longer. In addition to the protection ability, the robe of the Emperor will also bring a bonus to the mechanical gods in movement. The huge body size affects the speed of the mechanical gods. The robe of the Emperor can improve the agility and attack speed of the mechanical gods. These two are golden equipment specially suitable for mechanics, and they are worthy of being the Telkes tribe, who is famous for their machinery. Han Xiao was very envious of the two equipment. After rejecting the proposal of the Empire to exchange for evolutionary blocks, he still thought that he would not have a chance to obtain cosmic treasure-level combat equipment in the short term. The effects of these two drawings surprised him, both combat equipment that can immediately improve combat effectiveness, which is exactly what he lacks at the moment. We have to find a way to create them quickly. Now, many Super A-level gatherings shine in the world, and major forces also understand my strength quite well. If something breaks out, it will definitely be a big crisis. Han Xiao calmed down and looked at the advanced attribute panel. Total level, 320, main occupation, mechanical system, race, Black Star, attribute, strength 80-16, agility 79-45, endurance, intelligence, mystery 64-30, charm 13-68, lucky 1, free attribute point 2050, potential point 28, happiness 13,984,273, physical strength value 11,806,980, physical strength, LV21, LV21 total strength bonus, strength plus 3,206, agility plus 3,928, endurance plus 4,870, intelligence plus 6,505, mystery plus 3,123, physical strength limit plus, mechanical affinity plus 42.82%. Energy level. Level. Assess. This level bonus. Extra 150 for the endurance bonus. All resistance plus 45%. Maximum attribute plus 40%. Other attributes plus 25%. Additional 750 free attribute points. 50 potential points. Stand at the peak to see more scenery. This is not the end of the road of evolution. You can clear away the fog and gradually touch the higher level of life forms. Compared to level 300, the attribute growth is very obvious, but this mainly comes for the power bonus at level 21, which is the accumulation of Han Xiao during the version update. As the power bonus becomes higher and higher, the increase will gradually increase, which is an important part of the combat power of the superpower. The endurance bonus of this advanced is plus 90, which is 20 points more than the previous advancement. It is becoming more and more difficult to upgrade in the later stage. The intensity of strengthening brought by each advancement will also increase accordingly, and the surge in energy levels also upgraded the S-level bonus again. There is a close connection between various attributes. Once the whole body is activated, a wave of Han Xiao's attributes are fully strengthened. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the ordinary advancement, which gave him such a sharp improvement. As for these more than 2,000 free attribute points, Han Xiao thought for a while, and he had no movement for the time being. Now his intelligence and endurance are very high, so he decided to add more flexibility depending on the situation. Potential points continue to be used to upgrade professional knowledge, with ultimate knowledge first. At present, the ultimate knowledge at the maximum level is still the 3 when doing the advanced tasks of level 300, Eternal Energy, Virtual Creator, and Space-Time Theory. The other 3 are all knowledge of non-professional branches, with 3 times the punishment. From level 1 to level 5, a total of 288 potential points are acquired. Han Xiao gained a lot of potential points during the version update, and raised all 3 ultimate knowledge a little. The 28 potential points on the panel now can just make the mechanical life fire reach the maximum level. But Han Xiao thought about it and did not do so. Instead, he turned to click on the ultimate mechanical engineering of the ARM branch and moved to the 3rd level. This professional knowledge is related to the level of manufacturing. Han Xiao wanted to increase the manufacturing success rate of the Emperor and the Emperor's robe, so he upgraded this knowledge first. The plan cannot keep up with the changes. I originally wanted to keep squatting in the grass, but now I have to wait while working. Han Xiao shook his head. Now I am alone and cannot use the royal workshop in the base. I can only use the secondary dimension arsenal to support one, and I have to find a way to send it to me in terms of raw materials. Calculate the days. It is estimated that it will not be able to be made before the birth of the Chaos Secret Energy. The engineering volume of the universe's treasure-level equipment is quite large, especially the huge robe of the Emperor. I am now at level 320, and my combat power has been significantly improved. The closer I get to the level of people like the Machine Kingdom and the Void Lord, the more I can feel their strength. Han Xiao sighed. Seeing the gap in strength gradually narrowed, he was quite happy. However, after the advancement, the upgrade fee soared a lot again. Each advancement was extraordinary in the later stage, and the upgrade fee also jumped to the price. I'm afraid it will take a long time to accumulate experience at level 340. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Also, you have to find an opportunity to ask what the divine transformation and the first sanctuary are going on. Constellation Corridor, Red Empire Mother Planet, Tyran Hamel Palace, the center of the imperial politics. The important leader of the hardliner, Bekarodi, sat in the conference room and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, a remote projection appeared in the room, which was Gauda. "You're here." Bekarodi opened his eyes. "I hope you call me over to inform me of good news." Gauda's face was calm. "It's good news," Bekarodi said in a deep voice. "The application you submitted has been approved. The Empire's top leaders decided to hand over the Chaos secret energy to you for use. The premise is that your superpowers can control the Chaos secret energy, as you said. The Empire bet on Black Star, believing that he is the most important pillar of the country in the future, but the Empire doesn't mind having a second such strong man. After all, the superpowers of high virtue are too rare. The Empire is willing to spend energy to cultivate this great virtue with extraordinary potential. Let alone this man is still a direct member of the Empire, not an ally who does not listen to the scheming. I know how much my ability can be achieved. As long as the Empire is willing to give me trust, I will not disappoint the Empire." Gauda smiled indifferently. "As long as you can prove yourself, the Empire will not be stingy with resources to cultivate you, just like the Black Stars now." Bekarodi spoke of Han Xiao, his tone a little heavy. Han Xiao's rejection of the proposal of evolution blocks to 3 made Bekarodi very dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Gauda smiled and did not express his opinion. He exposed the topic lightly and said, "The day for the birth of the Chaos secret energy is coming soon. How is the Empire prepared?" Bekarodi nodded. "The Empire has sent troops to various locations displayed by the intelligence, and has discovered abnormal movements of many forces. It can be confirmed that they also have the legacy of the alien gods in their hands. They are our competitors in the Chaos secret energy." "What forces are they?" "There are not many, but the components are complex, and they have all kinds of forces, but Guanghui and Zuling seem to have no movement, so they don't know whether they know. It sounds like there are many uncertain factors. Can you ensure that the Empire gets the Chaos secret energy?" "The situation is still unclear. The prophets of the Emerald have sensed vague information and believe that the Emerald Star Cluster is the most likely place for the Chaos secret energy to appear. It just so happened that the Shining World is our territory. The Empire decided to ask some super A-level allies to help." Bekarodi said with a narrow eye. "Black Star, he is not the candidate for the Empire." Bekarodi shook his head. "The Black Star Legion has the most powerful force in the Shining World. Logically speaking, it is the most reliable to ask Black Star to help, but the Empire did not do so, and Bekarodi did not explain a reason." Gauda's heart moved, and he learned some information from the sentence, and smiled secretly. TSK. It seems that because of the evolutionary block problem, there is indeed a rift between the Empire and the Black Star. The degree is probably equivalent to a quarrel between couples. With his eyes flashed slightly, Gauda said calmly, "Since that's the case, I have a suggestion. It's best to adjust the Black Star to avoid any trouble. I don't have the authority to order Black Star to do things." Bekarodi waved his hand. "Recently, news has been reported that the guard officials are in the Black Star Palace, and Emmys, who has broken the star ring, also visited, so Black Star's body is 80% still in the base camp. It seems that he is not an insider and will not interfere in this matter." After a pause, Bekarodi's face darkened and continued, "But even if Black Star intervenes, the Empire can exchange it with him. With his current situation, the chance of rejecting our proposal again is very small. He should know how to take the initiative to make up for his relationship with us." "That's good. I don't want an accident in the action." Gauda narrowed his eyes. The Empire did not want to see him, a special talent, encounter risks before growing up, so he did not let him intervene throughout the whole process. All Gauda had to do was stay at home obediently and wait for the Empire to hand over the stolen Chaos secret to him. "It's so convenient to have an Empire to take action for me." Gauda chuckled secretly and shook his head. There are a lot of things these days, and I don't have much time, so I can only be a little shorter than usual. When I get home on the 18th, I will return to normal, smiley face. Let me snatch that famous chaos secret energy for the Empire. Raven Lauder was surprised when he received news from the senior executives of the Empire at a certain Imperial ally base in the Shining World Free Competition Zone. As a member of the elderly group, Raven Lauder, who is nicknamed Arcane Fox, is also quite important among the Imperial Super A-level allies. He is more than the younger brothers at the bottom of the food chain, such as Kohler and Bioni. He is a middle-level combat power among allies. Although he is not very good at dealing with Black Star, the two sides have no rift. They are considered to be ordinary friends and have nothing to do with each other. Of course, Ravenlaw didn't know that the space-time amber that originally belonged to him was poached in advance by Han Xiao. Otherwise, he would also join the Empire Anti-Black Star Alliance, which currently only has one member of Heber. It is normal for the Empire to ask him for help. What surprised Ravenlaw was the news that the Chaos Secret can be debuted, and it was the first time he learned about this information today. Chaos Secret energy. Ravenlaw's eyes flashed. To be honest, he was a little moved. This primitive superpower body, which is on the list of super-risk superpowers, is extremely rare and can be encountered but hard to find. If you can take it for yourself, it will be enough to cultivate a powerful deputy, or use sealing magic to seal the Chaos Secret energy on a special magic puppet. So as to use its abilities, its power may reach the standard of cosmic treasures and become a powerful magic prop. But these greeds only existed in their minds for a few seconds before being extinguished by Raven Lauder. His power is in the Constellation Corridor and is deeply influenced by the Empire. For the sake of a chaotic secret energy, there is no need to violate the Empire's wishes. The Empire told him that this information was for him to help. If he was moved by it, it would offend the Empire. It would be more than worth the loss for him, so there was no need to do so. But the treasure of the universe. Ravenlaw felt a little reluctant. It was not that he didn't even have the aura of letting go of the secret energy of the chaos, but that since he saw Han Xiao's time in Space Amber, his heart was always empty, and he always felt lost, as if he had missed something, and he had formed an obsession with the treasure of the universe. This kind of mentality is like a little kid who sees someone else's child as good toys in his hands and can't help but want to make one. Just one word, jealousy. Since the chaos secret can have a value comparable to the universe's treasures, we can just put forward conditions to the Empire. Ravenlaw's heart moved and reported his request to the Empire. If he wanted to help, the Empire must exchange the universe's treasures in the treasure house. After making the request, not long after the Empire's reply came, expressing that it agreed to Ravenlaw's request, but with additional conditions. If the chaos secret can appear in other places, Ravenlaw can only receive some resource support as a reward, which is considered to be a hard work without credit. And if the chaos secret can be born in the Emerald Star Cluster, as long as Ravenlaw grabs it back, he can choose a cosmic treasure from the Empire's inventory. There's also a list of cosmic treasures that the Empire allowed Ravenlaw to exchange for, which were basically combat equipment, and it was the list that was once used to exchange for evolutionary blocks with Han Xiao. Raven Lauder browsed carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Han Xiao looked down on these things, but Raven Lauder valued them very much. There is no way. Han Xiao, as a big local tycoon holding evolutionary blocks in space-time amber, did not know that hungry men were hungry, and he looked down on ordinary universe treasures. With the reward, Ravenload became motivated by this task. He carefully looked at the list of competitor forces provided by the Empire and smiled confidently. How difficult can it be to grab things from a group of fish? The Emerald Star Cluster has not explored somewhere in the area. A fleet is moving at a high speed. The outer armor of the spacecraft is not marked, so the origin of this force cannot be seen. In the main ship, a tall figure in a purple robe stood in front of the podium, with a big figure's aura that no one can approach. He silently stared at the star map, and the red dots in the picture also marked the coordinates of the mysterious chaotic energy being born. Aside him, a fish-like creature bound by a mana rope was nervous and said in a trembling voice, "Master Lord, I swear that this information is true. It is definitely the legacy of the alien god, not the false news I made up. It's better, otherwise you know the result. A faint voice sounded, and the purple figure turned his head to look at him. His naked skin was full of complex and gorgeous magic runes, flashing with fireflies, and there was no clean skin on his body, like a fanatical tattoo lover with severe addiction. Like the beast ancestor Garutin, this person is also a shelter from the interstellar black market. He is the famous secret master in the magic world. He has amazing achievements in rune magic, alchemy transformation, and mystery. Especially the mystery. The reason why he has such a nickname is that it is rumored that he has some kind of magic to manipulate luck and is good at divination and prediction. The tattoos on his body are all forbidden level body rune enchantments that can provide powerful bonuses to his body. The feature of the power of the Secret Lord is the extremely advanced rune magic technology. Just looking at his subordinates, you can tell that everyone is wearing exquisite rune magic armor, and their exposed skin is also full of complex magical glyphs. The secret master turned around and looked at the star map, and his indifferent eyes fluctuated slightly. Chaos secret energy. Not long ago, he suddenly divined that something might be good for him would happen in the Emerald Star Cluster. So he borrowed the ability of the black market to investigate in depth. Under the influence of strong fortune, he found a group of small forces that had seized the legacy of the alien gods. He happened to hold the coordinates of the chaos secret energy. After the arrest and interrogation, the secret master also became interested in the chaos secret energy. He is a guy who doesn't mind using various external means to improve his strength. The full body enchantment runes are a proof. At the same time, he also has a large number of high-quality magic props in his hand and has a rare item collection habit like obsessive-compulsive disorder. He naturally wants to interfere with a rare thing, like chaos secret energy. Because of distance, he sent cadres to squat for other coordinates, and he personally took the coordinates of the Emerald Star Cluster with the highest possibility. I don't know what forces will be there to rob. The secret master flashed this question in his heart, but he soon stopped caring. He had strong confidence in his power. No matter what force you come, you'll be done with it. How many of them can beat me like this Super A level? Another place in the Emerald Star Cluster, the stronghold of the Modo civilization. An elite team composed of disaster-level superpowers gathered at the secret dock. Rodic, the commander of the Modo Civilization Expeditionary Regiment, stood in front of Lagos and Inspector Lagos to review the team. If you can act in chaos secret, please give me yours. Rodic nodded seriously at everyone. Some advanced civilizations also have some information on the heritage of the alien gods in their hands. Among them, Modwa civilization is also one of the insiders of chaos secret energy. Modwa civilization has no reason to let go of such a good thing. Other places are responsible for others, and the coordinates of the Emerald Cluster are subject to the expeditionary fleet led by Rodic. Since the last expeditionary regiment was attacked by mysterious forces, Rodic has been put under pressure from the top leaders and has become much more vigilant and is very careful about mobilizing subsequent material replenishment. However, it is useless. The support troops transferred from the Broken Star Ring are often attacked by unknown forces on the way, which has delayed a lot of time. Fortunately, after coming to the free competition zone, the allies of the Superstar Cluster civilization who were in harmony with the issue of the Shining World helped them a little, which made the Modo Civilization Expeditionary Force better, and a large number of bodyguards gathered, and Rodic's troops were not attacked in the Emerald Star Cluster again. So he freed up his hands and drew elite troops to prepare to complete the tasks assigned by the senior management, and sent people to capture the chaos secret energy. The Superstar Cluster level civilization has a vast territory and rich resources, and has a rich reserve of advanced combat power. It has thousands of natural disaster level combat power, which is far from comparable to only a dozen or 20 natural disaster level galaxy civilizations. The Modo civilization attached great importance to the expeditionary forces, and for this purpose, he recruited hundreds of natural disaster level combat forces. This elite team that went to capture the secret energy of the chaos including 40% of the natural disaster level cadres of the Expeditionary Regiment, with a total of about 40 or 50 people. This is a powerful armed force, and you can walk sideways beyond the A-level level. In this operation, Moto Civilization did not notify other allies of the Superstar Cluster Civilization and planned to eat alone. After all, there's only one chaos secret, which is not enough to divide it. Perhaps other civilizations also have this information, but Majuan obviously won't take the initiative to tell others. Watching the fleet enter a hidden state and set off quietly, Lagos came to Rodic and asked worriedly, "Will it be too risky to send so many people out? If something happens, we will lose a large number of elite talents. You must know that every natural disaster level is extremely difficult to cultivate." I told him to be careful. If there is a super A-level intervening, then they will act cautiously. If not, then they can completely crush other competitive forces. Rodic said in a deep voice, "But if we send them out, our stronghold defense will be empty. Are you not afraid of the darkness? Mysterious forces will attack us." Lagos' eyes flashed. Our Superstar League stronghold is in charge of helping each other and hires several super A-level people. These people are more reliable than Garros. So what if the Black Star power is greater? He dare not touch us. Rodic snorted coldly. His tone was quite confident. Now is not the time to rush. At that time, there was no help and there was no way to be attacked. Now that teammates are gathering, the defense line is solid. If Black Star comes to find fault, it will be the entire Superstar Group alliance that is united in the same hatred. He does not think Black Star dares to do this. At the same time, the free competition area is the stronghold of the Star Pupil God clan. After the Shining World was opened, Cisco naturally would not miss the opportunity, and also followed the Zuling sect to develop and established a stronghold in the free competition area. Because the three major civilizations are in peace here, Cisco has not been targeted during this period and lives a comfortable life. He is very comfortable watching the exploration fleets work flourishing. Look at the situation first. If you can stabilize your territory in the Shining World, you can relocate some of your tribes here and reproduce as a branch of your tribe. At the top of the base, Cisco looked up at the sky and planned to move. Just then, a cadre hurriedly walked up. Leader, the radar of the base discovered that two fleets were approaching, as if they were fighting. There were only the last 3 warships left on one side, so they could not hold on. According to their trajectory, the war would soon spread to our stronghold. What should we do? Cisco looked at the 7-eyed radar screen and ordered lightly, "Drive them away and tell them not to fight near my territory." The order was passed, and his subordinates quickly followed, but after a while, the cadre hurried over again. "Leader, the enemy has been driven away, but the group of people we saved are unwilling to leave. Among them is a disaster-level Superman. He thinks that you saved them and expresses his desire to lead the troops to join us. Travel to me?" Cisco was slightly stunned, feeling a little mixed. He suddenly remembered that since being targeted by Black Star, it had been a long time since he hadn't come to join him. He almost forgot what the Super A-level ranking looks like. This long-lost feeling is so good. "Please come over. I want to see him." Cisco was relieved and had a much more kind attitude. He was ready to summon him personally to show his importance. After a while, the natural disaster level who defected to Cisco was brought to Cisco. He was seriously injured and obviously had a fierce battle. Joined to the Lord Shingtone. This man looked grateful and saluted respectfully regardless of the pain in his body. "You saved my life. I am willing to join your command and serve you." "Well, it's just a simple task." Cisco's face was calm on the surface, but in fact he was very helpful in his heart. This man's respectful attitude once again made him feel like he was a super A-level. "In order to thank you for your kindness, I want to offer a meeting gift, which is a precious piece of information." "What kind of information?" Cisco was curious. "That legendary super risk superpower, clue to the secret energy of chaos." Hearing this, Cisco paused, and his 7 eyes flashed with his interest at the same time. At the same time, the Black Star Palace. "What? He invited me over, but he went out." Emmy's narrowed his eyes, The temperature in the room seemed to drop by 100 degrees instantly, and a powerful force field gushed and rolled. The ground and walls made of high-strength alloy around him trembled continuously, making a tearing sound of teeth, and obvious twists and cracks quickly appeared. Aurora's legs became weak, and she lowered her head guiltily. Angry teacher is very scary. Just from this powerful and congested force field, she could feel Emmy's anger. I accepted the invitation happily and came over from afar, but found that I had been released from Pigeon. Anyone would be angry. No, it was not just that the pigeon was released. It was obviously not the same as being released from a pigeon. I was obviously not at home, but I called her over, which was like a deliberate prank. Even a salted fish like Emmy's couldn't help but feel angry about being played with. Aurora swallowed and said carefully, "Teacher, why don't you stay here for a while? Uncle will definitely come back." Emmers looked at her coldly and subconsciously retorted, "Do you think I'm very idle?" As soon as this said, the two of them were silent at the same time. Aurora wanted to speak, but stopped. "Do you know whether you're salty or not?" The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. After looking at each other for a while, Emmers suddenly put away the raging force field. Her face remained unchanged and deliberately used an indifferent tone. "It's okay to stay for a while. I'm mainly come to find you. I don't care whether the Black Star is here or not, and I'll be upset when I see him. It's best not to be there." Aurora, under the influence of the first law of the heart, she felt that she believed it. "Among the Black Star spaceship. Is that right? Emmy's has arrived. Let her stay in my house for a while." "Oh, you have already done her. I'm doing a good job. I'll reward you with a little red flower when I go back." Han Xiao looked at Aurora's angry face on the communicator, smiling. After resettling Emmers, Aurora immediately notified Han Xiao to explain the situation, and her words were full of complaints. She deliberately put the teacher's pigeon and made her deal with it. "Black Star is so slutty. You'd better talk to her, otherwise you'll be even more angry. I have my own plans to treat her well. Use your cuteness to calm her down, and I'll explain to her when I go back." Han Xiao chatted for a few words and hung up the communication, shook his head, and smiled. He deliberately invited Emmys to the Black Star Palace to deepen other people's misunderstandings, mistakenly thinking that his deity was in the base camp. And by the way, when he went out, he strengthened the base camp's armed forces, mainly to protect Aurora and others. After all, there are many methods of mystery. Now that Hela has shown its strength, someone will definitely divine her. It is hard to say whether someone will divine the enhanced life connection between Aurora and Hela. It is always right to be more careful about others stealing their homes. Putting this aside, Han Xiao retrieved a copy of the information sent by the Empire a few days ago and started reading it again. After advancement, he asked the Empire about the situation of divine transformation and the first holy place, and obtained some relevant confidential information. According to data, after entering the peak of Super A level, you need to dig deeper into the essence of the super energy system and its own genes. The level of life has been sublimated to this stage, and some changes have occurred, and a new additional sublimation path has emerged, which is called divine transformation. Each link of transformation is a special sublimation, giving new power, as if life sublimation has crossed a certain boundary and given birth to new magic powers. Most peak Super A-level believe that this is an important factor leading to that unknown higher realm. And the divine transformation is like there is no end. It is still a mystery that no one has completely completed the divine transformation. Han Xiao asked about the transformation of divine nature, but the Empire was not surprised. With the current status of Black Star, it was not surprising to be exposed to this field. What's more, Han Xiao just held a meeting of the gods some time ago. It is very likely that he learned this term from other peak Super A-level words, so he turned to check the information. This information took some contributions to the faction, including not only introduction, but also the Empire's research on this, as well as the experience left by the peak Super A-levels of all generations, which gave Han Xiao a better understanding of the effect of divine transformation. However, He did not find any other channels to obtain divine transformation points here, and it seems that he can only obtain points through sublimation, advanced of the life level. But there are still uses. Han Xiao sorted out the information and vaguely discovered a rule. That is, the divine transformation points brought about by each sublimation of the life level are uncertain, which seems to depend on multiple factors. Although others do not have a panel and cannot quantify attributes, Han Xiao calculates and guesses based on the data. There may be several conditions that affect the number of points of each advanced divine transformation. The highest attribute exceeds the point, the secondary attribute exceeds the point, the energy level exceeds, the full level of professional knowledge, and the soul link with the universe treasures, etc. Whenever the above conditions are met, the divine transformation points obtained by each advancement will be one more. When I get 2 points for the first time, I meet 2 of the requirements. If you want more points, do you have to accumulate strength? Han Xiao said intimately. I got 2 divine transformation points for the first time, which is not the best or bad, and it is just the norm. In this way, in the peak super A-level stage, the pressure level is actually the mainstream playing style, and it is the most profitable to advance after meeting more conditions. If you guess correctly, the subsequent advanced tasks may require my divine transformation to reach how many levels? Han Xiao changed his mind and secretly guessed, and suddenly understood the difficulty. If the normal peak super A level does not accumulate strength, resulting in insufficient divine transformation points obtained by the advancement and does not meet the number of transformation layers required for the next advancement, then the path of ascent will be completely stuck and you will never be able to continue to evolve. The strength will be topped off. No wonder this is too difficult, there can be no mistakes. Perhaps this is an important reason why all peak Super A levels cannot reach a higher level. Han Xiao was secretly shocked. Just take the wrong step and you will fall into an abyss that you cannot turn over. It is terrible. However, he thought about it and gave up his plan to suppress the level for the long term for the divine transformation points. The existence of the task settlement card allows him to ignore all kinds of harsh advancement requirements. Don't he get many points in one advancement? Then you can advance a few more times. The biggest advantage of grading is one's own strength. The pressure of grading is to lose the foundation and pursue the end. Although the transformation of divine nature is good, the improvement of the advanced level is much greater. Han Xiao's idea is very clear. It doesn't matter whether the level of divine transformation is high or not. It's all done if you can fight anyone. The information about the transformation of divine nature was successfully obtained, but the news from the first sanctuary surprised Han Xiao, because even the Empire doesn't know what it is. It was because of the improvement of the panel that I realized that after I advanced, I had the skill fragments of First Sanctuary, so no other peak Super A level in history has obtained this ability, which has led to no one discovering this thing. Han Xiao was secretly surprised that there was no relevant information on even the 3 major civilizations. This is probably a major discovery that sets a precedent. What does the sanctuary mean? It sounds like a place, and since there is the first, will there be a second or third sanctuary? It would be great if Bold Explorer could be used on this. Han Xiao felt a pity that this ability could only be used on unknown tools and locations, and he could not use the skill fragments in the panel. Putting away the communicator, Han Xiao looked out of the porthole. It was not the dark universe outside, but a brilliant sea of light. This is a location in the central area of the Emerald Star Cluster. There's a large cloud-like bright nebula, filled with gas and dust. The gas is ionized by the star's radiation and releases light. At the same time, the nebula reflects, scatters, and projects the light of the stars in the region and the cosmic scale. The colors of the entire star field are mainly green and red, and it looks dreamy and beautiful. In most areas, it is a rare beauty in the dark universe. The birthplace of chaos secret energy is in this nebula, so you can arrange it. Han Xiao drove the hiding spaceship, looking for a place to hide, implementing the strategy of squatting in the grass and ambushing, intending to lurk in the dark, and a mantis stalks the cicada Oriole behind. As the date of birth approaches, more and more fleets arrive at this nebula, all for the secret energy of chaos. Most of these forces are ordinary organizations, some with the attitude of being determined to win, while others just want to try it out, be wary of each other, as if facing a great enemy. But when they saw the arrival of two fleets of cosmic civilizations, the hearts of these contenders fell deeply into the bottom. Ravenlord came with the Imperial fleet. Although Cisco only brought his own fleet, he had a background of Su Ling and was regarded as Su Ling's instructed by the forces present. The two cosmic civilizations intervened, and the opportunity to obtain the chaos secret energy became very slim, but no one planned to give up at the last minute. After all, everyone is far away and has come. Even if you can't get it, you have to participate. A small fleet of high-level civilizations, such as the Moto civilization, has not been discouraged. There are only two supra-level intervening on the surface. If the two restrain each other, they think they still have a chance to succeed. You will act according to the opportunity. In a communication channel, Roddick in a deep voice instructed a large number of elite troops composed of natural disaster levels. On the other hand, in the eyes of Ravenlord and Cisco, the other contenders were all miscellaneous fish, and they only regarded each other as the biggest competitor of the trip. In the main ship of the Imperial fleet, Ravenlord looked at Cisco's fleet from afar, narrowing his eyes. Cisco did not take the Zuling fleet. He did not report the Zuling. He wanted to grab it by himself. Hey, he is much more courageous than me. He originally thought this trip was easy, but at this time, with super A-level intervention, the difficulty immediately increased a lot. However, Ravenlower was not very nervous, and his expression was relaxed. It was just that a Cisco came. Ravenlord was confident that he would deal with this Seven Eyes. With his own strength, it would not be difficult to deal with Cisco. This guy would not make him very afraid. For the cosmic treasure promised by the Empire, Ravenlord is bound to win the secret energy of chaos. Judging from the current situation, he feels he is sure to win. On the other hand, Cisco and the opposite fleet felt tricky. Ravenlord is here too. Cisco's expression was not very good-looking. Seeing this, the natural disaster level who surrendered to present the chaos secret intelligence information and said, "Old Master Shingtong, the situation seems to be not very good to us." Cisco smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry. No matter whether you can get it, I will remember the contribution of your intelligence." He not only cares about his own strength, but also attaches importance to the strength of the clan, and tries to cultivate more talents for the clan to compete for the chaos secret energy. It is not for himself to use it, but to find an adaptable host among the clan members and create a new strong man for the clan. "I believe in you." Hearing this, the surrendered natural disaster level had a look of trust, but secretly started to think about it. He joined Cisco not because of gratitude, but it was not intentional, but more just for the right time. He was holding the chaos secret energy information, but he was not blinded. He knew very well that it was basically impossible to win the chaos secret energy with his own strength alone. So he simply used this information to hold on to his back and used the other party's power to participate in the competition. But he did not give up completely and got the chaos secret power by his back. If he had the chance, he would steal it and take it for himself. If he had no chance, he would be promoted by contributing his intelligence. This will allow you to squeeze out the value of this information to a greater extent than being a gambler and bet on all the chips on seizing the chaos secret energy. Originally, his target candidate was not Cisco, but he met by chance. After thinking about it, he found that Cisco was not small, and he was also super A-level, but he ranked low, and the success rate of stealing was higher. So he changed his goal and chose to use Cisco as his backer. Ravenlord and Cisco were hostile to each other and had their own ulterior motives, but at this time they did not find that among the other forces there was another super A-level staying in a fleet without power marks, and it was the Secret Lord. Empire and Su Ling are here. A glimmer flashed in the Secret Master's eyes. His strength is stronger than both of them. But at this time, the enemy is open and we are secret. He decided to hide in the dark. When both sides fight to the point where they both suffer losses, they will jump out to find a bargain and take advantage of the situation. This plan is feasible, and the chance is great. Thinking of this, the Secret Lord added a lot of invisibility spells to himself, restraining his own energy fluctuations, hiding deeper, showing a faint sneer on his face. The Chaos secret energy must be mine. Ravenlord and Cisco confronted each other, and the rest of the forces were not driven away, so they tacitly arranged an unactivated spatial stability trap in this area. Chaos secret energy is an original supernatural body with independent thinking and has the ability to shuttle through secondary dimensions. This move is to prevent it from discovering ambush and running away, allowing the cooked duck to fly. After completing this step, all forces wait quietly in this area and stay safe for a while. The date was very close, and within a few days it was the day when the information was revealed. Many forces cheered up and stared at the coordinate area, like old fishermen waiting for the fish to take the bait. Except for a few others, most people present were not sure whether the Chaos secret would appear here. They were expecting, nervous, and worried about gains and losses. Buzz. At this time, under the gaze of everyone, the dazzling red energy suddenly overflowed from nothingness, and its volume expanded rapidly, forming a cloud of mist-shaped red energy, emitting unique energy fluctuations. Seeing this scene, everyone present suddenly became excited, and their emotions were all boiling. This place is right. The Chaos secret energy has finally been born. In the dreamy sea of nebula light, the Chaos secret return from the secondary dimension can appear in front of everyone. This is a huge, bright red energy body, which is cloud-like, like a tumbling cloud, which is constantly flashing with a gray-white glow like ether thunder. The energy in the center is the most intense, and the concentration decreases to the edge. On the outside, the red energy flutters like a tool. If you look closely, this energy seems to be composed of tiny particles. A large number of small red light balls were flying around the Chaos secret energy. This was the companion body that the Chaos secret energy split and proliferated. It was like its descendants or servants. One of them was Evans, who had run into it. The secret energy of Chaos is the original supernatural body with independent thinking. Most of the consciousness and energy have been sleeping, leaving only a small part of the instinct to maintain daily actions. Give up thinking and let yourself go with the flow and wander around. This large, bright red color penetrates the portholes of each spacecraft around it, reflected in the pupils of crew members of various forces, illuminating the surprise and excitement in their eyes. It's out. Get it done quickly. At this moment, all the forces present with their own ulterior motives work together to launch the arranged space-time stability trap. Buzz. All the space-time stable anchors, dimension isolation devices, reality enhancers, and other devices arranged around are activated. In addition to the technology side, various large rune arrays and space magic props on a magic side have also begun to exert their effects. The bursting space energy spreads out from different points like ripples, quickly smoothing out the wrinkles of the space in the area. The space-time coefficient is elevated to an extremely stable level, and neither it is a jump nor a wormhole. It cannot be used here. The chaotic secret energy is very sensitive to changes in space and instantly senses the drastic changes in the environment. The sleeping consciousness wakes up, and the huge energy cloud suddenly rewinds and contracts. The body shape is rapidly concentrated, and the density expands wildly, trying to turn into a black hole singularity, twisting the space-time coefficient with super large density, tearing a gap in this trap. The space in this area is like a piece of paper. The traps of many forces are like a force pulling outward, making the paper straight. The chaos secret can be super highly concentrated, which means that it wants to exert force vertically in the middle of the paper to break the surface to make the space wrinkle, and the two forces are fighting. If it is a normal paper, it will be pierced under this confrontation, but this is a space with highly enhanced stability and cannot be destroyed. Seeing this scene, A sound rang out in the wide area channel. Hurry to contain the chaos secret energy. The peak of the time and space coefficient is falling. If it keeps resisting, it will sooner or later break free from our space stability trap. The next moment, a small fleet closest to the nearest could not wait to rush towards the chaos secret energy that had turned into a dazzling light ball with amazing brightness. The outer armor at the front of the spacecraft slipped away, revealing a special mechanical instrument, which released an amazing suction force specifically targeting energy life towards the chaos secret energy. The chaos secret energy immediately produced a slight tremor, and a wisp of energy was drawn out from the light ball and was sucked into the instrument, like rays of light. These forces who came to compete for chaos secret energy have made preliminary preparations. This is a device specially used to contain and restrain energy and life. Even if the chaos secret energy condenses itself, the energy will be sucked out, just like a tug of war. It clenched its fists tightly, and the storage instrument wanted to break its fingers apart. However, at this moment, the chaos secret canal suddenly shot out dense light, overwhelmingly thrust into the fleet. The next second, the shield was pierced through, the ship exploded, turning into fireworks in the universe, and the fleet was directly wiped out by a round of blows. As the energy exploded, the spiritual attributes of the chaos secret energy were also activated, and a series of impactful spiritual undercurrents were born and spread around. Everyone surrounding the chaos secret energy felt suddenly dizzy, as if they were affected by infrasound waves, as if they were drowsy, as if they were severely drunk. In the Imperial fleet, Ravenlaud, who saw this scene, curled his lips secretly. Hey, looking for death, the chaos secret energy is not a risk-free thing. The original supernatural body is extremely ancient, and it is a ball of energy. Without a host, it uses extensive means to exert its abilities, such as directly shooting out the energy constantly by Abia. At this moment, Chaos Secret can turn around and fled, flying at an ultra-high speed, like a meteor flying away at a speed. The surrounding fleet immediately exposed the containment device, chasing and blocking each other. I'll do it. Ravenlaud's eyes flashed. He left the battleship, chased at high speed under the action of magic, and cast spells at a rapid speed. Pieces of rune magic circles surrounded the body, shining with arcane light. The rich magic energy pulled the chaos secret energy, causing its speed to plummet. At the same time, arcane waves penetrated into the chaos secret energy in the air, transformed into the magic runes controlled by Ravenlaud, and mixed with alien energy into the chaos secret energy to weaken its control over the body. The effect is significant. The chaotic secret energy cannot maintain its concentrated state. The light ball explodes quickly and expands again into an energy cloud. The range of the attack immediately increases countless times. Super A-level magicians often travel in secondary dimensions. Ravenlaud has too much experience in dealing with energy bodies and is familiar with it. The energy rays that Chaos Secret can counterattack at any cost. He releases spell shields and blocks them lightly. Seeing that the Chaos Secret energy gradually fell into the control of Ravenlaud, at this moment, a surging thought power rushed from behind and swept out. Ravenlaud narrowed his eyes, distracted from casting spells, and used defensive spells to block the mental attack behind him. Not far away, a figure surpassed him and shot at the Chaos Secret energy rapidly, holding a high-tech, enhanced version of the portable energy container. Cisco. Without saying a word, Ravenlaud also attacked Cisco. While fighting, the two chased the Chaos Secret energy and dragged each other down. Seeing this, some forces around him wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the troubled waters. But the spacecraft close to the Chaos Secret energy were all broken into pieces by the aftermath of the Super A-level battle. Two Super A-level figures were constantly intertwined. Magic and mental power hit each other again and again. The scene was very hot, and Ravenlaud had the upper hand and suppressed Cisco's offensive. However, although the battle was fierce, the two did not give their all, and did not forget to spare energy to contain the Chaos Secret energy. Under the attack of two super A-level players, Chaos Secret can't make up many storms. Seal runes merge into its body, and its resistance becomes weaker and weaker, and gradually it tends to be completely sealed and contained. At the same time, the troops of the Moto civilization were also cruising on the edge of the battlefield. Dozens of natural disaster-level people on the ship stared at the Chaos Secret energy with a serious expression and discussed in a low voice. Everyone, they are restraining each other. Are we going to take action now? The chance is too small. We have dozens of natural disaster cascades join forces and can only resist the attacks of the two of them for a while. If the time is not enough, we will definitely have to pay a lot of lives. It is not worth it. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads secretly. The superiors let them act according to the opportunity, but there is no chance. Although they are usually proud of their natural disasters, they have no confidence in their super A level. Even if they are very loyal to the Moto civilization, no one wants to die in vain. Rodic in the communication channel was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, "Forget it if there is no chance. Don't force it to intervene." Hearing this, dozens of natural disaster-level tense bodies on the ship relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Rodic was a little unwilling, but he didn't have much obsession. He sent so many natural disaster levels, and his original goal was to gain an absolute combat advantage without exceeding the A level. But now there is super A-level intervention, and no flaws are revealed. The mission has basically failed. Since things cannot be done, the best choice is to retreat. There is no need to lose the natural disaster-level elite of civilization. This is just an accompanying task, and there is no need to force it. Faced with such a situation, the senior management will understand that if a large number of elites are sacrificed for this, the senior management will be considered my responsibility. Thinking of this, Roddy Kron said, "Everyone retreat." Okay, everyone responded happily, but at the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The Moto civilized fleet suddenly turned around and rushed straight towards the Chaos Secret energy. Not only that, but also opened fire and launched a raid on Ravenlord and Cisco. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Even the battle between Ravenlord and Cisco stopped, and they had to resist this sneak attack, and both of them looked a little confused. Actually fired at us? And such a warrior. In the command center of the base, Rodic's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said furiously, "What are you doing? It's crazy. Our spaceship suddenly lost its control." Many natural disaster level shocked. Rodic suddenly thought of something, his face pale. This strong sense of déjà vu. Is it a virtual invasion? Bastard, here again. Rodic was frightened and was about to yell and let everyone run away. But at this moment, the remote communication connection was disconnected directly, and the picture became dark, reflecting his distorted face. "Black Star!" Bang! Rodic roared, slapped the communicator, and the room was filled with incompetent and rage. The Moto civilization, which was intervened by the third party, instantly stabilized its hatred. Ravenlord and Cisco even stopped their battles with each other for a while. The magic frenzy and the storm of thought hit the Moto civilization's troops, and the small fleet brought by it was quickly destroyed. Dozens of natural disaster level panic, and they immediately made a decision to escape from the spaceship and fled in all directions. However, Ravenlord and Cisco did not have the habit of letting go of the person who attacked them, and they chased them blatantly. The natural disaster level elites that the Modwa civilization spent hard to cultivate or win over were at most resisted for a few times and soon fell one after another, causing heavy losses. The gap between the super A level and the natural disaster level is like a natural barrier. This group of people have no power to fight back and can only bury their heads and run away desperately. More than 80% of the dozens of natural disasters died. Ravenlord and Cisco stopped and started fighting each other again. This result shocked the other forces present, and they led the fleet to retreat, not daring to compete with the murderous two people for the Chaos Secret energy. The Empire fleet was not idle and was exchanging fire with the Star Pupil God fleet. In terms of spacecraft technology and scale, the Empire became stronger, causing the star pupil god troops to retreat step by step and fall into danger. Do you still want to fight with me? Ravenlord raised his eyebrows and used magic to pass the message. The old god said, "We can fight for a few more days and nights, but your troops will probably be destroyed. I heard that you attach great importance to your tribe. How about it? Can Chaos Secret be worth your life?" Cisco fired a ball of violent thoughts like a hurricane, smashing the attacking arcane fission bomb, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you think I can give up in just a few words? Your Imperial troops will also suffer a considerable loss." "That's right, but they are soldiers of the Empire, and I don't care about casualties." Ravenlord didn't care about it. "You can't beat mine. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. As long as you contain the Chaos Secret energy and let someone lift the space stability trap, I can leave the battlefield in an instant by opening the portal. Can you catch up with me as a Mind Master?" Cisco's face was gloomy and suddenly stopped, no longer entangled with Ravenlord, turned to support the fleet and repelled the Empire's troops. Seeing this, Ravenlord knew that Cisco had given up the fight and smiled with satisfaction. Without others' obstruction, he cast the seal spell with all his strength, and the endless arcane light sinks into the Chaos Secret energy. Soon, a circle of magic covers the Chaos Secret energy, shrinking rapidly and being completely sealed in the crystal magic ball taken out by Ravenlord. "It's done." Ravenlord's eyes lit up, as if he saw the Empire's promised cosmic treasure was waving to him. Before he could be happy, just as the seal was completed, a powerful spiritual magic that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly attacked and bombarded his spiritual barrier. Under the sudden shock of his spirit, Ravenlord fell into a brief dizziness. At the same time, a figure suddenly approached from an ordinary fleet at a high speed, releasing spells in the middle. The magic circles quickly formed around Ravenlord, and countless blue magic tentacles were generated from the magic circle, firmly binding Ravenlord's body. This is not a simple bondage. The official name of this spell is Atomed Arrival, Random Demon Tentacle. It is a set of top spells that have a silent effect of temporarily blocking magicians and has soulbound forces. Once tied up, it will fall into a longer stiff state and cannot control the body. There is another, super A level. Cisco, not far away, sensed the sudden burst of energy fluctuations and suddenly turned around, looking shocked. At this time, Ravenlord finally got rid of dizziness, was shocked, and hurriedly tried to break free from the shackles. However, this figure had already come to his side, and a magic ball container that took away the secret energy of chaos, and then pressed his palm against Ravenlord's chest. The powerful and full magic waves gushed out, turning into a thick blue-purple light column, directly bombarding Ravenlord from afar. The damage of this attack was not high. Ravenlord flew out for a short distance and hurriedly stabilized his body. He looked up in shock and angrily. Seeing this figure full of tattoos, his face suddenly stopped. "It's you, the Secret Master." The circle is not big, and the famous Super A-level knows each other, and the Secret Master has a higher status in the circle than him. The Secret Master looked indifferent, ignoring Ravenlord, who was mixed with fear in his anger, looked down at the Chaos Secret energy, nodded, and said without changing his face, "Thank you for helping me contain Chaos Secret energy. Let you keep it for a few seconds." Now the object has returned to the original owner. Ravenlord smiled angrily. "I thought black stars were the most shameless among the Super A-level ones. I didn't expect that your skills were not bad. So why did the object have returned to the original owner? When were you the master of Chaos Secret energy?" "I'm here, it's mine," the Secret Master said lightly. Ravenlord choked and said angrily, "Don't say anything bad. Do you think you can get out?" He finally had the opportunity to exchange for the treasures of the universe. Even if the Secret Lord is stronger, Ravenlord would not give up. The Secret Lord glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "I can walk whenever I want." As soon as he finished speaking, a large piece of the space stability trap in this area suddenly disappeared, and some devices suddenly burst. As early as when the trap was arranged, The secret master had already done his tricks and buried remotely controlled invisible burst runes in order to create an environment where the teleportation technology takes effect after success. The space-time stability coefficient plummeted, and the trap effect plummeted, and it was impossible to restrain the space magic that exceeded a level. Lavenlow's face changed drastically, and he immediately understood the Secret Lord's thoughts. He hurriedly began to chant and cast spells, wanting to use space spells to curb the Secret Lord's teleportation. However, the Secret Master was faster. As the blue mana surged, he had already pinched the magic model of the portal and activated it instantly, and a circle of blue vortexes quickly formed beside him. Seeing Ravenlord approaching quickly in a hurry, the Secret Master looked calm and looked unrestrained. "Go to see you next time, Paul." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that his hand had sunk. The Chaos Secret Seal container held in his hand disappeared, replaced by a mechanical arm, connected to a human-shaped mechanical body with blue and golden light flashing with eyes, appeared beside him without warning. "You!" The Secret Master's eyes fluctuated, and he finally showed a look of astonishment. The mechanical body tilted its head and suddenly shook. A strange void energy suddenly spread, covering a large area. Even Ravenlord was included. The next moment, the Secret Lord and Ravenlord both found that the space in this field became sticky and their movements became uncontrollable and slowed down. The Void Realm Prison. Ravenlord had a flash of inspiration and immediately remembered the master of this ability, blurted out, "Black Star?" Han Xiao's master clone turned his head to look at him and smiled and said, "Yeah, have you recognized it? You are here just right." Ravenlord was overjoyed, thinking that Han Xiao was a secret reinforcement called by the Empire. Han Xiao saw through his thoughts at a glance and shook his head. "I didn't come for the Empire." Upon hearing this, Ravenlord's smile froze. He immediately realized that Black Star was different from him. He was not trying to seize the Chaos Secret energy for the Empire, but had known this information for a long time and seized it for himself. In this case, although Black Star is an ally of the Empire, it is his own competitor in this matter. Thinking of this, Ravenlord's heart suddenly skipped a beat. At the same time, the Secret Master narrowed his eyes, and his failure made him angry. He said coldly, "Haixing, have you snatched my Chaos Secret energy?" Han Xiao turned his head to look at him and smiled slightly. "To use your words, thank you for saving it for a few seconds." He made arrangements here early, and the master clone hid nearby with the mechanical troops, watched the battle throughout the journey, and tricked the Moto civilization and did the task. Until the secret master broke the space stability trap and was about to teleport away, the master clone finally seized the opportunity to take action and immediately used Void Replacement to change his own and Chaos Secret Energy Seal magic artifact to a position, so the seal magic weapon fell into the hands of the mechanical force. However, in this way, energy fluctuations lead to the invisible disguise failure, and the mechanical forces are exposed. In order to avoid the pursuit of the two, the Master Clone directly opened the Void Realm Prison and temporarily restrained the Secret Lord and Ravenlord, and the mechanical troops could escape with the sealing magic weapon. As long as they return to safety, they will be truly successful. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. The secret master thought he was an oriole, but unfortunately he didn't know that Han Xiao hid a deeper layer than him. The only trouble is... Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Cisco in the distance. This guy was not circled by the Void Realm and had the ability to pursue him. Seeing Han Xiao's gaze, Cisco's face looked as ugly as if it was a scent of fragrance. At this time, the voices of the Xingtong God Clan cadres rang out in the Mind Power Communication Network. "Leader, we detected a mechanical force that suddenly appeared, escorting Chaos Secret to escape quickly. Do we want to pursue it?" "No chase, retreat." Seeing Han Xiao, Cisco turned around without hesitation. He didn't want to have a head-on conflict with Black Star alone at all now, and he was very decisive. More importantly, even if Black Star's mechanical force does not have a dominant clone, he feels that he may not be able to beat him. He is so tactful. Han Xiao couldn't help scratching his iron head, laughed secretly, and then looked at the ugly and hostile secret master again, twisting his neck. I will accept the chaos secret, but if I am unhappy, I'll let you loosen your muscles and bones. Faced with Han Xiao's teasing, the secret master's face darkened, too lazy to respond. His eyes passed by Han Xiao and looked at the stream of light that was passing away on the edge of the battlefield. Soon, the exposed mechanical legion divided up some of its troops and escorted the Chaos Secret Canal to disappear from sight. The cooked duck flew away, his mood slid from the top of the mountain to the trough, and his mood was very unbeautiful. He intends to chase, but the Black Star's master clone is in front of him, emitting high-intensity energy fluctuations that make him subconsciously tense. Once he moves, he will inevitably lead to a storm-like attack. The secret master withdrew his gaze and locked his eyes on Han Xiao in front of him. He looked at him carefully, his tone mixed with 7-point dissatisfaction and 3-point interest. Hey Xing, this should be our second meeting, right? Including the meeting of the gods, it is indeed the second time. Han Xiao did. Then we are quite destined. The secret master couldn't help but increase his tone. He was angry that the chaos secret could be snatched away, but everyone was here to steal things. Everything was spoken by strength, and whoever got it would be the one who got it was, and there was nothing to question. He originally wanted the mantis to stalk the cicada and the oriole behind him, but he didn't expect Han Xiao to be there, and he hit it deeper. In the end, he was snatched away by someone's love, and his efforts failed. He really wanted the chaos secret energy. Now that things have been robbed by Black Star, he will make a big grudge. They are all big figures with high status in the universe, so it's okay if they can't rob the things. If they completely tear them apart, the scene will not look good, and there is no need for them. But it is impossible to retreat like this, so you have to make a counterattack. The secret master did not intend to sit there and watch Han Xiao escape calmly, as if he was scared away by the Black Star. He was a shameless person, unlike the seven-eyed boy next to him, who had become a habit from heart. I secretly tried the teleportation technique and found that the space spell was limited by the Void Realm prison. When you break this field, you still have the opportunity to teleport to catch up with the chaos secret energy and grab the things back. The Secret Lord secretly adjusted his mind and focused on dealing with the current emergencies. He suppressed his anger, his expression returned to aloofness, and he slowly started chatting. Speaking of it, I have always been very curious about you. Although I've never dealt with you much before, I have a deep impression of you. How about a deep method? Han Xiao didn't mind playing tricks with him for a while and delaying time. Your deeds are everywhere in the universe. In my eyes, you are an ambitious man with great plans and a speculator. If you can build this foundation, luck accounts for a large part. Looking at every speculation you make, you have brought you the opportunity for rapid development. You're a lucky person. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but look at the secret master more. The first time someone said I was lucky, you were afraid you were not accusing the wrong person. He could understand why the secret lord had such an impression of him. In the eyes of the outside world, his own rise was extremely rapid and very smooth. So many opportunities seem to be caused by luck. But these lucks are actually opportunities created by him who are familiar with the direction of the world and have information advantages. But outsiders will never know this. Then let's count my luck. Han Xiao responded Yu King Li. But from today on, your good luck will come to an end. Magic runes appeared deep in the secret master's pupils. You should have heard of my name. I can control a person's fortune. Looking at his confident appearance, Han Xiao was in a strange mood, so he had to cooperate with him to continue performing. Do you want to weaken my luck for a long time? If you steal my things, you have to pay a price. The secret master snorted coldly. In fact, in the bottom of his heart, he was not willing to get into evil with Han Xiao. After all, after the Gods Conference, Han Xiao had a special status in the Super A-level circle. He was a neutral faction, so it would be better not to offend him if he could. However, he couldn't swallow this and needed an explanation in terms of face, so he decided to use his specialty to punish Han Xiao. As expected, he still had to talk with his fists. Han Xiao had expected it and never thought the other party would give up. The next moment, dazzling blue light of magic came over the body of the Secret Lord. Everyone says you're very good at fighting, so I just happened to experience how powerful you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the accumulated magical energy burst out, like a tsunami, bursting out violently. Rumble. Han Xiao's master clone was washed away by the explosive spell energy and flew backwards for a distance. The Secret Lord took the opportunity to retreat and try to widen the distance. However, after the enhancement of the divine transformation, the effect of the Void Realm Crane was improved, and the sensation of stagnation was extremely strong. This field of abilities is not different from each other, and Han Xiao, who has the talent of Void, can move freely in it. He soon found that no matter how he retreated, he could not stay away from Han Xiao. Seeing this, he simply stopped moving and turned into a magic cannon and began to cast spells thunderously. In order to urgently grab the Chaos Secret Energy, the Master Clone changed positions with the Void Replacement and the Seal Container, resulting in the departure of the Mechanical Legion and going deep into the ground. At this time, he could only fight with the Secret Lord with a single Master Clone, while the Mechanical Army was on the way to come. Bang! The blue magic energy dragged the lightning-like trajectory and continued to bombard Han Xiao, shattering into pieces of electric arcs and light chips on the shield of the dominant clone. The mechanical troops were not around, and their firepower was obviously insufficient. Han Xiao simply ejected a floating cannon and charged in a frenzy of spells like a machine gun. He took advantage of the Secret Master's inability to distance himself and made a sudden appearance. This time, the power sensitivity attribute of Honda Technician is considered high in the Super A level. The dominant clone faces the magician alone, and melee combat is more beneficial to him than ranged. One pedaled in place, the other quickly approached, and the distance was quickly shortened. In Han Xiao's sight, the Secret Master's big basin was getting closer and closer. Take me the rocket hammer. After activate the critical strike skill, Han Xiao bumped into him. Clang! The metal forehead hit the Secret Master's forehead through the magic shield. The Secret Master's head buzzed in an instant, as if his brain was hitting a bell. His mind moved quickly. All the rune enchantments on his body lit up, and hundreds of mage hands formed around him, and they shot out the shadow of the fist in the sky, fighting with Han Xiao. As a mage, it makes sense to light up the melee skill tree. What a strong force! The Secret Master was secretly shocked when he was at a disadvantage in the fight. He had discussed with many martial artists before, and at this time he found that the melee attack power of Master Han Xiao's clone was even stronger than that of some super-level martial artists. The frenzied attack made him a little unbearable and couldn't help but be surprised by Han Xiao's strength. I always feel that Black Star is more powerful than the rumors. This thought flashed away. The Secret Master gathered his mind and used both minds. While dealing with Han Xiao's close attack, he controlled his magic power to build a magic model and used his specialized mysterious magic to target his fortune. Luck was originally ethereal and empirical, but at this moment, in the Secret Master's magic vision, blurred mist suddenly appeared on each living body, light and thick. This is the Secret Master's unique magic, which combines the principles of magic from the soul, spirit, prediction, divination, etc., and successfully quantifies the luck of the observation target. The concentration of the fog represents the fortune of a living body. The better the fortune, the richer the fog will be, and the halo of luck unique to the protagonist-type characters is generally the strongest level. Let me see how strong your luck is. The Secret Master made up his mind to cut off Han Xiao's luck. After a closer look, he suddenly became stunned. Normally, Super A-level people are basically people with strong luck and can become big figures in the universe. No matter how bad luck is, there's a limit. In his imagination, the luck of the Black Star should be so strong that it is full of thick fog. However, the real situation is completely opposite. The fog on the Black Star's body is so thin that it is almost transparent. The secret subject has observed countless people, and it is the first time I have seen someone with such a bad luck. I can't believe my eyes. There is no reason. The luck of a Super A level cannot be so low. Such an unlucky guy can actually become a Super A level big shot. The secret master looked confused. I originally wanted to attack the fortune of Black Star, but now I see. Is there still room for this thing to lose luck? Many of the Secret Lord's unique magics indirectly cause huge soul damage by reducing the target luck. But when facing Han Xiao, he found that his killer move seemed to be very unusable. He lost his mind in an instant and immediately showed a flaw. Han Xiao ignored his psychological activities and seized the opportunity to beat Ola. Bang, bang, bang. The metal fist, as fast as lightning, hit the body quickly and poured into the vibration force. The secret master was beaten up, and several stress-type defensive runes engraved on his body were broken. He was in pain and did not dare to be distracted anymore. He took the defensive stance and struggled to support Han Xiao's fast attack. The two of them had a lot of fun fighting, and Ravenlord, who was also trapped in the prison of the Void Realm, fell into hesitation. Normally, Ravenlord needs to support the Empire allies, but now Black Star is also a competitor to the Chaos Secret Energy. Only by snatching the Chaos Secret Energy back from Han Xiao can we complete the mission in exchange for the universe's treasures. After thinking about it, Ravenlord was determined and made a decision to start casting spells to expel the effect of the Void Realm criminal to resolve this area. Han Xiaoxin felt something and turned to Ravenlord to have a death gaze. Don't look at me. I'm just carrying out the mission of the Empire. Ravenlord noticed Han Xiao's gaze and replied with a stern finger, and then silently worked with the Secret Lord to break the Void Realm prison. The next moment, the Void Realm prison realm was cracked, and the surrounding space suddenly returned to normal. Ravenlord took advantage of the two of them fighting and opened the portal without saying a word, disappeared in place, chasing the mechanical force that escorted Chaos Secret Energy to leave. Seeing this, the Secret Master also wanted to follow suit, but the Master clones stubbornly dragged him down. The mechanical troops also rushed to their side at this time, turned on the space stabilization instrument and magic jammer, and the effect covered this area, making the teleportation technique invalid again, making the Secret Master unable to pursue it. Damn it. The Secret Lord's face became more and more gloomy. This situation means that he was basically eliminated in this battle. Moreover, the Secret Master could see that Black Star actually had a way to stop Lavender, but he let him go, leaving him alone. Is this specifically targeting me? Has been stolen. Seeing the Secret Master's ugly face, Han Xiao smiled. I can see that I deliberately let Ravenlord go. I'm not targeting you, but targeting him. He deliberately gave Ravenlord a chance to pursue him, and he treated Ravenlord as the object of showing his fist. Because of the previous unhappiness, Han Xiao wanted to show the Empire more strength, but he did not want the outside world to know that he had grown up again, so he would not come to the door again. So he had to transfer the battlefield and try his best to eliminate bystanders. And the Imperial allies are the best goals. Beating a teammate seems more suitable to establish authority than beating an enemy. If you are beaten up, your teammates must also conceal the combat information. Although the Master clones stayed to restrain the Secret Master, all the Apostle weapons were in the escort team. With this configuration and mechanical forces, even if they're not present, they still have strong combat power. Distribution of troops and multi-line combat is the combat method of super-level mechanics. Cisco was scared away by the Black Star. The Secret Lord was dragged by the dominant clone, and Ravenlord teleported to hunt down the mechanical troops. The situation changed many times in a short period of time. It was a fight between gods and immortals. The fleets of other forces present completely became so-called existences. After watching it, the rest of the forces present also knew that the Chaos Secret Energy has no longer had their share. Everyone was a little depressed, but they were not surprised. As early as a few days ago, they discovered that the Empire and Su Ling intervened, and everyone knew that they had little hope. However, the Chaos secret energy was confirmed on the spot in the Emerald Star cluster and saw several super A-level battle scenes. Most people thought it was worth the price, and it was worth the trip. So although the Chaos secret can be taken away by Black Star, everyone did not disperse immediately, but took out snacks and watched Black Star and the Secret Lord fall here with relish, just about to shout, "Pull your hair and tear your clothes." Only a few unyielding forces wanted to chase the Chaos secret energy away, but were stopped by the Mechanical Legion. Looking at the dense muzzles of the secret energy, these people could only stay unwillingly. There's no way, the arms can't twist the thighs, the Black Star is too thick. While the dominant clone led the Mechanical Legion and Secret Main to the dark, the Empire fleet also responded and quickly reported that Black Star was also involved in the battle, which immediately alarmed the highest person in charge of the operation, the Imperial hardliner Berkarodi. Black Star is here too, and he succeeded. At the remote command center far away in the Empire, Berkarodi's eyes almost flew out, shocked and angry. His Excellency Lavender has already caught up with him. He will probably have a head-on conflict with Black Star. What should we do? The fleet commander asked carefully. Upon hearing this, Berkarodi's brows were almost twisted into a mess, and he was undecided. He felt that things were very troublesome. Black Star was an important ally of the Empire. Logically speaking, both sides should try to avoid conflicts. But before this, the Empire did not know that Black Star had intervened, and this situation made Berkarodi a little afraid. With the Empire's control over the Shining World, Black Star did not find that Black Star sent a force here. It can be seen that the Black Star Legion secretly managed a lot of things in the Shining World with the support of the Empire. Berkarodi believes that in this case, it is the Black Star who takes the initiative to avoid it. But Black Star clearly sees the Empire here, but he still participates in the competition. In his personal opinion, this is not giving the Empire face and has no intention of making up for the relationship between the two sides, which makes him a hardline senior executive quite dissatisfied. There is no doubt that he thought his current situation was all the blame for He Xing and couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Should we continue to act at the risk of getting along with Black Star? Or should we take the initiative to retreat and give up the plan? Sir, do you want to contact the head of the head? While thinking, the call of subordinates sounded in his ears. Berkarodi immediately came back from his thoughts, paused, and spoke in a deep voice. Don't notify the head of the people. Contact the Black Star first. I will negotiate with him. He knew that Ulan Riel favored the Black Star, so he did not want to inform the head of the people. Only by dealing with it can he control the leading position of the action. The command center called He Xing's number and rang 3 times. The communication was connected to the opposite side. Han Xiao's face popped up on the screen with a meaningful smile. It's not bad. Contact me 37 seconds earlier than expected. Berkarodi's veins jumped, and she held back her anger, barely squeezed out a smile, and said, He Xing, do you still remember me? I am Berkarodi. Hello. We met again. Have you eaten? I just had supper. I think you look good. The quality of sleep is pretty good recently, right? I'm old. Don't work so hard. Take a rest. I'm used to being tired and can't rest. I've been used to working every day for so many years, but I've been sleeping well recently. Halfway through, Berkarodi stopped suddenly. Only then did he realize that he was taken apart by Han Xiao, and he actually started chatting subconsciously and almost forgot to call and say what to say. And we are not familiar with each other. Well, you Black Star, aren't you delaying time? Berkarodi coughed heavily to cover up his embarrassment, quickly regained his dominance, and took the initiative to attack. You know what I want. Unexpectedly, you are also eyeing the Chaos secret energy. This information comes from the legacy of the alien gods. You should notify the Empire. At least you should report your actions. If you do it, today's accident can be avoided. Why didn't you say it? Han Xiao looked strange, and his surprised expression seemed to be saying that this was a melon skin problem. If you don't notify you, doesn't it mean I want it? It seems that I have no obligation to hand over all the information to the Empire, let alone report private actions. We are allies, not superiors and subordinates. Berkarodi's face was calm, making his facial lines hard, exuding a domineering president's aura, and said decisively, "In short, this matter does not need to be discussed. Listen to me. The Empire does not want the outside world to see as conflict with our allies. This matter needs a solution. That's very simple. If you give up the fight, just give me the chaos secret." Han Xiao smiled. "Impossible." Vecchiaroti said it subconsciously, but then he felt that his tone was a little bad, so he slowed down a little and said in a deep voice, "The Empire also needs the chaos secret energy very much, and he won't let it go so easily." "What can you do if the chaos secret energy?" Han Xiao was curious. Vecchiaroti immediately shut up. "It's impossible to tell the truth to Black Star, and we're going to target your evolutionary block. The function of the chaos secret energy is to allow Gouda to grow rapidly and enter the super A-level field as soon as possible. The goal of doing this is to analyze the evolution blocks. Only Gouda, who is super A-level, has the ability to use his superpowers to analyze evolutionary energy." After holding it in for a long time, Vecchiaroti stubbornly said, "This is a secret. If you don't say it, forget it." Han Xiao shook his head. "Anyway, I won't just give in. We are allies, but it doesn't matter if you show your name, and I have to give you everything. Even those ultimate professional knowledge must be exchanged for me. You can't ask me to make selfless contributions." Vecchiaroti nodded. "Okay, then we'll make a deal. We are willing to use chips to exchange for chaos secret energy. What do you want? Intelligence? Knowledge? Resources? Or the universe treasure? I think you are eyeing the chaos secret energy, and 80% of it is to turn it into a universe treasure. You can just exchange it directly from us. If you choose a universe treasure from the last list, I can make the decision to agree to this transaction. Originally, hiring Ravenlord would have to pay a universe treasure. Now that the chaos secret energy has been in the hands of Black Star, Vecchiaroti simply transfers this transaction to Black Star. Naturally, the agreement on Ravenlord will not be fulfilled. He was kicked out, and at most he could only get some compensation resources. Ravenlord, who is pursuing the mechanical force, still didn't know that the employer no longer expects him, and the treasures of the universe that he was thinking about were basically wasted. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "What if you regret it? If you agree, I will ask Ravenlord to withdraw it. First put the chaos secret with you, and then you make a public statement to eliminate the public opinion influence caused by this conflict, and then use it to exchange it with us for the treasures of the universe, so there is no need to worry that we will not perform the transaction." Vecchiaroti did not intend to play tricks in this regard. As a senior official of the Empire, he still has this energy. Unfortunately, Han Xiao didn't plan to agree immediately. If his teammates escape, who will I beat him up? I've talked about this later. I haven't decided whether to give it to you or not. I have to consider it, so I'll compete fairly now. Since I don't want the outside world to know, let's find a place where no one can do it. Han Xiao's tone was calm, and he left a line of words, but he didn't completely refuse the transaction. Vecchiaroti's face froze, and he was secretly annoyed. It's really not up to the Tao. If you don't want toast, you will be punished for wine. Speaking of this, he didn't want to talk anymore. He simply responded and hung up the communication, turned around, and asked his subordinates to notify Ravenlord, asking him to grab the chaos secret. In his impression, Han Xiao's body was still in the Black Star Palace. This time, only a master clone and a group of mechanical troops came. At this time, the secret master restrained the master clone, so Ravenlord should have a chance to succeed. In the dazzling nebula, Ravenlord and the mechanical forces chased and fled, constantly away from the battlefield where the dominant clone was located and left everyone's sight. Without the limitation of the space stabilizer, Ravenlord's teleportation technique is faster. Even if the mechanical troops run faster, they can catch up in an instant. However, the reason why he followed behind and chased was to stay away from the Master's clone as much as possible, so that the Master's clone could not interfere in the battle on his side. After all, whether the Master's clone is present or not, the combat power of the mechanical force is completely different. He doesn't want to use his own body to welcome the destruction of the Master's clone like the Secret Master. After all, I am a serious mage. Very crispy. The remote turret is our elegance. Roll up our sleeves and fight with each other? Do you have a nerve to call a wizard? The guy who paints himself colorfully has great melee ability, while Lavenlaud is an old-school mage who plays pure arcane skills. It is better to let the mechanic turn the face of the martial artist and die faster. Well, it's not considered a black star. It's almost far enough. Ravenlaud was determined, and a teleportation technique directly blocked the front of the mechanical force. With a wave of his hand, the top staff popped out and floated over his head. The gem at the end of the staff lit up a dazzling magic light. The next moment, thick magic books appeared beside Lavender, which were slowly rotating around him like star rings, emitting surging arcane fluctuations. Brush and brush. The magic book is opened, and the pages are turning rapidly, and the thick purple magic light suddenly spreads, turning into a field like a deep purple spherical energy cover, covering all the mechanical forces in front of you, with an extremely large area. From the inside, the inner wall of the field is based on dark purple, and bright blue and incandescent magical streams flow on it, like an arcane comet, and the whole is like a purple curtain dotted with blue stripes. Tragger's Wall, a deep purple dual stadium. This is a new forbidden art created by the spell research and development team under my command. When this spell was released, Ravenlaud showed a confident smile, as if the chaos secret energy had been obtained. The mechanical lightning on a mechanical force suddenly became much dimmed and fired around. The phantom cannon disappeared into the inner wall of the domain, like a mud cow entering the sea, as if it had been absorbed. Some of the mechanical warriors flew towards the edge. The moment they touched the deep purple inner wall, a dazzling arcane explosion energy exploded in the inner wall, blasting the mechanical warriors away. Lavender was sure that the mechanical troops could not escape. In this situation, the villain's soul hidden in his body couldn't help but become turbulent and began to perform traditional skills. Commentary. This is a forbidden art magic. It can transfer internal energy attacks to the outside while preventing material entities from passing through the barriers of the domain. Your mechanical force cannot escape, and this field can also weaken the external spatial connection and energy transmission efficiency. You have discovered that your mechanical force bonus on this force has become weaker. He said happily, but the mechanical force ignored him and kept physically attacking the inner wall of the domain and was constantly bounced open. Seeing this, Ravenlaud shook his head and said slowly, "Don't work hard, Black Star. I know you can hear my magic transmission. Let's discuss it." After a few seconds, the mechanical army gave up the attempt, looked back at him, opened the wide area communication channel, and sent Han Xiao's message. What to discuss? Black Star, I respect your strength, but your master clone is not here. Fighting with me will only waste this army in vain. Let's just take the initiative to hand over the chaos secret energy to me. I will record your favor and give you enough compensation. You know, we are allies, and there is no need to solve the problem with force. Ravenlaud smiled lightly, feeling that he already gave Black Star face. However, the young man would give up his own interest just because someone else said a few good words. Han Xiao was just a pink and tender baby in the Super A level. In terms of absolute age, he was still a handsome uncle. He was indifferent to this and let the mechanical troops start acting without saying a word. Twist. The mechanical forces immediately surrounded him and concentrated on the fire, and he was ready. The layers of arcane shields protected him, while moving at high speed to avoid attacks. An offensive arcane was released from his hands, bombing the mechanical forces. This field has a large area, giving Ravenlaud enough kite space. In addition, his flexibility in teleportation technology can maintain combat in a medium-distance combat mode and use artillery fire and magic to fight each other. Annihilation of the mechanical forces is not the target. It is best to grab the chaos secret energy and leave. While shooting against the mechanical forces mid-gate, Ravenlaud was paying attention to the position of the mechanical warriors who escorted the chaos secret energy. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in the formation change of the mechanical force, and a gap appeared in the protection of the chaos secret energy, which he discovered at a glance. Opportunity! Lavender released a spell that had been shaped, and invisible shock waves shot out, splitting the mechanical forces, and then threw out a teleportation technique that had been prepared for a long time, instantly walked out from the chaos secret energy escort. A purple mage hand formed by arcane energy grabbed the chaos secret energy seal container that was close to him. At this moment, Raven Lauder suddenly lit up a dark blue cold light, and his sharp aura made his hair suddenly appear. In an instant, Ravenlaud hurriedly closed his abdomen and dodged. A white-backed, golden-patterned war spear wrapped around the dark blue energy easily tore his shield all over his body, rubbing the vital area of his lower abdomen, shocking him into a cold sweat. "It's so dangerous," I almost chuckled. Yozu, who had been ambushing in the army for a long time, twisted his spear and burst out with shocking energy waves, directly slapped Ravenlaud horizontally. Yozu's spear is the accompaniment weapon that appears together when he transforms into an apostle weapon. It has a silver-orange quality, and its power will grow with the apostle weapon. Until now, the Yozu spear has many new features than the initial ones, including multiple sharp enhancement, super penetration, demon breaking, air breaking, shield breaking, bleeding, cell regeneration inhibition, etc. When used by Yozu himself, these characteristics have additional enhancements. In his hand, it is a very terrifying medium and short-range weapon, which can easily penetrate most shields. Ravenlaud's protective shield is almost as pale as in front of Yozu's spear. Yozu's spear shook, and his streamlined body rushed forward. He seized the opportunity to get the sneak attack. He started with a set of smooth military combos, not giving Ravenlaud time to breathe. Before Ravenlaud could deal with it, a strong sense of crisis came from behind him again, and several hidden apostle weapons rushed up to fight. They were all guys who were good at melee battles, including Quandian Hun, Zinyanki, and Zishanling, who were both good at melee battles, and they kept entangled Ravenlaud so that he could not free up his teleport and widen the distance. Except for the special apostle weapons such as Giant Vajra, who did not come, the others were basically here, and they were all ambushed in the mechanical forces. At this time, everyone finally took action. Yozu led some people to melee, and Silver Flash brought another part of them to output remotely, with clear division of labor and tacit cooperation. And because of the successful raid, Raven Lauder immediately fell into a passive position. With so many apostle weapons, each with Han Xiao's mechanical power bonus, has the ability to fight at the level A level. Now that Han Xiao has advanced, his mechanical ability has been strengthened again, and the combat power of the apostle weapon has also increased. Even if you take out one alone, it will be enough to fight with the average super A level longer. I won't repeat who it is, everyone knows. At the same time, single-on-one against more than apostle weapons of this combat power level. Raven Lauder couldn't hold on anymore. There's no trick to get it. It is a crushing force in hard power, and the scene quickly turned into a one-sided beating. I can't even beat a medium-scale mechanical force without a dominant clone. His strength has reached this point. Lavender gritted his teeth and endured the fierce attack of more than a dozen people. The magic power in his body was consumed and flowed out like a flood, and his heart was filled with incredible absurdity and a sense of powerlessness that penetrated his bones. Feeling his busy state, Raven Lauder confirmed a little that Black Star has become stronger again. At this moment, he suddenly remembered his experience in facing the military country many years ago. This is how it feels. He is so powerful that he is so super A level. This is not the first time Han Xiao has fought with a magic Superman. Each super A level mage is good at different schools and has its own unique combat styles. Lavenlaud is a member of the Ancients. Although he has reached the ceiling of growth due to his limited potential and cannot advance to the peak of super A level, he has learned endless spells over the long years. His Arcane Research Institute is the magic research force he used to develop new spells. At this time, he showed his extensive magic knowledge in the fight. Compared with him, the Dragon King, Milizaus, who is also an ancient man, has a very distinct style. He described it as a martial arts novel that he had read in his previous life. Old Dragon is like a master with extremely strong internal strength. He mainly uses the powerful dragon magic of the race inheritance. His combat mode opens and closes, sweeps across the 8 deserts, and one force reduces 10 times. Lavender is a player with ordinary internal skills, but extremely exquisite and varied moves. He has a deep ability to counterattack when he sees moves. Super A level is not simple, and facing extreme, unfavorable situations. Although Ravenlord was frustrated by the apostle weapons such as Yozu and was at a disadvantage, he gradually used a wealth of magic to give himself a breath of room for breath. Without saying a word, he was just a long-prepared combo. The staff gem flashed, and ribbon-like rune rings appeared around it. The purple arcane energy blew up like a whirlwind, rapidly expanding into a tornado. The violent energy flew out the melee apostle weapon, creating a short output space. Lavender was in the eye of the wind, and his gesture changed. The arcane storm was rapidly concentrated, forming thousands of magic arrows hanging around him. The high-density arcane energy seemed to have materialized and turned into crystal-clear amethyst. Secret techniques, arcane rising arrow screen. The rune vibrated, and the amethyst-like arrow suddenly shot out in all directions, flew into the mechanical force, and exploded with balls of bright purple arcane energy explosion. Bang, 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 bang. Circles of arcane impact, ripples spread, shaking away large areas of mechanical warriors. At the same time, the magic particle shock caused by arcane energy also caused many mechanical warriors to fall into a brief stagger. This move has both large-scale output and control effects. Lavender kept moving, and with a touch of his palm, a concrete magic book suddenly scattered. All the luminous pages flew into a circular and rotating blurred light belt, turning into a white secondary dimension channel, which expanded rapidly behind him, and the circular channel ran thousands of meters in diameter. Buzzing, a huge 4-angle spire cast like crystals posteriorly protruded from the passage, extending obliquely, gradually revealing the whole picture, and it looks like it is a magnificent magical building. High-level arcane mage tower summon. He is summoning the mage tower to stop him. A light flashed in Yozu's eyes, stopped his body flying backwards, and his spear crossed and rushed forward again. The mage tower is the core equipment of the high-level magic superpower. Whether it is used or not is completely different. Only a magician who combines the human tower is the most prosperous form of battle. For example, Austin's Secret Arts Temple is a golden-level mage tower, which not only provides him with extremely strong combat power bonus, but also gives him super-level flexibility. The mage towers that can be stored in the secondary dimension are expensive to construct. Normal magicians summoning the mage tower basically determines the positional warfare mode, because most mage towers do not have the powerful teleportation ability as the Palace of Secret Techniques. The mage tower is the trump card. When he summoned it, he did not reserve and plan to do his best. Blackstar, you are indeed better than me, but it's not that easy to defeat me. Lavender pursed his lips tightly, and his super ill-level arrogance was stimulated, and his fighting spirit was burning. The mechanical force immediately activated the space stabilization device. However, in the realm of the deep purple dual arena, the rich magic energy weakened the effect of the space stabilization device. Lavenlow was also casting spell resistance, trying his best to keep the summoning channel stable. The mage tower stretched out in half, and the silver flash and mechanical troops transferred the fire-concentrating target, blasting towards the mage tower that was being teleported. The large arcane defense runes protecting the mage tower appeared, like a translucent lilac light energy shield, constantly blocking the fire concentrating and vibrating continuously, exploding circles of light waves and arcs. Ravenlord outputs his mana with all his strength, and the deep purple light rises on his body. In the process of summoning the Mage Tower, his mobility is greatly reduced, and the thick arcane shield protects his spell casting from interruption. Suddenly, the space behind him suddenly fluctuated, and the Quandian Hun, which had a short-range jump function, teleported into the shield, with sharp blades and sharp teeth carrying electric arcs, drawing a sharp cold light. At the critical moment, Ravenlord hurriedly turned around, and the crazy sky hunter passed by, bringing up a row of blood beads. The arcane energy shocked and slapped the crazy sky hunter out. Then he looked down and saw a deep cut on his ribs and legs, and the wound was squirming and closing under the instinct of his body. Without any other action, Yozu had already come up and stabbed out with the afterimage moving at high speed. A spear was as fast as a meteor. The demon-breaking and chi-breaking effects of Yozu's spear are very restrained by him. At this time, the summoning has come to an end. If you want to resist this attack, you must cast spells to deal with it and force the summoning to be interrupted. Ravenlord gritted his teeth and simply did not dodge or avoid it. He tried to pull out the Mage Tower, even if he was injured. Saw! The shield was like paper in front of Yozu, and the spear-cut tofu easily penetrated the shield, piercing through Ravenlord's chest. A smell of fishy sweetness immediately surged into his throat. Ravenlord ignored it and completed the last technique of summoning, glaring at him. Arrival. Boom. The entire Mage Tower was finally summoned, with great light and extremely thick magical energy released, like a hurricane storm slamming out, including the apostle weapons. All the mechanical warriors in the field were blown away, all of which were photographed on the inner wall of the deep purple duel, causing secondary damage. This is a high crystal tower with a huge disc on the base. The overall look is a bit like a chess piece that has been magnified countless times. The colorful magic light flows in the crystal, and countless rune magic arrays form a spherical cover, wrapping the Mage Tower in it, and it is slowly rotating. Ravenlord coughed twice and casually pinched out a light green healing ball, stuffed it into the penetration injury poked by Yozu to stop the bleeding. Then he flew into the Mage Tower, connecting his mana and Mage Tower energy core into one and integrating the human and tower. The next moment, rows of black holes were exposed at the base of the Mage Tower, and dense magic puppets and alchemy puppets rushed out, and teleportation channels were opened again around them. A large number of monsters were summoned to meet the mechanical forces. The spears spiraled in the palm. Yozu danced the spear like a stick, throwing out slashing waves of light, easily turning the blocking puppet and monsters into two pieces, sweeping out blank areas in the pile of enemies, and the scene was like a leak. At this moment, Ravenlord's spiritual fluctuations filled the realm, as if his thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth. Since you are pursuing battle, then implement it to the end. Black Star, come on. The full form of super A-level magician cannot let down the trust of the master. An electric light flashed in Yozu's eyes, and the data neurons calculated the huge information flow, fearless, and brought the adjusted mechanical troops side by side. The troops of both sides were like two torrents, colliding fiercely, causing huge waves. After a long time later, when the Imperial fleet arrived at the scene, they saw a mess. Countless remains of gems, secret gold, flesh, and machinery floated in this area, and countless burning radiation left by the explosion of high-energy reactions remained in the space. A Mage Tower full of holes floated, and the crystal was covered with charred pits and spiderweb-like cracks. The magic light surrounding it was completely dimmed, and it was obvious that it had experienced an extremely tragic battle. The Empire fleet did not see any trace of the mechanical force, so it quickly sent people into the Mage Tower and found Ravenlord, who was sitting beside the wall. His clothes were broken, in a mess, in a state of sluggishness, and his body was covered with trauma. There were pools of solidified golden blood on the ground. The staff was broken into two pieces and was placed next to his feet. The broken mouth was as smooth as a mirror. "You are finally here." Ravenlord's voice was weak, and he stood up with the wall. Several Imperial soldiers rushed forward to support him. "How did you make it like this?" Bekarodi, who was commanding from a distance, was shocked. "The opponent is just a mechanical force of Black Star. Even if you can't get it back, Ravenlauder's super A-level team wouldn't be beaten like this, right? Is the Black Star body coming?" Bekarodi asked curiously when he thought of this possibility. Ravenlaud shook his head and gasped. "No, he didn't come." "Oh, so you should have wiped out the mechanical forces and snatched back the chaos secret energy?" Bekarodi asked tentatively. No wonder he could not see the trace of the mechanical forces. He felt that this guess was the most likely. "No, I'm defeated." Ravenlower shook his head again, his expression complicated. Bekarodi's face froze. "So, you came in a super A-level person and used the Mage Tower, but in the end you were defeated by a mechanical force without a master clone in Black Star? Little brother, what's going on?" "It's too stingy." Seeing Bekarodi's expression, Ravenlaud knew that the other party was despising him, and he couldn't help but lose his light. He said in a deep voice, "You know nothing about the power of Black Star?" As he said that, he repeated the battle process, described the situation in detail, and made an accurate analysis of Han Xiao's current strength level. "I have fought with the Armed Kingdom, and my impression is very clear. Now Black Star must have touched the level of divine transformation. So his apostle weapons and mechanical troops have the combat power that overwhelms me." Listening to the report, before he knew it, Bekarodi's face was extremely serious. He was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. "The strength of Black Star has been stagnant for about 20 years. I thought it would take him longer to break through the bottleneck. I didn't expect him to grow up so quickly." During the version update, Han Xiao did not upgrade much, and the situation he showed seemed to be in a bottleneck, which made the outside world breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally reached the temporary limit. Bekarodi thought so. But now seeing Ravenlaud's embarrassing appearance, he knew that Black Star had once again found a way forward. 20 years have not been short, but compared with the Super A-level growth scale, this is too fast. After breathing a long sigh, Bekarodi said heavily, "Report the situation of the operation to the head of state, and the information is entered into the confidential file, and no information must be leaked." At this moment, he made the right choice to hide the information that the Black Star's strength has increased again. It was not that he was willing to do so, but that he knew that the head of state Ulan Riel would definitely give such an order. Although Bekarodi doesn't like Black Star, he knows that hiding the combat power of allies is beneficial to the Empire. Even if the beloved Chaos secret can be taken away, he has to help Black Star wipe his, but while pinching his nose. Retreat. Bekarodi was depressed and gave up his action. "Then our deal." Ravenlaud spoke and used his eyes to suggest that the ground was messy. The meaning was very clear. "We have done our best. If there is no credit, there will be hard work." Bekarodi had a blank expression. "The Empire will bear the cost of restoring your Mage Tower and the loss of the puppet. As for the treasures of the universe, sorry, your mission has not been completed. I can't give it to you. This is the rule." After saying that, he didn't want to talk about this issue anymore and hung up the communication. Ravenload gritted his teeth. Not only was the Mage Tower broken, but the demon puppet finished beating, he was beaten up, and he also lost his reward for the universe treasures he was thinking about. He lost blood. Ravenlower rubbed the bruises on his face full of resentment, and he wanted to cry without tears. This vicious plan was in vain. "Black Star, you are allies. After all, you are so fucking merciless. Remember it from me. I will get the venue back sooner or later. It just so happened that the domineering master was bullied by the Black Star, so go find him." Ravenlauder was indignant. He was angry because he was beaten by Han Xiao. As for the issue of missing the treasures of the universe, he was not completely counted on Han Xiao. If there were no Black Stars, 80% of the winners were secret masters. After all, he had a wrongdoing and a debtor. In this regard, he was still rational, but he was still very angry. Back to the initial battlefield, the dominant clone was carrying the Mechanical Legion and was still playing with the secret master in a vivid way, fighting for 3,000 rounds. At this moment, The master's clone suddenly paused, suddenly let the troops cease fire, and retreated. Han, the secret master frowned and raised a magic battle axe in his hand and did not throw it out. Why don't you fight? Han Xiao waved his hand. I succeeded. There is no need to fight again. If you're not happy yet, I can't continue to accompany you. Hearing this, the secret master was a little silent. He had been dragged for too long and had long known where the chaos secret could be brought by the Black Star, and he could not catch up. He originally wanted to use the secret technique of luck to teach Han Xiao a lesson, but this silly man was the most unlucky guy he had ever seen so far. His luck was unscathed. According to fortune-telling, this was a look of premature death. Logically speaking, he should have died long ago. Who would have thought he could become a big man today? To be honest, the secret master was actually a little impressed. It was so awesome that he could have come to this day with such a tragic fate and luck. Since there is no way to use Black Star with Chalu, the secret master can only bear this breath. After all, even if the master clone is removed here, it will not cause much loss to Black Star. Besides, it cannot be removed. You won today. The secret master looked at Han Xiao deeply and sent out a one-to-one mental fluctuation. For your misfortune, I will remind you that Garutan may be planning something that is unfavorable to you. Han Xiao was stunned. You're so kind to remind me. Oomph. The secret master did not answer, turned around and returned to the spaceship, leading the fleet to turn and leave. Looking at the secret master's back as he left, Han Xiao's heart moved slightly. Han Xiao remembered that the secret master and the beast Zugarutan were both asylums of the interstellar black market. Logically speaking, they should be people from the same camp. When he ruined his good deeds, he even took the initiative to remind him to sell the interstellar black market. It seems that there is also internal fighting among the asylums of the interstellar black market. Could it be that the less asylums, the more benefits they can get? Han Xiao thought to himself. The battle between the two ended, and the other forces present who were watching the scene saw that there was no good show, and they also dispersed. For most forces, although this trip was in vain, it was worthwhile to participate in a major event in person. After getting first-hand information, there will be opportunities to brag about it to others in the future. And Maudwa civilization may be the biggest loser in the event. Even the Chaos Secret Powers hand was not touched, and dozens of natural disaster-level elites died. It's so miserable. Han Xiao expressed his sympathy. The battle for Chaos Secret Energy has come to an end. All the idle people have left, and they can finally get the big treasure they have. A mechanical force jumped to a salt-white barren planet outside a star zone, with an endless white desert on the surface. Yozu and his troops slowly landed in a white desert. There was a small black dot floating 1 meter away from the ground, which was a mechanical throne. Han Xiao sat upright on it, his eyes closed slightly, and focused on controlling the dominant clone and the long-range troops. He released blue and gold lightning all over his body. The electric snake disappeared 1 meter away from the body, entering the quantum distance transmission channel and blessing the troops remotely. The dark troops stepped onto the ground, and Han Xiao opened his eyes at the same time. Come back. Master, I will live up to my mission. Yozu walked in the front, poked the spear into the ground, took out the magic ball container that sealed the chaos secret energy, and handed it on both hands. Han Xiao looked over and saw that the translucent crystal magic ball was sealed with a chaotic secret energy that had been reduced countless times, like a cloud of mist, constantly changing its shape. It's done very well. Han Xiao reached out to pick up the seal ball, played with it in his hand, and then looked up at the troops in front of him. This army fought against Ravenlord, who was in full swing, and it was not easy to win. A large number of ordinary troops were damaged. Basically, every mechanical warrior had combat scars on his body. Many individuals' outer armor broke, revealing their internal structure, and were still flashing with electric sparks. For the more than 10 apostle weapons were beaten and paralyzed by Ravenlord. They were carried to Han Xiao by their companions and were unable to move. They had to kiss and hug Han Xiao to hold him high. Cough. He needed to repair himself before he could recover. The Apostle weapon has the ability to repair itself, but this is limitless. If the damage exceeds a certain level, or the fire energy is lower than the cordon, it will enter a paralysis or sleepy state. These 4 Apostle weapons are mainly melee combat, all of which are reckless men like Quang Hunter and Jintian Banner. Although they did not die at the hands of Ravenlord, they took tons of damage. Thank you for your hard work. Han Xiao nodded, raised his palm, and 4 silver-white nanoparticles surged out, blending into the 4 Apostle weapons, raising their bodies, and the external damage was slowly repairing. For now, if we want to completely repair it, we have to throw it into the secondary dimension arsenal for overhaul. Han Xiao explained casually, then stared at Yozu and smiled slightly. How is it? Are there any gains? Yozu nodded. Our neurons and memory database have collected all combat data, and the database of Super A combat mode has new cases and is more perfect. Next time we deal with Ravenlord or other Super A magicians, we can formulate more targeted tactics to reduce combat losses and improve efficiency. Apostles' weapons are all growth-type mechanical lives, with strong learning ability, constantly fighting with various strong enemies, and the stored combat process can be transformed into practical experience of Apostles' weapons, making them stronger and even comprehend special combat skills. Very good. This is the first time you have defeated the full-body Super A-level head-on without the help of the Master Clone. I am very satisfied with your results. Han Xiao encouraged a few words, and then asked the mechanical troops to arrange a space stability trap. He himself used force to crush the seal magic ball in one go. Ravenlord had just sealed the chaos secret energy, but was stolen by the Secret Lord. He had no time to place any magical prohibitions. Now, it is enough to directly destroy the container violently. But that being said, only Super A level can be copied, and the natural disaster level cannot destroy it. Click! The crystal ball shattered and exploded, turning into light chips. Boom! The chaos secret can escape and expand instantly. He must use the secondary dimension to escape at the first time. However, the mechanical troops have already arranged a trap, making it impossible for him to escape. At this moment, Han Xiao raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, grabbed the chaos secret agent, and then suddenly made a pulling move. Hoo-hoo-hoo! A powerful suction burst out. The chaos secret energy was uncontrolled, rushed towards Han Xiao, and was directly dragged into his body by him. The red energy cloud was quickly absorbed completely. Hiss! Han Xiao took a deep breath, and a bright red light shone in his eyes. According to the study of the original superpower bodies by Cosmic Civilization, only superpowers and ordinary people may become hosts, but Lao Ma said it well and practiced to achieve true knowledge. Han Xiao plans to personally try the authenticity of the intelligence. After all, the first choice is naturally to use it yourself and try to see if he can adapt. He was not worried about failure. The power of the backlash could kill the natural disaster level, but at most it would cause a Super A level to be injured. To be humble, he felt that his recovery was barely acceptable, so he was not at all. Cells are the residents of the original psychotropic body. Once the chaotic secret energy enters the body, it will automatically merge into every cell. The severe pain instantly bursts into Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao could clearly feel that, due to the different power attributes, the chaotic secret energy conflicted violently with his own strength, forming a feeling similar to rejection reactions. The more chaotic secret energy the cells absorb, the stronger the erosion-like pain. However, compared with the pain of advancing, this is all about pediatrics. Han Xiao frowned slightly and opened the status bar of the panel to take a look. Your body is invaded by the original psychic body. Due to the repulsion of the power attributes, you are subject to 3W5W point erosion damage per second. You are trapped in the state of cell inhibition, energy conflict type. Due to energy erosion, the cells that provide you with strength are limited. Your health, strength, and strength recovery efficiency is -30%. You are trapped in a state of minor weakness, and energy erosion makes your body weak. All attributes are minus 15%, and the upper limit of life and strength is dash 15%. You need to use extra power to suppress the original psychic body, and your upper limit of strength is temporarily reduced by 40%. Wow, a lot of negative states. Han Xiao's motuisha. His original plan was that even if he couldn't adapt, he could try to rely on his own recovery power to forcibly bear the load of the chaos secret energy, so as to use the chaos secret energy. However, seeing these negative states, he knew that this path would not work. It seems that I can't become a host. Han Xiao shook his head, and his energy in his body was boosted, and he directly bounced out the chaotic secret energy in his body. He suddenly felt refreshed, and all his negative states disappeared just now. He was another vibrant hero. Before the chaos secret could move, Han Xiao took out a storage device that constrained the energy body. The appearance was a mechanical tube 60 or 70 centimeters long, and the middle was translucent yellow nanoglass. Without saying a word, he used mechanical creation to recontain the chaos secret energy. The miniature version of chaos secret inside was able to rush left and right, and could not pass through the special energy constraint field. Han Xiao shook the tube and saw that chaos secret was shaken by himself and couldn't help but smile. Although I can't become a host with my technology, it's not difficult to use the chaos secret energy. The magic system can seal it in a special puppet and turn it into a combat puppet. I can also create a special mechanical shell, become a carrier of chaos secret energy, and manually create a mechanical host. However, a comprehensive experiment is required to study the method of manufacturing the carrier. Han Xiaonan was thinking about how to cook the chaos secret energy, just like a chef pondering at a precious ingredient, whether it is steamed or braised. And at this moment, a faint mental fluctuation was released from the container, and with helplessness, a neutral voice suddenly sounded in Han Xiao's mind. Can we talk about this strange, super A-level powerhouse? Can chaos secret be speaking? That's right. After all, this guy is an independent life who hasn't given up thinking. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, looked at the container in his hand with interest, let go of his spiritual barriers, and formed a spiritual communication connection with chaos secret energy, and asked, "Are you chaos secret energy?" "This is just your name to me. My real name is Mozaniel Card Pyroi Red Spirit Diet." After hearing dozens of words before the name was finished, Han Xiao couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted its self-introduction. "Stop, it's too troublesome. I'll just call you a Han." Han. Chaos Secret Energy's tone was stiff, probably never heard of such a nice name. "Don't care about these details. What do you want to talk to me?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "What are you going to deal with me?" Han Xiao thought for a while and told the truth. "Make a carrier that can accommodate you and let you fight for me. If it doesn't work, you may find a new host for you." "It's true." Chaos Secret Nung unexpectedly was not angry. "I have seen many Super A levels. When I merged with you just now, I knew that you are also one of the few strong people in Super A levels. I can't resist, so I can just let you fiddle with your body. Be gentle, don't be too rough." "How strange do you say this sound?" Han Xiao coughed and said curiously, "You have become my puppet, don't be angry. My life is longer than you imagined. I have experienced everything. You're not the first person to manipulate me, but another passerby in my life." Chaos Secret Ning's tone is calm and gentle. "I didn't expect you to be so open-minded." Han Zhao's mouth twitched, wondering how to describe it. Has he been trained by his predecessors? "If you live as long as I do, you will know the taste of loneliness. It is the most terrifying feeling in the universe, so I spend most of the time sleeping, and the experience of fighting side by side with every host is one of the few wonderful memories of my life." Chaos Secret can speak honestly. As an ancient energy body life that has been sleeping for most of the time, he disdains to hide his true thoughts. Han Xiao suddenly thought of Evans's experience not long ago and felt aroused. "So you actually wanted me to host?" "While I was sleeping, I would ask my sub-body to look for adapters everywhere. One day, I would be interested, so I would find a host to start a new adventure." Han Zhao's face shook. "Now, The world is so beautiful that people are not as good as ever. Even the supernatural powers know how to find a spare tire in the cloud. I'm gonna be Schlach Superpower. However, this explains Evans's problem. It is a story of a backup tire becoming a regular. There are too many complaints. Han Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth. You are so advanced now. Why did you run away just now? I prefer to be proactive, but passive is not unacceptable. Chaos Secret can hummed. To put it bluntly, people have to bow their heads under the roof. You are a coward, who is quite conscious of the times. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He originally thought that Chaos Secret would resist fiercely and would rather die than surrender, but he didn't expect that his true face would be so fresh and refined. But when you think about it, it is true that a body that has lived for so long will probably not matter many things. It must have resisted when it was caught for the first time, but as long as it breaks through the bottom line, it will gradually slide into the abyss of Xinjiang. Han Xiao understood a little bit why Chaos Secret has such a personality. Although it is old, it is not strong enough. No matter how old it is, it cannot be hard. Who said it well? If you can't resist, you can only enjoy it. Over time, the Chaos Secret can gradually develop a calmness that goes with the flow, exuding the smell of salted fish. At this time, Chaos Secret Energy took the initiative to talk and said curiously, I haven't woken up for a long time. What's the situation in the universe now? What's the big thing happened over the years? What's your identity? Tell me quickly. Since you cooperate so well, let me tell you. Han Xiao shook his head, and through spiritual connections, he quickly passed a large amount of information to Chaos Secret Energy. Chaos Secret can read the information with relish. It seems that during my sleep, many major events happened in the universe. I remember when I was asleep, I was not the current group of people at the top of the A level, and there were not so many. How long have you been sleeping? Han Xiao couldn't help asking. Hundreds of years, or 1,000 years. Alas, how can I remember that time has no meaning to me? Chaos Secret sighed and said in a tone of thinking back then, before the birth of Super A, our primitive superpowers already existed. It's not me to show off. Think about it. In the era when personal power has not yet developed to Super A, we represent the peak combat power, and countless people pursue our power. Since the appearance of Super A, our era has ended. The primitive superpowers are extremely ancient, and there must have been a brilliant and invincible history in the distant ancient universe, and maybe even the protagonist of a certain period. This seems to be a group with a very story. Han Zhao's heart moved. Then do you know where other primitive supernatural bodies are? So long has passed, I don't know where they are. At this time, Chaos Secret Nascent paused, his tone changed, and he suddenly became full of energy, but I may know where a guy is. If you're interested, I can help you catch him. Why are you suddenly excited? Han Xiao was suspicious. Could it be that you also like to beat your teammates? To be honest, that guy and I are old enemies, and I have always disliked him. We fought every day a long time ago, and I don't know how many hosts died. If you have any ideas about it, I am very willing to help. Chaos Secret can't wait. Hearing this, Han Xiao was a little surprised. If you catch the Chaos Secret, you won't count, but you will still have unexpected gains. Buy one and get one free. It's amazing. I obviously didn't bring forwarding here. Could it be that the secret master just now felt sorry for me and secretly added a wave of luck to me? Well, maybe this is a pit. Han Xiao touched his chin and asked, what is its name? Its name is Na. Oh, according to your name, it should be called the Holy Light Particle. Holy Light Particle? Han Zhao's eyes moved. This is also a familiar name. It is the second supernatural power that Evans masters. As an important figure in the plot of the alien god, Evans has many opportunities for the protagonist type. Chaos Secret wants him to help regain part of the body snatched by the alien god, so he spared no effort to improve his strength. It is estimated that he also actively revealed the existence of the holy light particles like today. Evans has a special physique and is actually adapted to the holy light particles. The two original primitive psychotropes have reached a deal, so they have settled their past grudges and chose to share the host. At that time, Evans was the first multiple host in the universe. After achieving the achievements of one king and more, the fate of the protagonist in the harem is undoubtedly revealed. By the way, this little brother is really a talent. Even if he can't be a host, recruiting him into the Legion can increase his fortune. No problem. I don't think there are too many primitive superpower bodies. Where are the holy light particles? Han Xiao became interested. As far as I know, it has been entrenched in a secondary dimension for a long time, which is a world of materialization of light. Everything is composed of colorful light. The solid light is like a dazzling gem, and the liquid light is like a rich and sticky milk. The chaos secret can be described, and it is as detailed as it needs to be, showing its deep hostility to its old enemy. At the same time, Han Xiao's panel moved. You trigger the mission, the enemy of chaos secret energy. Task introduction. You caught the chaos secret energy. It is a very casual guy. If you can help it solve a small problem, it is willing to fight side by side with you. Task requirements. Defeat another primitive superpower body, holy light particles. Reward. 24E experience. Character card X2, and start a special milestone mission dash, original superpower collector. Good guy, I've also given me a task. Han Xiao glanced curiously. The original supernatural body is very strong, but it is just a piece of cake for him at the moment. To apply a remake of the anime, describing the fighting in the 5 villages that he had watched in his previous life, the existence of the original supernatural body is somewhat similar to the tailed beast. It is so hyped up in the beginning, and it seems that it is invincible in the world. But in the eyes of those super special combat powers who often move mountains and reclaim seas and plant trees in the later stages. Haha, can this thing kill people? Similarly, the host is like the human crow Lee. If the original superpower meets an awesome host, there's a chance to burst out stronger power. After looking at the mission rewards, Han Xiao thought about it. From the difficulty of this task, it requires a large number of natural disaster-level players to form a team, which belongs to the later version of the team task. The experience rewards meet the standards. The 2 character cards are probably the character cards of Chaos Secret Energy and the Holy Light Particle. For players, they basically cannot occupy the original ability body, so the character cards are useful, and I can subdue them. The character cards are just a plus for me. Only this special milestone task, which seems to be a little interesting. This is usually a hidden task. Han Xiao has seen other special milestones in his previous life, and this is the first time he has seen them today. No one has triggered them in his previous life. It sounds a bit squishy, but unfortunately I don't know what the effect is. Maybe it's more suitable for superpowers. Han Xiao rubbed his chin with his fingers, thought for a few seconds, and let go of this question. No matter what, I have to force the holy light particles anyway, mainly to get an extra primitive superpower body. The task is just a big deal. Then I will see what this special milestone task is like, and I have no clue to guessing now. I promised you this matter, and I will definitely let the holy light particles be with you. Then when we set out, Chaos Secret can't wait. It seems to want to take revenge on his old enemy. But based on his previous life experience, Han Xiao always felt that it could not wait to meet with the old lady. Oh, superpower. Han Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. Not now. I still have some things to do. When the time is ripe, I will take action against it. He has some things to do now, and his first task is to create 2 golden equipment, namely the Emperor and the Emperor's robe, and at the same time, he must also study the special carrier of Chaos Secret Energy and create a mechanical host. In this way, you can have a special mechanical guard with high-risk superpowers. The level is difficult to judge, depending on the performance of the carrier. If it can be converted into mechanical life, relying on the role of superpowers, you will definitely be able to exert your outstanding combat power. There are naturally similar precedents in the mechanical system. The Super A level captured by the Machinery Kingdom is the material used to create special mechanical puppets. Apostle weapons are advanced arms given by professions, and mechanics can develop them on their own to create unique advanced arms. On the other hand, the information revealed by the Secret Master also made Han Xiao more convinced that Hyla's situation was risky, so I had to hide in the Emerald Star cluster and wait for an opportunity to move. At the same time, players in the universe are now flocking to the Shining World, and the situation in the world server is taking shape quickly. According to Han Xiao's understanding of players, although he is now very happy, the Legion players are so outstanding that they will be shot out by guns and targeted by other factions. He still has to watch the direction of the situation here. Due to the existence of the Black Star Legion, the activity trajectory of the players in the Shining World is naturally completely different from his previous life, and he also has to adapt to the situation. Compared to the importance of these things, the problem of the holy light particles has to be slightly shorter, not to mention that the task has to be expedition to the secondary dimension, and to check which secondary dimension the holy light particles are located. Okay, I'll just wait. The chaos secret energy doesn't matter, and his lifespan is long. He is not in a hurry to understand that Black Star's current identity is the master, not the host tool person in the past. The only regret he was that he would probably be sealed in a lifeless mechanical body and could not communicate with others, so it would be interesting to be played by the host. Alas, I obviously found a perfect adapter not long ago, but unfortunately, I couldn't combine it with him. At this moment, Han Xiao disconnected his mental connection and put the chaos secret energy into his pocket. Then he stood up, put away the mechanical throne, summoned the spaceship car, and took Yozu and others back. As the belongings of chaos secret energy settled, all the withdrawn participants in the battle had no intention of keeping them confidential and quickly posted live videos on the internet. In just a few hours, they became headlines. The secret of chaos can become a creature, falling into the cluster of the Black Star Demon. The current changes in the situation in the Shining World are affecting the nerves of the entire universe. The secret energy of chaos was born in the free competition zone and fell into the hands of Black Stars. This news ignored the real distance and soon spread on the internet of various star fields. Interstellar citizens don't know much about the original abilities, but Super Risk Power List is famous, and there are two popular rankings, Shining World and Black Star. At the same time, there are field videos of the battle scenes in the news, so it's not surprising that the popularity soared, and it quickly became a topic of conversation for countless interstellar citizens after dinner. The Vinkar production company issued an announcement a few hours after the news release, saying that it would make a new card of Chaos Secret Energy, which may join the Black Star Army Camp deck, and consider launching the original Power Body series of decks in the future. The posture of riding on the popularity is outrageously skillful. Players who like to surf the internet also saw this news. While surprised, they also remembered the new concept of primitive superpower body. However, the news popularity this time is mainly concentrated on Chaos Secret Energy. Black Star has too many amazing deeds. This time, compared with previous major events, is not that important and is used to countless interstellar citizens and players. If I had known Black Star was awesome, this was just a basic operation, so I would sit down. Central Star C, a secret military base in the Empire. One of the internal bars was crowded and very noisy, filled with cheers and generous laughter, as well as the sound of sipping wine. The atmosphere was high, and all the guests were soldiers and non-commissioned officers in Imperial uniforms. The function of this military base is mainly a training ground, and a large number of Imperial soldiers are trained here. Since it is a semi-closed base, it has an internal entertainment venue, mainly bars. In today's era, major civilizations will not be too harsh on superpowered soldiers, and their treatment and benefits are very good. Even in closed training, they have a certain degree of freedom to enjoy life. Several key training camps for superpowers are also practicing here, all of which are members of the list of key training for the Empire. Gouda is one of them and is also intensively training at this base. At this moment, there was a row of key training students sitting at the bar counter, all of whom are natural disasters, raising their glasses and drinking and chatting with each other. Gouda was also among them, holding the wine glass, with a calm smile on his face, and occasionally making a few words. He looked very popular and had a harmonious atmosphere. He is the most valued among all the training students, and his superpowers are even more promising. so he has always been a sensational figure in the training camp. Among us, the person who is most likely to break through the A-level boundary is Gouda. It's really incomparable. We may all become your subordinates in the future and need your care. A man shook his head and smiled. By the way, if you become a super A-level, what position are you going to hold? The head of state should not have your share. I think the Empire is unlikely to send you out, so you should be the commander of a certain army group and quickly be promoted to a senior military leader. Another person said, I don't care. Gouda smiled. His identity was a super A-level direct line of the Empire. His development direction was naturally different from that of external allies. He could enter the core power layer of the Empire like the Dark Emperor. According to the past rules, we may be assigned to your troops in the future. Hey, we might as well take turns to toasting future leaders. If you don't drink you down today, you won't even think about leaving. Someone laughed and started a cheer. Gouda smiled faintly, dealing with the enthusiasm of his colleagues. Just when the atmosphere was warm, Gouda suddenly saw the news played on the virtual screen on the bar wall. His expression froze, and his smile quickly disappeared. His abnormal reaction immediately stunned his colleagues. Looking along his sight, he saw that the news that Chaos Secret can be taken away by the Black Star in the virtual screen. Oh, Black Star has a new thing. Awesome. I deserve to be the leader of the next generation appointed by the Empire. When I was baptized by the evolution block several years ago, I saw him close at the same time and almost couldn't help but ask him for an autograph. Fortunately, he is an ally of our empire. He was not taken first by Guanghui and Zuling. It's a blessing for the empire. Everyone couldn't help talking about this topic. Everyone here was a natural disaster level and respected the strong. Many of them were fans of the super A-level allies of various empires, among which Black Star had many fans. At this moment, Gouda put down his wine glass, stood up expressionlessly, and said lightly, I have something to do. Let's take a step first. After that, without waiting for everyone to react, he walked straight through the crowd and left the bar, leaving only many colleagues left in place, looking at me, and I looked at you, staring at you, and being confused. What's the stimulation? On the other side, Gord left the bar, quickly returned to the room, took out the communicator, and contacted Beccarotti. After a while, the opposite side was connected. Gouda directly took the initiative. You asked me to wait for good news. Is this what you call good news? Beccarotti was silent for a few seconds before slowly answering. Heixing's intervention was beyond expectations. Now the chaos secret energy is indeed in his hands. What are you going to do? Gouda's expressionless face. I'll try to remedy it and see if I can exchange it for the chaos secret energy from the Black Star. Gouda was silent and did not ask what to do if he couldn't change it. The Empire is willing to give him the secret energy of chaos, with the goal of allowing him to use his superpowers to enter the super A level as soon as possible, so as to analyze the principles of evolutionary energy for the Empire. If there is no chaos secret energy, the Empire will not be able to wait for him to grow slowly. But for Gouda, this is equivalent to losing a major source of combat power. Without the special abilities of the chaos secret energy, it seriously disrupted the growth plan he formulated for himself and could not reach the strongest form he imagined. It is equivalent to the upper limit of its future combat power, and it is directly cut off. Black Star himself can't use the chaos secret energy, so as long as he can take out enough chips, he will still change it. It's not that there's no chance. Beccarotti was still analyzing the situation, and Gouda spoke directly and interrupted him. Let's do this first. Let me know if there is any progress. After saying that, Gouda hung up the communication and frowned slightly. He was in a bad mood and was too lazy to be with Bercoti, knowing that there was little hope of returning to the chaos secret energy. The Empire will not pay a premium chip for an optional primitive superpower body, and Black Star is a dog who does not do a loss-making business. With his understanding of both parties, the chance of reaching a deal is infinitely close to zero. Gouda shook his head and crossed the name of Chaos Secret Energy in his heart. With his current strength, he is not qualified to intervene in the battle for Chaos Secret Energy. The only way is to borrow the power of the Empire. If the Empire fails, he has no choice but to do anything, and this is also impossible. I have not grown up yet, and the power of Black Star is getting bigger and bigger. The chaos secret energy is gone, but it is gone. Now it is far from the time to provoke Black Star. I thought the Empire would make a sure thing, but I didn't expect you to intercept me, so I had to change my growth plan. TSK, Black Star, you can really cause trouble for me. God was in a bad mood. Emerald Star Cluster, Moto Civilization Station. In front of the remote communication room door connecting the home star of Moto Civilization, two guards were whispering. How long have the commander and the inspector been in? It's almost an hour. It seems that the third king summoned them, but I don't know when it will come out. Hey, the door is opened and the door is opened, so stand up quickly. The door of the room slid open, and the two guards hurriedly stood up, stopped communicating, looked forward, and took a look. I'm not slutty, but Yu Guang couldn't help but glance at Commander Rodick and Inspector Lagos. Rodick looked as if he was on the verge of an explosion, while Lagos, who was on the side, looked dejected and looked wilted. Because dozens of elite natural disaster-level elites were sacrificed meaninglessly, Rodick was scolded by the three kings of Moto and was scolded by his direct superiors. His impression among the senior management fell to the bottom. Although he was just performing the tasks assigned by the above, it was not his fault that dozens of natural disaster-level losses were lost, but he could only take the blame, which was so angry that he was about to explode. Lagos couldn't comfort him, and asked hesitantly, Our high-level combat power has been severely damaged. The three kings said just now that similar things are not allowed to happen again. What are you going to do? It's all because of Black Star. Rodick clenched his fists and said angrily, If you continue to be passive, Black Star can still erode our power without restraint. If this problem is not completely solved, similar things will happen. We have stopped Black Star long ago, and you should say, Lagos smiled helplessly and had to ask, Then what do you think? If he can kill Black Star? Rodick murmured to himself and turned his head and saw Lagos' expression. You are afraid you haven't woken up. He couldn't help swallowing the next words, thinking about it, and changing his mouth. By depending on ourselves, it is impossible to be an enemy of Black Star. We can only rely on external forces. If we cause a big trouble for the Black Star Legion and make him have no time to take care of us, it may be able to alleviate the status quo. For example, upon hearing this, Rodick opened his mouth and felt bitter. If it was so easy to think about, how could it be like this? If you don't make any great achievements, you may have no hope of promotion in the future. Combined with the official advertisement, Super God Mechanic issued its first credit card for work. Apply for a card to upgrade to VIP. Get 8,888 points, 180-day enjoyment car membership, 300 yuan fantasy gift pack, an exclusive badge, free application for the first 500 pieces. Application method. Chidian reading app personal account paid Chidian Star exclusive card drive to find the corresponding work card and click. Somewhere in the Emerald Star cluster, a small consortium of exploration fleets is moving in the universe. Organizations like this are unable to occupy the resource planet and can only obtain some profits through normal exploration and employment. It is very common in today's shining world. Exploration ships and transport ships are the main types of spacecraft of this fleet. As an expeditionary fleet, in addition to the necessary crew members of each ship, it is also equipped with additional human resources and lives in a travel ship dedicated to transporting personnel. It is mainly based on living facilities. The maximum number of personnel carrying personnel is far beyond that of exploration functional spacecraft. Most of the staff who do not serve as crew members usually live in it. This long-distance travel ship is like a mobile space station, larger than the industrial transport ship in the team. It takes into account the responsibilities of personnel, logistics, and food supply, and has also equipped many entertainment facilities to meet the entertainment needs of the crew. Now the shining world industry is fiercely competitive. If there is no daily welfare and simply want to treat employees as coolies, it will be difficult to recruit people. As a commercial consortium, employees are not loyal, and living treatment is also an important factor in attracting employees. The lobby of the space station is a multifunctional social entertainment venue, with entertainment facilities and various shops everywhere for crew members to consume. The lobby is the ground floor, and the vertical floor structure is a corridor, which means that the space above the lobby is horizontal bridges, which are made of transparent materials. When you look up, you can see pedestrians passing by. The overall look is a bustling commercial square with dense crowds. One of the halls is the employee canteen, which is lively and noisy, and you can see employees of various jobs here. At this moment, in the corner of the cafeteria, Evans was sitting alone on a table, eating employee meals bit by bit. His cheeks bulge as he chewed, his eyes drooped, his eyes were staring at the table, staring at the days and in a daze. He was still wearing yellow protective suits and opened his hood. He looked simple and unpretentious. He was just the most ordinary ground staff. 99% of the people who did this job were ordinary people, and he belonged to the bottom of the consortium. On the tables around him, there were other ground staff sitting full of people, chatting while eating, bursting out laughing from time to time. Occasionally, someone's eyes swept across the lonely Evans, but they did not stop at all, treating him as air and turning a blind eye. Evans has long been accustomed to this. The ground staff members are basically ordinary people, and they are not very efficient in their work. Many people like to work hard. In contrast, he is more diligent, never lazy, and often exceeds the task. Therefore, he is often publicly praised by the team supervisor and has received a lot of bonuses. Because of this style, some colleagues may be out of jealousy, or perhaps because they dislike him. The former prisoner who was released from prison and joined forces with a small group of people to isolate him, and gradually more people did not interact with him. Evans doesn't care about being excluded. He was too lazy to socialize with his colleagues. He has been in prison for many years and no longer cared about other people's eyes. "Hey, Evans, are you sitting alone?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded from his side. Evans looked up, and an acquaintance stood beside him with a dinner plate. It was the director of the ground crew, where he was. The ground service department has many squads. Each squad is divided into various groups. The squad leader is just a grassroots cadre and has no status. He is the direct boss who favors Evans. "There is no one next to you. How about I'll get together with you?" "Don't mind," the team leader smiled. "Don't mind." Evans signaled to sit down. The team supervisor sat opposite him and chatted with Evans while eating. The ground staff around him could not ignore Evans' table and turned to say hello to his boss. Evans was helpless and lowered his voice. "Supervisor, you don't need to help me. I really don't care about others' exclusion. That won't work. What if you're in a bad mood and passive and slacking off? Our team's work indicators may depend on you to complete." The team's supervisor shrugged. Evans smiled bitterly. This supervisor is also an ordinary person, a good old man. Because he is very efficient in his work, he is very caring for him and is quite friendly. After finishing the meal in a few seconds, Evans greeted the supervisor who was still eating, then stood up with the empty plate, went to the recycling window of the cafeteria, and threw the plate in. At this moment, several people wearing mechas walked into the cafeteria, all of whom were the grassroots mercenaries. Their faces were not right, and they were covered in excited redness. They were walking in his direction, attracting his attention. The superpower. It seems like he has taken some mental stimulation drugs. I'm so excited. Evans looked at the group of people a few more times and was about to pass by him when he left the cafeteria when he suddenly heard the volume of the conversation between the grassroots mercenaries suddenly rise, and one of them seemed very excited. "If you don't believe me, I have developed a new usage of superpowers. I'll show you." As soon as the words fell, the excited mercenary grabbed his palm, and the air roared and gathered, forming an invisible wind ball, which hit his feet suddenly. The wind ball exploded and turned into a tiny wind blade, scattered and splashed. The consortium has regulations that it is not allowed to use extraordinary power in public, and fines are imposed for the minor ones and dismissed for the severe ones. However, this group of D-level mercenaries who had just used mental stimulation drug were in an excited state and completely lost their minds and directly forgot about this rule. The surroundings were in chaos in an instant, and the ground was covered with traces of cutting. The surrounding employees were immediately hit by an unstoppable disaster and hurriedly avoided. Because the wind ball has limited power, the others were not injured, but Evans was closest to him and was knocked out by the wind, and his protective suit was cut to pieces. A bright red color appeared in everyone's eyes. Someone is injured. Many people immediately surrounded and watched the fun. The ground crew members squeezed in. Seeing that Evans was injured, they suddenly paused, hesitating whether to come forward to support him. Just when they were struggling, the team supervisor had already walked up quickly, anxiously supporting Evans and checking his wound. "Where's injured? Let me see. It's just a small injury. I'm fine, hiss." Evans' face was tense, but the convulsions at the corners of his eyes showed that the wound was very painful. More than a dozen cuts were cut by the wind blade. His skin was blooming, and he was bleeding and soon dyed the protective suit scarlet. At this time, several patrol guards heard the movement and ran in. "What's going on here?" The team supervisor pointed at the mercenary with anger. They violated the rules and used superpowers in public, causing accidental injuries to the personnel. The guard frowned and found that Evans was injured. He then looked at the mercenaries and asked in a deep voice, "Is it true? After this accident, these people were a little awake, and the mercenary who threw the wind ball coughed. I did it accidentally. It was just an accident. I will go and receive the punishment later. Well, fortunately, I just injured one person, and at most a salary is fined. Nothing is wrong." Seeing this, the guard comforted the mercenary, turned his head to look at Evans, lingering at the ground crew's clothes on his body, and said casually, "You're Evans, right? You're just a few skin injuries. Just go to the medical room to bandage it. You can't die. Is this over?" The team leader was dissatisfied. "Didn't you even say apologize?" "This is my negligence, sorry." The mercenary who committed the crime glanced at Evans and said casually, exuding a sense of disapproval of arrogance, and was not sincere at all, "What's your attitude?" The team leader was angry. At this time, the guard interrupted impatiently. "Okay, he has apologized and will be fined for salary later. Don't be reluctant to give in." Although the guard looked like he was doing business, he treated him differently. He was also a superpower. Seeing that the mercenary had just accidentally injured an ordinary ground staff member, he felt that it was no big deal. In his opinion, although this mercenary had committed a crime, as long as he accepted the punishment, it would be better to comfort him appropriately, which is more important than an ordinary person. The mercenary also looked as if he was taken for granted. Seeing that Evans could not die, he was too lazy to look at him and turned around and started chatting with his companions. This scene fell into the eyes of people around, and many ordinary people showed mixed emotions on their faces. Most superpowers don't care much about the impact on ordinary people, and ordinary people know this very well. Even though the other party apologized and accepted the punishment, he still had no concerns. Seeing this scene, many people felt a little annoyed. The power of the superpower has privileges, which is the default rule of the whole universe. It is divided into two classes with ordinary people, which is already a chronic disease of class opposition. At this time, Evans pulled the team's supervisor and stood up with his knees. Blood fell to the ground, splashing into blood flowers. He endured the pain and said, "It's okay. I'm unlucky. Accompany me to the medical room." The team supervisor glared at the opposite side, gave up the idea of arguing, turned to support Evans, and walked out of the crowd silently. It's okay, it's all gone." The guard also waved. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang! The spacecraft suddenly shook, as if it stopped instantly. Even the internal shock absorption system failed to eliminate the huge inertia. Everyone present staggered and fell to the ground, panicking. "What's going on?" "It seems like the spaceship was forced to stop." "Did you meet a star thief?" As everyone was panicking, they were about to rush out of the cafeteria to take refuge. The radio inside the spaceship suddenly rang, echoing the entire ship so that everyone could hear it. "This is the Black Star Army. Your spacecraft has been temporarily stopped by us. Don't panic. Our goal is to find someone. His name is Evans, one of your ground staff members." As soon as he finished speaking, all the eyes on the field were focused on Evans. Brush. In an instant, Evans turned into a blank area, and everyone hid away, avoiding like a snake and a scorpion, looking surprised and suspicious. The Black Star Army asked this guy to be named. How did he provoke the Black Star Army and actually let the other party fight so much to find someone? Is he a different background? At this moment, Evans's ordinary appearance suddenly became mysterious in the eyes of everyone around him. Black Star Army. Evans was also stunned. Isn't this a high-level force that I can't reach far from reaching? What should I do with me? I should be looking for the wrong person. He turned his head and looked at the team supervisor. At this time, the team supervisor had already shaken his hand away and hid far aside, looking terrified. Evans was about to say something when he suddenly found the guards and mercenaries coming up and surrounded him faintly. What are you doing? Prevent you from escaping. Since the Black Star Army wants to see you, just wait here. The guards said coldly. Evans' fist suddenly clenched, and his chest rose and fell a few times. After a while, his fist let go of powerlessness and said helplessly, "Don't worry, I won't run away. I also want to figure out what's going on." Everyone was waiting here for a while, and the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded outside. A group of people walked in. At this time, all the arrogant senior cadres were accused of being with a group of Black Star Army soldiers. The leader of the warrior exuded powerful energy fluctuations all over. He was a B-level Superman, and he was already an amazing figure for these lower-level employees. The scene became aware of needles, and no one dared to breathe heavily. The group walked to Evans, and the commander of the fleet raised his hand and pointed. "He is the person you are looking for." "Yes." The B-class soldier of the Black Star Army looked him up and down. "Are you Evans?" Evans took a deep breath. "This is indeed my name, but I have no intersection with the Black Star Army. I think you may have recognized the wrong person." Upon hearing this, the B-class captain took out a resume and showed it. "This is your resume." After looking closely, Evans was shocked, nodded with his head, his face full of doubts and confusion. "Is the Black Star Army really looking for?" "That's right, you are looking for. Come with me." The B-level captain nodded. "Wait a minute. I want to know, why are you looking for me?" Evans couldn't help asking. Everyone present was excited and pricked up their ears and waited quietly for the following text. They also want to know what the reason for this problem was, that the Black Star Legion was willing to mobilize all its troops to find an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the B-level captain, and he stretched out his hand and said enthusiastically, "You are the talent designated by His Excellency Haishing to recruit. Brother, welcome to join the Black Star Legion." As he finished speaking, the audience was silent for a moment. Boom! Then, it seemed like a bomb exploded, and an uproar suddenly broke out. "What?" The team leader shook all over and was stunned. The guards and mercenaries who had just now froze and were shocked. Everyone present showed shock, and some even thought they were hallucinating, and countless unbelievable eyes were gathered on Evans. We heard it right. That famous Super A-level Black Star actually named him to recruit an ordinary person. Could it be that he's a talent who is even tempted by Super A-level? I can't see it normally. It must be because he deliberately hides his talents. People should not behave like appearance. Everyone's eyes showed a look of awe, and their hearts were filled with surprise. Especially the colleague who usually excluded Evans, hurriedly shrank his head and lowered his head, sweating profusely, fearing that Evans would notice it, and he felt full of regret. "Seeking me?" Evans was stunned. At this moment, he fell into deep self-doubt. What kind of virtue can I do? Is there a Super A-level interest in me? Is it really like what I imagined when I was a child? My body is sealed with the evil and crazy cosmic overlord, Lord of Destruction, and the power of the Dark King. At the same time, in the distant ancient star desert, a mysterious base, several figures were discussing the news of the birth of Chaos secret energy in a private conference room. Another primitive superpower body appeared. It turned out to be Chaos secret energy, and we need to find a way to take it over. It fell into the hands of Black Star. Black Star is the newly rising Super A-level in the past few decades, with an extremely amazing growth rate, and is difficult to deal with. The black star can live for a long time, and we don't have so much time to wait. The primitive superpower body is the key to opening the third sanctuary, so it cannot be lost. Use the products we have developed over the years. Chaos secret energy is an important material for synthesis and must be taken back. Unfortunately, the body of the alien god fell into the hands of the Red Empire. Otherwise, his superpower could become the best tool. Speaking of this, Waning is almost mature, and in a while, it should be able to harvest. We must prepare a ritual of awakening before we reach the agreed date. May the glory of the first one never fades. The abyss of stars, the territory of thousands of shadows, the ancestral land of shadows. The dark and gassy planet is still suspended next to the shadow ancestral land, like a black satellite, with rich black energy flowing on the surface, causing tidal waves from time to time. A spaceship hovered next to the dark satellite, with a large cabin door open, and expressionless natural disaster-level shadow servants pushed down prisoners of various races captured from different star fields, including natural disaster-level and low-level superpowers with special abilities. These prisoners were all bound devices, extremely weak, with their abilities suppressed, and they had almost no power to fight back. The scene was like dumplings. Every time a person landed on the surface of the black satellite, a wave of black energy hit him, swallowing it while rolling, disappearing without a trace. This food-like scene was Waning's servants who supplemented his shadow. There were nearly 1,000 prisoners in this group, all of which were swallowed up by Waning, the size of the planet. At this moment, the space next to the spacecraft suddenly fluctuated, and a phantom suddenly appeared, wearing a hooded black robe, unable to see through its appearance and body. The edge of the phantom appeared in flames, as if fog was constantly dissipating, and the overall look looked like a black cloud. This is not a remote projection of the quantum network, but a certain mental projection that can only be seen by Waning and his shadow servant. The next moment, Waning's planet's surface suddenly fluctuated violently, rolling up a black tsunami to outline the shape. Soon, a face appeared on the surface of the planet, and it only formed a simple eye, nose, and mouth with energy vortexes. It had no concept of appearance, and was opening its mouth wide, as if it was roaring silently. Two invisible spiritual fluctuations are released from both sides, entangled with each other, forming a link of spiritual communication. How is the progress? How long will it take to complete the transformation? Phantom spoke actively. I don't know. Waning is very tenacious. How much consciousness is left? Not much. I have seized control of his body and inherited all his memories. As long as I completely swallow his last consciousness, I can greatly speed up the transformation process. Try to speed up. You are the core part of our plan. Over the years, we have tried various means, and finally found that if you want to open the third sanctuary, you can only use superpowers to unlock it. So you're the basis of our synthesis ritual and a vessel to accommodate other primitive superpower bodies. Don't worry, when Waning wanted to be immortal forever, he borrowed your technology to activate me. Humph, this greedy guy died on his own. While he got rid of the limitations of his body, he was also backfired by me. You have given me life and consciousness. When I transformed into a real primitive superpower body, you can help you. Well, when the plan is completed, we promise you freedom. After saying that, the phantom waved his sleeves and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. The rolling waves on the surface of the black planet calmed down. The facial features disappeared, and the restless black energy returned to calm. The news about the birth of chaos secret energy has only been popular for a few days. In today's shining world, conflicts have emerged one after another, and the news is fleeting. Soon other news has attracted the attention of interstellar citizens and major forces, replacing the headline position of chaos secret energy. As the final winner of the battle, the whereabouts of the Black Star Machinery Force also received some attention, but quickly disappeared, and its movements were not noticed by the outside world. At this moment, Han Xiao's invisible spacecraft is located in a certain space not far from the Emerald Star Cluster. and he is talking to Emmers. This is the situation. I am protecting your student Hella. I invite you to come and be a guest. On the one hand, I am pretending that my deity is still in the base camp and paralyzing the enemy in the secret. On the other hand, I am asking you to help protect the base camp and take care of Aurora, so it's really not a pigeon to let you go. Han Xiao said helplessly. On the screen, Emmys played with a green force field, his eyes drooping, and although his tone was calm, it was inexplicably filled with danger. If you say directly, I will help you. Do you not trust me? How could that be? Don't you mainly want to meet Aurora after the advancement? You have met now, and when I invited you, I didn't seem to say that I wanted to see you. Han Xiao scratched his head and joked. If you don't say it directly, you mainly want to be more tactful. I know if I speak, you will definitely agree. After all, I am so strong, afraid that you think I am ordering you. You didn't order me, but I feel that you're using me. It seems worse, right? Emmys narrowed his eyes, and a green light flashed in his eyes. Hey, what you said is wrong. With our relationship, why should we distinguish each other? It would be too heavy to use it. Han Xiao waved his hand. Is that true? You used me a lot before. Emmy smiled. It used to be the past, but now is different from the past. We have me among our two forces and you among us. We have become a family that loves each other. As for family members, it is normal to make some jokes occasionally. TSK, who is with your family? Shameless. Emmers frowned and spat lightly. Seeing this, Han Xiao laughed and joked. Hee, do you really want to see me so much? Do you want me to go back and accompany you? I am so passionate. Who wants to see you? Emmers paused, put away the force field, waved his hand, and said casually, You just stay there to protect my students. Do you need me to help? No, I think I'm weak. Emmers raised her eyebrows lightly. Ahem, if there is nowhere, there is another thing you need to help. Stay in the Black Star Palace and pretend that I am there. Since it's for my student, I will continue to cooperate with you in acting, but don't rush to thank me for one code. You're playing with me yet. Then wait until I go back. I'll accompany you to the secondary dimension to travel. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It's just the two of us. It happened that I have to go to the secondary dimension to catch the holy light particles in the secondary dimension in the future, so that I won't delay official business. I'm so smart. Okay, that's it. Emmers had no objection. Although she was fooled after running from afar, her anger has disappeared every day after the days. If someone else was playing tricks on her like this, Emmys would definitely be angry. But if the person who played the prank was Black Star, she would have nothing to do with her. Only people close to her could do this to her. Besides, this reminded her of the fact that when Black Star was weak, she had been using her black history, and she couldn't help but miss her a little. After chatting for a few words, Han Xiao hung up the call and turned to look at the workbench beside him. He is currently in the mechanical workshop of the spacecraft, and his mechanical force is controlling various manufacturing equipment and is building the Emperor mecha. A few failed items have been piled up next to it. It is said to be a failed product, but it is actually all orange equipment. It is rare to see good equipment when taken out. It has not only not reached the level of the universe treasures in the drawings, it not only has a much weaker performance, but also does not have those magical effects, and is terribly expensive. In his opinion, it is all failure. After putting away the communicator, Han Xiao finally didn't have to be distracted and focused on creating the set of emperors in front of him. The divine artifact, expertise on the attribute panel, is always shining brightly, and this expertise will only be activated when creating cosmic treasures. However, after half of the construction was made, Philip's suddenly bubbling, saying that several mechanical warriors sent out had secretly taken Evans to the ship. Then bring him here. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. After a while, the door of the mechanical workshop opened, and several mechanical soldiers guarded a man and walked in. It was Evans. As soon as Evans entered the door, he saw a handsome and domineering man in black looking at him with a smile, and immediately became nervous. Are you Mr. Black Star? It's me. Han Xiao nodded with a smile and looked at Evans up and down. His first impression was that it was ordinary, too ordinary. Evans only felt that Han Xiao's gaze seemed to be able to see through, leaving him without any hiding, and immediately became cramped. Although he is usually calm, he can't stand it anymore when facing a top figure in the universe like Blackstar. Evans took a deep breath and plucked up the courage to ask, "Hello, Blackstar. I am just an ordinary person without super genes. I don't know what you like about me." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled playfully. "Your physique is quite special. I'm very interested." Special physique? Evans was stunned, looked down at himself, and felt that he was the antonym of the word special. "Anyway, don't worry, I am a super A-level person, so I won't be able to make things difficult for you as an ordinary person. You're not in danger of your life here. At most, you need to cooperate with my experiment. After that, you can do civilian work in the Legion, and your salary is much better than the consortium you worked for before. What do you think? You brought me here, can I still refuse?" Evans smiled bitterly. Not long after he was released from prison, he came to Shining World to increase his knowledge and find a job to make a living. He doesn't care, but his salary is much higher anyway. Seeing that he had no objection, Han Xiao picked up the syringe and walked to Evans, signaling him to stand up obediently, and then pumped him a tube of blood. Han Xiao did not lie, and he really wanted to do an experiment when he asked Evans. Evans is the co-host of Chaos Secret Energy and Holy Light Particles, and his physique is naturally special. Han Xiao wants to create a mechanical carrier of primitive superpowers. Then, extracting Evans' cells for research can help you understand the principle of adaptation and speed up the process of research and development. On the other hand, Han Xiao gave a needle, which also caused damage and triggered the battle information. Opening the panel and looking at Evans' attributes, the Han technician's eyes lit up immediately. The attribute panel of ordinary people is very simple and can be seen at a glance. Only two special specialties attracted Han Xiao's attention. One of them is Intermediate Lucky Halo, which proves that he is a protagonist-type character. The reason why he is intermediate is that Han Xiao guessed that Evans had gained power, and he also had the old enemy of the alien god. Another special feature, called Top Affinity Physical Constitution, is related to the superpower system, which can greatly improve the adaptability of the original superpower body. At the same time, when attacked by a superpower, it has the chance to restore a certain amount of life and strength, and the difficulty of developing superpowers by itself is greatly reduced. The power of using superpowers is greatly increased, and even passively increases the potential of superpowers. No wonder I can hold two primitive abilities left and right. This specialty is simply the perfect mechanical sense of the superpower system, and the effect is too domineering. Han Xiao was amazed. Generally, if you have this specialty, you should be able to awaken to a supernatural being, but Evans is an ordinary person and wasted this specialty. Wait a minute. No. With this expertise, how can you not have super energy genes? Something must have been wrong. Han Xiao turned his head suddenly, his eyes burning. Under Evans' reluctant expression, Han Xiao asked him to take off his clothes and cooperated obediently to do a detailed full-body examination. Evans used to be a poor man, so naturally he could not find any high-end institutions to check his superpower genes, so maybe something was missing. This investigation really found out the problem. Han Xiao looked at the inspection report and frowned. What's wrong? Evans put on his clothes, a little nervous. "You don't have super genes. I don't know who you are looking for, but they're not careful enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Evans was stunned. He always thought he was an ordinary person without talent, but he didn't expect that today someone suddenly told him that he was actually talented. Even though he had long been used to the identity of an ordinary person, he looked shocked at this moment. But don't be too happy too early. Han Xiao turned his hand and waved his hand, slowly said, "There's something wrong with your super gene. It seems to have been suppressed by some drug. After so many years, the super gene has shrunk so much that it is almost impossible to detect. It is basically impossible to wake up. This is a man-made thing. Do you have any enemies since you were a child?" Evans barely suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, recalled seriously, and said uncertainly, "I underwent super gene testing when I was 10 years old. If someone did this to me, it must have been before I was 10 years old, but how could I provoke enemies when I was a child? Unless it was because of my family, but I'm just an ordinary family. How could it be? His face kept changing. If he had no talent, it would be fine, but today he realized that he had talent. But he had been ruined since he was a child. What is ruined is not only talent, but also his decades of life. Evans had already accepted his fate, but his anger was burning in his heart. Slap! Suddenly, Han Xiao clapped his hands and interrupted his memories. Okay, don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Check it out yourself in the future. Tell me a little serious. I may have a way to help you wake up. Evans suddenly shook all over, suppressed his excitement, and asked in a deep voice, "What should I pay?" It's very simple. I thought you were just an ordinary person. If you can awaken your superpowers, you can fight for me. Han Xiao paused, smiled, and said slowly, I have investigated your information. When you were an ordinary person, in order to protect your friend, I found a way to kill the low-level superpowers and anger. Not every ordinary person has this courage. You have the ability to fight and have never accepted your fate. Perhaps it was your years of prison that cooled down your passion. And now, you may have a chance to be reborn, and I just hope you don't waste it. Okay, Evans answered firmly. At this moment, his eyes were full of perseverance, and his temperament was completely different from his previous appearance of accepting fate. It was like a sharp sword covered with dust. At this time, the rust and dust were removed, and his sharpness was revealed. Seeing this, Han Xiao took out a bottle of life potion made by Aurora. Evans's symptom is that the super energy gene has atrophy and has lost all activity. As long as enough life energy is injected, it can be restored to life, and the life potion is the most suitable antidote. Taking out the injection gun, Han Xiao injected 1/10 of the golden potion into Evans's body, fearing that he would not be able to take it. Buzz! The next moment, Evans's whole body glowed, and his whole body was filled with rich vitality. The light took a few minutes to stop. Evans stood there with his eyes closed. His whole body looked completely different. He was so healthy that he could not be more healthy. The strain and hidden injuries left by his prison life had completely disappeared. How do you feel? It's like a new life. Evans opened his eyes, and the golden light in his pupils slowly dissipated. He looked at Han Xiao, his eyes full of gratitude. Did you sense your superpower? Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and asked again. Upon hearing this, Evans frowned, feeling the change carefully, and hesitated. It seemed a little different. It seems that there's a new sense which should be a supernatural ability. I'll use it and see. Han Xiao was curious. Evans nodded, held it hard for a long time, but found that there was no change. He said uncertainly, It seems that I can't control it. Have my superpowers really awakened? He was all E-level superpowers when he woke up, but even if he was very weak, the superpowers would not be unable to control their superpowers. Han Xiao frowned, feeling that things were not simple. So he gave Evans another needle to check the battle information. However, just one glance, Han Xiao froze and rubbed his eyes, almost thinking that he was dazzled. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds, he came to his senses, looked at Evans in an extremely strange way, and muttered to himself, No wonder. No wonder. Do you know my superpowers? Evans couldn't help asking. Han Xiao exhaled, patted Evans on the shoulder with a complicated expression, pursed his lips, and said earnestly, You must be a good person in the future. After saying that, he ignored Evans' confusing expression, turned his back to Evans, his mouth twitched constantly, and his heart roared. My Uncle Lee, this kid's ability, is also an ability to absorb supernatural powers, exactly the same as the alien god. No wonder. The special features of this guy's previous life make sense at once. You are really worthy of being the old enemy of the alien god. Is this the choice of the Stone of Destiny? Han Xiao was a little sad and planned to give him some compensation. But now it seems the original superpower is not worthy of you. You are my biggest gain in this trip. Recommended a book title, The Age of Heavens. Introduction. The last catastrophe of the era. The prehistoric world was broken. the fairy world collapsed. The heavens fell. The heavens were broken into billions of pieces scattered in the chaotic virtual sea. After the last catastrophe of the era, the age of discovery of the era began, descending on billions of pieces of the world of the era, plundering resources and ancient inheritance, climbing up to the sky step by step, and recasting the fairy world. Superpower, replica. This is the core ability of the alien god, but it appears on Evans at this time. Han Xiao's first reaction was to doubt what Evans had to do with the strange god, and he instantly imagined the romance novel of 2 million words. However, after thinking about the plot of his previous life, he dispelled this idea. The possibility of coincidence is even greater. In the universe, there are many abilities who awaken the same abilities. Such abilities as controlling fire, water, and force fields are all a mess. It is not impossible for another guy who can absorb superpowers. However, this coincidence still made Han Xiao feel a sense of fate. The strange god was locked in the amber of time and space for a few years, and a new generation of strange gods appeared in the outside world. Could it be that this is a cycle of reincarnation, and there must be a Wu Miao king? I didn't expect that I would meet a radiant god in a new era. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Having superpower, replica will inevitably embark on the path of absorbing other people's superpowers. Evans's talent was suppressed, but now he has to start to seize other people's talents. It is too dramatic in his eyes. Obviously, without firm belief, this superpower grows easily, makes the owner degenerate. Evans has experienced decades of mortal life and tasted the bitterness of the lowest level. He may not be as sharp as a strange god, but he may also have a hostility hidden in his heart and erupt after being suppressed for a long time. This is indefinitely. He is a double-edged sword. If it could be used for me, it is a combat power with extraordinary potential. I have to try my best to guide him on my side. Now, I am kind to him, and his loyalty should be very high. But if one day he shows signs of depravity, I can only kill him so as not to appear as second strange god. Han Xiao pondered. Superpower, replica. Although it is strong, what makes people frightened is the alien god itself, not this superpower. In the hands of the strange god, all the absorbed abilities can exert super A-level power. If you don't have a foundation in strength, no matter how many superpowers you absorb, it will be futile. Your operation is as fierce as a tiger, and you will see that you have a 25-year-old damage. Even if the methods are fancy, it will still be a slap. Absorbing superpowers is a means of combat to increase one's own combat. It is considered a skill and will not quickly increase one's level and attributes. Therefore, if Evans wants to improve his level, there is no shortcut. He also needs to train slowly like other abilities. Even if he has the talent of top power affinity constitution, he cannot reach the top level. Evans has just awakened now, and his ability is still extremely weak, and he is only at the E-level level. Although the reference template is Awesome Strange God, how long has the Strange God lived? How much combat experience has you accumulated? Evans wants to reach the level of Super A, but he doesn't know that it will be the year of the monkey and horse month. Because this superpower is too rare, Han Xiao wanted to help him plan his growth route, so as not to waste it. The precedent of the alien god has already shown the limitations of power replica. If too many superpowers are absorbed, the gene chain will have the risk of collapse. This means that the upper limit of the number of superpowers Evans can absorb will also change with the level. Once the upper limit is exceeded, he will die of gene collapse. So it is naturally impossible to have thousands of superpowers in the low-level period. However, due to Evans' supernatural affinity, at the same level, the upper limit of his absorbable supernatural powers should be greater than that of the alien god. Power, replica. Absorbing superpowers is not necessarily successful, but must be judged. The superpowers absorbed by the alien gods are basically those with lower levels than their own. Then they use their own strength to exert their superpowers and burst out with super A-level powers, so it is very smooth. In Han Xiao's memory, There's a man named Jamozi who used Xiao Wuxianging to activate the 72 unique skills of the bald man, and his combat style is quite similar to that of the strange god. However, if you seize the superpowers of those with the same level or even higher level, the success rate of judgment will become very slim. Therefore, Evans wants to absorb the strong men at higher levels, with very strict premises, such as the target's dying, the physical strength, and health are extremely low, or the target is captured. In short, only if the target at higher levels cannot resist can the capture be successful. The alien god has collected superpowers for so many years, and it is a high-quality rare material library. His main combat superpowers are still very powerful. Unfortunately, Evans can't absorb it even through space and time. If he opened the seal, the alien god would run away. It was only a few decades, and his consciousness was not so easy to die. To be safe, it would be at least 500 years before closing it. Amber isolates all energy, and the outside world cannot observe the physical condition of the alien god. He cannot risk letting the alien god run away and rashly open the seal. Han Xiao put away this idea and thought about Evans' growth path, and soon had a way of thinking. Evans is not suitable for the alien god's route. He should follow the planned absorption path, absorb less and better, and be happy for a lifetime. The alien god is powerful, but his ability to absorb too much, so that the gene chain is on the verge of collapse. With 99% of his ability, the alien god cannot use it in battle, but instead suppresses his strength. Although the Legion has the super nurse Aurora, Han Xiao doesn't want her to have much contact with Evans, and at most he can use Life Potion. The reason why the alien god absorbs so many abilities is, on the one hand, because of his obsession. He wants to fuse super high-risk superpowers on his own, transform himself, break the limit of peak super level, and become a brand new biology. On the other hand, part of the obsession of the strange god is probably derived from his experience. Han Xiao has read his life information. In his weak period, the strange god has always been a person, and he can only rely on himself in everything. He only believes in himself, so he wants to make himself omnipotent and never need a partner. Evans did not need to do this, so he did not need to suck it indiscriminately, and only chose useful and powerful superpowers, which may be a more correct way. Seeing Black Star facing away from him and not speaking for a long time, Evans became more and more confused and couldn't help but speak. His Excellency Black Star, I'm the end. Han Xiao came to his senses, turned around and patted Evans on the shoulder. Your ability is to absorb other people's superpowers. This is a very potential ability. He explained it, and Evans then understood his own ability, but then frowned. I don't like this kind of superpower very much. Evans looked entangled. His talent was suppressed for decades. He empathized with this feeling. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't like this superpower that seized the talent of others. Hearing this, Han Xiao rolled his eyes in his heart. Are you buying cabbage as a vegetable market? Also picky. With a cough, Technician Han turned into a kind tone and said, Don't worry. Since you are my person now, I will naturally guide you to grow up. You don't have to worry. I won't allow you to suck people casually, so there is no need to make things difficult for you. No one has to force you to go on the road to crime. But at the same time, I hope you can endure temptation yourself. Don't see how good other people's superpowers are. Just think about turning into yourself. Being strong is really strong. Don't be impatient for a moment and go the wrong way. The strange god is the lesson of the past. He goes to depravity, does evil everywhere, and makes countless enemies. In the end, he is imprisoned by a bunch of us and loses his freedom. So don't learn from him in this regard. Be as low-key as me, understand? Evans nodded after listening to Black Star's warning. He also heard of the infamous alien god. Although he had the same ability, he was not the same type of person. He secretly warned himself to keep his true heart and never fall like an alien god. Han Xiao instructed for a while, and then asked some mechanical soldiers to escort Evans away. He was the only one left in the room. He touched his chin and murmured to himself, This guy's ability is worth developing. As long as the path is not narrow, he will definitely become a strong man in time. As for how to help him obtain superpowers, hey, for me, this is the easiest link. Han Xiao smiled. In his previous life, the strange god had already tried to absorb the player's superpowers, so Han Xiao knew very well what the result was. It was actually feasible. Although the player will be resurrected, his body is a physical body. In addition to having strange restrictions and turning in a light after hang up, he will also be injured and bleeding in normal combat, which shows various negative states. In version 1.0, some forces even tried to dissect players. Although due to the limit of blood volume, players usually boiled into soup at the beginning of dissecting. It turned out to be scattered, but the blood collected is no different from the normal species. If a player with superpower is sucked by a strange god, he will also lose his power and enter the ability freeze state. All abilities related to superpowers will turn gray, and this state is constant, and no skill can be cleared, just like a normal NPC is taken away from its supernatural powers. However, when this player dies and resurrects, his status is refreshed and his superpowers will suddenly recover. This involves the mechanism of superpower replica. The process of the ability taking effect can be simply summarized as capture analysis gene chain construction curing storage. After seizing a superpower, power replica will decompose and analyze it, and finally store this ability in the owner's body in the form of a gene chain. The special substance produced by power replica is the substance produced by the owner itself and will not disappear as the player disappears. So in the previous life, there was a situation where players treated themselves as sacrifices and sold themselves to the strange gods for money. This was unprecedented, which led to the three major civilizations having to introduce special policies, indicating that if the immortals took the initiative to provide superpowers to the strange gods, they would regard them as wanted criminals and kicked out of the order camp. Of course, players spent a lot of operations, and this policy was played out very few times. However, the alien god is not a philanthropist. Due to the load on the gene chain, he will only take action on the abilities he is interested in. Otherwise, even if the player comes to the door to sacrifice, he will not. Even the player's actions have caused a funny misunderstanding. The alien god thought at first that this was a conspiracy of the three major civilizations, so he sent people to give away heads so that his gene chain would collapse. After killing many players, he found that these people were sincerely sending cannons. Give away superpowers. Even the strange god was shocked at that time and said a famous line to the player. If I had met you earlier, I might have been a good person. As he thought about it, Han Xiao couldn't help but grin and laugh. So, I don't even have to do it myself to obtain superpowers. As long as I post tasks to superpower players and give enough rewards, someone will come to the door on their own. In this way, tens of millions of superpower players are a huge material library. And it won't die, it's legal. Although Evans has determined the development route of less and better absorbing. Having so many materials means that you can slowly choose, find complementary abilities in a targeted manner, form various tactics, and achieve the most perfect combination. Thinking of this, Han Xiao was completely excited. At this moment, a new plan was born in his mind. Philip, draft a new plan, which is to record the various abilities of all the immortals under the Legion and simulate various tactical combinations that can be coordinated based on the effects of the superpowers. A combination of the minimum is 2 abilities, and the maximum is temporarily set to 10 abilities. Put this plan into the confidential file of the highest confidentiality level. Also, don't mention Evans's existence. Okay, this will take up a little bit of my calculations. What's the name of the plan? No name, just number. Han Xiao thought of a name like the God Cultivation Plan, but after thinking about it, he still gave up. Although his own database is basically impossible to be compromised again, Han Xiao still chose a low-key approach that matches his personality. He had made up his mind to hide Evans from the snow before he could grow up and use him as a secret weapon. Speaking of this, I have evolutionary blocks, space-time amber in my hands, and the Legion has Hela and Aurora. It's really a bit of a big tree that attracts wind. If I tell others again, I plan to make a second-generation alien god come out. Hiss, I'm afraid that the enemies will all join forces to steal my things. Thinking of that scene, Han Xiao couldn't help but tremble, and he still knew it. He calmed down for a while, digested his emotions, and then turned back to do the work just now, and continued to build more than half of the Emperor mecha. I don't know if it was the European energy left by Evans, but just as Han Xiao completed the last process and the Emperor's mecha was completely formed, the panel suddenly moved. You have created golden quality equipment, cosmic treasures. You have received feedback from divine artifact. You have obtained 1 divine transformation point. The same drawing cannot be obtained repeatedly. You have dropped 200 points of random attributes. It is being randomly completed, and your luck has dropped 200 points. You have obtained 200 free attribute points. You have obtained the first level bonus of divine artifact. The success rate of the basic manufacturing of golden drawings plus 2.5%, and the success rate of the basic development of golden drawings plus 1.2%. You have obtained new expertise. Cosmic Treasure Maker. You get 1 legend. It turns out that the feedback from God Artifact is such a good thing. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Divine Artifact is a professional expertise brought by him after being promoted to a divine mechanic. It will only take effect when creating cosmic treasures. There will be additional bonuses for successful creation. It is also the first time he has seen specific bonus feedback and was immediately surprised. Han Xiao didn't know what other channels could obtain divine transformation points besides advancement. But now he has finally found a new way, which is to create cosmic treasure level equipment. The same drawing cannot be obtained repeatedly, which means that even if you create a golden quality Imperial mecha, you will not get new divine transformation points, so you need to get other golden drawings. Han Xiao was a little curious. In history, other super A-level mechanics have created cosmic treasures, but the information provided by the Empire did not mention this divine transformation. After thinking about it, he had a vague guess. It is estimated that some of the super A-level creations of cosmic treasures themselves do not meet the prerequisite requirements for divine transformation, so this effect cannot be detected, such as Austin. The super A-level informed person may have hidden it for selfishness or other reasons and did not report it. It may also be because of the intentional concealment of the advanced civilization. It may even be that other super A-levels do not have panels, and only you can obtain divine transformation points through this channel. Of course, perhaps it is purely because the Empire does not know this secret, while the other two are aware of it. After all, the 3 major civilizations are not a family and will not share secrets with each other. The problems facing my current level of personal power have finally touched the blind spots of knowledge of cosmic civilization. That's right, the Empire doesn't know about the first sanctuary. Han Xiao shook his head slightly. I have the drawings of the Emperor's robe in my hand. If I make it, I can get a little more divine transformation. Sure enough, improving my strength by creating things is the serious style of a mechanic. Han Xiao said intimately. As for the random reduction attributes and the free attribute points are replaced, the effect is similar to the washing point. Each time you upgrade or species sublimate, various attributes will automatically grow, and washing point can add some unnecessary attribute points to the main attributes, which can slowly optimize your combat power, and it is of great use. Han Xiao felt that the washing point should be triggered repeatedly, but there may be limitations. Perhaps the amplitude of the washing point is related to the difficulty of manufacturing the universe treasures. The higher the difficulty, the more washing points are, and guess based on the cost superposition mechanism of the bet drawing. If the cosmic treasures of the same drawing are repeated, the washing efficiency may gradually decrease. For example, the first time the Emperor created, the Emperor washed 200 points, but the second time it was less than 200. But this time I actually washed my luck. Han Xiao opened the attribute panel and looked at the lucky attribute stick turning into a ball, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In my previous life, I had the secondary profession of gambling. Players tried it. The lucky attribute can drop to 0 points at least. This is the bottom line. For gambling, it means the last fig leaf and stands in an unbeaten place. I only had 1 point of luck, dropped to 0 points, and then had 200 points of free attributes. Isn't this a net profit of 199 attribute points? Are I lucky or bad this time? Han Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. Although he made a lot of money, he couldn't laugh and tears flowed in his stomach. Sometimes you only know how precious it is when you lose something. Brother, we can't do without you. 0 is impossible. Master Han gritted his teeth and solemnly pointed the plus sign behind the lucky attribute and added a little. The next moment, the value of the lucky attribute changed back to the one that was noble and pure, independent in the world, and became immortal. At this moment, Han Xiao seemed to feel his soul sublimated, just like the song, "My last stubbornness, and I would never let go of my hands." In fact, Han Xiao is mainly afraid that after the luck is cleared, the lucky attribute will not be included in the random range next time he washes the points. There was a wave of attribute points in the white vote. He appeared to be sad, but in fact he was full of joy and knew the taste. He wanted to do it a few more times. Add to the inventory in my panel. There are now 2,248 free attribute points, and now there are more endurance. As long as you exceed the point, you can get 1 more divine transformation point next time you advance. Well, stay again. After suppressing his excitement, Han Xiao looked at the attribute panel, thought for a while, and added the 1 divine transformation point he got to divine transformation mechanical. Mechanism and void represent the main profession and species respectively. The essence of these 2 divine transformation routes should be the same for everyone. After testing, the former strengthens mechanical abilities, while the latter improves racial talent and provides additional attributes to make up for it. Now that we have the divine artifact, the channel to obtain divine transformation points, we need to develop more golden drawings, which requires improving mechanical capabilities. The main career route not only increases the basic mechanical affinity and ability strength, but also slightly strengthens the effect of various mechanical skills, which is more targeted. The next moment, the cells were fully powered, the energy fluctuations increased sharply, and the whole body was emitting dazzling lightning, and the flesh and bones were hot, itchy, and tingling, which made Han Xiao narrow his eyes. Divine Transformation Mechanical 2. Stage 1. Mechanical Affinity plus 1,000%. Ability Strength plus 20%. Basic effects of all mechanical skills are slightly enhanced. Stage 2. New Manufacturing, Strengthening, and Repair Abilities plus 15%. Mechanical Affinity for every 30 points of intelligence. And the main branch skills are targetedly enhanced. Virtual Branch. Sweet. Han Xiao scratched his chin, feeling that the bonus was less than the first time. It may be similar to the opening gift for the first time, which is an exception. The higher the number of layers, the higher the bonus. As he said that, he looked at his new specialty, Collection Treasure Maker, and introduced that he created cosmic treasures, which meant touching some new levels. The effect was mechanical creation performance plus 10%. All mechanical skills plus 1 can exceed the upper limit. The basic success rate of creating golden equipment plus 4%, and the basic success rate of developing golden drawings plus 2%. The bonus is pretty good, but Han Xiao's attention was attracted by the accompanying tips of this expertise. You have the expertise of Cosmic Treasure Maker and have reached the prerequisite. You have obtained the first Sanctuary Skill Fragment X1. It's this so-called first Sanctuary. An electric light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. He now has 2 skill fragments, and he doesn't know what it is for, but the trigger conditions are so harsh, so this thing is definitely not simple. It would be useless to think too much without clues. Han Xiao temporarily put it behind and took a look at the legend of the reward. Achievement Legend. Cosmic Treasure Craftsman. You have created cosmic treasures. From this moment on, you have become one of the top craftsmen in the universe. Entering the ranks of masters, your creation will be passed down and become a treasure of history. By the way, I now master the core technology. If I create more emperors and sell them for money, I can subsidize my family. Thinking of this, Han Xiao couldn't help but smile. Just think about it. It is absolutely impossible to exchange money with a trump card, and he is not interested in money now. After counting the gains from the attribute panel, Han Xiao then carefully looked at the golden quality Imperial mech. At this time, there was no coloring and painting. The appearance of the Emperor was a gorgeous full-coverage mechanical war armor with clear edges and corners. The details of each armor were extremely exquisite, revealing the beauty of top mechanical craftsmanship, like a work of art. A palm-sized triangle device was embedded in his chest, and it was lit up with a glimmer of light. This is the only supporting attachment of the Emperor mecha. As long as it is taken down and placed anywhere, the Emperor can instantly return to the location of the throne, and the effect is not inferior to that of the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter. In terms of performance, it is far superior to the orange equipment. As a super A-class mechanic exclusive equipment, it provides a total mechanical affinity bonus of 1.075x, a 35% mechanical force bonus sputtering range, and various special functions. It is a set of mechanic exclusive mechas that belong to the top among super A-class equipment. Han Xiao changed into the mecha directly, just like an old driver who bought a new car. He took a lot of fun and recorded the detail parameters, so he couldn't let go of the mecha. What good thing. If the original mecha was a mid-range car like Volkswagen, the Emperor was a luxury car of Pagani, Koenigsegg, and Bugatti. Han Xiao was satisfied with an expression of being addicted to caring. After sorting out the gains this time, he ordered the mechanical assistant to clean up the workshop, and he changed the mechanical god seat into a lazy recliner mode. After lying up, Han Xiao opened the forum comfortably, intending to reward himself with the sculpting players. In version 4.0, the player forum has undergone targeted revisions and a new Shining World section has been added, which is like a world channel for players. As more and more people arrive, the popularity of the Shining World sector overwhelms all other sectors in one fell swoop, becoming the most active channel for players at present. Han Xiao looked through the post for a while and saw a new video of the meat bag. The Black Star Legion series has been updated with a new episode, which is about the deeds of the Legion during the version update, and the number of views seems to have broken the record again. He clicked in and took a look. It was not because this issue was done well, but because a large number of foreign players joined the Black Star Army and the Leak Land expanded. So more people came to learn about the history of the Black Star Army, and the number of views of previous videos soared. Since version 1.0, Meatbao has started to produce a series of videos. Many episodes have been accumulated so that new players can watch the drama from scratch and watch the complete rise of the Black Star Legion from scratch. As a super camp developed under the witness of players, it can give players a strong sense of innate immersion. Most of the foreign players who join the Legion are for the sake of profit, without any sense of belonging to the camp and not adapting to the soil. Understanding the history of a camp can slowly form cohesion, and the series of videos of meat bags have played a huge role now, just like fertilizer. Of course, not every player takes this set, but many old players have long had feelings for the Star Sea. Even if they are far away in other star fields, the Black Star Legion is not unfamiliar with them. There will always be a considerable number of people who like immersive experiences and are willing to create a sense of belonging to the camp. We must firmly grasp the ideological construction and instill more theoretical knowledge of Black Star characteristic so that players can feel the warmth of home. Han Xiao muttered while flipping through the posts, and suddenly saw someone posting to expose the Infinite Consortium. The exposed content is a spy mission released by Sorokin, requiring players to acquire intelligence from players of the Black Star Army. The confidentiality work of the Infinite Consortium is actually pretty good. At least Han Xiao hasn't learned the details from other channels, but he couldn't resist the player's transfer and sold Sorgen on the forum. I really don't want to know, it's hard. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Player Forum is a special information exchange platform. No outsiders can intervene, but you can browse the player forum yourself. This unparalleled intelligence advantage is currently available to you. For him, players are purely natural free intelligence networks. Even if they sit at home and do nothing, the player forum will continue to provide information from other forces. At present, the Infinite Consortium is the most keen on recruiting players besides itself. Sorgen, the unlucky man, wanted to spend money to use the player's characteristics to be a spy for him, but he had no idea that he was exposed by the player in turn, and Han Xiao didn't even have to pay anything. The happiness of privilege is so simple and boring. Thinking of Sorgen's face full of conspiracies, Han Xiao even wanted to laugh. Just let the Legion players take over his mission and sell some information to earn Sorgen's money for nothing. For a local big man, it's not a waste of money. Han Xiao was holding back the bad water and suddenly swept the title of a very popular post, and his eyes suddenly condensed. League players are frequently squatting on corpses. Who is it? It's targeting the Black Star Legion. Squatting on the corpse is a technical job. In order to protect the young minds of players, players have a variety of ways to resurrect. Resurrect on the spot, resurrect the nearest city or vehicle, resurrect the special binding coordinates, and even go offline without resurrecting. At the same time, the Xinghai will be resurrected at most 10 times every 6 days, so it is difficult to squat the corpse. In his previous life, Han Xiaoling was fine, thanks to this resurrection method. But even with such a harsh premise, players are still happy with squatting corpses. The more common tricks include kidnapping and forced landing vehicles. In a combat state, players have restrictions on offline operations, and there are punishments for forced exit, so a method of kidnapping is derived, bringing the target to the nearest resurrection site and surrounding it. The same is true for the forced landing vehicle, which makes the target in place or the vehicle resurrected recently become the same position. However, none of these methods can completely break the resurrection mechanism, and the operation is very difficult. Even if all positions are blocked, the target still needs to cooperate and not go off the line and run away. So after all, there is actually only one necessary prerequisite for squatting a corpse. That is the iron head on the opposite side. And from this guy who posted a post, Han Xiao could feel the rebellious aura of a reckless man, and he couldn't hide it, like a firefly in the dark, as vivid and outstanding. In the post, this dad, Aoui Wahi, is a Legion player, and he talked about his own experience in detail. Just now, I was performing a single-player errand running mission in the free competition area. When I came to a transit planet, I met a group of strangers from other forces. When they saw me, they attacked me without saying a word and beat me to death. I asked them why, but they actually said that they were unhappy with me. I didn't know anyone else. Anyway, I couldn't stand it. I was resurrected on the spot and fought against them, and I was resentful. These people were really squatting down, and I killed me over and over again, killing all my resurrections today. They even chatted and mocked me, damn. I was eating hot pot and singing, but suddenly I was beaten up. Who would I provoke? I have posted the IDs of these cubs, and today I have also sacrificed my life. Chinese spit friends, today we are all my dads, a cloud-piercing arrow, and thousands of troops are coming to meet each other. Please respond to my call, help me with my mouth, help me greet their family, and let these cubs enjoy the baptism of positive energy. Han Xiao glanced at him. These IDs were obviously American players, and the species were all demons. Looking down at the reply, he found that the post had become a sea of joy. In addition to the replies of these demons dancing, there are also some Legion players who are complaining, and there are quite a few people who have the same experience. However, not everyone is so stubborn. More people have been beaten up by players from other forces without warning. Moreover, their opponents are not only Americans, but also players from other countries, and their opponents are not all members of the guild. It's like hunting Legion players. Han Xiao felt a little moved, and he thought about the reason. It is probably still my own butterfly effect. There was no Black Star Legion in my previous life, and everyone was in a mess. Now the Black Star Legion is the largest camp of players at present, and the big tree attracts wind. Judging from the player's reaction, this matter is probably not related to the NPC power, and it is entirely a spontaneous behavior of some players. It may be that someone is hostile to the Legion players, or it may be that foreign guilds join forces in private. But that's all. At present, tens of millions of players flock to the shining world and embark on the cosmic stage, which has attracted the attention of major forces to the player group. Tens of millions of people are just a drop in the ocean for a star field, But if they are an immortal level superpower, it is a force that cannot be easily ignored. As a part of the universe ecology, players' actions will now have an impact on others. Han Xiao's intelligence network reported that more and more forces are beginning to study the characteristics of players in depth, and more people are trying to use players. The three major civilizations have also put recruitment and research on players on the agenda. The Black Star Legion, which foreign players are willing to join even more enthusiastically, has also received more attention. Many forces are curious about the influence of Black Star in the Immortal group. Although Black Star is indeed very famous, why is the first choice for so many Immortals the Black Star Legion? I don't understand. However, many players have gone to other camps, so although the situation of the Black Star Army is concerned, it is not that exaggerated. If all players are really taken to their own camp, the Empire may have to come to ask questions the next day. The other forces did not target the Legion, but the players who joined them were going to make trouble first. Han Xiao carefully read all the replies and found that the most players in the Hunting Legion were American and Japanese and Korean players. While attacking the Legion players, the opponent also tried to avoid killing the Legion warriors, which clearly targeted the players specifically. He suddenly felt aroused his heart and searched in the forum again. Sure enough, he found some anonymous posts blocked because of his mouth. It was a group of other players who showed off their killing of Legion players and said that it was targeting the Black Star Legion, and he was also very arrogant, despising Chinese players by name. Interesting, it turns out that it is this method. Han Xiao suddenly realized and finally understood the causes and consequences, and his eyes froze. He is not unfamiliar with this method, and it happened in the player group in his previous life, and it also began to appear in version 4.0. This is a very insidious trick. The driving force behind it must be a big club. The approach is to secretly organize some of the players in their own country to hunt down players in the target camp everywhere, and then mock them on the forum, arousing the anger of the players in the target camp, provoking verbal wars, and then let someone secretly sing a double act for guidance, turning the topic to discrimination against race, country, and region, and igniting hatred. The goal of doing this is to use the method of establishing hatred to manipulate the tendency of the players in the camp to choose. It is very simple to explain because there are not many players under their own employees and some peripheral players that can be controlled by clubs in various countries. And ordinary players in their own country are the largest group and their actions are not controlled by them. So someone in his previous life came up with a sinister trick to provoke national hatred, to influence the camp selection tendency of ordinary players. For example, if there are 1 million players in a camp, among which Chinese players are the mainstream, with 800,000 and the other 200,000 are ordinary American players, then American clubs will hunt Chinese players, mock them, guide Chinese players to scold them, and then sing a double act to turn the topic to national hatred. In this way, the 200,000 ordinary American players in this camp will be unhappy and will be involved in a verbal battle, and the club will continue to rush to create confrontation. The consequence is that a considerable number of the 200,000 Americans will withdraw from the camp because of their anger towards Chinese players. More American players from the outside will also experience this wave of verbal battles, so the number of Americans who join this camp will be significantly reduced. This is an important means for big clubs to secretly manipulate the tendency of their own ordinary players in the camp, shape hatred, use hatred, and enhance the cohesion of their own players. The reason for doing this is very simple. That is, the club does not want its own players to work for the camp or the clubs in other countries, but only hopes that ordinary players in their country will play for their own camp. With more players in the same camp, the competition will increase for ordinary people, but for clubs, their own players represent cheap labor. When they come to their camp, whether it is normal development or fighting national wars, as long as the club raises their arms, ordinary players will basically respond and become free combat power. Normal players want to experience the game easily, and professional players are also respected, but clubs and official guilds are commercial organizations, and their goal is to get rankings and make profits in the professional league. So after the 4.0 world server in the previous life was launched, some clubs led by the United States began to do everything they could using this dirty trick to control fans, which led to a certain deterioration of the forum environment, thereby weakening the mainstream camp of clubs in other countries, and in turn enhancing themselves. Simply put, it is to grab leaks. Only a few countries have clubs that are not in the same industry, and China is one of them. In the past life, China's strong national strength in reality, coupled with some historical factors, was often discriminated against by some foreign countries, so it was very cohesive. Nowadays, Chinese players are basically in the Black Star Army, so there's no need to use this kind of damage move. TSK, the first time this method was reappeared was against me, and it was a joint effort between clubs from multiple countries. Han Xiao changed his mind and understood the ideas of these clubs. It's just that too many foreign players have flocked to the Black Star Legion, and some foreign clubs do not want the Legion's players to continue to expand. Otherwise, the Legion would be too advantageous in the competition in the camp, which would not only squeeze the development space of other camps, but also allow the Chinese club to acquire a wave of labor force for free, which is equivalent to the enemy of capital for foreign clubs. Even when fighting a national war, ordinary players from these countries may not respond to the call due to camp restrictions. As expected, because the Legion is too excellent, the Chinese club has become the target of public criticism. Although those foreign clubs are not targeting me, if they continue to do so, I may shrink my leak land. After understanding this, Han Xiao was not panicked at all and laughed without being shocked. Isn't this a chance to come to my door? And will it enhance my sense of belonging to the newcomers in the Legion? Why are the tribe and alliances each have cohesion? The background story and game settings are one aspect, and a more direct reason is that players from the two camps are fighting each other. Setting up a target is a good way to quickly improve collective cohesion. Discrimination involving realistic factors is an internal problem for players. With my current identity, it is indeed impossible to deal with it, but we can target the main camps where you foreign clubs are located. If you control the country, I will control the camp. Foreign clubs organize human hunting of Legion players, basically using love to generate electricity, and the camp will not give rewards. So, in their opinion, this is just a matter within the players. Then if I issue a reward mission, as long as the Legion players kill you camp players, I will give you a reward. Reduce the dimensionality attack from the perspective of the camp policy, so that the Legion players can get rid of passiveness and organize targeted counterattacks. What will happen? I'm afraid that it's not the time that even ordinary players from the club's own country will be excited to fuck you. Can a few people secretly hired by the club compare with our Legion's 8 million warriors? If you play with the silence, you won't be able to kill you. Hee. Since you don't focus on your development and can't stand loneliness and use these tricks all day long, let me add a little bit of fire to you to make your career more prosperous. Thinking of this, Han Xiao curled a smirk on his lips, sat up from the lazy throne, pulled out the camp panel, and began to write a draft of the reward order. Meanwhile, on an encrypted player chat channel, professional club guild executives in multiple countries are online. Among them are the American Magic World, Koi Club, the old Japanese Yaki, Amaterasu, and Werewolf Clubs, the old Korean Kimchi and Samsung Bomb Club, the old E-Classic and Pizza Club, the Southeast Asian Red Bay, the Archipelago, the Titan Club, etc. It can be said that more than half of the regular visitors in the international arena are on the channel. At this time, the topic discussed by this group of club executives is related to the Black Star Army. As Han Xiao expected, as more and more players from various countries switch jobs to the Black Star Legion, these guilds that do not intend to change their camps can no longer sit still and join forces in private to curb the increasingly expanding player scale of the Black Star Legion. The staff we organize here are taking action according to the plan. Public opinion is still preparing, and players' emotions need to be brewed, said an executive of the American Koi Club. The conditions are actually beneficial to us. Huaxia has won consecutive championships in the professional league. This is their pride. It is naturally superior and can guide public opinion and let Chinese players talk here. Then it goes to ordinary players from all countries who deliberately target us because of poor team performance, so that the Chinese players can laugh at us. This will attract hatred. In fact, this method is quite easy to see through. People now are very smart. Don't worry, players are players. As long as they are superior, the cause is not important. Professional competitions are a good entry point, and it is easy to mobilize their emotions. I hope it will take effect. We belong to different camps. The biggest threat now is the Black Star Army. There are too many players there. If it is not weakened, the advantages of the Chinese club will be terrible. It's best to isolate them this time. Many senior executives discussed it in a sarcastic manner. As for the attitude of the Black Star Army itself, it is completely out of consideration. In their opinion, all this is just a matter between players, and the NPC camp is just a decoration. I'm burning your dream. A heartwarming roar suddenly sounded in the lobby of the outer base of the Black Star Palace, and a white light beam lit up, quickly turning into a resurrected Legion player. His ID is under the Fei Yun, which is obviously from China. There are many players coming and going in the hall. When they heard this loud roar, they turned their heads and their eyes gathered at Fei Yun. They saw his chest fluctuating rapidly, and his face was full of resentment. "What's wrong, big-breasted brother? Who's fucked me so angry?" An old player passing by was accustomed to it. "I was squatted by a group of foreigners just now, and I was ridiculed by me. This is the third time." Fei Yun was very angry. "Oh, now the 4.0 world server is now full of players from other camps. It's no different from the previous versions when we were breaking the star rings. Be careful when going out." The old player said casually, shook his head, and walked away. Fei Yun's face was not very good looking. He is a new player who has just entered the 3.0 version. He likes casualness and does not like PK. The last version of the world server has not been opened yet. As a Legion player, he is basically his own people when he goes out and rarely attacks by other players, so he plays very comfortably. Now, there is no security experience in the previous version. He has been maliciously interfered by other players of the quest several times, which is annoying. The huge gap between the two versions made him very uncomfortable and felt that the game experience plummeted. He turned his head and glanced. The players with foreign IDs were scattered around him, basically all newcomers who had just joined the Legion recently. Among them, a small group of people deliberately glanced at the Legion players coming and going and turned their attention to him from time to time. This behavior is likely to be a spy sent in by the foreign guild. There have been happening recently. It is probably the cause of these spies. My whereabouts were revealed by them, which led to me being squatted. Fei Yun felt that he was right and was so angry that he was itchy. He doesn't like the foreign players who have joined the Legion recently. Many Chinese players have the same idea as him. How comfortable it was to play in the previous versions. Everyone is from China, but since there are more foreigners, they have to be wary of it. The internal environment has deteriorated, which has made many people much tired of playing. Under Fei Yun are new players from the previous version. They don't have deep feelings for the Legion like those old players at the Age of the Ashes, nor do they invest too much time and energy in the Legion. At this time, they can't help but have the idea of changing camps. I really don't want to encounter the broken incident of being squatted by someone again. It really affects my mood. Just as he was thinking this way, the communicator of each player in the hall suddenly rang out at the same time. The players walking around looked at each other in surprise, stopped, and lowered their heads to check the news. Fei Yun also took out the communicator and looked carefully. It was a notice of the internal procedures of the Legion, and 3 were issued in a row. League announcement preferential policy for newcomers. To all Legion warriors, now on the occasion of the Shining World development, in recent times, we have recruited many new warriors from other star fields. In order to allow newcomers to quickly integrate into the Legion, the policy of supporting newcomers is hereby reactivated. Old members lead newcomers to perform tasks, and both parties have additional preferential treatment. The Legion will provide certain subsidies, not limited to INL, contribution degree, ammunition supplement, free reinforcement or repair opportunities, etc. For details, you can see Appendix, Welfare Description, folded and expanded. I hope everyone will actively help newcomers. No matter which star field you come from, as long as you join the Black Star Legion, we can all entrust our own people behind us. Legion Commander Black Star. It turns out that this policy. Fei Yun's heart moved. In the last version, the Legion recruited a group of old Russian and Australian players in the Constellation Corridor. They issued similar policies at that time and implemented them for a period of time. After the results were achieved, the welfare plan was temporarily frozen. The effect of this plan was confirmed in the previous version. This benefit mobilized the enthusiasm of old players to lead new players, quickly narrowed the distance between the old and the old, encouraged to make friends, so as not to play their own games, which allowed the old Russian and Australian players in the previous version to quickly integrate into the Legion. Nowadays, the old Russian and Australian players in the Legion are different from the new and old foreigners who have joined recently, and they get along well with Chinese players. Han Xiao proposed this plan again, in order to allow ordinary players from all countries who have recently joined to quickly integrate into the Legion, feel the warmth brought by old players, and try to eliminate the barriers brought by strangers. Feiyun was not surprised by this announcement, but he was a little angry. Now many old players are squatting on the corpse, and the Legion actually wants them to bring new people, although spies only account for a small part. He couldn't help but take his anger on the entire newcomer group. So in his eyes, this plan was like he was bullied, but he still had to help the bully. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. This is too much. Feiyun knew that it was impossible to blame NPC, but he just couldn't help but sulk. But the next moment, he saw the other two announcements and was suddenly stunned. His eyes widened, and his face was shocked. League Announcement Strength Warning List. Recently, a large number of Immortal Legions have reported to the senior management, claiming that they were attacked and killed by other Immortal Legions during the mission. After a detailed investigation, the Legion found that the situation was true, and it has been confirmed which forces were deliberately targeting the members of the Legion. For details, please see Appendix, List of Forces, folded and expanded. Although the Immortals are not afraid of death, I regard the actions of these forces as a provocation to the Black Star Legion. Here, I will issue a public warning to these forces to restrain your Immortals. Otherwise, I will regard it as a signal of declaring war. Don't blame me for coming to you personally to talk to you. Therefore, please take this matter seriously, and I will keep an eye on the forces mentioned in the list. Legion Commander Black Star. League Announcement Counterattack Permit. We will take counterattack measures before these forces restrain their subordinates and prevent our Immortals from being raided. All Legion Immortal Warriors are here to inform them that they can take targeted revenge strikes against the Immortal members of the above forces. The targets are only for Immortals. It is not our style to be beaten, but not fight back. In order to encourage this behavior, the Legion will fund additional subsidies, not limited to INL, special materials, and contribution. For details, please see Appendix, Reward List, folded and expanded. Repeated kills can receive rewards multiple times. You need to upload each battle video with Philip's subroutine for rewards. The videos of the same kill cannot pass the review. At the same time, a group hunt order will be issued for some habitual criminals who attack the members of the Legion multiple times. Each time they kill a designated wanted person, they can be exchanged for special rewards. For details, you can see Appendix, Search List, folded and expanded. Remember, those who violate my Black Star will be punished even if they are far away. Legion Commander Black Star. As soon as the two announcements were read under the Feiyun, an uproar sounded around, and many players were instantly excited. I'll go, what's this? The Legion actually made moves. Can the PK between players cause changes in the camp? Ha ha ha, those stupid dogs deliberately squat us? Is it free to be a member of our Legion? It turns out that this is the feeling of backstage. It's comfortable. It's still the Legion Commander domineering. Look, directly warn the camp, there are many cards. The recent frequent squatting and ridicule incidents have made many Legion players feel angry. But because no one organizes, they can only take care of themselves and pray that they can't meet malicious players in other camps. But now, the Black Star Army directly issued a camp announcement with a very domineering wording indicating that it could counterattack the opponent's camp. This attitude immediately made many Legion players feel comfortable, especially when players who killed these camps were rewarded. Everyone suddenly gained motivation. Han Xiao issued these 3 announcements, which were a complete all-round blow. First, use the Black Star Army to suppress people with its power, and take the upper level to warn these camps where the clubs are located, so that their camps will drag them down. The second is the full counterattack permit, mobilizing all players of the Legion, and hunting players of these camps in an all-round way can not only breathe a sigh of relief and enhance the team player sense of identity, but also allow old players to fight side by side with new players and quickly close the distance, and drag new players from various countries into the water and tie them together, so that the difficulty of foreign clubs provoking discrimination will increase greatly to guide national discrimination. But ordinary players in your country are also fucking you, and they are so angry that they can score together. The troubled club uses limited personnel, which is just a bit annoying for the Legion players. But if all Legion players in turn hunt down enemy players in these camps, is enough to kill the other camp to doubt their lives. In this way, some ordinary players in these camps will be unbearable and choose to change their sections. This will in turn weaken the players in these camps, expand their own leak land, and use the other way to do so. The third is to internally arrest some hostile players who jump happily, so that more people can see the consequences of provoking the Legion, which can allow some players to throw themselves into trouble, thereby reducing the number of players who are causing trouble together and reducing the available personnel in these clubs as much as possible. Fei Yun was very surprised and turned around and saw many players who were suspected of spies with stiff faces. Seeing this scene, Fei Yun felt all the resentment that was accumulated was vented, and his whole body was comfortable, and his sense of identity with the camp was unknowingly +1+1. Aha! This is the good cycle of reincarnation in the way of heaven. Who can the Black Star spare? The sound of joy under the Fei Yun was filled with excitement. A good casual player, but at this moment, he is ready to fight and can't wait to form a team to kill people. From today on, Black Star is my elder brother. Whoever dares to build a legion will be anxious with me. As soon as the 3 announcements of the Black Star Legion were issued, a storm broke out among the players. Players are familiar with this form of mission. Isn't this a faction war? Legion players were in a carnival, and many people stopped doing normal tasks, called on their friends, and excitedly formed teams to go to the camp on the list, just like locusts leaving the country. The Black Star Legion is currently the first force in the Shining World to release a camp war mission. In the memory of Legion players, someone changed jobs to the war field in the previous version, and the Legion also issued a similar pursuit order, but compared with now, it is completely slim. This is a large group of PS with hundreds of millions. Players are more likely to be in trouble than NPCs. You do not do tasks, so how can you miss a grand event? Whether it is an old player or a new player, the enthusiasm is inspired. Especially the new players from all over the world who have just joined recently are more enthusiastic than Chinese players. Many people have changed jobs from these camps, familiar with the formation of forces, and have fought for their own people and rushed faster than anyone else. Many old players are willing to bring 1 or 2 such leaders. The hostile camps listed by Han Xiao are all forces serving in various trouble clubs. They come from different star fields and do not have particularly powerful existences. It is even more impossible to compare with the Black Star, the Earth Dragon, in the Shining World. So in the face of the warning from the Black Star Legion, most of the forces were confused. What's going on? Just warn us. Are we provoking you, Black Star? After these forces investigated, they discovered the truth and suddenly became angry. They obviously had no intention of targeting the Black Star Legion, but some of the immortals under their command acted spontaneously and caused such trouble. Though it was simply wronged. It's entirely people sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Most forces quickly responded to the warning of the Black Star Army and hurriedly publicly told Han Xiao that this was not what we meant. It was all some subordinates who were going crazy. We did not mean to be enemies with the Legion. Don't gonna talk to us. Our weak heart can't stand such surprises. Internally, these forces strictly control the actions of the immortals, making it clear that without their orders, they are not allowed to provoke people from the Black Star Army. Otherwise, they will be severely punished, and some of the guys who cause trouble will be punished. Converted to panel reactions, the punished players have lost a lot of their contributions and the favorable feelings of the characters. A small number of forces have a relatively clear idea. Considering the special reputation of the Black Star Legion among the Immortal group, they slapped their thighs and came to the conclusion: spy. This group of spontaneous troublemakers are all spies sent by the Black Star Army. It must be that the Black Star Army wanted to eat us, so the spy deliberately made trouble and attacked us in a legitimate way. These little clever ghosts are even more timid, saying that you can't help, but I will never fall into the trap. There are also a very small number of forces who have a fresher and more refined idea, thinking that this is a scapegoat, and that these immortals who cause trouble are neither theirs nor Black Stars, but third-party people. The goal is to cause a conflict between them and the Black Star Army, and the fishermen will benefit from the battle between snipes and clams. Anyway, no matter whether the truth is like this or not, these forces insist that this is the fact. As the most keen on recruiting players, the Unlimited Consortium has become an excellent target for blaming. Seeing this news, Sorokin was completely in a mess. No problem, I do have such a plan, but I haven't started implementing it yet. Is this the premonition of the unknown? Han Xiao's 3 announcements stirred up the storm and directly made the entire World Server player group mess up. And this group of foreign clubs that were causing trouble were directly confused by Han Xiao's 3 tricks. No, we players love each other. Why do we react? The biggest thing is your NPC camp. It's just that you attacked your immortal squad, and you're just going to make a big deal. Are you shameless? Their plan was hit hard as soon as it was opened and almost died. In this situation, even if the plan could continue, it would not be as effective as expected. The senior executives of these clubs were at a loss. If they really fight a camp war, they actually won't feel very bad. With so many camps combined, even if they can't beat the Black Star Legion players, they can still fight back and forth, and they can also consolidate the ordinary players in this camp through camp war. However, the camp they belonged to was directly timid. Not only did they not fight back, but they also restrained their players in turn. The superiors were not allowed to fight back, so the faction war could not break out at all, and they were completely passively beaten. The Black Star Army encouraged players and released camp missions. Not only did their power not reward them, they also dragged them down. The good and bad sides of the camp are too clear. They knew that ordinary players in their camp would feel heartbroken when they were bullied so much. Maybe some people would implement the truth that they could not defeat and jump directly to the Black Star Army and attack them in turn. I had planned it well, but I didn't expect that such an unexpected standard would occur. These senior executives of foreign guilds were almost worried and once again deeply realized the importance of hugging their thighs. There are so many benefits to staying in a strong camp. However, the one who is most confused is not these clubs, but ordinary players in their camp. Faced with this situation, countless people were confused. I just got up and had no teeth brushed. So you told me that I was chased by millions of players? What would area do? While the player group was having fun, Hela, who was in the Emerald Star cluster, received a special communication application from a Zuling sect, the leader of the sect. Free competition zone, Emerald Star cluster, Black Star Legion frontline exploration stronghold. In the empty silver-white practice room, Hyla sat cross-legged in the air, her eyes slightly closed. Her nose was long, and her red light surrounded her body. The energy fluctuations emitted made the high-neck cloak of the Red Snake First Generation war suit like a dancing black and red cloud. In front of her, a bright red-high, concentrated death energy was suspended, and in the center of the red, there was a faint golden spot of light, extending out the blood vessel-like golden silk thread, spreading hard. At this moment, Hela suddenly frowned slightly, and the energy ball in front of her suddenly boiled, as if there was a violent chemical reaction, and it exploded with a bang, and the light red energy shock waves spread and echoed in the room. Failed again, sister. Aurora's annoyed voice suddenly sounded in Hela's heart. It's okay, it's not your problem. Hela shook her head. With a qualitative change in characteristics, such as superpower strength and control power, Superpowers can develop more uses and effects of superpowers. There's an exclusive link between the two. After Aurora entered the natural disaster level, the link was further strengthened, giving birth to a two-way telepathy, and you can directly talk to each other in your heart. The transmission of life energy was originally limited by distance. At this time, the project developed by the two was an energy transmission channel that ignored the distance. It has not been successful yet and is looking for a method. Aurora entered the natural disaster level, and Hela finally felt that she had the ability to protect herself, so now no longer restricted Aurora from using superpowers to consume life energy. Sister, in fact, the life link that ignores distance has already taken shape. My life energy can be emitted, but it cannot be transmitted to you. It's not all a failure. Hyla nodded and pondered. Actually, I received a trace of life energy, but the energy loss in the middle was too serious. What I could receive was probably only 100,000 of the original ones. In my perception, most of your energies seem to be sucked away by an unknown secondary dimension in the middle, and that secondary dimension actually had a faint sense of mine. I could sense its existence. Is that true? I didn't feel it. Aurora was surprised. I only sensed it after I was promoted to the level A. I think that if I want to complete the link, I may need to solve this obstacle first. I used to input death energy in reverse to this secondary dimension. But as soon as the energy entered, I was disconnected from me. I am afraid I have to find some time to go there in person. I always feel that there will be some secrets related to us. Let's take it as a super level intuition. As he said that, Hela shook his head, raised his fingers, and a golden light spot was suspended at his fingertips, about the size of a peanut, which was exactly the tiny amount of Aurora's life energy. Her eyes moved, and the sesame-sized death energy light particles were controlled to merge into this ball of life energy. The next moment, the light was shining, and the two energies melted together, and the red and golden light spots merged into a golden-orange light spot. Sister, your fusion is successful? Aurora was delighted. No, I'm still exploring the fusion ratio, and I can only reconcile a small amount of energy at present. Hela let out a sigh of relief. She and Aurora tried to fuse each other's energy a long time ago, but due to insufficient supernatural control, they have not succeeded and continued to explode. At that time, they thought it was a conflict between the two's energy properties. Now that Hela has entered the Super A level, Aurora's ability, strength, and stability have also entered a natural disaster. Hela tried to merge again, and then found that the energy of the two people can actually dissolve each other, but it is unstable, and it requires strong control to maintain balance. After fusion, it will turn into a golden-orange energy, and its energy characteristics seem to have completely changed. Although the healing and killing effects are still there, these two characteristics have not been strengthened, but have been greatly weakened. At this time, Hela has not yet discovered any special effects of this fusion energy. At this moment, the message tone for the communication application suddenly remembered. Didi, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, and the adjutant appeared in the picture. The shock on his face had not subsided yet, and he spoke. Heron or Hela, the leader of the Zuling sect wants to talk to you. Do you want to transfer it? Hela's pupils shrank slightly. This kind of top-level figure suddenly came up, which surprised her. She thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Take it." Soon, the picture changed, and the figure of the disciple appeared on the screen. The leaders of the three major civilizations often appear in the news, so Hela naturally knew him. At this time, he changed his indifferent expression and slowly spoke. I don't know what the leader of the sect is asking me for. Because of the tense relationship between the Zuling sect and the Black Star Legion, Hela did not show much respect at this time. The head of the sect didn't beat around the bush and said lightly, I want to invite you to join the Zuling sect. I am really flattered by the leader of the cosmic civilization in person. If Black Star is here, he should have said that. Hyla's expressionless face, but I'm not him. The head of the sect slowly said, We have investigated you. You're a person who chases power, and the Zuling sect can give you powerful power. No need to say, I refuse. Hyla didn't want to hear it all and answered decisively. As long as you are willing to join, you can ask any conditions. No interest. Jiao Shu paused, and there was no emotion on his face. The reason why you follow Black Star wholeheartedly involves personal feelings. It has nothing to do with you. Jiao Shu nodded. My promise is effective in the long run. If you change your mind, the Zuling sect welcomes your joining at any time. After saying that, he hung up the communication directly. Hela looked at the dark virtual screen, and her eyebrows furrowed. The leader of the Zuling sect came forward in person, and his sincerity was even better than the Red Empire. It is probably because of the hostile relationship that he was keen on digging out the corners of the Black Star Legion. If an ordinary freshman who is over A-level recipient of this treatment, he might have passed away on spot. However, leaving the Black Star Legion is not within her consideration. Even if the conditions of the Zuling sect are generous, she will refuse without hesitation. On the other side, somewhere in the Emerald Star cluster, several spacecraft were slowly moving towards the Black Star stand. The spaceship's logo represents a small mercenary group, which looks just an ordinary interstellar mercenary, and is actually equipped with several super A-level powerhouses from the Void Spirit sect. The head of the religion has conveyed its meaning. If you fail to win over, you can do it. Photon Sageman glanced at the communicator and spoke in a deep voice. The Zuling sect has already made two-handed plans. During this period, it has gathered super A-level. Once the leader cannot win over, he will directly use a thunder strike to eliminate Hela to avoid long nights of dreams. The situation is beneficial to us. Now that the Empire and the Black Star Legion have not discovered that we have gathered, it is best to fight quickly and not make mistakes like last time. Jaimin Taylordy said, in the past, the Super A-level assembly time was very long because it was separated by the star field. If there were any actions, it would have been discovered long ago. Nowadays, a large number of Super A-levels are shining in the world, and the distance is very close, which provides convenience for the Zuling sect's actions. Before the enemy discovers, they can take action, making the opponent unable to prepare. It's better to transfer Hela out of the stronghold. Otherwise, the Empire's allies can quickly support through the stronghold Stargate. Leave this to Tolyen. You can challenge Hela again and try to lure her out as far as possible. The farther away from the stronghold, the better. Sagman said. Tolyen was stunned, reluctant, so he could only agree, let me give a try. Well, if Hela does not accept the challenge, we will destroy the Stargate passage of the stronghold first. Unfortunately, your Sun Hunter will not participate in this operation. Tylerdy, you are a magician with flexible means. If you destroy the Stargate, you will leave it to you and me. As he said that, Sageman hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, as for the Black Star Lord clone who is following Hela, let me hold him back. At this moment, the Soy clone who had been silent spoke. The Zuling sect took out enough benefits to allow Suai to participate in the action, but he did not like to besiege others and did not like to bully newcomers, so he sent a clone to come over, just as insurance for the action. Okay, we are not sure to deal with Black Star's clone. Only Lord Suri can suppress him here. Sageman nodded. It's a pity that it would be great if Your Excellency Ernos had taken action. Killing Hyla is only a matter of minutes. The wild beast Metes murmured in a low voice. Don't think about it. Ernos will not leave the Temple of the Gods. He will not participate in such a mundane thing at all. Taylordy shook his head. There are 6 Super A-level students sent by the Zuling sect this time, namely Photon Sageman, Jaimin Taylordy, Wild Beast Metes, Red Devil Tolyen, a clone of Sui, and a clone of the master of a mechanic under his command. The nature of Suli's clone is similar to the dominant clone of the mechanical system, and it also carries a part of the main combat power, which is not comparable to that of the alien god's quasi-super-level combat power batch clone. Although the number is the same as the Lighthouse Star Battle, the combat power of Cisco and his good friend Diluin is replaced by Sour's clone, and the dominant clone of another mechanic has increased a lot. Such a lineup combat power can be used to deal with a Hela, which can be said to be overflowing. And unlike Lighthouse Star, this time, There are no Imperial allies on the opposite side, especially Milizau's, and the body of the Black Star is not there, which means that there will be no encounter with space-time amber. As one goes up and down, the Zuling sect feels that the situation is very favorable, not to mention that their target is Hela, not the Black Star that is as entangled as Candy, which is much easier to deal with. Without continuing to participate in the discussion, Saurier's clone turned his head and looked at the starry sky outside the porthole with a deep gaze. Menison, you won't do it, right? If Hyla dies, Black Star will definitely go crazy. Haha, it's such a difficult multiple-choice question. You're not suitable for attacking. I understand what you mean, so let me act for you. With me here, she can't die. I can't see this chapter for the time being during the 11th period, but it seems that it can be posted and it may not be displayed after the 11th period. Go to bed early today. Get up early tomorrow to watch the military parade. Free competition zone, another star cluster, the glorious federal territory. A fleet hovered in the universe, with a warship of about 2 million. The largest flagship was an Eternal Light. Around the fleet, 2 super-large mechanical metal rings circled the entire fleet's area, one horizontally and one vertically, and perpendicular to each other. These 2 super-large mechanical rings that are even more bulky than the Stargate are the strategic cosmic treasures of the Glorious Federation and the high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter. The components of the mechanical ring are very precise, and there are a large number of engineering ships connecting each section of the ring for debugging and maintenance. At the same time, on the flagship bridge, the glorious Federal Super A-Class stood in a row in front of the porthole, looking at the scene outside. I actually used this strategic-level equipment. It seems that the Federal executives really attach great importance to this operation. A strong man with a full muscle and green skin side, with a purple rune turban on his head. This person is Woomer, nicknamed Xiao. He is a Super A-level martial artist. He is very good at attacking power. He is a mutated descendant of a Super A-level inheritance race. He has superior martial arts talent. He stands with his hands behind his back, standing in a deepened stance, exuding a master's demeanor. It is related to the unseal of the Scepter of Gods. It is worth investing huge resources to activate the high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter. Heidi said, there must be actions on the Zuling side. When they take action and drag the Black Star clone, we will directly use the teleporter to directly cut into the battlefield. Yes, the fleet has brought another set of high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter. As long as we grab Hela, we teleport back and the combat plan will be completed. Host Fleet Commander spoke. The Glorious Federation is different from the Void Spirit sect. Their goal is to capture Hela alive and force Black Star to unseal the Scepter of the Gods. Because of the high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter, Guanghui has a natural advantage. As long as you succeed, you can quickly get out of the battle. The high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter can send people away, but cannot bring people back. So this fleet brought a second teleporter and was equipped with a self-destructing device. As long as the teleport is completed, it will be destroyed by itself to prevent it from being taken for research. If it can unseal the Scepter of the Gods, paying a high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter is acceptable to Guanghui. Although it is expensive, a cosmic civilization is not short of money. If you master this technology, it is not difficult to build. I don't know how many sets of high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporters have been built in the warehouse, which gives Guanghui a terrible strategic deterrence. It's simple to say. Although the fleet has brought another set of teleporters, it takes a lot of time to arrange, guide, and charge, and will definitely be disturbed during this period. A man wearing mechanical armor next to him spoke. The man's name is Jack Goneyes, a Super A-level armored warrior from the Glorious Federation. So we brought the fleet, many of which were unmanned ships. On the one hand, we accelerated the arrangement of the transmitters. On the other hand, we wanted to protect the transmitters from interference. And, on the other hand, we also helped the Mechanical Legion of the Excellency Morniza, which was enough to help us cut off the rear. Heidi Eyes said, yeah. The robot on one side nodded. This was the master clone of the glorious Super A-level mechanic Morniza. She brought a group of mechanical troops, who were the best candidates for the rear. Even if they were wiped out, they would not feel sorry for them. Don't forget, Black Star is a virtual mechanic. He can invade our fleet. Rama and I will provide virtual defense assistance remotely, and the Guangming main intelligence will also invest a lot of computing power to consolidate the firewall. Although Black Star is at the peak of Super A level, he cannot break through our blockade when he's distracted from fighting. Morniza said. The Rama she mentioned is another Super A-level virtual mechanic of Guanghui. She guards the quantum network all year round and protects Guanghui's main intelligent database. She does not participate in the action, but will provide remote virtual assistance. It's a pity that Your Excellency, the Machine Kingdom, will not participate in the operation. Otherwise, if he is in charge, there is no need to worry about the virtual invasion of Black Star. Heidi sighed. At this time, Ciaran, who was standing in the middle, stood with his arms in his arms, snorted, and said lightly, "Humph. Manison is not coming, and Ulu is also far away in the Central Star Sea. So this time I will lead the team. I don't care about the others. Black Star is handed over to me. If Su Ling also wants to stop us, I will deal with the strongest one." Star Crusher, Ciaran, a peak Super A-level martial artist, is the Super A leader of Guanghui's operation and an ancient man. On the other side, a polyprism crystal is suspended in the air, with a deep blue all over, emitting spiritual fluctuations. The mission of capturing Hela is handed over to me. This is a crystal life called Crystal Soul, a glorious high-level combat power, and a Super A-level mind master. This time, Guanghui used 7 Super A-level players: Power Wormer, Lone Walker, Jack Gonitz, Mechanical Queen, Morniza, Heidi, Crystal Soul, Star Crusher, Ciaran, and Guardian, Rama, with long-range assistance. The lineup is very powerful and has one more combat power than Su Ling. Shining World Gaolu Star Cluster, a branch of the Infinite Consortium, Sorokin's body stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the top office, looking at the dense meteors. These are all the leap trajectories left by the spacecraft coming and going. This is an interstellar trade transit station, located within the territory of the Black Star Army. Not far away is one of the Stargate transportation hubs. It is very prosperous and can lead to the near Black Star Palace. The good show should be about to be staged. Sorokin squinted his eyes and murmured to himself. As a middleman who conveys messages to Guanghui and Zuling, he knows well how Hellas intelligence will cause the reaction of the 2 major civilizations. In his guess, Zuling and Guanghui have a high chance of taking action. While looking at the scenery, he secretly calculated the possible situation in his heart. The Glory has a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter, which takes the initiative. He has always liked to plan and then act. He will most likely wait patiently for Su Ling to take action first. The 80% of the Armored Kingdom will not participate in the action. Sierra's chances of taking action. On the other side of Su Ling, whether it is the Saurier or the Sun Hunter, they will probably paddle. Hey, the talks between the gods have really affected many people. Black Star. Just as he was thinking, a magic portal suddenly appeared in the room, and a figure walked out, stood behind Sorokin, and turned around and pinched the portal to extinguish it. Sensing the magic fluctuations, Sorokin turned around and looked at the person, with a polite smirk on his face. "You are here, Lord Traveler." The visitor was a humanoid creature with gray complexion, no nose, crystal yellow eyes, weird vertical pupils, messy gray hair on his head, a circle of golden hairbands, only 3 fingers on his palm, holding a staff like a twisted branch, and wearing a brown hooded robe, which looked like Dusty. Traveler, a Super A-level magician, travels to secondary dimensions all year round, and does not appear in the outside world. He is neutral and Super A-level on the surface, but in fact he secretly maintains an unclear relationship with multiple super cluster-level civilizations. He was also present when the gods talked, silent, and had no sense of existence. "The Superstar League hire me to help you." The traveler paused his staff and stared at Sorgen with interest. "It's interesting. What deal did you reach with the Superstar League? You actually want me to take the initiative to challenge the Black Star?" "Something is happening." If as expected, Guanghui and Zuling will attack Hela in the near future. At that time, I hope you go to the Black Star Palace and ask for a name to challenge the Black Star." Sorogen smiled faintly. He secretly contacted the Superstar League, revealed a little information, reached a new deal, and was ready to intervene. "Oh, you mean?" "Yes, you come a challenge. If Black Star responds, even if he can distract himself from using the dominant clone, the clone's combat power will decline seriously, making it difficult to take care of Hela. If he does not respond, it means that his body may not be in the base camp. You need to fight with Emmers the Dragon. As far as I know, he and Emmers are very close. In this way, there is one more place for Black Star to need support. In any case, you can restrain Black Star." After listening silently, the traveler slowly said, "You seem to want to promote the success of the two major civilizations' operations. What benefits will it do to you? Hela's existence is a threat. I believe that most super level people do not want to see such a person alive." Sorogen smiled. "Besides, even if she joins civilization, she will choose an empire, which is even more threatening to your superstar group civilization." "It's not just that." The traveler disagreed. "If you bring the superstar group civilization into it, you will definitely have a bigger goal." "Haha. Okay, it's nothing to tell you." Sorogen narrowed his eyes. "Do you think the senior leaders of Guanghui and Zuling are just fighting for Hela alone?" "No. Hela is just an inducement, and another important reason is the talks between the gods not long ago." "Oh." The traveler's eyes moved. "Think about it. Guanghui and Zuling sent Super A level to do such things. Once they succeed, what will Black Star react? Another purpose of Guanghui and Zuling's move is to provoke internal conflicts of Super A level. If it succeeds, the talks between the gods will be in name only." Sorogen curled his lips. "I even boldly guess that Guanghui or Zuling is willing to leave 1 or 2 lives of Super A level allies in this operation, and use the hatred between Super A levels to stop them from uniting." The traveler frowned. "No, the situation is not so bad." Who knows? I have learned a truth from my long life. Don't think that I am an irreplaceable person to high-level civilizations." Sorogen did not agree. The traveler stared at him and slowly said, "What about you? You are also a member of the Super A class, but you are not on the same front as them." "I'm justified, but you're a neutral guy." "Haha. If you have to say, I don't like the idea of individual power supremacy. I'm a businessman. I believe in the collective, and I believe in the market." Sorogen smiled and said, "No matter how strong the Super A class is, it is just an individual. Only a diverse civilization can make the cold universe prosperous. Civilization is the cornerstone of society and the protagonist of the universe. We individuals with extra standards are just optional parts of the interstellar society. If we were not us, the world might be more peaceful and prosperous. The privileges of the Super A level are already great enough. If you don't know how to be content, you have to reach the realm that we shouldn't touch will only cause new turmoil in the universe. I don't want this to happen. The fewer Super A levels in the universe, the better." The traveler was a little surprised. "I thought you only had money in your eyes, but I didn't expect you to have such a side. You can understand me as the watchman who maintains the balance of the universe." Sorokin turned around, suddenly paused, and added, "Of course, you still have to make money." Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, Han Xiao was hiding in a hidden spaceship, the Mechanical Workshop. Chaos Secret Energy Carrier, the 17th test. A silver-red mechanical body stood on the test bench, and a cylindrical container of Chaos Secret Energy was fixed above the mechanical body by 4 mechanical arms, and dense transmission wires connected the container and the carrier. Philip sat on Han Xiao's shoulder, reporting his breasts. "The carrier has completed self-test, and the state is excellent. The chaotic secret energy is well-behaved. The connection has been activated. Whether the energy conversion begins." Han Xiao nodded. "Start it." As he finished speaking, the instrument started. The chaotic secret energy in the container became active and quickly poured into the mechanical carrier along the transmission wire. Buzz! The mechanical carrier suddenly shook, and red light suddenly appeared in both eyes, becoming more and more dazzling. The body was vibrating at high frequency, bearing the load of the original supernatural body. Han Xiao stared at the mechanical carrier closely, and the mechanical ability was fully released, observing every detail of the test. In his eyes, the violent, chaotic secret energy was gradually restrained by the carrier and began to fuse with the special conversion components in the body. The function of this component is similar to the host cells, which are used to accommodate and refine the chaotic secret energy. After a long time, the last bit of chaos secret energy was also integrated into the carrier. Call. The body suddenly released a group of red shock waves, causing a strong wind in the room. The integration is completed. The synchronization rate is 72%, the fit is 75%, and the body load is 41%. Philip quoted a large number of parameters. It's finally successful. Han Xiao's face was happy. Before, the carrier could not even be integrated with the first step, but now it is finally combined with the chaos secret energy. Although it still needs to continue to optimize, it has already made a good start and can be put into combat. Creating a mechanical carrier of primitive superpowers is different from creating other mechanical warriors. The technical requirements are very detailed. Not only should one integrate the secret energy of chaos, but it should also prevent him from seizing control of his body. Fortunately, Han Xiao got Evan's cell sample and avoided 99% of the detours. The new month has begun. During the double period, please give me a monthly ticket. The function of the mechanical carrier is the same as that of the host. While accommodating the chaotic secret energy, it uses its own secret energy core to exert an effect similar to the activated force to release superpowers. It does not need to start from scratch like an ordinary host, but can directly exert strong combat power. The combat power depends on the performance of the carrier itself and the fusion rate, synchronization rate, and other parameters of the chaos secret energy. Simply put, the situation is similar to a strange god. A person with already strong superpower becomes the host with a foundation of strength and can exert powerful power by getting started. However, chaos secret energy mainly provides capabilities which are only equivalent to tools and are bound in a carrier. The mechanical carrier itself, or combat intelligence Spartans, are controlled. Because this carrier is just a first-class machine and has a lot of room for optimization, Han Xiao did not intend to turn it into an apostle weapon immediately. The model of this body is called Secret Energist First Generation. The official code name is turned into an apostle weapon. Han Xiao was satisfied. He had a lot of skills to increase the upper limit of mechanical skills, and now there are still spaces for apostle weapon quotas. Okay, the model has been recorded, and it has been entered into the database. Han Xiao nodded, looked at the secret agent carefully, and asked, "How do you feel?" The next moment, a spiritual wave was released, and the chaos secret inside could speak. "It's a bit squeezed. It's not very comfortable. Change me to a better carrier in the future." Don't worry, the sample has been made, and the optimization is very simple. Han Xiao waved his hand. His strengthening skills were also powerful. Replace the carrier with mechanical life as soon as possible, so at least someone can communicate with me. Unlike now, which is like being in jail. Chaos Secret can complain. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. By the way, can I remove you from a huge amount of money and load it on different secret energy so that I can have a team of Chaos Secret energy? Don't even think about it. Chaos Secret energy was so angry. You are not allowed to split my body. Absolutely. No. No. Yes. The reaction is so big. Is this behavior very uncomfortable in your senses? Han Xiao was curious. He mainly thought of the behavior of the strange gods in his previous life, and couldn't help but want to ask. It's like you dismembering a person. He has to watch others use his body parts as weapons, waving his arms and thighs to fight, fiddling with his body at will, squandering his flesh and blood. Moreover, all the parts also have pain, which can be transmitted back to the brain. Do you think it's good? Chaos Secret can't be satisfied. Cough. Pretend I haven't mentioned it. Han Xiao thought for a while, and it seemed that the scene was a bit perverted. He coughed dryly and looked calm, thinking that nothing happened. He then tested the combat power of the first generation's secret energy and various application methods of supernatural powers, and the result made him very satisfied. As a compound, super high-risk superpower, Chaos Secret Energy has rich abilities and can enhance itself, radiating powerful energy with dual attributes of mind and space, super speed flight, and higher-level applications include secondary dimension shuttle, star core energy extraction, invisible mind power, gravitational spring, etc., with very diverse functions. At this time, since the first generation of secret energy has not yet received the transformation bonus of mechanical life and apostle weapons, its combat power is far from reaching Super A level. However, in Han Xiao's calculations, once secret energy becomes an apostle weapon, with the flexible multiple functions of the Chaos Secret Energy, it can become the most capable existence among the apostle weapons. Even Yozu, who has evolved for many years, may not be his opponent. As long as you complete the optimization, you'll become my #1 thug, and you may be able to defeat ordinary Super A level. Han Xiao felt happy after obtaining a strong combat power. At this moment, Philip suddenly shook and said, "Master, the Black Star Palace has sent a message that a Super A-level visit comes to you." "Who is it?" Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. It turned out to be the Black Star Palace. Could it be that someone went to his territory to attack his base camp? I was too brave. When the Black Star Palace I spent a lot of money to build was not as good as paper, and the fleet stocked in the base camp was less than 2 Super A levels, it basically couldn't pose a threat to the Black Star Palace. None of them. It's Enying, an ally of the Empire. Han Xiao was stunned and a little puzzled. What does this guy mean when he went to my base camp to find me silently? Who is receiving him now? Did he express his intention? Emmers received him, and he said he brought a gift in exchange for the qualification to use the evolutionary block. So that's it. Han Xiao suddenly realized. When he fought with Enying, because he won, Enying did not get the chance to baptize the evolution block, so he never mentioned it again. He probably was looking for chips and trying to find a way to exchange it for himself. Then what gift did he bring to me? Han Xiao was curious. It seems to be some rare drawing materials. I don't know where he collected them. It's okay to send the drawings. It's okay. Han Xiao originally planned to hand over the Enying bus, so he had very relaxed requirements for Enying's chips. As long as the other party showed a good attitude, he would borrow evolutionary blocks. In this regard, Han Xiao's style is to treat differently. He like Heber, who is awkward every day. Even if he gives in the war field, he will not borrow blocks. It's a coincidence that my body is not in the base camp. Han Xiao rubbed his fingers against Philip's face. Where has the throne been transported? Report to the master. You're almost at the Black Star Palace, and it's about a few hours away. Philip hugged Han Xiao's finger with a smile. Then let Emmys chat with Silver Shadow for a while. If the throne is sent to me, then go there. Once the Emperor was created, Han Xiao asked the mechanical troops to secretly escort the Locator, Third, and Evans to return to the base camp of the Black Star Palace. It has been a long time since the transport of the troops to the exclusive fast Stargate passage for the Legion territory. It is very fast and is almost home now. As long as he sends the throne home, he can use the Emperor to teleport back instantly. As long as he stays for no more than 3 minutes and reactivates the teleportation function, he can return to this place and then start calculating the cooling time. As a cosmic treasure level equipment, the transmission cooling is not long. At the same time, the Black Star Palace. In the reception room of the Legion commander, Enying sat with her hands on her knees and legs, looking restrained and polite. On the opposite side, Emmers sat in the main seat, supporting his chin with one hand and controlling the force field with the other hand, putting 3 cups full of wine on the table, and smiled and said with a faint smile, "Don't be restrained. Let's drink something first." Fording next to him smiled and echoed, "Old Enying, the Legion commander has gone to inspect the territory and will be back in a few hours. Please wait a moment." "Okay." Enying nodded, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all. Emmers looked at Enying's unique bright silver body with interest. "I heard from Haishing that your strength is very good, and he is optimistic about your potential. Thank you. I respect your excellency Haixing too. Enying responded, looked at Emmers, wanted to speak, but stopped. He hesitated for a while before speaking. Actually, I have a question to ask. What do you want to say? Emmers smiled gently, picked up the wine, and took a sip. Black Star is not here. Why is it you who hosted me on behalf of the Legion? Enying hesitated a little. In his opinion, although the Black Star Legion and Long Tanfu Island are allies, it seems that there is no need for the owner to replace him to receive a super A-level meeting. After all, the real person here is still a Legion cadre, and the Dragon Boat should be just a guest, but now he acts like the owner. Could it be that there is that relationship between the Black Star and the Dragon constellation, just as the legend of the outside world? Is there anything strange about this? Emmers raised her eyebrows. Haixing asked me to come and find him. He was out. Of course, I was here to receive super A-level guests. Hearing this, Enying's expression suddenly became meaningful. This is a natural tone. Haha, the rumors are indeed true. He was a little surprised just now why Emeth had to come to the Black Star Palace from afar. He figured out immediately. If the two had such a relationship, Black Star called Dragon Constellation over. What else could it do? Isn't it just a long night of sleepless sleep? Thinking of this, Enying couldn't help but take her attitude more respectful. Although she didn't like chatting very much, she also tried her best to chat with Emmers at this time. After all, if you have a request for Haixing, your family will come out to receive him specifically, so you can't leave him alone. That's too impolite. At the same time, the Emerald Star Cluster, the frontline stronghold of the Black Star Legion. A spaceship sailed from a distance and slowly approached the planet's stronghold. Seeing this, the Legion Defense Forces in outer space of the planet immediately divided the two warships, met them and intercepted them, and issued a warning on the wide area channel. The visitor stops moving forward. Please inform us of your identity immediately. After the news was sent, the strange spacecraft slowly turned off and hovered in the outer space. In the next moment, a powerful energy fluctuation burst out, and all the energy detection radars in the entire stronghold sounded instantly, sending a buzzing warning. Boom! Alarm! Alarm! A high-energy outbreak was detected, and the event model is being matched. After the matching is completed, the model is a Super A-class energy outbreak. Crazy Lala, the entire stronghold was immediately commotion, and the fleet in outer space immediately gathered over, and the giant cannons on the ground also raised their heads to lock the spaceship. A large number of warships quickly took off, and countless muzzles were aimed at the spaceship, and the stronghold instantly entered the combat state. In the next moment, Tolian appeared in the wide area channel, with demonic fire squirting all over his body, and laughing arrogantly. Aha, Hela, I'm here to take revenge on you. I was injured by you last time. This time I want to wash away the shame. Do you dare to fight me again? As he said that, he pressed his Super A-level aura towards the stronghold and headed straight for Hela. In the practice room, Hyla suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes narrowed. Han Xiao's warning some time ago appeared in her mind, which made her more clever when encountering things recently, and maybe someone would come to her for trouble. At this moment, seeing the defeated general who had given in favor and begged for mercy coming to challenge her, a thought flashed through her heart. Is there a fraud? Is this really treating me as a martial arts Kratzi? At this moment, the adjutant sent a message. Herla, he challenged you. What should we do? Helith said lightly. How did the Legion manual be written? How to deal with the enemy when they approach the stronghold. Do I still need to teach you this kind of thing? Just because the other party is Super A-level, you don't know what to do. What's the use of me, huh? The adjutant shrank his neck, I know. The spaceship in outer space was surrounded by the Black Star Legion fleet. After Tolan issued a challenge, he waited patiently for Hela to come forward, thinking in his heart. With the character shown by Hela, she is a combat madman. When encountering my challenge, she has a 70% chance of agreeing. Now Sui and the others are hiding not far away. As long as I try to lead her over when I fight with her, I can complete the ambush. He was thinking about the combat plan that would be later, and suddenly a strong light lit up in his sight. Tolian hurriedly looked up at the porthole and saw that the Black Star Army fleet surrounding him opened fire without saying hello. The light of countless energy cannons filled his vision. Tolian's face immediately changed drastically. Damn, you don't play by the rules. Boom. The spaceship that was concentrated in fire was instantly wiped out. Under the concentrated in fire of countless naval guns, no armor could escape the fate of annihilation, and even no wreckage was left. A portal opened not far away. Tolian stumbled out, feeling scared. Fortunately, I squeezed the teleportation technique early in my hand and avoided the concentration of fire at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would be severely injured before I started fighting. That would be too embarrassing. I actually let the fleet hit me without saying a word. I'm shameless. Tolian was shocked and angry. Super A-level visits and challenges each other. How can you not give me any face? Even if my purpose is a challenge, you don't say a word, and it's too rude to hit me with a round of cannon fire. In his opinion, even if one party has a rift with each other, if one party goes to the other party to challenge him, at least he will be polite on the surface. Everyone has identities. You just bang me out with a broom with a prominent character. Where's the etiquette between the Super A levels? This is not only embarrassing me, but you're also embarrassing. At this moment, Hella's voice rang out in the wide area channel. You are my defeated general. The person I surpassed has no chance to catch up with me. I'm not interested in fighting with you again. Upon hearing this, Torian immediately turned his nose skewed. He thought he was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that Hera was even more arrogant than him. His face changed a few times, and he decided to endure it. I have a mission. I won't argue with you. Anyway, you are basically a dead person. Tolian snorted coldly in his heart. Activate a solidified magic communication rune and contact his teammates who were ambushing another place. Everyone, the judgment is wrong. Hela did not respond. She was not fooled and shameless. She actually bombarded me directly with gunfire. The plan to lure the enemy is not working. Turn to a strong attack. At least she is sure that she is in the stronghold. Soon, Sageman's reply was sent back from the magic communication. Okay, the plan changes. Start a strong attack. Tolian, share his vision and position it for us. Taylord, you open the portal and raid the Stargate first. There is also a preheating space stabilization device. After we enter the field, block the transition and teleportation capabilities so that Hela has no way to escape and must act according to the original plan. Hela came all the way to the highest command room of the stronghold, looking at the scene transmitted back on the surveillance screen, and saw Tolian in the outer space thrillingly avoiding the fleet's attack. I'm not leaving yet. He has a conspiracy. Hyla frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, took out the communicator, sent a message to Han Xiao, preparing to discuss with Han Xiao. However, at the next moment, a strong intuition of crisis suddenly arose, like a cool air rising from the tailbone and penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Hela's face changed slightly, and she suddenly looked up. In her perception, several star-like energy sources suddenly appeared nearby. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy energy source was detected. Alarm! Alarm! Stargate was destroyed. Please support. The screen suddenly changed, and a magic portal suddenly appeared next to the Stargate station in the distance. And two figures stepped out, which were Tylerdy and Sageman. Before the Stargate Defense Force opened fire urgently, the two of them attacked without saying a word. A large number of summoned monsters rushed out, overwhelmingly restraining the defense fleet. Arcane impacts with pure destructive power without attributes and endless beams, smashing one Stargate after another like a destructive force. The raids achieved results. A second super-large portal appeared beside Talon, and the black mechanical troops flowed out like a flood, spreading out rapidly. The three figures in the lead were the clone of Swiel, the wild beast Metes, and a master clone of Fransko, the mechanical disaster, who controlled this mechanical troops. Swiel and Metes are both old acquaintances. It is worth mentioning that Fransko, who is a direct power trained by Zuling. He is a relatively special existence. His deity has been serving his sentence and jailed in the Zuling sect and is generally not allowed to move outside. Only when Zuling's sect needs his power will he use his master's clone to fight. If he makes meritorious service, he can reduce his sentence. His crimes are related to his nickname, and the mechanical disaster represents that he has caused disasters related to machinery, and it is also a recognition of his combat power. He is an energy branch mechanic with special expertise. His mechanical force bonus loss is much lower than that of the same level, and his sputtering range is also far exceeding that of the same level, which means that the upper limit of the scale of the mechanical force he can add at the same time is very high. This operation brought the armed disaster Francisco to fight against the fleet of the Legion base and the mechanical forces placed by the Black Star here to be responsible for the large Legion operations. Otherwise, there would be only a few Super A levels, and the fleet would be involved in a lot of energy. As soon as he entered the field, the mechanical disaster controlled the mechanical troops and fought with the fleet at the stronghold. The strong enemy suddenly came, and the stronghold fleet was caught off guard at the beginning and quickly adjusted, and the battle instantly became fierce. At the same time, the troops of the mechanical disaster also carried many space stabilization devices, wormhole counter-device devices, and other equipment, and all turned on, popping up bubbles, which immediately stabilized the time and space of this area. Now, even teleportation techniques are not available. Seeing this scene, Hela's face immediately sank, full of solemnity. The enemy is prepared 6 Super A levels, including Saurier's super combat power with an extra specification. Do you want to kill me so much? Even though Hela was quite strong, she couldn't help but be scared by the scene, and her heart trembled. Is this the situation that Black Star faced back then? No. Maybe even worse, it's a dead end. However, his mentality only shook for a moment, and Hela adjusted himself, suppressed his negative emotions, and turned into a fighting spirit. He suddenly felt that the blood in his body seemed to boil, and the warlike blood flowed in his blood vessels. Boom! The next moment, Hela broke through the roof and flew straight into the sky, gritted her teeth, and rushed towards the outer space and locked several of her Super A levels with her breath. During the charge, the energy of death was continuously released, turning into a bright red blood cloud. Seeing this, the Red Devil, the Wild Beast, and the Master Clan of the Mechanical Disaster all swept down and quickly bypassed the blockade while the defense fleet was entangled and collided with Hyla. Bang! The momentum is like a rock breaks through the sky. On the section of the planet, a circle of red shock waves exploded. The blood cloud formed by the death energy disappeared, and the red meteor fell to the earth at a faster speed, unable to stop. Rumble. He smashed a large number of base groups along the way, leaving a rift-like trajectory. Hela stopped his momentum and stopped, and the surroundings were already covered with dust. Ahem! In the smoke and dust, Hela got up, his eyes fierce, and he wiped his bleeding nose casually, staring at the 3 people in the sky. Head on head, she was obviously only besieged by 3 people at this stage and was directly bombarded. At this moment, in the distance of the planet's stronghold, a small black that like a black tide rose into the sky and quickly approached from the distant sky, like a flock of crows covering the sky. It was the mechanical force placed by Han Xiao in the stronghold, and the leader was the descending master clone. In just the next moment, a wave of spiritual waves covering the entire planet came, and an ethereal voice sounded in everyone's heart. Hey Xing, your opponent is me. The few people's eyes were dazzled, and they saw that Saur's clone had already blocked the path that the mechanical troops had to pass. They raised one palm and flipped their hands down. Boom! All the mechanical troops were instantly pressed on the earth, and only the master's clone was full of mechanical power and could barely support it. Although the opponent is a mechanical person and cannot exert the mental power of spiritual killing that I'm best at, I am also proficient in the spiritual motivation. Xui's clone said calmly, his palm raised and pushed forward. A wall of mind power spanning thousands of miles was generated and rumbling forward. All the buildings and machinery blocking the front were pushed out and squeezed against the wall. Some of the mechanical forces fought back towards the invisible wall of thought power, but Xiao's mind power seemed endless. Even though the wall of thought power continued to crack under the concentrated fire, he did not care about squandering his mind power to make up for the damaged parts. The advancement of the Nian power wall is almost unstoppable. It is like a board rubbing which directly smooths a large area on the surface of the planet, shovels off a large piece of land, and countless building fragments, soil and machinery, and is pushed into outer space from the planet section along the direction of the Nian power wall. Except for the dominant clone and a small number of mechanical warriors with strong mobility retreated voluntarily, other mechanical forces were pushed out of the planet by the mind power wall, far away from the battlefield where Hela was located, so they had to rearrange themselves in outer space. At the same time, Sui's clone followed and stopped Han Xiao. What a terrible mind power! Han Xiao's master clone's eyes flashed. I draw strength from the void dimension. My mind power is infinite. In terms of energy reserves, perhaps only Olu of the Glorious Federation can be compared with me. Saori said lightly, I heard that you also have void bloodline. When your divine nature transforms to a certain level, you may also awaken such power. Master Han Xiao's clone glanced around and saw the battle situation. At this moment, the planet's stronghold can be divided into 3 battlefields. Hela fights with the Red Devil, the Wild Beast, and the Mechanical Disaster, and is full of dangers and is completely at a disadvantage. 1 fight and 3 are too force for Hela now. It seems that she will be seriously injured and defeated at any time. However, Han Xiao knows her background. Although Hela cannot beat 3 people, she can still support her in the short term. After all, her blood-sucking ability is quite strong, and the power of life-reducing makes people afraid, affecting the enemy's performance, making the other party dare not exchange injuries for injuries. The second place is large-scale Legion combat. The mechanical troops controlled by the mechanized disaster were being seized with the defense fleet at the stronghold. The battle situation was stalemate. The defense fleet mainly wanted to go back to support Hela, while the mechanized disaster troops were tightly restraining them. The third battlefield is Sageman and Taylordy, who are attacking Stargate Station, cutting off Hela's retreat and reinforcements, and gaining a great advantage. When they destroy all Stargate, they will turn back to join the siege of Hela, and Hela will not be able to withstand it. Han Xiao's master clone was determined to stop Sageman and the others, but the Stargate and the stronghold planet themselves were still a bit far away and could not be reached. Moreover, with the mechanical force in his hand, he may not be able to break through Suri's blockade. The largest mechanical legion and apostle weapons are all in my own place, and they are rushing towards this side, and it will take a while before they can arrive. The situation is not very good. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Sui. You are determined to stop me. Sui expressed his expressionless face, restrained his spiritual fluctuations, and only contacted Han Xiao in one direction, and said slowly, You master clone, you must stay here to accompany me. He emphasized his tone on the word master clone. Han Xiao observed Sui's meaningful expression and suddenly felt aroused his heart and controlled the master's clone and led the mechanical troops to kill him. A master of mind, Sui, not only did not fight, but rushed up to fight with the master's clone in close combat, and the scene was very fever. People who didn't know thought the two had some deep hatred. The surrounding mechanical troops fired artillery fire, which seemed to be very accurate, but in fact, it used human strokes and gunfire, and artillery fire always passed by. Saori did not stop him, allowing the artillery fire to fall on the battlefield between Hela and the 3 in the rear, interrupting the offensive of Tolian from time to time, forcing them to dodge and create opportunities for Hela. At the same time, the mechanical forces were dispersed and tried to bypass Sui. Sui symbolically released the mind power wall. However, the strength of several positions was significantly weakened and easily torn apart, leaving a team of mechanical warriors. It looks like Sui was entangled by the dominant clone in melee battle, encountered a strong enemy, and it was difficult to distract from maintaining the mind power wall, causing some of the Black Star mechanical forces to take the opportunity to break through the blockade and support Hela. Han Xiao finally confirmed that the guy in front of him was just letting water out. No, it can't be considered a letting water out. At least it is a flood discharge. Why'd he help me like this? Han Xiao's thoughts changed sharply, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed. In a one-way spiritual connection, he whispered to the secret code. Talk the gods? Act. Concentrate. Act. Han Xiao suddenly felt certain. Good guy. The boss opposite is an actor. Safe. He temporarily suppressed his restlessness, and the current situation could still be maintained. He had asked the Empire for help. The stronghold Stargate might be destroyed, but the Empire's reinforcements can go to the nearest Stargate around. Although they cannot directly reach their own stronghold, the support will take more time, but it will not be too slow. Su Ling is so lively. Maybe there are other people who are eyeing her. First, calm down and adapt to the situation and wait for reinforcements and the master to come. Han Xiao said intimately. Under the release of Sui, some of the mechanical troops successfully arrived at the battlefield where Hela was located for support. Now the mechanical troops that received the bonus of Han Xiao's mechanical power have very strong combat power. Even if there are not many, Tolian and the other two cannot ignore it. With help, Hyla suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer had to fight alone. Her situation improved a lot. The mechanical troops cooperated with her to fight, and she had a basis for advance and retreat. The death energy shooting with life-reducing ability made Tolian and mechas extremely afraid. Originally, they were both flesh shield-shaped play styles, but now they're the master clone of the mechanical disaster. The fragile mechanical body was under pressure that this profession should not have been withheld. Francisco looked at Tolian and Metas's two big muscles, looking timid, and he was speechless. Can you be more powerful? I'm not Black Star, so why don't the master clone be that flesh? Damn it, Sui is missing. Is Black Star's clone so difficult? Mattis was surprised while avoiding around mechanical troops to gather fire. Sui is a clone after all. In order to divide the battlefield, he released a powerful attack, and his condition was normal to decline. Francisco, the mechanical disaster, said without any fluctuation, I didn't expect that Black Star is so strong that it not only resisted Sui, but also had the strength to carry out a virtual invasion of my troops. On the other side, the Red Devil Tolian was about to speak, but his shield was suddenly broken by artillery fire, and he could not avoid being killed by Hela's death shockwave. He immediately shuddered, feeling a message from -1 to 1 popping out his head. Tolian couldn't help but look up at Saurier, who was in a fierce battle in the distance, with resentful eyes and moaning powerlessly in his heart. My lifespan has passed again. What's going on? The outer space of a stronghold, in the fleet battlefield where fire was in exchange, the Legion players in the warships were stunned by the sudden situation. Although many players have established or joined guilds under the name of the Black Star Legion and operated on their own in the free competition zone in the form of affiliated organizations, some players have chosen to follow the large army to act. Especially recently, the Legion issued a faction war order, and many players gathered at the frontline strongholds, treating this place as a temporary main city, constantly recruiting people to form teams, and preparing to chase and kill players in the enemy camp in the free competition area. Unexpectedly, they stayed well in the Black Star stand, and they were suddenly attacked by multiple Super A-level attacks, and this place was directly reduced to 8 Super A-level battlefields. What's going on? Isn't it difficult to see a Super A-level? You can make up 2 tables of Mahjong. Could it be that we have encountered big news again? Many players thought of the previous version of the Lighthouse Star Battle incident and were not surprised, but happy. They quickly turned on the recording function and took photos on their Super A-level faces. This is probably a big event in this version. We have encountered it. Snap quick shoot. I have a premonition that something big will happen in this wave. Many players fully experienced the happiness of the melon-eating crowd and were very excited. The rapid footsteps were getting closer and closer. Bang! The door of the reception room was knocked open, and Emmys, Emying and Ford, who were chatting in the room, turned their heads and looked at the door. Aurora stumbled and ran in, looking anxious. "Teacher, something is wrong." "What's wrong?" Emmers was puzzled. "Sister, sister." Sister was besieged by Su Ling's sect. There were many super A levels there, and they all wanted to kill him. I saw it through telepathy. What? Emmy suddenly stood up, and the force field exploded, and the surrounding furniture was suddenly blown away. After more than 10 years of joint experience, she and Hella had a deep relationship. When Emmys heard that the student was in danger, he was immediately annoyed. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in the room and was called by a affairs officer. "His Excellency Emmers, Your Excellency forwarding, something happened. A super-level person who claimed to be a traveler visited the Black Star Palace. He named him the commander of the Legion. What should I do?" "Tell him that Your Excellency Fording is not here." Fording responded, He said that if Black Star is not here, he will fight with the Master Clone. Tell him that Black Star is very busy now and has no time to fight with him. His Excellency Fording, he said he can't come in vain. If Black Star can't be found, then it's okay to challenge Lord Dragon. He is a magician, and he will not leave without special means. It's difficult to drive him away." Fording frowned and was about to speak. At this time, Emmers patted his shoulder, interrupted him, frowned, and said, "This man came in a bad intention, probably had some plans. Maybe it was related to the matter with Hella. I'll test it and tell him that he will face the challenge." Upon hearing this, Enying, who had been silent, moved her eyes, thinking that this was a good opportunity to build a relationship. If she helped the family of Haixing, it would be of great benefit. Thinking of this, he walked up and volunteered, "His Excellency Emmers, why don't I go? There is no reason to ask the guest to help you stand out. Fording, take Lord Enying to the watchtower to watch the battle." Emmers waved his hand and refused, turned around and strode away from the room, his long skirt dancing like a black flower. The tall back disappeared from the sight of several people, and only one sentence floated from afar. "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to deal with." I'm already a salted fish without this chapter. Outside the Black Star Palace, the traveler sat cross-legged in the air, with his staff standing in front of his knees, looking at the heavily defended Black Star Palace, and in front of him was a defending fleet. "I'm here just in time." Seeing this scene, the traveler narrowed his eyes. According to the information provided by the Superstar League, Black Star is a guy who likes to accept challenges, but he can't help but refuses to even take out the Master's clone and fight him. Sure enough, Sorigen's news is correct. Hella has been attacked. Black Star wants to maintain the Master's clone to protect her, so the clone is unable to do anything. The Apostle weapons and mechanical troops can fight on multiple lines at will, while the dominant clone shares its own combat power, and only one clone can descend at the same time. But Black Star does not use Apostle weapons to fight me. It seems that Sorokin is right. Black Star took away the main force, and he may have been pretending to be in the base camp. The traveler thought in his mind, since the dragon is fighting, I have to deal with her quickly to force Black Star to take action. Even if he just sent a mechanical force to fight me, I have reached a strategy and involve his energy. If he wants to fight quickly, he has to use extraordinary means and beyond the scope of competition, which will inevitably offend Black Star. However, the traveler doesn't care much. He has a special relationship with some superstar civilizations and has exceeded the scope of personal interests. He is on the surface to accept employment, but in fact, as long as this matter is helpful to the civilization he belongs to, he will do whatever he wants. The Superstar Group Alliance hopes that the Su Ling or Guanghui will succeed smoothly. If you want to see these Super A-level internal strife, you are not willing to unite with Super A-level. This seems to be a headache for the three major civilizations, and it seems to be more beneficial to the Superstar Group, but the effect depends on the timing. As for now, Superstar Group does not want to see this scene. In the eyes of Superstar Cluster Civilization, Super A-level is an important tool that can be used, but it is too early in this era. There are not enough Super A-levels, and even if they are united, their use will be limited. The Superstar League hopes to find a more suitable opportunity. If by then, enough Super A-levels have been accumulated in the universe, They will even in turn promote Super A levels unity, so they do not want to waste this opportunity in advance at this time. In addition to balancing strength, another reason why the Superstar Group Alliance thinks this way is that they are worried that uniting Super A levels in advance will lead to the liquidation of the three major civilizations and another peak tragedy. If the three major civilizations start to liquidate, the first ones will definitely be outsiders, so their allies of the Superstar Group civilization will be excused to be washed away again, and the most loss is themselves. The traveler waited silently for a while, and finally, Emmers flew out of the base and came to him, and the two met from afar. "You want to challenge Black Star? What are your intentions?" Emmers narrowed her eyes. "It's just to admire the strong and want to challenge the peak. So how can we get the intention?" The traveler's expression was calm. "Hellas matter is related to you. I don't understand what you're talking about." The traveler shook his head. Pretend again." Emmers' eyes flashed with green light, and the force field burst out, controlling several satellite bricks and smashed them over. The traveler was calm and held the staff in both hands. The misty magic power sprayed out and turned into rune magic arrays, large or small, forming an extra-large rune shield with each other, which looked as complex and exquisite as a watch movement, blocking the way forward of the satellite tiles. Click! Several satellites hit the rune shield, and the shield cracked apart but stopped the attack. At the same time, Emmy stretched out his hand from afar and pulled the traveler violently, and a powerful suction force directly pulled the traveler towards her. Flying in the air, the traveler's eyes narrowed, his whole body squirted, stabilizing his body, and then he turned his head and released a series of powerful spells. The multidimensional energy turned into colorful magic and rushed through Emmy's position, but it was empty. The space fluctuated, and she had already moved her position with the void jump. Not far behind the traveler, her eyebrows raised, and she stared at the traveler's back, and a circle of energy shock wave burst out from the position between her eyebrows. The next moment, the figure of the traveler solidified in the air and could not move. Force field Dragon's Gaze. The moment he controlled the enemy, the black skirt suddenly raised. Emmer's long legs pulled out like a whip, threw out a force field, and headed straight for the traveler's back. The force field emitted from the body is the most powerful. This force field was highly compressed by her and turned into a line, becoming a cutting property, which looked like a chopping wave with her legs. Force field blade sweeping. Brush. The chopping force field swept across and cut the traveler in half. However, the next moment, the disconnected traveler suddenly shrank, and with a bang, he turned into an alchemy puppet. And further apart, a small doll that seemed to be made of clay appeared out of thin air, quickly deformed, and turned into a traveler again. Dans le replacement technique, à simple trick, the traveler said lightly. Emmys frowned slightly. She and Austin were old acquaintances and knew some knowledge of magic. The puppet replacement technique is an unpopular spell of the alchemy and curse branches and has great side effects. It is intuitive to replace it with the panel. Every time you cast the puppet replacement technique, your health and strength will be reduced by 50%, and your full attributes will temporarily drop by 20%, which is very harmful. Because of its limited practicality, only low-level mages are generally used to save their lives. High-level mages have various shields and many defense methods, so they basically cannot use such unpopular magic. The attack just now, a Super A-level mage has dozens of ways to dodge or block it. Even if it takes damage, its lethality is not as good as the side effects of the doll replacement technique. As the saying goes, something abnormal will happen. Emmys thinks that the traveler must have a special intention. She observed carefully and found that the traveler's temperament seemed to have changed inexplicably. A strange smile appeared on the corner of the other person's mouth, and a dirty and evil aura appeared inexplicably. TSK. Force field control is a superpower that is a bad streak. It is rare for you to practice to the level of superpower level. You have a very good talent in superpower control. Maybe one day, you can develop this superpower into the ultimate form and turn it into a super risk superpower control, the control of power. Although it is only one word short, the meaning is very different. The traveler's temperament changes, and people suddenly start to talk. It's strange. Emmys secretly raised his vigilance, grasped his claws, and suddenly crushed a corner of a satellite brick. A large number of fragments were shot out like a meteor shower under the control of the force field. Force field Dragon Breath Meteor Fist. While using spells to resist the counterattack, the traveler observed a purple mark that was faintly visible on the back of his hand. A purple evil light faintly appeared in his crystal yellow eyes. The vitality is not enough, so you have to sacrifice more. The two fought fiercely outside the Black Star Palace. The traveler played strangely and sold blood from time to time. Emmers used the force field in various properties, such as traction, squeezing, vibration, explosion, cutting, etc. In her hands, the force field superpower showed strong control. With Hela outside training, Emmys himself has also made progress, and his control over superpowers has reached a higher level. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, Melas, who was watching the battle at the base's watchtower, quietly commanded the fleet to leave separately, forming a huge encirclement. "Everything has been lifted up for me," Melas said in a low tone. "Preheat the space stabilization device, and wait for my order. You will turn on the device and trap the traveler." It is about the deputy commander of the army and Lake. Who cares about the morality of the world? He went straight to the side-by-side. Even Emmers did not intend to fight the traveler seriously. Regardless of whether it is a misunderstanding or not, it is best to take the traveler down first. Emmers went up to fight the opponent, with the main goal of dragging the opponent's attention and making it easier for the fleet to set up traps in secret, for fear that they would run away if they opened a portal. At the same time, the Empire received news from Han Xiao and immediately mobilized. Super A-level people who were staying in the Empire's territory received tasks, set off from their respective territories, and took a boat to Shimen Station to jump. Among Khan's car, several Super A-level people who were gathered in this emergency gathering gathered here, using remote projection, rushing to the road while holding a meeting to discuss. Su Ling really remembers eating, but not fighting. More than 20 years ago, and Black Star taught me a lesson. After less than 30 years of silence, I actually came out to make trouble again. Bioni curled his lips, and a few sparks were leaking between his teeth. The other party's actions were very sudden, and the target was Hela. Now we're the only few of us that are closest to us. It is best to go over and support us as soon as possible. Khan also became serious. Most of the allies of the Empire were divided into the Shining World, and many were participating in free competition outside, too far away to be able to support. Currently, the Super A-level staying in the Imperial territory can reach the battlefield of the frontline stronghold of the Black Star Legion as soon as possible. For the time being, only Kant's master clone, Ravenlaud, the paddling Bioni, and the idle call. I heard that Sour's clone has also gone. Isn't it a bit dangerous? Curl whispered. Kant's Kazalin glared hard with big eyes. It's useless. With me here, what are you afraid of? I can beat Su Ling all by myself. Really? Coral looked suspicious. Nonsense, of course it's fake. I still ask, can I make a verbal pussy? Kant rolled his eyes. I want to have that ability. The Dark Emperor is my follower. Ravenlaud did not interrupt. Remained silent, his face gloomy and gloomy. Not long ago, he was beaten up by Han Xiao, but he was actually reluctant to help. But every time the Empire supports, the Empire provides considerable rewards and merits. It's a good deal. Forget it. I heard that the Black Star Legion is in a critical situation this time. If I help him overcome the difficulties, he will owe me a favor. At that time, I can ask Black Star to make me a cosmic treasure. Thinking of this possibility, Ravenlaud was excited and his fighting spirit burned instantly. At the same time, after the Empire sent reinforcements, the senior management also focused on this matter. In the conference room of the Empire's Mother Star government building, Head of State Ulanr looked at the front-line battle scenes sent back by the Black Star Army with a cold expression. The long-range projection of the Imperial officials on both sides also turned their heads to look at the scene without saying a word, and the atmosphere was serious. The Zuling thief is undead and wants to persecute our allies. Ulan Riel glanced coldly. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other. After a while, Bekarodi raised his hand and slowly spoke. Boss, according to information, Zuling targets Hela, and Hela is not our super A-level ally. Hela is the deputy commander of the Black Star Legion, and the Black Star Legion is of course our ally. But she has always refused to join the Empire. Master, I suggest one code to return to the same code. Black Star is Black Star, and Hela is Hela. Now Black Star seeks help in its own name. We have helped out of the Covenant, but this is equivalent to him using the power of the Empire for nothing to benefit his own camp. My idea is, we can help allies, but we cannot be used at no cost. Protecting Black Star is what we should do, and we can protect a Super A level who is not our ally. No, I think we have to put forward conditions, and we cannot provide free assistance. Bekarodi said righteously. Then what do you think? Ulan Rueyer frowned slightly. If Black Star accepted our aid, it was able to overcome the difficulties. I think we should make a request, that is, Hela must join the Empire. Of course, she can continue to stay in the Black Star Legion, but her identity must become an ally of the Empire and make a covenant. Well, there is some reason. Ulan Riel pondered for a while. What if Hela was killed? It is a loss for the Empire, but there are still other benefits. If Hela dies in battle, Black Star will definitely stand on the opposite side of the Void Spirit. The talks between the gods are basically invalid, and the Super A level cannot be united, eliminating a threat. At the same time, having foreign vengeance will help bring the Empire closer to the Black Star, and his loyalty will be consolidated. So no matter whether the rescue is successful or not, the Empire will make a profit without losing. Bekarodi said. Many senior officials nodded. From a rational point of view, they felt that Bekarodi's analysis was reasonable. Ulan Rueyer did not comment and knocked on the table with his fingers. Seeing that everyone had nothing else to say, he said in a deep voice, no matter what, support the Black Star Army with all its strength first, and let's talk about the others later. Yes. The remote projection disappeared one by one. Ulan Riel left the conference room, and the Dark Emperor Claudia, who had been outside the door, put on her head coat and followed behind. After walking for a while, Ulan Riel suddenly spoke. Claudia, how high is the probability of Hela being safe this time? It's very low. Claudia's expressionless face. Even if there is an Imperial help. That's right. What's the reason? Guangwei won't stop watching. How do you know? The state of machinery told me. Ulan Riel was speechless. Yes, this reason is very good and powerful. I have nothing to say. It seems that the machinery country really attaches great importance to the issue of the Super A-level front. Ulan Riel stopped and turned his head to look at Claudia. You are also Super A-level. Do you have no opinion on this? Claudia looked calm. My first identity is a Red Empire. The second identity is the head of the Empire's personal guard captain. And the third identity is the turn of Super A-level. Ulan Riel shook his head and turned around. She was silent for a moment before she spoke softly. You have been a personal guard by my side for too long. Please suspend your job in a while. Go out and kill a few Super A-levels before coming back. Don't let this universe forget the name of Dark Emperor. Okay, Claudia replied lightly. At the same time, the Beast Ancestors' stronghold. Ha ha, they did indeed take action. In the hall, Garutin laughed, and his powerful lung function burst out with almost real sound waves, which made the entire base tremble continuously. Just now, he learned from Sorokin that the news he revealed sent Hela into a desperate situation. The plan was successful, and he avenged a single arrow, and Garutin couldn't help feeling very happy. Sorokin stood in front of him with a smile on his face. Hello, the Beast Ancestor. Your territory is not far from the battlefield. Do you want to join in the fun? Hearing this, Garutin stopped laughing, staring at Sorokin with a sharp gaze, and said angrily, You want to bewitch me again? Don't dare, don't. Sorokin waved his hand quickly. Umph. Garutin snorted coldly, picked up the special large wine glass next to him, and drank it dry. Anyway, I'm just watching the show here. waiting for news of Hella's death, and never going anywhere. Don't worry, I didn't instigate you to join the war. The Empire must have sent reinforcements at this time. Just on the way, if the Imperial reinforcements arrived, Hella might be able to escape. So instead of sitting here, it's better to help in secret. What's the trick? Haha. According to my calculations, the first step for the virtual spirit to attack the Black Star stand must be to remove the Stargate station, turn on the space stabilization device, and cut off the retreat of Hyla. So if the Imperial reinforcements want to come over, they can only go to the nearby Stargate. Lord Beast Ancestor. If the nearby Stargate station is closed or removed, the Imperial reinforcements will have to take a long way. In this way, Hyla's isolated situation will be extended for a long time, and the success rate of the plan will increase significantly. Garutin's eyes flashed, and he put down his wine glass. Well, what you said seems to make some sense. Sorokin smiled slightly. The old galaxy, the territory of the armed tribe. Manison slowly opened his eyes and opened an encrypted communication channel. Morniza, have you moved? Teacher, the Galway Apocalypse device has begun to guide and will set off at any time. I understand. Manison nodded, switched to the channel, and spoke to the Apostle Weapons. Focus on the Beast Ancestor. He might have actions. No matter what he wants to do, stop him. Understand. After issuing several orders, Manison closed his eyes again and murmured to himself. Hey Xing, I'll help you here today. Don't let me down. Rumble. The energy of death was like a surging red wave, sweeping across the earth, hitting an energy shield, igniting endless light chips and electric arcs. The master clone of the mechanical disaster Francisco opened his hands to maintain the shield, fighting against the rushing death energy like a flood. The patterns on the mechanical body all lit up with dazzling, ghostly light. The thruster on the back was already on at full power, spraying out 6 faint blue tail flames dozens of meters, but it could not curb its retreat and was pushed back by the death energy. Turning his head and looking at it, he saw the red devil Tolian and the wild beast mechas hiding behind his shield, and from time to time, he came out to make long-range, out-of-body fluctuations or attack magic, and then quickly retracted. Francisco was so angry that he was not angry. It was obviously a melee, but he actually started to be a turtle, hiding behind me and following people. Why? Do you too treat me as a cover? Stop making trouble, come on. Francisco was furious. The battle has continued for a while, and the situation on several battlefields has changed a bit. Black Star and Swina are still fighting fiercely, and more mechanical troops break through Swina's defense line and come to support Hella. As Hella's helpers were increasing, she was able to free up her hands to strengthen the offensive, which made Tolian and Metas become more and more timid. Originally, the 3 men had the upper hand in the siege, but now they are rising and falling, and the situation is gradually showing signs of equalization. The main factor is the mechanical troops leaked by Sui. They received the mechanical power bonus of Black Star, and their combat power was quite good and could not be ignored. They perfectly played the role of the best teammate and battlefield stirrer. The fleet battlefield in outer space is not very good. The mechanical troops controlled by Francisco are being subjected to virtual invasion by Han Xiao. From time to time, a mechanical warrior team turned to beat him up and attacked his own people, causing some of the fleet to get rid of restraint and use artillery fire to assist and support Hella at a long-range manner, dispersing the energy of the 3 armed disasters. He has to make output to withstand damage, to restrain the fleet, and even to be distracted from holding the underwear of the mechanical troops on the virtual level, so as not to be pulled off by the Black Star. He is both a father and a mother, and Francisco only feels very tired. I'm so in trouble. I can't even feel a jail. Only Sageman can give him some comfort. At this time, the situation between Sageman and Taylor was very good, and they were about to break down all the Stargate. When they both complete the task, they can come and help. Then they can break the deadlock, gain an absolute advantage, and crush Hella until death. Francisco said intimately. He knew that the Zuling sect had secretly provided Tyler Dye with a special killer weapon, which could control Hella. According to the plan, He would use it when the 5 people gathered together and give Hela a fatal blow. This killer weapon is several magic scrolls, all of which consume props at one time, store extremely powerful forbidden spells for virtual spirits, and integrates the power of magic. The most powerful one is called Forbidden Curse, the embrace of the nun in the crying sorrow. This forbidden spell itself requires multiple people to use, and it takes a lot of time to arrange it. It can be instantly released in a magic scroll. Because the Suling sect had a period of mage for a long time ago, many super-powered forbidden spell scrolls have been passed down. The forbidden spell stored in this scroll is set by 4 super A-level mages, one of which is even a peak super A-level mage, which makes the spell strength of this scroll extremely amazing. Only Taylordy, Sageman, and Francisco knew about these scrolls, but other teammates didn't know about it, even Sui. The Zuling sect knew Sully's nature, and many people besieged and bullied a new student with Super A level. He was quite reluctant. If he knew in advance that Zuling planned to use this one-time killing weapon, it might cause twists and turns. So Zuling did not take the initiative to tell him that the request for Sully was enough to block the Black Star. As for why they only told Taylordy, Sageman, and Francisco, it is precisely because the 3 of them are the most trustworthy and the least moral, and they just cooperate. Anyway, as long as the scroll is played, other teammates will follow them to concentrate on the fire. On the opposite side, the first generation of Red Snake has transformed into a combat form, covering his face, and Hela's body is agitated, shuttled between the battlefield, emitting death energy while secretly anxious. She also understood the situation. Although with the help of the mechanical troops, she could deal with the 3 of the mechanical disasters for a while, she knew that this stalemate would be broken soon, and as long as Sageman and Taylordy joined the battle, she would definitely not be able to hold on. If you don't do anything, it will be chronic death. Although Han Xiao just sent him a message saying that his body was on the way to ride a horse, due to Hela's personality, in times of crisis, she would not rely entirely on others, but would try to save herself. The reinforcements have not arrived, and the retreat route is cut off. The other 2 strong enemies will join the regiment at any time. If you want to survive, you must survive the siege of 5 people. Even with mechanical troops and fleet assistance, it is a desperate situation. It depends mainly on myself. What trump card can I use? Hela kept himself calm and quickly thought about how to break the deadlock. One by one, she gave up her thoughts, and soon, there was only one way left in her mind. I can only try my best. Hyla gritted her teeth. A thick beam of light penetrated through the last stronghold Stargate station, and the broken parts were scattered. The explosion-breaking energy shock wave made the shields of the surrounding guard fleet flicker, causing plasma arcs to burst out. Starman Station has been destroyed. Go. Sageman was not in a fight, but suddenly photonized, turning into a cloud of misty light, wrapping Taylordy inside, then suddenly accelerated, turning into a stream of light to escape from the battlefield of Starman Station, dragging the light golden flame tail with particle texture and heading straight for Hela in the distance. Because I knew that the space stabilization device would be activated, the summoning technique would be affected, Taylord made preparations in advance, and pinched a bunch of summoning scrolls early, and teared them apart when the teleportation appeared, creating a considerable number of summoning beast troops. He himself temporarily transformed from summoning stream to turret playing style to adapt to the environment. He is good at summoning techniques, but it does not mean that he has not practiced spells from other factions, but he is not that proficient. A super A-level strongman basically has many sets of backup tactical styles, especially a magician who is known for his many methods. No matter what kind of fighting style he is good at, he can be converted into a spell turret when needed. Don't worry about whether the firepower is strong or not. It's all right to shoot. Under the Sea of Soury, a small number of mechanical warriors were also leaked and tried to stop the 2. However, the Light Sageman was very flexible and he was very versatile, but he didn't get involved with the mechanical forces, which made him look like an old driver. That is, the Taylordy carrying him was super A level. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably even vomit out his bile. Sageman's superpower is related to light energy. He turns quickly and draws a big circle and throws away the mechanical troops to block it. He enters the battlefield where Hela is located, hanging in the air of the planet. "You are finally here, help." Franco, the orphan teammates, was as excited as seeing his relatives. Sageman and Taylordy looked at each other, and both saw what they meant in each other's eyes. Create opportunities and use the forbidden spell scroll. The two joined the battle without saying a word. Light energy impact and attack spells are used like money, showing the true nature of the explosive pussy. Rumble. Explosions suddenly occurred in the air, and Taiwan's mechanical warriors were shot down. Hera was suddenly filled with danger and had to stop all offenses and focus on defense. After the two joined the group, their combat power was completely crushed, just like a seesaw. Hela finally pulled the board tilted towards the opposite side into the middle with the help of the fleet and the mechanical forces. At this time, two big babies with 300 kilograms came to the opposite side. As soon as they sat down, they directly lifted Hela on the other end away. At the same time, in the outer space battlefield, Master Han Xiao's clone glanced at Hyla's predicament and said in the exclusive chat window of Sui, "Hela can't stop the siege of 5 people. Don't stop me, let me go." "Sui, how do you want to act? Give me a ruthless person and shoot my master's clone and some of the mechanical troops. Su Ling asked me to hold you back. I can't beat you back. And if you join that battlefield, I have to follow you. At that time, I must attack Hyla, and she will be even more dangerous." Sui shook his head slightly. Even if he acts, he does not intend to offend Su Ling. Although the water he has released is enough to form an ocean, Sui cannot come out openly, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with him. Why? You can use a range attack at a critical moment to interrupt your teammate's offense and say that it was healed by accident. My mind is free to retract, and there is no possibility of accidental injury. Then, just let me blow up your clone, which is the most convenient. No, let's not talk about whether your master clone has the ability to defeat my clone. I still have to stay here to prevent accidents. The old guy from the Machine Kingdom said that Guanghui was going to take action. I have to pretend to grab Hela with them and restrain some people. Han Xiao was stunned. What is the self-cultivation of an actor? That's it. I am so dedicated that I am simply touched Su Ling. This is not okay. That is not okay. So what should I do? Guanghui will come out at any time. Then I can turn around and shoot Guanghui. Her situation will not be so dangerous. If Hela can hold on now, it's best to wait for the change and wait for the variables. Sui said, "I have to think about it." Han Xiao pondered. The two actors were quietly facing the script, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Brush. Hela showed a flaw under the fierce attack of the 5 people. Franco seized the opportunity, slapped his palms, and released a plasma electromagnetic field with extremely high intensity, passing through the gap where death energy was punched out and applied to Hela. Sizzle. The arc was leaping wildly, and Hela's body stiffened, and his movements showed greater flaws. Sageman and Franco took advantage of the situation to pursue, throwing out more powerful control skills and tie Hela up. Strange, since we joined the group, she seemed a little distracted. Sageman's doubt flashed through his heart. Before he could think carefully, he shouted at Taylordy in the mental group chat. "Use the scroll. It's ready." Taylordy said nothing, tearing a magic scroll with black background and white patterns, and the scroll suddenly shone brightly. Hurry! It was like opening a cage that had been open for thousands of years, and countless pale magic runes were like crazy dragons that escaped from the scroll, shooting out of the scroll, hitting Hela all. The next moment, the armor surface of the first generation of Red Snake was covered with strange pale runes. The overall outline was like an enchanting female shape, attached to Hela in the form of a rune pattern. The female pattern slowly spread her arms and made a hug. Buzz! An inexplicable force suddenly came, and Hela found that his ability to move was blocked, his body was fixed in midair, and the surging force quickly calmed down and could not move. Forbidden spell, hurting the nun's embrace. Charge the fire. The control time was limited. Sageman did not dare to delay, and shouted in the group chat, directly took out all the attack methods and banged at Hela. Tolian and Metes immediately reacted. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would not let go of such a good output opportunity, and they all burst into the strongest attacks. Rumble. Hela's figure was instantly submerged in a colorful energy bombardment. It seems brilliant and gorgeous, but it is actually terrifying. Sui's clones suddenly turn around. Forbidden spell scroll. Su Ling actually hit a hand and didn't tell me. Seeing this scene, he didn't intend to discuss it. Nian power burst out and captured all the mechanical troops, including Master Han Xiao's clone, and threw them directly towards the battlefield where Hela was located, providing acceleration. Good guy, he's really decisive. Flying in the air, Han Xiao accelerated toward Hela's position with Saori's thrust, but he was not anxious. Saori didn't know about Hela's situation and thought Hela was in danger, but Han Xiao knew that Hela had the ability to recover from death once. This wave of fire seemed fierce, but could not kill Hela, so she could only beat her resurrection armor. But in this way, I may have to use a backup plan. Han Xiao frowned secretly. If Hela's impending recovery was not shot out, he could take a little risk later, but now, Han Xiao feels that he may have to change his plan. However, before he could arrive at the battlefield, a strong vitality burst out in Hela's position. Wu, the golden life, energy, soars into the sky like a fountain. The vibrant aura made everyone stunned at the same time. The bombardment of Sagemen and the other 5 were shocked to find that although they kept causing heavy damage to Hela, the shocking injuries recovered from their breath. The effect of the forbidden spell ended. Hela broke free from the shackles and escaped from the trap. The first generation of Red has been beaten to pieces, revealing a large area of skin, covered with flesh and blooded wounds. However, the energy of life nourished her body, and the blooming wound closed in full view of the public, and even the scar did not remain, turning back to the smooth and white skin. Sagemen and others widened their eyes, their hearts shocked. How was that possible? Such a terrible recovery. How could she have such power? Moreover, why do you always feel familiar? The next moment, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the clone of Master Han Xiao, who was parked in the air, looking shocked. Isn't this the ability of Black Star? Why does Hela have it? If you want to talk about the similarities between the two, is this the traditional art of the Sea Blue Star people? At this moment, Saor's voice sounded faintly. Black Star, are you all the people in the Sea Blue Star? Unable to be beaten to death? No, we don't have that kind of talent. Han Xiao smiled awkwardly. If it was not the dominant clone, but the original body at this time, he might have to take a breath. Hela opened up the uninterrupted life link with Aurora in the battle. Otherwise, how could life energy burst out? He actually practiced a new skill in the last battle. Miss, are you afraid that you are also a protagonist? It doesn't make sense. You are obviously a villain. Han Xiao was secretly shocked. For Hela, activating the uninterrupted life link with Aurora is equivalent to opening up the run and do meridians and flying to the sky in an instant. Her combat power has not increased, but she always has a super nurse with her. As long as Aurora's physical strength is not exhausted, Hela will have terrifying recovery, endurance, and endurance. Han Xiao's heart twitched and almost wanted to call the police. I thought I was already perverted enough, but I didn't expect you to cheat. If Hela had also had the pendant of Aurora in his previous life, I couldn't imagine what the result would be. Unfortunately, before the plug-in in Hyla's previous life was received, the trouble was lost by the budding leader. Come again. Hela was full of momentum and his fighting spirit surged. Now Aurora can fight with her in this way, helping her escape a life-and-death crisis. As the saying goes, sisters are united and their strength is to cut off gold. Hela's current mentality is different from before, and he does not refuse Aurora to use her abilities to help herself. Recovering Super A level requires more life energy, but Aurora has now entered the natural disaster level with a long physical strength, enough to serve as Hela's backing, giving her the capital to waste. Hearing Hela's clamor, Sagemen and the other 5 were shocked and wondered whether they should continue to take action. Han Xiao stopped in the air and did not keep approaching, and Sui was also watching from afar. Everyone stopped. Look at me, look at you, staring at you, and the situation suddenly filled with a strange atmosphere. However, at this moment, everyone present suddenly felt a strange fluctuation and turned to look. Buzz, not far from the stronghold, a glorious Federation fleet broke through the limitations of the space stability device and suddenly appeared on the battlefield from virtual to solid. In front of the fleet, 7 super A-level lines were lined up, with a rainbow of momentum, all looking at everyone present, and the eyes of both sides collided and shot in the air. "They are here." Sauer looked up at the distance and spoke lightly. Seeing such a loud appearance, Han Xiao couldn't help but silently dubbing the other party in his heart. "Glorious Federation, participate!" In the Black Star Palace, the battle between Emmys and the Travelers became increasingly fierce. Under the control of the force field, the satellite bricks were like an extremely large iron fist, smashing the Traveler's spell shield one after another, slapped him everywhere, as if he had become a baseball. It seemed that Emmys had an absolute advantage, knocking the Traveler to a mess, but she couldn't help but feel less happy, but instead became more and more vigilant. There's a reason why the Traveler was so careless. For some reason, he used the doll replacement technique many times, selling blood crazily, and his attributes plummeted, which was like deliberately self-harm and seeking abuse. At the same time, the uncomfortable evil temperament that was emitting all over his body became more and more obvious. "So you change a lot. You can't fight with him anymore." Emmer's eyes flowed and nodded to the base in the distance. The cadres on the lookout table could see her actions, and her move was to imply to activate the space stability trap and cut off the Traveler's retreat. Seeing this, Melas immediately ordered, "The ambush troops are in place, and everyone obeys the orders and starts." Before he finished speaking, the situation suddenly changed. I saw a sudden burst of purple-green energy from the Traveler, rich as substance like flowing liquid, with octopus tentacles, with suction cup-like particles, and like boiling potion that is constantly bubbling, which is constantly expanding. The energy twisted and danced wildly, condensed into nearly physical, translucent green and purple energy tentacles. Rather than saying that the Traveler released it, it was better to say that these energy tentacles supported the Traveler's body and struggled hard to squeeze himself out. Emmer's eyes froze. She had no habit of watching others transform. Without saying a word, she gathered the field of cohesion. Circles of force fields were spinning rapidly beside her, like small vortexes, quickly turning into a drill-like shape. They paused for a moment and shot out at the Traveler. And the next moment, the purple-green energy on the Traveler twisted, wrapping the Traveler inside, forming a layer of coat. The force field bombarded the above and could not penetrate it. It just pushed him out for a distance, looking unscathed. "Ha ha ha, it's useless, it's useless." The Traveler laughed wildly, as if he had completely changed his body, and his whole body exuded an indescribable evil spirit, giving people a filthy feeling. Just looking at him, a large number of Legion soldiers felt palpitations and shortness of breath. The expression method of changing to the panel was that everyone had passed a will check. Emmys kept taking action, but the purple energy that wrapped the Traveler was extremely tough and blocked all the attacks. I don't know what kind of energy it was. At this moment, the Traveler suddenly raised his hands high, and his eyes revealed a look of enthusiasm. "The strong man in front of him is the sacrifice I offered by your husband, responding to my call, my lovely wife." Boom! The energy burst out with a bang, as if it spread endlessly, dyeing the black velvet-like dark universe into purple-green colors, and the two colors entangled each other. The nature of this area changed at this moment. Alarm! Alarm! The space-time coefficient fluctuates violently, and the peaks have broken through the actual stable safety line. The space-stable device is overloaded. Alarm! The stability anchor is damaged. Stability failure. Request to increase the number of space-stable devices. The event model is being analyzed. After the analysis is completed, the matching similarity rate is 100% event. The secondary dimension is coming. If space is a piece of paper, the space-time stability coefficient is like the wrinkle degree of this piece of paper. The more stable the paper is, the flatter the paper is. And at this moment, the paper was kneaded into a ball, and another piece of paper representing the secondary dimension wrapped it up. The secondary dimension is dangerous and wonderful, and the reasons for its birth are different. If it comes to the main universe, it will change the spatial properties within a certain area and transform it into the secondary dimension. Most of the time, this is a disaster. Once, Han Xiao saw a treasure called the Shadow Lantern in the Empire. The wick is a source energy fragment of the shadow dimension, and the effect is to summon the shadow dimension to come. The traveler's behavior at this time is similar to this ability. This secondary dimension, full of evil aura, slowly opened up outside the Black Star Palace. Emmys and many fleets were in the crimson-purple space, as if swallowed by this secondary dimension in its stomach. Infinite energy tentacles stretched out from the sky. Each one was at least 100,000 meters long. Waving unconsciously, the fleet was immediately smashed into a mess, scattered, and the shield burst with electric arcs. Emmys frowned, controlling the force field, constantly crushing tentacles, but this secondary dimension space continued to extend new tentacles. Seeing this, she could only target the traveler's body and continuously release the force field. Bang, bang, bang. The traveler did not hide, just floating in place. His palms with purple marks kept waving, and the waves of purple-green energy were raised into space as the palm danced, as if they were inexhaustible. Under his control, he easily wiped out the force field that Emeth kept attacking. I was defeated by Aulu and saw his terrifying ability, which prompted me to embark on the road to pursuing the secondary dimension. Purple and green lines spread on the traveler's face. His state continued to recover, and he was full of energy, laughing wildly. Finally, I found a new power. Let me introduce it. This secondary dimension is called evil aggregation. It is my wife. In its body, I can absorb endless energy. Call Blackstar out. You are not my opponent. You haven't defeated me yet. Emmers narrowed his eyes slightly, and a solemn look flashed. The traveler glanced around and saw countless fleets rising from the Black Star Palace, laying more stable anchors around them. Seeing this, he didn't care and smiled coldly. After such a big disturbance was made, Black Star would definitely not be able to sit idly by. The goal has been initially achieved, and it depends on when Black Star will come. But I have to add another fire to continue to put pressure on the Black Star. Thinking of this, the traveler looked at Emmys and licked his lips. Then let's chew you up first. Emerald Star Cluster, the battlefield of the frontline stronghold of the Black Star Legion. The appearance of the glorious Federation attracted the attention of everyone present, and all the movements stopped, with different expressions. The 6 people led by Siren were present, and Rama, who was assisted by a long-range guardian, was not present. 1, 2, 6 super A levels. Hella's heart sank, and the excitement of opening up the unlimited connection to life quickly subsided. If these people were all here to kill her, she felt that she had no chance of survival. Even if Aurora's life energy is connected, Aurora's physical strength is limited. Sooner or later, there will be no time to use up. So many super A-level teams will be enough to kill her countless times. In her opinion, even if her own recovery ability is amazing, facing this crushing combat power, death is only a matter of time. Moreover, strong recovery ability does not mean that she will not be controlled or captured by the enemy. Sister, Allah's anxious call came from telepathy. Hella felt the continuous gushing of life energy from her body, and her sharp eyebrows and eyes gradually softened. She subconsciously turned to look at the clone of Master Han Xiao in the sky. When she was besieged just now, she analyzed the situation and felt that the only way to save herself was to successfully connect with Aurora. So she was distracted and cooperated with Aurora during the battle and tried to establish a link again and again. I don't know if it was the explosion of potential at the critical moment of life and death, or for some unknown reason, the secondary dimension that acted as an obstacle. But I don't know what changes have occurred, but I gradually stopped the behavior of absorbing life energy in the middle. Once this obstacle is eliminated, the link between the two will be successfully established. Aurora can finally share energy with Hyla through the connection between her soul and blood. Just as everyone was watching, the glorious fleet took action. A large number of drones and mechanical troops were dispatched to attack the defense fleet of the planet's stronghold. Other spacecraft quickly changed the formation. The engineering ships came to the edge of the formation, released arc-shaped mechanical parts, spliced them with each other, and began to assemble the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter, which also required a horizontal and vertical circle to circle the fleet. The 6 members of the Glory Super A-level players quickly approached the battlefield where Hela and others were. Sierra was surrounded by 4 arms, looking down at Hela, Sageman, and others from high place, and said coldly, "It seems that the time we arrived is just right." Saurier's clone slowly flew over. "Hi, has Guanghui intervened?" "Your Zuling is really useless. You haven't killed Hela yet," Sierra said lightly. "Since Guanghui is here, the goal is the same as us. Why not join forces to kill Hela?" Sageman said in a deep voice, "She just exposed a resilience similar to Black Star. We can be more confident to kill her." Heidi's eyes rolled, and suddenly spoke first, saying, "Okay, everyone's goals are the same anyway, so we will be the alliance." Sierra paused, thought for a while, but did not explain their real goals. There are also many people who are Su Ling, and it is not suitable for showdown now, so it is best to join forces first. Upon hearing this, Sageman and the other 2 were immediately delighted, but Hela's heart sank to the bottom. "It seems that today is my death." At this time, Han Xiao's master clone fell beside her, stood side by side, took out a set of compressed balls of the new red snake and the first-generation mecha, and instantly unfolded, helping Hela replace the mecha. Hela turned her head and stared at him, hesitated for a moment, and spoke softly in the communication channel. "Hey Xing, if I die today, I will ask you to take care of my sister from now on." "You can't die today." Han Xiao shook his head. "Don't comfort me. More than a dozen Super A-levels are here. This scene is even more terrifying than what you were facing at the beginning. Even if you're present in person, you can't save me. Don't come here, Go. Don't save me. You'll be in danger. Just try to find out." Han Xiao didn't agree. Hela shook her head, paused, and whispered, "I owe you too much. You have been taking care of me for decades. Actually, I really thank you very much." Han Xiao looked sideways. "Why did you suddenly give me your last words? This is not like you." Don't worry. I won't be able to stand by yours. Even if I die, I will cause the greatest harm to the enemy. I have been striving to chase your back. Before I die, I finally have the right to stand by you and fight side by side with you. I'm already satisfied." Hela subconsciously stretched out his hand, reached out, and suddenly stopped halfway, hesitated for a moment, and changed his movement to patting the shoulders of Master Han Xiao's clone, and sighed softly. The next second, her face turned cold as ice again, and her energy suddenly burst out. She was alone and charged towards more than a dozen Super A-level players in front. It was just a pity that the one next to her was not Han Xiao's original body. "However, before I die in battle, I should be able to see you for the last time. I don't know how to live or die." Sageman snorted coldly and fought with Hela again with his companions. In the air, Sierra was about to join the battle with his companions when suddenly aroused a sense of alertness. Rumble, a powerful force of thought swept across the board, and Guanghui was shocked and hurriedly used all means to defend, but was still shot out. The power of thought also contained a powerful mental attack. Many people were shocked, and their headaches were split. This incident immediately surprised everyone. Sageman and the other 2 stopped quickly and looked up in surprise. The attacker was their leader, Saurier. Haven't he become a temporary ally? Why did Lord Suai attack the Guanghui people? Hela also paused and was puzzled. It's strange. Why did the enemy suddenly have internal conflicts? Ciaran shook his head, got rid of the slight dizziness, glared at Soy's clone not far away, and shouted, "What do you mean?" Soy put his hands on his back and slowly said, "The glorious target is not just to kill Hela. You want to capture her alive? Use it as a bargaining chip and force Black Star to do something for you." Ciaran's eyes changed. Soy was so sure that he must have received the information and pretended to be useless. He simply was too lazy to hide it and said coldly, "Where did your information come from? Based on your usual style, I can guess it." Sully said calmly, "You intervened in the middle of the battle and brought the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter. It was more like kidnapping than killing people. The scepter of the gods is still in your hands. If you guess correctly, you want to use Hela to trade in exchange for Black Star to lift the seal of the scepter of the gods." Speaking of this, Sully's mind suddenly surged, as if he was angry. If it's something else, the scepter of the gods is the treasure of the virtual spirit, and the priority is Hela's life and death. Your rigorous thief is undead. Even if I give up the mission today, I will stop you from kidnapping Hela. No matter what, the scepter of the gods must not be used by the light. Feeling the momentum of Sui soaring into the sky, Han Xiao immediately looked at him. "I'll go, the best actor, this is all for you." In this way, even if his behavior is reported to the senior management of Zuling, Zuling will only do Quirky well. He suddenly thought, wait, this may not be the act. I'm afraid it is the truth. Neopai, the highest level of acting is that he even believes in himself. If the Oscars are not awarded to you, they're considered to be unaware of the goods. P.S. There was a typo in the previous chapter. Guangwei was present at 6 people, not 7. One of them was remote. By the way, the book, Mythical Version of the Three Kingdoms, a very famous old book. When I read it before, he only had 3 or 4 million words, but now it has exceeded tens of millions. The poisonous weeds milked me and showed respect for each other. Guangwei wants to capture the hostage and force Black Star to unseal the scepter of the gods. As expected, as soon as this said, the faces of Sageman and the other 2 changed. They looked at the glorious eyes and were hostile and alert. They did not doubt Sauer's judgment, not only because he was the boss of this trip, but because he guessed something was reasonable. The people of the Zuling sect had prejudices against the Lightning Federation. If it weren't for the Lightning reversal, the Lightning would have lost the Nika and the Scepter of the Gods during the Lighthouse Star Battle. Now Saurier said that Guanghui wanted to take hostages. Sageman and others recalled Guanghui's style of behavior and agreed, thinking that this was what Guanghui could do. Regarding the issue of the Scepter of the Gods, Su Ling and Guanghui have been arguing for too long. The reason why they can endure it is because they know that the Scepter of the Gods was sealed, and that the Scepter of 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 the. But if the Scepter of the Gods is unblocked, Su Ling will definitely not be able to sit still. Compared to Hela's life and death, it is obvious that the Scepter of Gods is more important, and the glory cannot be successful. Of course, this news was not guessed by Sui, but also told by the Machine Kingdom. Although Guanghui is the old boss of the Machine Kingdom, judging from Anderson's plan, he naturally does not want a Scepter of the Gods, a super-level killer, to be used by any civilization. In his eyes, Seal is the best destination. Since that's the case, then speak with your fists. Sierra's face turned cold, his whole body burst out, and the powerful martial arts aura gushed out, and his voice echoed like thunder. You guys, go deal with Hela first, and I will deal with Sui. He is just a clone. When I blow him up, I will support you. After that, his fist raised, and a powerful wave of leaving the body was emitted, which was hot and fierce, dazzling like a glorious sun. Just like the nickname of Star Crusher, his martial art style is known for its frontal crushing. Both are the peak super A-level martial artists. Garutan's style is violent and ferocious, with a fierce beastly nature. Ciarayan's style is an unstoppable crushing, with an even more dignified strength than Garutan. This strength is not the fearful ferocity, but like the stars turning and the world turning, with an irreversible feeling. Sui was not willing to be outdone, and also burst out with strong thoughts and faced him head-on. Boom! The two fights like the sky collapses and the earth breaks. A dazzling bright light suddenly lit up, and the world seemed to have turned into a vast white area. Bang, 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 bang. Ciarayan and Sui fought a fight, and then it seemed to turn into two entangled phantoms. The martial arts aura and the void mind power intersected thousands of times in an instant, exploded the aftermath of the collision, and ascended to heaven as they fought, opening up another battlefield in the outer space. At the same time, the Guanghui Five ignored Sierra, but quickly descended, facing away from Sageman and the five people, while the clone of Han Xiao took Hela to stand aside. The forces in the field have become three parties, presenting a triangular confrontation. The atmosphere is about to break out and will turn into a fierce battle between the three parties at any time. Are these five people here? Han Xiao looked at Guanghui's lineup and nodded secretly. He knew the combat power level of these people, not only remembering their performance in their previous lives, but also the detailed information collected by the Gods Talk. The glorious five-man team in front of them are basically mid-level combat power. The most powerful among them should be crystal souls. There's a cosmic treasure called Star Power Crown. Sageman, whose status is similar to that of the Void Spirit, is considered a middle-level and high-level manager. The most fancy one is Heidi, who has not been joined for a long time, and his combat power is just at Tolian's level. What is more noteworthy is Morniza. Han Xiao remembers that she was a former student of the China Mechanical Country. Before she became famous, she followed her to learn mechanical knowledge from China Mechanical Country. Later, she entered the field of Super A level. I don't know if she was an actress at this time. Just as Han Xiao was secretly calculating, on the other side, Sageman and the other five were immediately in a state of confusion in the face of such a situation. They didn't know whether to fight Hela first or the five Guanghui first. Let's fight Hela first. Guanghui and the other five will interfere by the side. Maybe they will be defeated by Guanghui if they are accidentally. But if we should first try to win Guanghui, although the priority is higher, the few people always feel that he was left with half of the beaten Hela and turn around to help her hit others, which seemed very silly. The people from the Void Spirit system were in a dilemma for a moment. At this moment, the glorious Heidi suddenly spoke on the wide area channel. The five people of the Su Ling sect, although they have different goals, they can't come in vain. If you hit us in the opposite direction, then we will all become jokes in the universe. It's better to kill Hela's master clone first, then beat Hela to lose its resistance and control the scene. Let's discuss how to deal with her. In Heidi's view, Sierra will definitely be able to deal with Suri's clone. As long as they knock down the Black Star Master clone, they will have Sierra, but Su Ling will not have the strongest link, and the combat power will no longer be balanced. Then they can control the situation and take Hela away. Upon hearing this, Sageman hesitated a little. He looked up at Soy, who was in a state of disagreement and passionate with the glory. He looked at the Black Star clone and Hela, who were watching the show next to him. He felt cruel and gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, take Hela first. At this moment, he made a decision and did not intend to obey Sauer's instructions just now. As Heidi said, he was still fighting Hela just now, but now he turned around and helped her. He felt that he was really a bit silly and could easily become a laughingstock in the universe. On the one hand, Sageman and Sauer had different views and did not want to come for nothing. So he wanted to bet that if he could take the opportunity to kill Hela when joining forces with Guanghui, he would still destroy Guanghui's plan, kill the hostages, then he would never be afraid of being captured by the enemy. Perfect. On the other hand, it is personal grudges. It feels bad to be locked in the amber of time and space. He still remembers it freshly and feels ashamed. He always thinks of giving He Xing a ruthless opportunity to kill He Xing from the bottom of his heart and make He Xing heart hurt. Hela just showed a peculiar recovery ability, so they're not suitable for a protracted battle. If 10 super A-level teams join forces, explosive power will restrain Hela's recovery ability to a certain extent. Therefore, Sageman is preparing to find an opportunity to kill Hela during the joint efforts of both sides. He knew that both sides had their own ulterior motives, and even if they joined forces, they would restrain each other openly and secretly. However, he had the confidence to create a chance to kill under the glorious nose, which were several powerful forbidden spell scrolls that had not been used yet. In a few words, the two sides barely reached a consensus. The next second, Guanghui and Zuling, 10 super A-level, turned their heads together, and their bad eyes gathered on Hela. The terrifying sense of oppression was like a rush of overwhelming mountains and waves. Hela's face turned pale involuntarily, but her expression was still indifferent. And at this moment, the broad mechanical back moved to block her, separating all hostile gazes and all pressure. "Don't worry, I'm by your side." Han Xiao's laughter rang in his ears. Hela was a little stunned. It was another familiar scene, as if every time the back that had been protecting her in front of her overlapped at this moment, her mood was surging. "Black Star, what are you doing? When will your deity arrive?" Han Xiao turned his head and looked at her with a meaningful tone. "Don't hurry. Let me fly for a while." In the main hall of the Beast Ancestor stronghold, Garutin was drinking wine while chatting with Sorokin's body, waiting for good news. After waiting for a while, Sorokin put down his cup and asked, "Hello, the Beast Ancestor. I wonder where the troops you sent were? What's the hurry? Are you worried about my subordinate's ability?" Garutin was impatient. He tasted Sorokin's terrible tongue and was told that as long as he did not take risks in person, Garutin would be happy to put harm on Hela. Not long ago, he had issued an order to ask some cadres to lead the fleet to destroy the surrounding Xingmen station and try to cut off the passage of Imperial reinforcements, so that they could not arrive in time and ensure that Hela could not get support. It's better to ask. If the Imperial reinforcements arrive, the nature of the matter will intensify again. Kill a Super A level under the Black Star Army who has not joined the Empire. As long as you can fight quickly and decide first and then report, the problem is not big. If you want to fight head-on with the Imperial troops, Su Ling and Guanghui may not be willing. Sorgen advised. You're just a lot of tricks." Garutin looked impatient, put down his wine glass, took out the communicator to contact the cadres, and asked in a muffled voice, "Where are you? Have you arrived at Xingmen Station?" Father. The cadres on the screen shivered a little. "We were intercepted." "Huh?" Garutin's face changed, and he said angrily, "Who dares to intercept my people? It's the mechanical army of the Mechanical Kingdom, and the leader is his apostle weapons. We can't beat." "Crazy." Garutin suddenly stood up, knocked down his glass of wine, spilling the wine all over the floor, looking shocked and suspicious. What did he do when he intercepted my people for no reason? After all, they were all peak-level Super A-level. Garutin was not afraid of Manison, but his professional style was different. He was unwilling to provoke a military country with many soldiers and widespread generals. The other party intercepted his people without warning today, which was not a sign of goodwill. Sorokin was also a little surprised. He gently tapped the table and immediately became scheming. I probably guessed that, judging from the attitude of the Armored Kingdom in the talks of the gods, he definitely did not support the action against Hela. I guess he had been preventing it, because you were the first to release the news. It can be said that the matter started because of you, so the Armored Kingdom had set his sights on you early on. At this time, it should be to stop you from destroying the Stargate. Thinking of this, Sorokin couldn't help frowning, and he had a secret headache. The Jiagua also intervened in this storm, and there were many variables out of thin air. He thought that the actions of glory or emptied spirit were almost certain, but now he felt a little relieved. Sorokin has also known the Jiagua for a long time, and knows that this guy is also an old fox. Once Manison decides to intervene, he will definitely not be just a small fight to target Garutin's troops. So if you guessed correctly, the Jigwa's old guy probably has other arrangements. I originally thought he was just standing by and watching, but I didn't expect that he wanted to secretly stop his allies' glorious actions. He was so brave. I'm afraid the grasp of this action. Sorokin couldn't help but hesitate. Among the hundreds of Super A levels in the universe, only a few 3 or 5 people were qualified to make him afraid, and the Machinery Kingdom was one of them. He was planning here, but Garutin directly contacted Shang Jiguo and questioned him. Menison, what does the person you detain me mean? Manison's face appeared on the screen and said lightly, did you forget our consensus on the gods' talk? Hela cut off my lifespan and killed many of my subordinates. You let me forget it, Garutin said coldly. You could just say consensus. Is it better to be a Hela at a peak, but I am not as good as a Hela? You don't want others to offend Blackstar to death, so are you afraid of offending me? Because she's already in danger. I hope you don't pursue it anymore. If you really let her die, you will not have any good results. Manison shook his head. You said He Xing will take revenge, right? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Remember, this is what he messed with me. If he says he wants to play, he will accompany him to the end. Okay, I have to see if he can afford it now. Get rid of his right-hand arm and give him a memory first. Garutin said coldly. As the saying goes, the more you think about it, the more angry he becomes. The more you take a step back, the more you lose. Every time he thinks that he suffers such a big loss and is harshly spoken by He Xing, the more angry he becomes. I hope you think about the overall situation. Manison said in a deep voice. The main thing that is doing now is not me, and that is your overall situation, not mine. Garutin sneered and said coldly. What kind of common front will I play with you? That is to give you face. Now this is a matter between me and He Xing. It has nothing to do with you, but you come to persuade him randomly. Why? Do you really think you are the leader of the Super A level and are qualified to care about my affairs? I tell you, don't be shameless. Manison narrowed his eyes, looked at him deeply, and hung up the communication. Garutin snorted angrily, crushed the communicator, threw it aside, and walked towards the door. Where are you going? Sorokin came to his senses and asked hurriedly. The country of machinery intercepted my people. I can't wait for him to release them here. I'll bring people back now. If I have time, I'll destroy a few Stargate stations. Garutin walked out straight. The battle on the front-line stronghold battlefield of the Black Star Legion has lasted for a long time, and the scene has completely become a three-way melee. After the arrival of the glorious Federation fleet and the Morneza mechanical forces entered the battle, they once again involved the defense fleet at the stronghold. The two sides fought hard around the planet, and the light of the naval guns kept flashing. The scene was already considered an interstellar war. Ciaran and Suai's clones were still fighting each other. Suai was really a bit fierce. Relying on his deep blue force, he temporarily fought Ciaran with a clone, and at the same time deliberately pulled the battlefield away. This void actor is actually helping Han Xiao to get the strongest link in the glory. In this way, the balance between combat power increases and decreases, which is a great help. Han Xiao was secretly glad that if both of them targeted Hela, the situation would be a life-and-death situation, and he would have to implement the final plan. However, even if there are actors on the other side, the battle situation on Hela is very serious at this time. There are 10 Super A levels in Guanghui and Zuling, and the offensive is overwhelming and terrifying. He successfully connected Aurora, the Super Nanny, but Hela had no power to resist at this time. This has nothing to do with recovery. It is simply a comprehensive crush. She will be beaten up as many times as she recovers. If she hadn't been able to absorb Aurora's life energy, Hela's resurrection armor would have been beaten out long ago. And this is still the case where Han Xiao ignored the losses and separated some of the pressure. With so many Super A-level collaborations, the power is naturally not simple 1+1. Han Xiao's mechanical troops have been bombed countless times and have approached the upper limit of the abandoned modification skill. If you continue to fight, you will not be able to recover. The next floor of the space stability anchor and wormhole disruptor of the weapon disaster Franzkopf was launched. After the arrival of the glorious Federation fleet, the second floor was laid out, resulting in the space in this area being too stable. Han Xiao could not open the Dimension Factory and the secondary Dimension Barracks, and could not recruit younger brothers. All they could use were the troops placed in the stronghold, so he could only virtually invade the space stability device first. But both Guanghui and Zuling have this move, especially Guanghui. Not only Morniza, but also an extra super A-level virtual mechanic was used to provide remote assistance to guard the main intelligence. If the mechanical force is gone, relying on one dominant clone alone can't withstand 10 super A-levels like wolves and tigers. Fortunately, the opponent is not the same. Su Ling and Guanghui are on guard against each other, which somewhat affects their joint combat power. At most, they only exert 7 or 8 points in 10 combat power. Han Xiao said intimately. He turned his head and looked at him. At present, he and Hela were divided. Not far away, countless attacks were thrown at Hela. The scene was full of dangers. Hela suffered huge damage every second, and the light of life energy had not disappeared, and he kept recovering his blood. Aurora's natural disaster level can't withstand such a large amount of consumption. It's probably not long before her sister will be sucked to death. Thinking of this, Han Xiao was sure. At the same time, Sageman and others besieged Hela while instructing their teammates. See the right time later. When the next time Guanghui gathers fire to damage Hela, Tyler die. Use all those scrolls, and use some of them to block the people of Guanghui. Don't let them interfere. We will attack with all our strength. In line with the effect of a scroll, take advantage of Hela's recovery and directly solve her and smash her soul. I understand. Tyler Dye nodded, ready to use the scroll at any time. Just as everyone was concentrating, suddenly, an extremely huge source of energy suddenly broke into everyone's perception range, approaching rapidly and at an extremely amazing speed. Is someone here again? Everyone was shocked, and they rushed up and looked up. I saw a stream of light coming from a distance, all of which were the tail flames of mechanical warriors. It was a mechanical legion, and it was extremely large in scale, at least dozens of times the combined total of all the mechanic troops present. At the front, there was a figure wrapped in a dark blue light, leading the way, like a meteor, heading straight to the battlefield where Hela was. Who is that? Zulfust. Could it be that he is here to support Hela? Sageman was surprised and turned his head to look at it, and found that the Guanghui and the other 5 had the same puzzled expression. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw Sierra fighting high altitude, leaving his opponent behind and directly facing the rapidly approaching dark blue meteor, intending to intercept the visitor and prevent the visitor from meeting with Hela. Seeing 2 figures colliding, the next moment, everyone present suddenly widened their eyes, almost unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Boom! A blood mist exploded. Sierra was knocked away. He was like a baseball hit by a stick, spurting blood and flying out with him. There was actually a bloody broken arm. Sierra has 4 arms in total, and one of them was broken at this time. What? Sageman, Guanghui, and others were shocked and looked disbelief. Strike Sierra with one blow? Where did this come from a fierce man? At this time, the figure hit Sierra and was forced to stop in the air. The light wrapped around it disappeared, revealing the figures that everyone present knew, looking down at the 10 super A-level people besieging Hela in the field. At this moment, except for Sour, the glory and void spirit present were all stunned, and a frenzied shock in his heart, and his name blurted out, Black Star? How could it be him? Isn't his body in the base camp? He actually arrived at the battlefield. Many super A-level present did not realize it. Just when they saw Han Xiao's original body coming, their confidence in this action disappeared. Everyone dared to bully Han Xiao's master clone. But when faced with Han Xiao's original body, many people immediately became weak, just like they just wanted to form a team to fight an elite monster, but suddenly encountered the boss at the bottom. Han Xiao has a strong record and has long proved that his peak strength is super A-level, and he is all prestige. At this time, when he saw Han Xiao coming, everyone was in great pressure and hesitated. Hela took this opportunity to escape from the encirclement and flew to the side to breathe violently. It's not good. Sageman's heart skipped a few times and recalled the taste of space-time amber again and quietly shivered. At this moment, facing everyone's eyes, Han Xiao spoke slowly. "I'm here." He coldly glanced at the Super A level with extremely unnatural expressions. His tone was calm, but with a sense of oppression. "Now, it's your turn to escape."